Chapter 701 Two Prophecies of the Kobe Clan. After Emperor Sakura heard Li Guanqi's question, he glanced at him and found that he did not stop. He continued to walk forward slowly and replied as he walked. In the past, they saw the Sakura clans. It won't be like this after people arrive, but it will be different after March last year. Is it Luo Di? Li Guanqi walked beside him, raising his eyebrows slightly. Exactly. Emperor Sakura sighed. In March last year, the Emperor forced me to bring him here, but he seemed to be in a bad mood. From the moment he found me, he looked like he was suppressing his anger, and he didn't know what happened. Then, I brought him here to meet Master Kobegawa. After hearing about Emperor Kamu's prophecy request, Master Kobegawa shook his head and said that in the face of such a request, the prophecy results could not be interpreted correctly. However, Emperor Shinwu's prophetic request was how to save the Daiyuo dynasty. As a result, Master Kobegawa said that such a broad request, even if the predicted results can be obtained, cannot be interpreted correctly. Doesn't the implication mean that the Daiyuo dynasty will undoubtedly perish? Emperor Shinwu was naturally displeased when facing an emperor from the Daiyuo dynasty who expressed such an intention. What's more, he was already in a bad mood. Because of this, when Master Kobegawa said these words, the furious Emperor Kamu raised his hand and blasted the Kobe clan's ancestral temple to pieces, and then coldly said to Master Kobegawa, if he doesn't use the prophecy power quickly, yes, what will be broken next time will not be the memorial tablet of the ancestral temple, but every one of the Kobe clan. The ancestral temple is a holy place where ancestors' tablets are enshrined. Emperor Shinwu's move was no less than digging up the ancestral graves of the Kobe clan. However, although he has a bad temper, he is the emperor of Daiyuo and spends generously. Before leaving, he gave the Kobe clan a lot of compensation and remuneration, which can be said to be more than what our Sakura clan has given in the past few hundred years. But even so, the impact of destroying the ancestral temple is still too bad. From then on, the Kobe clan will naturally become even more displeased with the arrival of an outsider like you. Well, please forgive me, Your Majesty. I apologize to you on behalf of the Kobe clan. At this point, Emperor Sakura stopped and pretended to kneel down to Li Guanqi. Okay. Li Guanqi stretched out his hand to stop him. Go on your way. No need to apologize. Your Majesty has a huge amount. Emperor Sakura nodded and continued walking along the forest path. Li Guanqi also smiled helplessly. Luo Di. Back in the afterlife in the Beimeng Mausoleum, he relied on the miraculous effect of the repaying flower to see the last words Luo Di left for him in advance. He clearly remembered that Luo Di's words about Kobe River at that time were, at my request, he promised me to perform a prophecy for me. Well, it directly destroyed the ancestral temple and redefined the word, please. By the way, these people from the Kobe clan have lived in seclusion for generations and never left. Li Guanqi asked curiously. No. Emperor Sakura shook his head with a smile and explained. From the appearance point of view, the Kobe clan does not have any obvious characteristics of different blood. Even the two-dimensional form is a very common type of human beings with different blood. The body size becomes 23 meters larger. So as long as they use the excuse that they are from a grassroots background, and it is not convenient for them to show off their abilities, that's fine. After all, superpowers are the biggest secret of a different blood warrior. If you are not a child of a well-known family whose superpowers are well-known, then it is reasonable to want to keep it a secret. So for the Kobe clan, if they want to travel around the world, they only need to use this as an excuse. Many Kobe clansmen will leave this island. Maybe, Your Majesty, you have passed by a Kobe clansman before, but you just didn't notice it. Then how do they keep it a secret? Li Guanqi asked again. If this is the case, there will always be some Kobe clan who are killed and soul-searched. And then, the existence of the Kobe clan is discovered from their memories. Isn't it? We have a special secret. Emperor Sakura explained as he walked. This secret method allows us to be in abnormal states, such as being hypnotized and soul-searched. If there are external forces trying to explore things about the Kobe clan, then our relevant memories will be there. It is automatically erased instantly, leaving the enemy with nothing to gain. This secret technique will be performed on every Kobe tribesman, and our successive shogunate emperors, after being informed of the existence of the Kobe clan, would also be subjected to this secret method to ensure that the existence of the Kobe clan would not be leaked. I see. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. This secret method is really useful. Emperor Sakura looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile. So, I am also really puzzled. How did you and Emperor Shenwu of Daoyuo learn about the existence of the Kobe clan? You really want to know? Li Guanqi glanced at him. No, I don't want to. Emperor Sakura shook her head slightly, then changed the topic and suddenly asked, By the way, Your Majesty, what do you think of things like prophecy? Prophecy? Hearing this, Li Guanqi thought for a moment, and then said, When I was very young, I didn't believe in this stuff. For me at that time, there were no strange forces or gods in the world, and I had to believe in science. But later I discovered that what I thought of as science was simply a narrow and ridiculous prejudice, or that I had read too few books. In fact, real science should include all things in the universe, including those so-called gods, as well as various seemingly magical powers, such as spells and prophecies. These magical powers also have their own scientific principles, but I haven't fully understood them yet. I know a person who also knows the art of prophecy. Well, it's a bit inappropriate to call it prophecy. His prophecy is so unbelievable that it's not a prophecy at all. Instead, he directly sees the answer to the predicament in front of him and then follows it. Just follow the answer and do it. Oh. Hearing this, Emperor Sakura couldn't help but look at him in surprise. There is this kind of prophecy? But even if it is the prophecy of the Kobe clan, it is at most a puzzle for a difficult situation. We will find out afterwards. He still has to solve the riddle, but he can actually get the answer directly. Then, Your Majesty, with limits. Li Guanqi waved his hand, knowing what this guy wanted to ask, and replied casually, The price of that guy's prediction ability is lifespan. The more important the prediction, the more lifespan he loses, and it is passive rather than active. It's just that if you can wait for it to appear on its own, you can't control it at all. Oh. Emperor Sakura nodded slightly, and did not continue to ask. Li Guanqi's eyes flickered slightly. Taoist Priest Lin's foretelling ability was his last backup plan. If he couldn't get any ideas from the Kobe clan and couldn't find any other methods, then he would have to forcefully stop Dao Zhonglin from exploring the Gu God Ancestral Temple in southern Xinjiang and force him to come to his side. Although Taoist Lin's foretelling ability is a passive ability, if he keeps it with him, maybe he can trigger it? But this is just a backup plan, because Taoist Lin triggers this ability, which costs a lot of life. If possible, Li Guanqi still hopes to help Taoist Lin save as much life as possible. By the way, Your Majesty, you haven't answered my question yet. At this time, Emperor Sakura looked at Li Guanqi beside him and smiled. What do you think of things like prophecy? I don't expect it to give me a direct answer, but at least it should provide some clues. Li Guanqi told the truth. That's good. Emperor Sakura nodded slightly, then looked at the forest exit not far ahead, and said softly, Many people are superstitious about prophecy, but in the end, without exception, they all get disappointment. I learned these things from the history books of the Kobe clan. I have seen too many, including the Shumu Emperor of the Daoyuo dynasty. He came looking forward to it. He hopes to find a solution to Daoyuo's predicament here, so as to turn the tide and save Daoyuo from collapse. But when he got the prophecy mural, he was completely confused about its meaning. He left extremely disappointed. What happened later proved that Master Kobegawa's prophecy was true. Emperor Shenwu failed to truly interpret the meaning of the prophetic murals. After his death, the Daoyuo dynasty inevitably disintegrated. So, what is the use of prophecy? People come to it with problems. It only gives people a puzzle. The real answer to the puzzle is the solution to the problem. But it is too difficult to get the answer to this puzzle. This reminds me of Western fairy tales. People make wishes to the devil, and the devil will fulfill their wishes. But the final result must be completely inconsistent with people's expectations. Although these two things are not completely similar, in my opinion, they are actually similar in that they both seem to be getting what they want. But in fact they are not getting what they want. All in all, I have a message for Your Majesty. In the face of these prophecies, it is better to keep a calm mind. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At this point, Emperor Sakura stopped. At this time, he and Li Guanqi had arrived at the exit of the forest. Beyond, there was a small open space and the entrance of a cave. The cave was not deep, and even Li Guanqi could see the whole thing from where he stood. At the end of the cave, several torches were inserted into the rock wall, and the bright firelight provided illumination, illuminating all the scenes in the cave. There weren't too many furnishings, Just two figures sitting on futons, and an unused green futon. Bagua level different blood warrior. Bagua level different blood warrior. Obviously, the two figures who have been waiting for a long time are the Kobe Makoto and Kobe Tetsuya that Emperor Sakura just mentioned. Two Kobe tribesmen who only have Bagua level cultivation of different blood, but possess 9th level souls. Did you notify them in advance? Li Guanqi glanced at Emperor Sakura beside him. We can't let your majesty wait for them. Right? Emperor Sakura smiled slightly. Although judging from what I have seen in recent days, your temper should be better than that of Emperor Daluo Shenwu. But I don't dare to bet on this. In fact, as early as when the teleportation array diagram was being carved in the main hall of Haijing Palace, I sent a message to them, asking them to rush back here. Kobe Makoto and Kobe Tetsuya were both out of town before, in order to give them enough time to deal with the things at hand, and then rush back here. I just deliberately took you to walk slowly in the forest for a while. The so-called small talk is just to delay time, so that you can't feel the waiting, that's all. Fortunately, your majesty, you didn't rush me. I never hate walking slowly in a beautiful forest. Li Guanqi stepped forward and walked towards the cave ahead. You should be lucky. The scenery here is not bad. I wish your majesty a satisfactory result. Emperor Sakura lowered her head and respectfully sent the Emperor Dao away. Li Guanqi walked all the way to the deepest part of the cave and came to the two Kobe clansmen. The two people quickly stood up from the futon, and after looking at each other, they both knelt down on one knee reluctantly. Kyuzaman Kobe Makoto. Tetsuya Kobe. A common man. Meet Emperor Wu. Both of these men look like young men, but how many 100 years old they are is another matter. Ping Sheng. Do your business. I will order someone to deliver your reward to you later. Li Guanqi waved his hand and said straight to the point. I have two questions that require help from your prophecy powers. Now, please answer me one question first. Can your prophecy powers predict things that you have never heard of? Can. Kobe-jin nodded slightly. As long as Emperor Wu has a general basic understanding of this thing. Very good. Li Guanqi immediately said. Which one of you has a higher level of prediction? Please help me predict a question first. Where should I go to find the charging item for the next heart of time and space? Let me do it. Kobe-jin stretched out his right hand and said solemnly. Your Majesty, please stretch out your right hand and place it on the palm of my hand. Li Guanqi immediately followed suit. Kobe Makoto stretched out his left hand again, placed his palm on the gray rock wall next to him, and slowly closed his eyes. Well? Almost instantly, his brows frowned tightly. His complexion suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Puff! Suddenly, Kobe-jin opened his bloodshot eyes, opened his mouth, and spurted out a large mouthful of black blood. Buzz! The ice blue spiritual power in Li Guanqi's body spurted out instantly, condensing into an ice shield in front of him, perfectly blocking all the black blood sprayed in the face. Boom! At the same time, the gray-white rock wall next to it shook for a while, and countless debris fell. It seemed that some kind of pattern was gradually forming on the rock wall. But in the end, when the commotion subsided, what appeared on the rock wall was, well, a mural that looked like a big tree? Cousin? On the other side, Tetsuya Kobe was worried, and he supported Makoto Kobe, who was pale and angry. You, how did your soul fall directly from the 9th level to the 5th level? Fear! Kobe's eyes were really bloodshot. His pupils were constricted, and his whole body was trembling. I felt unspeakable fear. I can't explain it clearly, but there is a great terror in it. A great fear, ugh! Before he finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Cousin! Kobe Tetsuya suddenly became very anxious, and quickly checked, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Guanqi also released his soul power to take a look. This Kobe Makoto's 9th level soul has fallen to the 5th level. But now it is just that the soul power has been too much lost, and it has fallen into a coma. He can just sleep for a few days. Well, although it is not, well, this lost soul realm cannot be made up for in this life. Feel sorry. Li Guanqi gently bowed his head towards the unconscious Kobe-jin. I will send someone later to give you the reward you deserve. So, what's going on? After saying that, he turned his head slightly and looked at Tetsuya Kobe in surprise. Don't you only lose one realm if you make a prophecy? I don't know. Kobe Tetsuya looked ugly. This situation has never been recorded in family history books. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly, with a thoughtful look on his face. Is that the problem with the heart of time and space? Perhaps the level of the heart of time and space is too high. After all, it is at the level of the stabilizer of the multiverse. Even charged items cannot be predicted by humans of Kobe Shin's level. However, a mural appeared. Can you help interpret it? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the mural patterns on the gray-white rock wall. It was a more abstract big tree pattern with triangular fruits growing on the tree. We are not responsible for interpreting the predictions. Tetsuya Kobe supported Makoto Kobe, and after looking at the mural, he looked at Li Guanqi hesitantly. However, I can only say on my personal behalf, maybe this is a 3-element fruit tree? I just passed by a 3-element fruit tree 2 days ago. At least this mural it looks similar. 3-yuan fruit tree? Li Guanqi looked thoughtful. The distribution area of ternary fruit trees is locked, and only the geographical conditions of southern Xinjiang in the world allow the growth of ternary fruit trees. In southern Xinjiang, this kind of tree is not uncommon. It is said to be the 3-yuan fruit, but it is actually also known as the 3-poison fruit, the 3-medicine fruit, and the 6-strange fruit, depending on the climatic conditions. The 3-yuan fruit will have 6 effects, 3 of which are toxic and 3 are corresponding detoxification effects. A very magical tree. So, this is the answer? He asked. Where should he go to find the charging items for the next heart of time and space? The prophetic mural shows a 3-dimensional fruit tree. Could it be that the next charging item for the heart of time and space is found in a certain 3-dimensional fruit tree in southern Xinjiang? This search volume is huge. Of course it is huge. After all, there are so many ternary fruit trees in southern Xinjiang. How long does it take for one person to find the monkey ear, horse and moon? But really speaking, it is not impossible for the emperor of the current Da dynasty to collect the 3-yuan fruit trees in the entire southern Xinjiang. Very good. At least there is a clue to the trace of the next charged item. Then, it's your turn. Li Guanqi looked at Kobe Tetsuya and said calmly. My second question. How can I restore my senior sister Wang Yanqing to her original personality? Please, Emperor Wu. Please extend your hand. Kobe Tetsuya sighed, gently laid Kobe Makoto in his arms on the ground, then stood up and performed the same operation as Kobe Makoto just now. But the difference is not small. After Kobe really activated his prophecy power, his soul dropped directly from the 9th level to the 5th level, and it looked like almost everyone was gone. Kobe Tetsuya's right hand was holding Li Guanqi's hand, and his left hand was pressed against the gray-white rock wall next to him. His whole state was very stable, and his soul state fell very smoothly. Although the soul fell from the 9th level to the 8th level, there was obviously no pain. Boom! When Kobe Tetsuya slowly opened his eyes, the rock wall next to him also shook, and countless stone chips fell off. Li Guanqi stood nearby, looking at the slowly taking shape of the mural. His expression changed drastically, and his pupils trembled. Seeing his expression, Kobe Tetsuya couldn't help but turned his head and looked curiously. I saw that on the gray wall, to the right of the abstract tree mural. The second mural appeared to be clearer. Those are 2 little mural figures. A woman with red eyes, wearing yellow clothes, fell to the ground, with a cyan sword stuck in her heart. The other male villain had a strange appearance with 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a blue spear in his right hand and pierced the woman's head directly. These 2 mural figures have expressive expressions. The man is crying, but the woman who was killed on the ground smiled instead. Chapter 702, in the battle between the 2 emperors. One must die. What does it mean? In the cave, Li Guanqi stood there, looking at the murals on the gray-white rock wall with a gloomy face. He was silent for a long time, and then slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. What I asked is how to make my senior sister Wang Yanqing restore her original personality. The result of your prediction is that you want me to kill her? Huh? I don't understand. Give me an explanation. Kobe Tetsuya. Forehead. Kobe Tetsuya frowned slightly, and looked at the murals on the wall carefully. A little man, with 3 heads and 6 arms killed another woman with red eyes and yellow clothes. This is the first meaning of the prophecy mural. According to the words of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu knew very well that the little man with 3 heads and 6 arms on the mural referred to himself. And this woman with red eyes, who was killed, was what kind of senior sister Emperor Wu mentioned. The Kobe clan is not responsible for the interpretation of prophecies. Kobe Tetsuya shook his head slightly, then looked at Li Guanqi and said calmly. However, I am at least 80% sure that the true meaning of this prophetic mural is not simply to ask Emperor Wu to kill her. Because if this interpretation is correct, then this prophetic mural is too clear and simple, and it is not a puzzle at all, but an answer. But these three terms, clarity, answer, and simplicity, have never been associated with prophecy. Prophecy should be vague, enigmatic, and ambiguous. In the history books of our Kobe clan, all the prophetic spells and prophetic powers in the world are described in this sentence. People come to it with questions, but unfortunately, it just gives them another puzzle in return. Perhaps the real answer to the puzzle is the solution to the problem. But it is quite difficult to get the answer to this riddle. At least the answer will never appear on the surface. Therefore, I, Kobe Tetsuya, only represent myself and provide you with a piece of advice. Emperor Wu. In any case, the real solution to this matter is by no means as simple as killing this senior sister directly. The content of prophetic murals is often a referential symbol. In other words, Emperor Wu, the two little people you see on this mural may not really refer to two living people. They may also refer to the thoughts of the two of you, or even the embodiment of the obsessions of the two of you. As he said this, Kobe Tetsuya looked hesitant. After hesitating for a while, he still said, there is such a case recorded in the history books of the Kobe clan, which is somewhat relevant to Emperor Wu's current situation. I don't know if I should talk about it. For your information, I am worried that this case may be misleading in some way. After all, every prediction is different. Speak. Li Guanqi stood with his hands behind his back. His face softened slightly compared to the initial gloomy look. Yes, Emperor Wu. Kobe Tetsuya nodded, and then said, 870 years ago, there was a small kingdom in the west called Danny. There was a prince in Danny who knew one of my Kobe ancestors. That Prince Danny saved the life of my ancestor. So my ancestor lied that he knew a master of prophecy, saying that if Prince Danny needed it, he could use this favor to obtain a prophecy for Prince Danny. In fact, he wanted to use his first prophecy opportunity to repay the favor of saving his life. Prince Danny quickly used up this opportunity. Prince Danny asked my ancestors how he could stand out in the battle for the throne, gain the recognition of his father, become the heir to the throne, and become the next generation of King Danny. My ancestor used prophecy, and the prophecy mural he got was kill. The content of the prophecy mural is two little people, the same as what you see now, Emperor Wu. And Prince Danny is the same as you just now. He is very sure that one of the little people in the mural refers to himself. The other villain in the mural is Prince Danny's father, the old king. The old king in the mural was kneeling on the ground, his face full of fear, and his heart was pierced by Prince Danny's sword. Of course, my ancestors and Prince Danny both believed that the meaning of this mural was that if Prince Danny wanted to become king, he would have to kill the old king with his own hands and use her power through force. It is worth mentioning that the background at the time was indeed the case. Prince Danny was the product of a political marriage between the old king before he ascended the throne. So the old king actually didn't like Prince Danny. Under normal circumstances, the throne would never be passed to Prince Danny. But Prince Danny is very talented, a genius in all aspects. Not only is he very talented in cultivation, but after years of planning, he has secretly formed an army that can forcibly resist the king's power and usurp the country. It can be said that Prince Danny at that time had all the conditions to rebel, kill the old king, and forcibly usurp the country. The reason why he came to my ancestors to obtain this kind of prophecy was actually because at that moment, when everything was ready and just waiting to start the army, he was still entangled in his heart and could not make up his mind. And when this prophetic mural appeared, he no longer hesitated. He chose to give up. He voluntarily resigned from all positions in Danny Kingdom, disbanded the military force he had secretly formed, and gave up the fight for the throne of king. Prince Danny longs to be king, but he doesn't want to do it by killing his own father. Therefore, when the prophetic mural appeared, he thought it was the will of the gods. His attitude was that since even the gods believed that if he wanted to become king, he could only kill the old king, then he might as well not want the throne and let his brothers fight for it. He received the prophecy, but he gave up his plan to act on it. But this is not the end. Many years later, my ancestor returned to Danny Kingdom, only to find that his former savior had actually taken the throne of king. The entire Danny Kingdom was prosperous, and the old king had just retired and chose to enjoy his old age. My ancestors were curious and asked the former Prince Danny, then the new King Danny, what was going on. Prince Danny explained that their interpretation of the prophecy back then was actually completely wrong. The content in the mural is that the old king was kneeling on the ground, his face full of fear, and his sword pierced the heart. At that time, they thought that this meant that he wanted to kill the old king with his own hands. Actually not. The mural image of the old king does not really refer to the old king himself, but to the timidity and concerns in the old king's heart. At that time, the kingdom of Danny was surrounded by enemy countries, and the country's internal affairs were also in turmoil. It was in a situation where it was walking on thin ice, and if you were not careful, it would be doomed. Faced with this situation, the old king was worried and timid, and was afraid of his own heir. If one is not chosen well, the kingdom will be destroyed. However, due to a chance coincidence, the old king finally had a real, open-hearted conversation with Prince Danny, the product of a political miscegenation. The father and son finally spoke freely to each other. Prince Danny explained a series of his political opinions to the old king, including his ideas for reforming the domestic situation, how to deal with enemy forces, and his various wise plans, which made the old king have a low regard for his son, and finally really paid attention to it. The old king also confessed to Prince Danny that he had always been afraid that he would have no successors, and that the kingdom would be destroyed. However, these words of Prince Danny completely dispelled the timidity in the old king's heart, and made him determined to hand over the kingdom to Prince Danny's hands. So, the truth came out. The true interpretation of the prophecy mural back then was not to let Prince Danny kill the old king at all. Instead, let Prince Danny kill the timidity and worries in the old king's heart. The mural image of the old king with a scared face does not refer to the old king himself, but to the various concerns in his heart and worries and fears about the future of his family and country. Let me ask, what would have happened if Prince Danny made the wrong decision through wrong interpretation? Regret is the worst thing in the world. So, at this point, Tetsukobi stopped, turned his head, and looked at the gray-white rock wall beside him. Looking at the abstract mural of Li Guanqi killed Wang Yanqing, he stretched out his right hand and pointed at the mural. Emperor Wu, this little man with 3 heads and 6 arms may not refer to your true form, and the woman with red eyes and yellow clothes may not refer to your senior sister herself. Perhaps the real meaning of this mural is not to ask you to kill this woman, but something else. Of course, I still can't determine the true meaning of this prophetic mural. I can only say that the so-called prophecy is more like a prank by the gods than a reminder from the gods. Although it contains the truth, it is also full of vague traps. Emperor Wu is also asked to be cautious and think twice before acting. Don't do anything you regret. Chao Min's cousin still needed to recover, so he took the first step. Having said that, Tetsuya Kobe just bowed his head and bowed to Li Guanqi, then picked up Makoto Kobe, who was lying on the ground, turned around and left the cave, leaving Li Guanqi alone. The Emperor Da, wearing an imperial crown and imperial robes, stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the murals on the wall, and remained silent for a long time. In front of you, there is no emperor of the Wu dynasty. Suddenly, Li Guanqi whispered to himself, raised his hand, and took off the 12 emperor crowns on his head. His white hair was scattered on his back. Similarly, you are not the Empress of Chu to me. You are the Empress of Chu. Wang Yanqing. That's all. I will find the correct answer. Senior sister. Holding the imperial crown in his hand, he turned and left, walking out of the cave. The slender figure of Emperor Sakura was still waiting at the edge of the forest outside the cave entrance. After seeing Li Guanqi walking out, he bowed his head respectfully. Your Majesty, a guard over at Pinyin Capital sent me a message, saying that there is a senior centaur official named Mitch L who seems to have something to report to you. Oh! Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. Is the matter about the little girl from the Ying family finally going to be finalized? Let's go back, Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Sakura waved his right hand, directly tearing open a space crack that distorted the colorful brilliance. The space of the Kobe clan's hermitage is shielded from the outside but not from the inside. There are no restrictions on leaving inside. Your Majesty. Please. Li Guanqi immediately stepped into it, and his figure was directly engulfed by the colorful brilliance. Emperor Sakura followed closely behind. When the two of them completely entered the space crack, the space crack slowly closed and disappeared, as if no one had ever been here. Go out and tell Mitch L to come with Tiger King Yunting to have an audience. Li Guanqi stepped out from the space crack and returned to the palace hall of Pinyin. He walked towards the throne above the hall and gave orders in a deep voice. Yes! Emperor Sakura came out a step slower than him. After bowing his head in response, he walked towards the door of the Vermilion Hall, stretched out his hand to push the door open, and closed it behind his back after leaving the hall. About half a minute later, The door of the palace was pushed open from the outside again. Two figures came slowly. It is Yunting, the chief intelligence officer of the Centaur clan, and the new Tiger King. Shin Mich, L. Shin Yunting. Greetings to your majesty. No need to be polite. The two of them walked to the center of the hall, and were about to kneel down and salute Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne, when they were interrupted by Li Guanqi's voice. Yunting, go out now and discuss the remuneration with the former Emperor Sakura. You only need to ask him how much the remuneration should be for those two people. He will naturally understand. Then you take it from the treasury of the Kajik clan. Just come out and give it to him. This can be regarded as the Tiger people's atonement for their mistakes in the war. I will remember it. Yes. Yunting bowed his head and saluted. Then turned and left. He didn't have anything to do. He just came in to pay. Forget it. In a sense, this is a good thing. Boom! The heavy vermilion palace door opened and closed, and Yunting left. In the main hall, there were only two people left. Li Guanqi on the throne and the Centaur Mich, L in the center of the main hall. Something happened. Your Majesty. Mich, L looked ugly, gritted his teeth, and looked at Li Guanqi above. Our spies and the little girl inside the Great Wall have been discovered by spies from the Great Chu dynasty. Li Guanqi's heart sank. He leaned back on the throne, frowned and said, Let's start from the beginning. Let's talk about the specifics. Yes, Your Majesty. Mich, L immediately said. Last night, I sent a message to the spy, asking him to give the transformation potion to the little girl named Zhou Lan, who was suspected to be a descendant of the Ying family, to see if it would take effect. So as to confirm, is this little girl named Zhou Lan a descendant of the Ying family that the Empress of Chu is looking for? But just 5 minutes ago, the soul candle left by the spy in Baiwei King City went out. In other words, his soul has dissipated and he is dead at this moment. And just before the soul candle went out, he sent us the last message through the communication instrument, etc. When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but frown. I remember that now that the Great Wall is closed, wouldn't there be delays in all communication methods? There was no delay in his last message. That's another story. Your Majesty. Mich, L looked serious. We found that the shielding effect of Daliao Yutian Great Wall has weakened a little since this morning, although it is still unable to let people pass. The intensity of the spiritual power that the communication magic weapon can release has been improved. Higher ceiling. This greatly reduces the delay of communication instruments to almost zero. Therefore, we have reason to speculate that the day when the Great Wall is closed is not far away. At most it will be between these 2 months. Continue. Li Guanqi frowned and said in a deep voice. What was the content of the message that the spy sent before his death? Your Majesty. Please take a look. Mich, Eldon took out a black square from the space necklace and pressed it lightly on the bottom. The black square began to play an audio clip of a weak man. Report. Report to Greyhead. This is Grey Crow. We have been discovered by Datch's scouts. I killed all the scouts. But now I am also seriously injured and cannot heal myself. Those scouts, they are not from the same different blood family, and their abilities are all different. But their eyes are all red. They also have a kind of sword blade that emits blood. Injuries caused by such a blade cannot be healed at all, and will spread throughout the body like poison. I'm going to die. I have asked Zhou Lan to go to safe house number 5. But I am not sure whether she can successfully arrive. Although I killed all the incoming scouts. But this could not stop the spread of intelligence. Next, there will be more Dachu scouts to capture. Zhou Lan! Besides, I have used a total of 19 methods to change the appearance on Zhou Lan according to Huishou's order. None of them worked. All of them were useless. But Zhou Lan's eyes changed after drinking the Atwisen transformation potion. Her eyes changed from black to gold. But her pupils are ugh. The last audio of the spy named Grey Crow ended abruptly. Before he finished speaking, he was already dead. Chapter 703, the eldest princess of the Dog Dynasty. The eyes turned golden, with black hair and golden pupils. The characteristics of the Ying family's different blood. On the throne, Li Guanqi frowned. But what is the last unfinished sentence of this spy? Her pupils? What's wrong with Zhou Lan's pupils? Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Seeing this, the Centaur Mich, L in the center of the hall quickly explained. Although the spy died before he finished speaking, he had already sent an image before recording this message. The content is exactly that Zhou Lan's eyes. After saying that, the Centaur intelligence chief twisted the black cube in his hand, and then the bottom of the black cube released a projection towards the floor below. The projected content was a photo of a girl standing under a big tree. She looks about 8 or 9 years old, has short black hair, is thin, and wears a thin gray cloth. Her appearance is not very beautiful, but the look of perseverance between her eyebrows makes her the little girl looks quite recognizable. Beyond that, her eyes. She has a pair of golden eyes, but her pupils are different from the round pupils of normal humans. Her pupils are slit-like, vertical golden pupils. Ah! After Li Guanqi saw these golden vertical pupils, his expression suddenly changed and became ferocious. He held his head in his hands, sat on the throne and twitched, letting out a shrill wail, as if he was enduring some kind of terrible pain. Soul. His soul seemed to be torn apart. His Majesty? When Mitch L saw this scene in the main hall, he was immediately panicked. But he soon remembered that this scene seemed not to have happened for the first time. The first time he talked to His Majesty about the Ying family. His Majesty also had the same symptoms. Li Guanqi. Suddenly, amidst the intense soul pain, a gentleman's voice slowly sounded deep in Li Guanqi's soul. As we all know, our Ying family's eyes have round pupils. But it is not absolute. As some of our tribesmen grow physically, the blood of the Ying family in their bodies has a very low probability of mutating. This usually occurs between the ages of 8 and 18. Although the Ying clan members with this mutated royal blood still have black hair and golden pupils, their eyes have slit-shaped vertical pupils. The ancestors of our family called this kind of person the royal blood venerable, because this kind of person can further strengthen the bloodline power of our Ying family. The descendants of the Ying family born to the royal blood venerable will have stronger cultivation talents, and the descendants of this descendant will also have strong cultivation talents. It can be said that the emergence of a royal blood lord is a strengthening of the entire Ying family's royal bloodline. Because of this, in order to protect the emperor blood lord, we deliberately concealed the existence of such people. Historically, once an emperor blood lord appeared, all insiders would be strictly controlled and no information would be allowed to leak out. So you don't know this? Things are normal. However, since you can hear what I said, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, you have become a god, and you found this message by checking your soul. If so, I sincerely congratulate you. Guanqi, you have finally become the first god in the new era. Oh, no, that you seems to be the first. 2, you have found an emperor-blooded lord with golden vertical pupils. If this is the case, then I ask you to find this child. Take him with you. Train him. Let him get married and have children. Give birth to stronger descendants of the Ying family, so that my family can continue in progress. Please. Luo Di. This is Luo Di's voice. When Luo Di's voice gradually faded away, the sharp pain in Li Guanqi's soul also dissipated and ceased to exist. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed that after enduring the severe pain in his soul, he vaguely felt that his soul had solidified a little. Interesting. Pluto's voice suddenly sounded, with a bit of a smile. This Ying Xian's method is really interesting. I didn't quite understand why he had to use this method to force you. I really wanted to use the method that appears from time to time. Pain to remind you? But at your level, mere pain is nothing. Wouldn't it be easier to just open the window and speak frankly, saying that he has left a time bomb in the depths of your soul, and that he will kill you if you don't help? Why bother causing severe pain? Now it seems that the reminder function of this severe pain is certainly one of the purposes. But in addition, it also has other uses. Kid, that Ying Xian must know that you have the ability to plunder. Your soul level has been forcibly raised from weak to strong by robbing other people's souls. Your ability is very powerful and has basically no side effects. But no matter what, there are always shortcomings in trying to encourage growth. Your soul is like a ball of cotton. Every time it is not completely compacted, it will continue to expand with the addition of new cotton. Ying Xian, on the other hand, uses a method to help you compact the ball of cotton with brute force. As for the so-called soul-tearing pain, it is just a side effect of this method. How about it, little devil? Do you feel that you are a little more comfortable controlling your soul power now? Have. Li Guanqi sat on the throne, breathing lightly, with blue light flashing between his eyebrows. As Pluto said, his soul has indeed become thicker, and it is indeed easier to mobilize the power of his soul. This was another small help from Luo Di. Luo Di. Luo Di. In fact, Li Guanqi still doesn't know very well. When did he officially come into Luo Di's sight? Your Majesty. Your Majesty? At this time, the centaur Mitch, L in the main hall pointed at Li Guanqi's right hand and said in shock, "Well, your hand is glowing." What? Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, then looked at his right hand. On the back of his right hand, golden light lines spread, gradually forming a strange circular pattern on the back of his hand. Boom! The next moment, a golden light shot out from the golden pattern, exploding in midair 3 meters in front of Li Guanqi, tearing the space apart and creating a space crack with twisted golden light. The centaur Mitch, L in the main hall looked at this scene with a confused and surprised expression. When Li Guanqi saw this, he slowly stood up and looked at the golden crack in the space. His eyes slightly focused. Finally come. Enter the space portal within the Great Wall of Heaven and advance. So, the truth is out. Mitch, L is the head of the Centaur royal family's intelligence department. You can get a lot of information about the survivors of the Ying family from him. After obtaining this information, you will gain the ability to enter the Great Wall of Heaven. After you enter the Great Wall of Heaven, you will go to find the survivors of the Ying family. After you find the survivors, Wang Yanqing will appear in front of you. This is how you two met. These were the exact words that the Heart of Time and Space told Li Guanqi. But in fact, in the future picture seen by the Heart of Time and Space, the day Mitch, L told him the information was not actually the first day he found Mitch, L, but the spy named Grey Crow who sent him the information. The picture of the eyes of the little girl who is a descendant of the Ying family was sent back today. The key is nothing else. It just lies in the pair of golden vertical pupils that belong to the royal blood venerable. Only after Li Guanqi saw this kind of eyes and learned of the existence of an emperor-blooded venerable, would the backhand left by Emperor Luo in Li Guanqi's body give him the ability to enter the Great Wall in advance. But why? Li Guanqi looked at the golden space crack in the midair in front of him and smiled helplessly. Luo Emperor, why are you going to such trouble? What are you worried about? Why bother thinking about it? At this time, the voice of the dragon halberd slowly sounded in his mind, and he said calmly, "These emperors all have the same virtue, and they always have 100 thoughts in their heads. God knows what they are thinking. Maybe that guy is actually I can't believe you either. By the way, I want to go shopping in human form. If you really can't trust the master, there is no need for Luo Di to do so much." Xuankong's voice was full of thoughts. A person like him must have his own plans for anything he does. What else is he hiding from us? Laugh. Suddenly, there was a burning sound and severe burn pain in Li Guanqi's right hand. He looked down and frowned slightly. I saw that the golden light pattern on the back of his right hand had turned into a red light pattern, and was constantly burning the back of his hand. The red light pattern burned while the back of his hand healed itself, reaching a balance. This is urging me. Li Guanqi looked at the space crack with distorted golden light in front of him, and there was a hint of nervousness between his brows? According to the future seen by the Heart of Time and Space, what happens next, if nothing unexpected happens, is the scene where he finds the little girl and then meets his senior sister. This day is finally coming. Mitch, L. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the centaur above the main hall, and said seriously, I have an order to give you now. I must do my best to serve His Majesty. Mitch, L immediately bent his front hooves slightly, lowered his head, and responded loudly, starting immediately, send people to southern Xinjiang to collect the Sanyuan fruit and Sanyuan fruit trees in the entire southern Xinjiang. No, not just southern Xinjiang. Although Sanyuan fruit trees can only survive in southern Xinjiang, Sanyuan fruit can be sold all over the world. Mitch, L. In addition to collecting the 3 yuan fruit and 3 yuan fruit trees in the entire southern Xinjiang, you also need to collect the 3 yuan fruit from all over the world and bring them all to me, no matter the cost. Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. Yes. Mitch, L responded habitually at first, but soon realized that this order was a bit outrageous. He raised his head in shock. Your Majesty? Are you serious? There are 3 yuan fruit trees in southern Xinjiang, and there are 3 yuan fruit trees in the world. Fruit? Isn't this project too huge? Your Majesty, now that the new dynasty has just begun, you are consuming manpower and material resources to carry out such a project, which will inevitably make the people of the world, well, confused. In the end, the centaur chose to use his words carefully. I have my own reasons. Li Guanqi looked at Mitch, expressionlessly. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. I have already issued an order. You are responsible for taking the Imperial Jade Pendant I gave you earlier, mobilizing resources, and doing your best to carry out my order. Understand? Yes. Mitch, quickly lowered his head and responded loudly. My lord, I obey your order. Li Guanqi looked back and sighed. Of course he knows that this matter is outrageous. But he has no choice. The only clue about the charged items is here. And the charged items are very critical. He must get enough energy from the Heart of Time and Space to carry out the Heart of Time and Space prophecy. It's not just about Senior Sister's demon blood. There is also the human emperor. In Pluto's words, that guy is described as a being who has a strong desire for strength and power, is extremely resourceful, and has extremely deep tricks. Li Guanqi is not sure whether these descriptions are true or false. But one thing is for sure. The human emperor's consciousness has been dormant in the dark since it left Taoist Lin's body. It must not be sleeping, but planning something. He needs a prophecy, opportunity to find out about the human emperor. You can go out now. Li Guanqi dismissed these thoughts and waved his hand. That's the end of the matter about the descendants of the Ying family. Yes, Your Majesty. I will take my leave. Centaur Mitch, bowed his head and bowed, then turned and left. Walking out of the hall, Li Guanqi glanced at the red pattern on the back of his right hand, and then at the golden space crack in midair. Induction. He clearly felt a connection. The red light pattern on the back of his hand would guide him to a certain place, or to find someone. Who else could it be? Royal Blood Venerable, the descendant of the Ying family, who goes by the pseudonym Zhou Lan. Li Guanqi didn't know how Luo Di locked the connection with them, but they were both Ying's emperor's blood. Anyway, Luo Di had a way, and what he wanted to do now was not to delve into the principle of this matter, but to follow what Luo Di left for him. Go find the little girl. Then, let's get started. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, then stepped forward into the air, slowly walking into the spatial crack of distorted golden light. Ouch! Dark clouds are approaching and heavy rain is pouring down. In this dark forest, where the trees are constantly swaying, in addition to the howling of the wind and the sound of rain hitting the leaves, there are also waves of howling wolves, which is creepy and shuddering. However, there was a short-haired girl wearing rags and running wildly in the forest. After hearing the howls of these wolves, she stopped. Ho! Ho! She stopped under a tree, took a few big breaths, then straightened her waist, raised her hand to brush the black hair that was wetted by the rain and stuck to her forehead. Those golden vertical pupils full of perseverance looked particularly clear in the dark rainy night. Ouch! Roar! The howls of wolves and the roars of wild beasts were getting closer and closer, and even the girl could hear a rustling sound in the bushes not far away. The wolves are approaching. Boom! Suddenly, a soft sound of dead branches being trampled was heard from behind. The girl turned sharply and looked. In the dark night where rain was falling, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils glowed with a chilling light. And this is just the beginning. Pairs of scarlet vertical pupils appeared one after another among the trees and grass near the girl. A rough count revealed that there were as many as 20. Roar! The wolves formed an encirclement and gradually approached the little girl. These giant gray wolves have a body like a tiger, with pale bone spurs growing on the joints of their limbs and spine. The demon species, the white-bone wolf. Each of the 20-odd white skeleton wolves in the pack was a demon species of the Liangyi level. The largest wolf king had a different blood wave at the peak of the Liangyi level. In sharp contrast, the little girl with short hair surrounded by them in the middle not only looks only 8 or 9 years old, but also has no blood fluctuations in her body. But even so, the wolf king looked hesitant, leading the wolves to pace 10 meters away from the girl, wanting to step forward, but seemed to be worried about something. Here we go again! The short-haired girl looked at the group of demonic wolves, her golden vertical pupils showing a fierceness that was rare for her age. She raised her right hand, wiped the rain off her face, then opened her mouth and bit into the back of her hand. Blood splattered. There was a new bite mark on the back of her little hand, which was still scabbed and covered with bite marks. Immediately afterwards, when the breath of blood spread, the 2 level white-boned wolves around them all turned around and ran away with their tails between their legs in fear, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. In the blink of an eye, they scattered like birds and beasts. Ah, it hurts so much! After seeing the wolves running away, the short-haired girl flattened her mouth in frustration. covered the wound on her right hand with the tattered cloth she was wearing, and then turned around and left. The girl didn't take a few steps before her body froze, and her golden vertical pupils shrank sharply. I saw a tall figure standing in the rain under the tree in front of him, and all the rainwater evaporated out of thin air when it was 3 inches away from his side. As expected of the Emperor Ying's blood, even a little child with no cultivation can scare away a group of 2-level demons. The tall figure said something with a smile, then took steps towards the little girl with short hair. As he got closer, the girl finally managed to see his appearance clearly in the night. It was a young man with white hair and blue eyes and a gentle smile. "Hello. My name is Li Guanqi." He walked up to the girl, knelt down, reached out, and rubbed her hair that was wet with rain. "Are you here to catch me?" The short-haired girl looked at him with her golden vertical pupils and bit her lip. "Shenwu Emperor Yingxian. Who are you? Grandpa? Or great-grandfather?" Li Guanqi asked softly. "Or maybe you are actually a branch of the Ying family and are not directly related to Yingxian. I told you, I don't know anyone named Ying." The girl's emotions suddenly burst out, crying, "Why don't you always let me go? You even killed Brother Grey Crow. Why? I don't know what you were talking about, huh?" Before she finished speaking, Li Guanqi suddenly raised his right hand and placed the red light pattern on the back of his right hand in front of the girl. The girl's memory had obviously been tampered with. He didn't know if Luodi's pattern was useful, but he might as well give it a try. Buzz! The pattern on the back of Li Guanqi's hand flashed red. When illuminated by this red light, the short-haired girl's expression was blank at first, then showed shock and surprise. No wonder. A few seconds later, the girl suddenly smiled, squatted down, and covered her face with her hands. "No wonder you want to arrest me. It turns out that I am really woo-woo." The child laughed at first, but soon turned from laughing to crying, letting out a suppressed and sad cry. Li Guanqi stood in the rain, silent, just releasing his spiritual power to help the girl block the rain. "Kill or scrape. It's up to you." The girl's crying soon stopped. She raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi coldly with her red-rimmed golden vertical pupils. "Shenwu Emperor Yingxian. Who are you?" Li Guanqi asked again. "Grandfather," the girl said expressionlessly. "The way you ran before was obviously from martial arts training." Li Guanqi looked at her and frowned. "But this shouldn't be the case. The Ying family does not allow martial arts practice before the age of 10. This is an iron rule of the Ying family. Moreover, your muscle mobilization is extremely rough. You have only learned martial arts actions, but not learning how to mobilize muscles and qi and blood. What's going on?" Hearing this, the girl bit her lips, and strands of blood seeped out. "The youngest prince of Emperor Shenwu slept with a brothel girl 9 years ago. But the prince didn't know that the brothel girl had taken fertility drugs beforehand. The medicine secretly left behind a seed. And so I was born. Common drama." Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. "So what happens next? Thanks to you, that brothel girl flew up a branch and turned into a phoenix. And got the glory and wealth she imagined? No." The girl lowered her head, clenched her little hands into fists, and said in a low voice, "She was skinned alive by the prince, and she was exposed to the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. And then she was given a good time, and I was taken home by that prince. But he is a beast, and his wives and children are all a bunch of beasts. Apart from insulting me, beating and scolding me, they didn't care about me at all. I don't know what you mean about the Ying family being unable to practice martial arts before they are 10 years old. Anyway, I secretly watched the guards in the courtyard practice martial arts and learned a few moves from them. But no one cared about me." "I see." Li Guanqi heard this and just nodded slightly. "Your mother dares to play such stupid tricks with the Ying family and the youngest son of the current emperor. It is normal to end up like this. And as the most despicable illegitimate daughter, it is reasonable for you to receive such treatment. Therefore, you have never really enjoyed the overwhelming power of the Ying family. But you have to bear the consequences of the family's collapse. This kind of thing, well, it's really a bit miserable." The girl lowered her head and did not respond. "Your mother is an idiot. But you, Zhou Lan, are different." Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand, pinched the girl's thin cheek, and looked seriously into her golden eyes. "Forgive me for speaking so directly, but I'm sorry. I'm not very good at raising children. I will only teach you the truth about this world. Maybe it's a bit cruel, but it's the truth. So come with me." The girl was stunned. "Your grandfather Yingxian is my savior." Li Guanqi smiled at her, stood up, and stretched out his right hand towards the confused girl. My name is Li Guanqi. I am 22 years old. I am older than you, well, you are 9 years old. So I am 13 years older than you. If you are not a good parent, please forgive me. Anyway, from today on, I am your new family member. You will definitely not be able to be the princess of the Daluo dynasty. But from now on, you can be the eldest princess of my Da dynasty. The girl blinked. Her expression became more and more confused. And after a while she said, I thought you were here to catch me. Just like those people with red eyes. No one can take you away. Come on. I will tell you slowly on the way. Li Guanqi smiled slightly, took the short-haired girl's hand, turned and left with her. In the dark, rainy night, the figures, large and small, holding hands, quickly disappeared into the vast night. Chapter 704. Finally meeting Wang Yanqing. The ancient battle on the moon? By the way, there was an young woman who escorted you all the way. Who was she? In the forest on a rainy night, Li Guanqi held the short-haired girl's hand and walked for a walk. Aunt. The girl lowered her head and looked sadly. She is the second sister of that bastard. But she is different from those bastards. She is very good to me. That day, she passed by Qiliang City and came to visit that bastard. And then she went to Ma. I was spotted next to the circle. My aunt took me shopping in the city. It was my first time to go to the market in Qiliang City. She took me to buy delicious snacks, fun toys, and nice clothes. I've never been so happy. At night, after the bastard came back from the brothel, my aunt had a big fight with the bastard. I don't know what my aunt said to him that night. Anyway, the end result was that my aunt came back to me and said that she would be my family from now on and she would raise me. She also asked me to forget everything there. But... Speaking of this, there was a hint of crying in the girl's voice. But the short-haired girl didn't cry after all. She just raised her right hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then continued. That day, I finally met my real relatives. But late that night, news came from the capital that the 8 Kingdoms pillars were in rebellion. The new emperor was killed, and the 8 Kingdoms pillars joined forces to launch a pursuit order against the Ying family. My aunt immediately took me to escape overnight, and then we ran all the way. All the way. About 3 days later, I woke up on my aunt's back, and when I opened my eyes in a daze, I looked through a puddle of water on the ground and found that my pupils had turned into vertical pupils. Just like a kitten's eyes. My aunt was shocked and said I was some kind of emperor bloodlord. I do not understand. But my aunt said that my appearance must mean that the Ying family should not die. She also said that my descendants will be more powerful than the previous Ying family. Then she suddenly told me that she wanted to tamper with my memory to make it safer. She also said that my memory would naturally recover in the future. After saying that, she stretched out her finger and tapped my head. When I wake up again, I will become some kind of Zhou Lan. It wasn't until you appeared just now and shone the red light on me that I remembered everything. At this point, the short-haired girl lowered her head, clenched her lower hands tightly into fists, and said with tears in her eyes, She is dead? Right. At that time, she stayed to deal with the guy who claimed to be Wei by herself. She said she will come back to me soon. But she didn't come back. She is dead just like Brother Grey Crow. Right? Li Guanqi remained silent, without stopping, holding the little girl's hand and continuing to walk in the rain. But you survived. After a long while, he said softly, Your aunt, and that Brother Grey Crow, they all hope that you can live. So don't let them down. And live happily. I want revenge. The short-haired girl raised her eyes and looked at Li Guanqi. The depths of her golden vertical pupils revealed a perseverance that was completely inconsistent with her age. I want to kill the 8 Kingdoms pillar and the Great Chu Empress. I want to save my aunt and Brother Grey Crow. Revenge! Will you teach me how to practice? Li Guanqi looked down at this little girl who was only 9 years old and had an ill-fated fate. His expression was extremely complicated, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. That Empress of Chu is my senior sister. After hesitating for a long time, Li Guanqi finally stopped, then squatted down, looked at the little girl in front of him, and said softly, I don't want to hide it from you. And although you are young, you are very smart. So I choose to tell you now. Everything is told to you. The Empress of Chu, named Wang Yanqing, is my dearest senior sister. Like your grandfather Ying Xian. She has saved me. She even saved me 4 times. I still owe her 3 lives. So, I'm sorry, kid. I don't know what to say. In short, it is impossible for me to help you avenge this. Because she is my senior sister. I can never kill her. Can you understand? At the end, Li Guanqi looked at the short-haired girl with mixed feelings in his heart. I know. However, unexpectedly, the little girl nodded lightly. Just like my aunt and those bastards. My aunt is a family member of those bastards. But this does not affect that my aunt is very good. And she is different from those very bad bastards. The same is true for you and the Empress of Chu. You and her are relatives. But that doesn't affect how good you are and how bad she is. Right? No. Not quite. Li Guanqi sighed. The Wang Yanqing in my heart is also very good. The best senior sister in the world. But today's Empress of Chu. She is not exactly the Wang Yanqing I know. She is because of for some reason. His personality changed. Can't understand. The little girl frowned. Feel sorry. Li Guanqi just bowed his head and apologized. Then will you still teach me how to practice? The little girl asked again. I will do my best without reservation. I promise your grandfather's spirit in heaven. Li Guanqi looked at her seriously. Then I will seek revenge from your senior sister. Will you stop me? The little girl continued to ask. I will lead her to avoid you and never give you a chance to meet and fight. Li Guanqi said truthfully. The little girl frowned again. Feel sorry. Li Guanqi bowed his head and apologized again. I want to call you Ying Shuang. Is that okay? Suddenly, the little girl changed the topic and started talking about names. Ying Shuang? Li Guanqi was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Why this name? I thought that after you experienced these things, well, would you like the surnaming very much? Of course, the little girl's name is not Zhou Lan. That is just a false identity tampered with by her aunt. But Li Guanqi really didn't expect that after such an experience at a young age, she would actually be willing to take the surname, Ying. It has nothing to do with that bastard. The little girl raised her head and looked at the clear night sky where the clouds gradually dispersed and the rain stopped. There was a bit of nostalgia and sadness in her golden eyes. It's my aunt. Her surname is Ying. She told me that my descendants will be better than the former Ying family was even more powerful. If this is what she wants, then I want to help her achieve it. So I am willing to continue to have the last name Ying. But not with that bastard. But with my aunt's last name. As for the word Frost, it comes from my aunt's sword. Hanging on her waist is a very beautiful long white sword called Silver Frost. It never leaves her body, and is never touched by me. She said that when I grow up, her husband can touch me, but not this sword. She said that Ying Shuang is her treasure, and is 10,000 times more important than her husband. Although she is not actually married yet. There is no husband. So I want to call her Ying Shuang. When I was fleeing with my aunt, we passed a storyteller in a small town. I heard him say that when a person grows up, many things from his childhood will be forgotten. I don't want to forget. So I'm going to use this name so that whenever someone calls my name, I can think of my aunt. Having said this, the little girl's 2 little hands clenched tightly into fists again. Although it was still drizzling in the night sky at this time, most of the dark clouds had actually dispersed. The clear moonlight was already able to shed some light on this quiet forest. Under the moonlight, there was no trace of sadness in the girl's golden eyes. And all that was left was deep determination. Then, Ying Shuang, I will try to find your aunt's silver frost sword. Li Guanqi looked at her and said softly. Really? Hearing this, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was extremely happy. I'll try. Li Guanqi smiled slightly. The smile on Xiao Ying Shuang's face became even brighter. Then, where are we going now? The girl asked again, then looked around with a hesitant look on her face. I'm not sure, but it seems like we have been walking in circles around the woods since just now. Talking while walking. Why? Are you lost? No. I'm waiting for someone. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. Why didn't he return to the grassland or Ping and Jing immediately after finding this little girl? Because I can't leave at all. In fact, as early as the same time he passed through the space portal and found Ying Shuang, he had already noticed that someone had been following the little girl, but did not show up. In addition, he also discovered that the little girl's soul was in a locked state. As long as the other party thinks about it, the little girl's soul will be crushed in an instant, and there is a high probability that he will not be able to stop it in time. Because of this, Li Guanqi did not dare to act rashly. He could only keep walking and chatting with Ying Shuang in the woods. waiting for the figure lurking in the darkness to show up. And this person lurking in the dark. The other party has an unfathomable and strange aura. Li Guanqi had never felt this kind of strange blood aura before, which made him feel uncomfortable and weird from the depths of his soul. His intuition told him that it was definitely the demon blood of his senior sister. In other words, before he found the little girl, Wang Yanqing had already been one step ahead of him and found the little girl in advance. But for some reason, Wang Yanqing just followed her and didn't show up. Why? Li Guanqi didn't know. But the answer may be revealed soon. Senior sister, there's no need to hide and seek anymore. Right. Li Guanqi stood up, held Xiao Yingshuang's hand, and looked to the shadow of the woods ahead on the left. Su. The leaves trembled. I saw a slender figure in the shadow, walking out of the drizzle and appearing under the bright moonlight, completely revealing his true face. It was a tall woman wearing a long cyan dress, with an appearance that could be described as the most beautiful in the world. She had a pair of blood-red beautiful eyes that were captivating, as if they were as charming as silk. But if you look closely, you can see that she is somewhat coquettish and bloodthirsty. Meaning, demigod level, ancient pure blood demon species. Extremely dangerous. Haven't seen you for a long time. The Empress of Chu looked at Li Guanqi, her scarlet lips slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Junior brother. Li Guanqi also looked at this close relative and old friend whom he had not seen for 2 years, with a dazed expression. After a long while, he said with complicated eyes, Long time no see. Senior sister, this is the first time I've seen you wearing clothes other than red. Does it look good? Wang Yanqing smiled, gently held the hem of her fringed skirt with both hands, and gracefully turned it around in front of him, displaying this exquisitely crafted and extremely gorgeous noble dress from front to back. The dress is beautiful and unique. The people are also beautiful and touching. But at this moment, the charming smile on Wang Yanqing's face made Li Guanqi feel less friendly. His senior sister should not be like this. What happened in the past 2 years? Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing with mixed feelings in his heart. Senior sister, can you tell your junior brother? Maybe I can do something about it. What happened? Wang Yanqing stepped forward and walked towards him slowly, her voice soft. A lot of things happened, huh? The Empress of Chu looked down. At this time, little Yingshuang was seen hiding behind Li Guanqi, looking up at Wang Yanqing's bloody eyes. Her face was pale, her body was shaking, and she was extremely frightened. Are you scared? Wang Yanqing looked at the little girl and tilted her head slightly, as if she was a little surprised. Hey, that's not okay. She suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, smiling with crooked eyes. Just seeing me makes you so scared. When you grow up in the future, how will you ask me to avenge your brother Grey Crow? Although, as she spoke, there was something strange in her eyes, and she said softly, Although when you grow up, you won't have the chance to seek revenge from me. I will definitely have it. Little Yingshuang mustered up her courage and shouted to her. I am the Ying family. I am the royal blood venerable. It will only take me 20 years at most to become the 9 palaces level. Female devil. Just wait for me. What a stupid statement. When Wang Yanqing heard this, the smile on her face became even stronger, and she smiled wildly. It's strange. I have been following you for so long, and I thought you were quite mature and smart. Why are you so stupid now, or? The Empress turned her head slightly, looked at Li Guanqi beside her, and said with a smile, Is it this elder brother who gave you the courage to be stupid? Why? Li Guanqi looked at her and frowned slightly. Senior sister, I'm still late. You found her earlier than me, but you never showed up until now. Why? It's just an accident. Wang Yanqing shrugged and chuckled. Now that I have found her, she can't run away, so I just followed her for a walk. But junior brother, you can actually run in from outside the Great Wall, which really surprises me. How did you do it? Huh? Can you take your senior sister out for a walk? Li Guanqi looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar woman with mixed feelings in his heart. It's demon blood. Li Guanqi suddenly said. It's this bloodline that originated from the mythical era that changed you. Right. Senior sister? Change? Wang Yanqing's lips curled up slightly, and she shook her head slightly. It's not the change. It's its awakening that made me become my true self. What about you? Junior brother? Have you found your true self? As she spoke, the beautiful woman approached Li Guanqi, stretched out her white right hand, and gently touched Li Guanqi's face. Her nails were as sharp and long as a ghost, and they were as scarlet as blood. They scratched Li Guanqi's face, giving him an indescribable touch. The two of them were very close, almost physically touching. Because of this, Li Guanqi was able to feel the smell of Wang Yanqing more clearly. It was a smell that caused his body to appear in a strange state. It's a bit like burning with desire. But if you feel it carefully, it's more like boiling anger and surging murderous intent. It's very strange. You have not. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi, who was close at hand, exhaled like blue, and whispered in his ear. You haven't found your true self at all. You haven't seen the memory of your ancestors. It's a pity. But it's also amazing. I originally thought that you could cultivate so quickly because, like me, you had awakened a bloodline that was far beyond this era. So you were able to form a dimension-reducing blow. It turned out not to be. But this is even more astonishing. You haven't fully awakened the ancestral bloodline at all. But you still achieve such achievements today. It's really amazing. Junior brother. Senior sister. What on earth are you talking about? Li Guanqi frowned, extremely surprised. Billions of years ago, in that ancient era that has completely disappeared in the long river of history. Wang Yanqing raised his head, pointed at the bright crescent moon in the sky with his right hand, and said softly, Did you see it? It's right there. On that beautiful moon. At least half of the craters on it are from that year. That battle. The battle that leveled the entire moon. War. Moon? Li Guanqi became increasingly confused. It seems you really don't know anything. Wang Yanqing murmured softly, looking at the moon in the night sky. The blood in his eyes became more intense. Junior brother, your ancestors and other ancient races joined forces there back then to annihilate our demon race until they were almost extinct. Chapter 705. The merits and demerits of my life will be commented by future generations. So, hearing Wang Yanqing's words, Li Guanqi was immediately stunned to the extreme. He looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him and said in disbelief, So, senior sister and I are blood feuds? That's it. Wang Yanqing smiled slightly, took a few steps back, and distanced herself from Li Guanqi. This is ridiculous. Li Guanqi looked at her with bewilderment on his face. Even if this is true, as you said, it happened hundreds of millions of years ago. It is the grudges and grudges of our ancestors. Could it be that you want to say now, we want to pursue this grudge that happened hundreds of millions of years ago, and then we turn from brothers and sisters to enemies? You haven't truly awakened your bloodline. Wang Yanqing shook his head, with a calm expression. If you knew what my demon ancestor had done to you ancestors of the ancient race, then maybe you would be the one who wants revenge more than me. But this is not the case. It's normal. After all, you haven't awakened, and you haven't gained any memories. Naturally, it's like listening to other people's stories, and you have no feelings at all. I can't accept it. Li Guanqi frowned. It is me who determines my behavior, not the memory of my ancestors. Then, change the topic. Wang Yanqing's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled. Let's not talk about the grievances between our ancestors, but let's talk about our generation. Junior brother, you are an extraordinary person who came from another world. That system God issued an order to you. He wants you extraordinary beings to unify the world and establish a unified dynasty. Only in this way will he allow you people from other worlds to return to other worlds and return to your hometown. Junior brother, you are indeed working hard for this. You even used a very beautiful banner for world peace. The grassland situation also provides you with a perfect opportunity. The three major orc tribes conquered each other, setting off a grassland war. And you conquered the three major beast tribes and used a temporary war to bring peace to the grassland, which is completely consistent with the banner you set. You believe that a temporary war can be exchanged for long-term peace. As long as there is no distinction between countries in the world, the war can be calmed down. This is also your slogan when facing the people. Well, indeed, although it cannot completely calm down, it can indeed minimize the war. I have the same idea as you. But the question is, who should be the person who does this? Having said this, Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi, tilted his head slightly, and asked curiously, Junior brother, should this person be you? The person who creates a unified dynasty and establishes peace in our world should be an outsider. This is another person. What's the point? And is the Dao dynasty you established very stable? It seems not. A group of dragons who think highly of themselves only obey you because you are the king of dragons. A group of strange orcs are willing to surrender and not cause trouble just because you are strong enough. Otherwise, they are still fighting until now. And the prairie people? Ha! Their senior leaders are all a bunch of cowards. If you hadn't appeared, they would have all been slaughtered by the Kajik clan in a few days. The Sakura Shogunate and the Toil Islands are just small places worth mentioning. These guys are gathered together by you alone. And they seem to be a big force. But in fact they are in chaos. Once you, the Emperor, no longer exist, this dynasty will fall apart in an instant and completely collapse. Maybe you can say that as long as you stay here, this problem will never arise. As time goes by, take 10 years, 100 years, or hundreds of years, you will definitely be able to thoroughly deal with the internal affairs of the dynasty and make them stable. But, can you? Junior brother, senior sister, I really want to ask you a question. If you successfully lead the Dao dynasty to unify the world, turn the dynasty that occupies one place into a dynasty that occupies the whole world, and complete the mission issued by the system god, what happens next? What are you going to do next? Assuming that the system god's mission reward is that you no longer have to travel between two worlds and can choose a world to settle down permanently. Then, which world will you choose? Your real-world hometown? Or is this another world that is obviously normal, but is called a weird world by the system god? How would you choose? Are you choosing to return to the real world for the sake of your parents and loved ones? But if this happens, without you, the Dao dynasty in the strange world will soon fall apart, and each force will become independent again. They will bring an even more unprecedented chaotic war to this world, and the people will be devastated. Or will you give up your parents and loved ones for the sake of world peace and the eternal peace you promised to the people of the world, and choose to settle in this strange world forever? Be your great emperor, and be a loner? But in this case, you will never see your parents and lover again. Talk. Li Guanqi. Tell me, what would you choose? Answer my question directly. At this point, Wang Yanqing suddenly raised his voice, took 2 steps forward, approached Li Guanqi again, and faced him face to face. No one said it was a multiple-choice question. Li Guanqi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, and this question is wrong. At least as of now. I don't know the final specific situation. And you don't know either, senior sister. So your assumption about the outcome of this matter is simply not valid. You're running away, Wang Yanqing said loudly. Her blood-red eyes stared at Li Guanqi. Don't run away. I told you to answer my question head-on. Don't you dare answer? Well, let me answer it for you. If you choose to give up everything here for your family, it means that you are willing to watch the Dao dynasty collapse and watch the world war reignite. If so, aren't you hypocritical? You established the Dao dynasty one by one for the eternal peace of this world. But in fact it was just to complete the system tasks. Just so that you could return to your hometown. And just for your own selfish desires. Do you really not think you are hypocritical for using such an above-board banner for your own selfish desires? Don't you think? Besides, in the Battle of Xuanya King City, you and the Minotaur King killed each other. The aftermath of the battle directly destroyed most of the city. And millions of people died. Is that just the Tauren King's fault? No. You obviously have other options. You can choose to practice slowly. And when you are strong enough, you can use more crushing combat power to directly solve the problem. In this way, there will be no need to start a big war. And naturally there will be no innocent casualties. Just like you go to Sakura Shogunate Hyankyo and kill the Tiger King and the Lion King. Why are you so eager to start a war? Because you know, you can wait. But those real humans who came to the strange world because of the sinkhole incident can't wait. So you are in a hurry. Eager to start a war. Anxious to create a dynasty. You are anxious to create a safe haven for the humans in the real world. And for the people in your hometown. So that they can have a place to stay. So you've made your decision. You know exactly what the consequences of this decision will be. First of all, those real humans who appear on the grassland will be rescued. But at the same time, the innocent people in Xuanya King City will inevitably suffer casualties. But you still made this decision. You made the decision knowing the consequences. What does this mean? It means that you have acquiesced in your heart that those people from your hometown in the real world are more important than those people in Xuanya King City. Do you think the lives of the people in your hometown are more important than those of the orcs? You are judging the quality of life. Of course, this is understandable. The world is not black and white. There is no right or wrong in the world. Only positions. Who are you after all? You are Li Guanqi, an extraordinary king from the real world. Thinking about your hometown people, who also come from the real world, is an absolutely correct thing. No one can say anything wrong about you. Even those humans in the real world should treat you be regarded as a hero and a savior. But isn't this hypocritical? In your heart, the lives of people in your hometown are obviously far more important than the lives of our strange world. But even so, you still want to create a dynasty to govern the world under the banner of eternal peace. Junior brother. Having said this, Wang Yanqing's mood gradually calmed down, and she leaned into Li Guanqi's ear, breathed out at him, and said softly, "You are so hypocritical. But it is said that emperors are hypocritical. So thinking about it, you really deserve to be he's made to be an emperor." Li Guanqi's face was expressionless and his expression was dull. Damn it. No wonder it's a devil. At this time, Xu Yingkong's voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. This is so damn good at deceiving people. Master, don't listen to this devil's nonsense. She is not your senior sister Wang Yanqing at all, but a real devil. You don't want to say something to refute? Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi, who was very close at hand, and narrowed her beautiful eyes. On the contrary, I want to know what you really want to express when you say so much. Li Guanqi looked at the Empress of Chu and said calmly, "What you said is right. What should I refute? I did this with selfish motives. You are right. On the eve of the battle in Xuanya King City, I have made a comparison and choice between life and life from my own standpoint. This is a fact, and I don't need to refute or defend anything. If you say it is my fault and sin, then I admit it. What about my merits? After that battle, I killed the Tauren King and liberated 1/3 of the grassland territory, allowing countless weak orcs to successfully escape from the brutal slavery of the Tauren clan and never have to go there again. A day of uncertainty about life and death. And immediately afterwards, my army successively liberated large tracts of grassland territory, allowing the tiger and lion tribes to retreat into the royal city, and liberating the weak orcs who were enslaved by the ligers and tiger tribes, who freed them from the miserable life of slaves. It's Khan. It's me. It's all because of me. It was me, Li Guanqi, who allowed those weak orcs to gain freedom and human rights. Until now, they are praising the greatness of Tian Khan in their tribes, and building statues for me to worship day and night. This is my merit. Of course my country is not a paradise where everyone is happy. I am even certain that no matter how hard I try, there will still be people in my country who are unhappy. And there will still be people at the bottom of society, suffering bullying and oppression. But I can guarantee that even those at the bottom of society are still better off than being slaves under the 3 major orcs. At least, they will not be working today and be captured by the powerful orcs tomorrow. Pot made for dinner. I admit that I founded the Dao dynasty with selfish motives. The so-called eternal peace of the world was indeed a beautiful banner I used to win people's hearts and stabilize the people. But so what? Someone once told me that selfishness and righteousness are not in conflict. I did do it selfishly. But is there a difference? At least my actions have liberated and saved many people, including real humans, as well as orcs and humans in this weird world. Their praise of me will not change in any way because of my selfishness. Because this world only values results. No one cares about a person's original intention. People only care about his success or failure. This has been the case throughout the ages. When it comes to major events in the world, one's deeds are ignored, regardless of my original intentions. My deeds and actions are all facts. Those weak orcs who were liberated, their lives escaped from the sea of suffering, and their praises to me are all facts. Of course, what happened during my battle in Xuanya King City is also true. Therefore, I have both merits and demerits in my life, and I will not refute it, let alone justify it. I will not let any historians glorify me. I will order them to write it all truthfully. After I die, or after I leave, my life's deeds will be recorded in black and white history books. Every word is true, and can be read by everyone in the world. Tian Khan, Emperor of the Wu Dynasty. Li Guanqi's life, merits and demerits, will be commented by future generations. Everything I do, I have a clear conscience. I, Li Guanqi, am a human being, not a sage whose thoughts are as sacred as the sun. My life cannot be all about merit and no mistakes. I cannot have everyone worship me. There will always be people who hate me and are hostile to me. But at the same time, there are always people who love and respect me. It's you. Having said this, Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him and said calmly, "A pure-blooded demon? You enslaved the 8 kingdoms pillars. But why did they surrender to you? Because of faith? Because of respect? Because of your charisma? No, neither. They simply succumbed to your demonic power. And your power doesn't even come from yourself. It just comes from your blood. It's just a gift from your ancestors. You devils all like to make fun of other people's hearts. Don't you? Focusing on the heart? Unfortunately, you can't attack anything. Hypocrisy or selfishness. I don't care. I only know that what I want to do. My heart and my will not be shaken by your few words. Now, there is no need to talk anymore. I like chatting with my senior sister very much. But you are not my senior sister. You are not Wang Yanqing. You are too strange. But it doesn't matter. I will find a way. I will make your devil disappear. And then let the real Wang Yanqing come back. And this day will never be too far away. After saying that, Li Guanqi took the hand of little Ing Shuang beside him, stepped forward, and passed by the expressionless Wang Yanqing. However, before Li Guanqi took a few steps, Wang Yanqing suddenly smiled. Very good. The Empress of Chu turned around and looked at Li Guanqi with her blood-red eyes. She raised her right hand and gently tapped her head with the red nail of her index finger. At least your performance just now should be able to make me happy. Is she happy? Even though you broke your promise to her? No. You are wrong. I have never violated anything. Li Guanqi stopped, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, I once promised my senior sister that I would never participate in court battles in this life, and never think about those rights and status. And to this day, I can still say with a clear conscience that I have never participated in any court disputes, let alone pursued any power. Now, we have to go. Remove your soul lock on her. At the end of his speech, Li Guanqi looked back at Wang Yanqing, his deep blue eyes looking extremely cold. From the very beginning to now, from the moment he found Ing Shuang in this forest, he had discovered that the little girl's soul was in a locked state. If he is not careful, the little girl's soul will be crushed directly, and he will have no time to stop it. And it was the Empress of Chu who locked onto Ing Shuang's soul. You can leave. And so can she. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and chuckled. However, before leaving, you must first let her go to Luo Di Mountain with me, ignite the De Luo Emperor flame, and hand over the national operation of the De Luo dynasty to me. Otherwise, you can leave. But she can't. Junior brother, I know there is another ancient bloodline in your body. Should you call it the blood of Tongyu? I know that you can come and go freely with the ability of this bloodline. So you can run around the world so confidently. But not this little girl. Once you take her into the underworld, she will die in an instant. So, pick one. You must obediently ask her to hand over the operation of Daluo Kingdom to me, and then I will return her to you intact. Or, you took her away by force, and then held her body in the netherworld. Chapter 706 Wei Mo's father. Wei Guozu. The clouds and rain have dispersed. In the quiet woods, Li Guanqi held Xiao Shuang's hand, looked at Wang Yanqing a few steps away, and said in a deep voice, Is this the only purpose of catching her? So, do you want her to transfer the great Luo Kingdom to you? After that, you will give up the pursuit of the Ying family in Daluo? It's within the territory of Dechu. The Empress of Chu gently corrected her, then smiled and said, As for your question, of course, since I have won the national destiny, I am not interested in doing meaningless things like eradicating the roots. I don't care at all. However, it needs to be made clear that there were not many Ying family members in Dechu. Before I came out, those 8 idiots basically massacred the Ying royal family to near death. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so hard to find. The remaining ones are basically the side branches of the Ying family. The only true royal family left is the one you have in your hands. That is to say, Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the little Ing Shuang who was holding his right hand. They were one big and one small, their eyes facing each other. Is this the only granddaughter left among Luo Di's direct descendants? If the Luo Emperor you are talking about refers to the Shenmu Emperor Ing Xian, it is true. Wang Yanqing said calmly. Li Guanqi sighed silently. Luo Di, although you have said before that you are neither a good husband nor a good father, and you have no feelings for your concubines and children. But if you were told that the only granddaughter left in your lineage is a lonely granddaughter, and she is also an illegitimate daughter who has been bullied since she was a child, I don't know how you would feel, but I won't be alone anymore. From now on, she will have me by her side, and I will take care of your descendants. If I can't repay the kindness directly to you, then repay it to your descendants. Ing Shuang. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi knelt down, rubbed little Ing Shuang's head. His eyes softened, Let's go and make a real settlement between the Daluo dynasty and the Ying family. Okay? Don't worry. Nothing will happen. It won't change anything. I promise. So, what exactly is the transfer of national destiny? Little Ying Xuan was a little confused and looked at Wang Yanqing on the other side warily. Transferring national destiny means. Li Guanqi thought about his words, and then said, that is to say, as the last emperor of Daluo, you must entrust everything in the Daluo dynasty to her. From now on, the history of your family will completely become a thing of the past, and has nothing to do with you. From now on, you are just Ying Xuan, not a descendant of the Daluo royal family. You can choose your own life according to your own heart. And I will try my best to let you live a free life. I understand. Little Ying Xuan nodded slightly. Let's go. Li Guanqi stood up and took her little hand. I'm glad you made the right choice. Seeing this scene, Wang Yanqing smiled and raised her hand to tear open a crack in the space that distorted the colorful brilliance. So, do you invite me first? Or should I leave first? But it doesn't make any difference to you. Right? For you, there is no dangerous place in the world that cannot be reached. So I will take the first step. Having said that, the Empress of Chu stepped into it, and in the blink of an eye her figure was engulfed in colorful brilliance. However, even so, the soul lock on Xiao Ying Xuan still exists. Is she the same as the senior sister in your impression? After seeing Wang Yanqing leave, Xiao Ying Xuan suddenly raised his head, looked at Li Guanqi and asked, not the same person at all. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Don't even say it's specious. Everything has changed completely. She didn't look so charming before. She was just a pretty and sassy big sister. But she before was nothing like what she is now. It's much more cordial. When I look at the woman just now, I can't even say the word senior sister. Then will she become your former senior sister? Xiao Ying Xuan asked again. Yes, I will, Li Guanqi said seriously. Then after she changes back, can she still be considered my enemy? Xiao Ying Xuan asked again. However, this question suddenly made Li Guanqi look stiff, and he didn't know how to answer. The answer to this question is for you to decide for yourself when you grow up. Li Guanqi looked down at the short-haired little girl, smiled and rubbed her head. I can't give this answer. And the answers I gave can't be counted. When you grow up in the future, you will have your own values. After understanding your outlook on life, ask yourself this question again. My aunt is from the Ying family, and I am also from the Ying family. Little Ying Xuan lowered her head and looked at the water on the ground. Through the reflection of the water, she looked at her own pair of golden vertical pupils and said softly, but the 8 kingdoms pillars, especially the people of the Wei family, they massacred many Ying family members, including my aunt. I want to avenge them. Not for anything else. Just for my aunt. Brother Grey Crow and I have only known each other for less than half a day. But he is very kind to me, and I want to avenge him. Unlike Ba Guizhu, Brother Grey Crow was killed by those guys with red eyes. And the people with red eyes were all subordinates of the Empress of Chu. So she was also my enemy. At this point, Little Ying Xuan looked up at Li Guanqi and said seriously, so, if you don't kill me now, then when I grow up, I will definitely seek revenge on her. Huh? Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Okay, I'll wait and see. Then you have to practice hard. Otherwise you won't be able to beat her in the future. But when you go to fight with her, I will stand by her cheering for you. Little Ying Xuan wrinkled her little nose. Forget it if you don't believe me. Anyway, I will definitely have the strength to take revenge in the future. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Who is Wang Yanqing? The system prompts that it is clearly shown as demigod level, ancient pure blood demon species, which is not the same level as the ancient bloodline in the New Era. In terms of strength, it is now very likely to be on the same level as Luo Di. Why can Xiao Ying Xuan defeat Wang Yanqing? Just because she is the royal blood venerable. It's not like there have never been emperor-blooded sages in the history of Daluo. But Shenwu Emperor Ying Xuanke is the only one. Although little Ying Xuan showed the same characteristics as Luo Di as a member of the Ying family royal family. She was born without cultivation. Although this was in line with Luo Di's growth trajectory during his childhood, Li Guanqi still didn't think that little Ying Xuan could grow up to the same level as Luo Di. Luo Di's power is more due to his martial arts power of the closer to death, the stronger the fighting power, which is almost synonymous with counterattack in desperate situations. The reason why Luo Di was able to comprehend the power of martial arts was most likely due to his 10 years of anonymous training. But little Ying Xuan, Li Guanqi always felt that no matter how talented little Ling Shuang was, she might end up like Han Mengyao in the real world when she was around him. Due to being overprotected by him, she lacked training and could not reach the level she should have reached. This is very possible. Many things prove this. In this parallel time and space in the strange world, Pluto, or he, died at the beginning of the end of the world. Then Han Mengyao became independent and later became the god of fire who led mankind out of the end of the world and became one of the great leaders in the extraordinary history of mankind. But in the presence of him, such as Han Mengyao in real time and space, the growth trajectory is completely different. After all, flowers grown in a greenhouse are destined not to be strong enough. But Li Guanqi's own character determines that as long as conditions permit, he will always habitually protect the people around him in the greenhouse. Even if he knows that letting go may make the other person a better person. But he was reluctant to let the other party endure the wind and rain and setbacks. Is this a character flaw? Maybe. But Li Guanqi estimates that it will be difficult for him to change in this life. What's on your mind? At this time, Xiao Shuang's voice interrupted Li Guanqi's thoughts and brought his attention back. Nothing. Let's go! Li Guanqi held the hand of the short-haired little girl and walked towards the crack in space that Wang Yanqing tore open in front of him. After chatting for so long, I guess she is getting anxious on the other side. Two figures, one big and one small, slowly stepped into the crack in space. Call. It's freezing cold at high places, and the wind is howling. As soon as Li Guanqi and Xiao Shuang walked out of the space crack, they felt a bone-chilling wind blowing in front of them. However, before Li Guanqi could cast the cold-avoiding spell on her, a fiery red bead flew over from the wind and snow next to her, suspended on top of little Ling Shuang's head, and released a burst of warmth, making her instantly feel no chill at all, only warmth. Li Guanqi turned around and looked. I saw hundreds of figures looming in the depths of the wind and snow. I couldn't see their specific appearances. I could only see pairs of blood-red eyes in the blur of the wind and snow. A beautiful figure, wearing a blue dress, stood at the front of the crowd. She was the one who just threw the red beads. The Empress of Chu, Wang Yanqing. The cultivation levels of the people around her vary widely, ranging from the 9 palace level to the 4 elephant level. They are obviously not here to show off. But judging from their blood-red eyes, it is obvious that they have all been enslaved by Wang Yanqing using the power of demons. Li Guanqi didn't know why these people were here. He only knew that the 8 figures standing in the depths of the wind and snow were all demigod level, different blood warrior. The 8 demigods. Centaur Mitch. L's information is correct. The 8 pillars of the past have indeed become the 8 demigods. However, there is a slight difference. According to Mitch, L's information, the 8 kingdoms pillars took one step further and reached the semi-god level by occupying the national destiny of a state. However, now, although the Chu dynasty has not been formally established, the 8 kingdoms pillars have already officially dissolved their kingdom and took the initiative to take the throne. As a result, they no longer have the power to unite the country's fortunes. But they are still demigods now, and they are demigods recognized by the system, without any moisture at all. In other words, Wang Yanqing's demonic power can not only enslave the 8 kingdoms pillars, but also slightly increase their power, allowing them to continue to maintain the level of demigods. It's really a bug-like abnormal ability. This is Luo Di Mountain, the imperial mountain that symbolizes the imperial power of De Luo. At this time, Wang Yanqing's voice came from the wind and snow, and she waved to Xiao Shuang with a smile. Come here. There is still a while before dawn. I will dress you up. After all, you will be the emperor of Daluo later. If your identity ignites the emperor's flames, you can't be so shabby wearing rags. Little Ling Shuang just looked at her coldly. Ignore people? Wang Yanqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, stretched out her right hand, and raised her fingers to the side. Immediately afterwards, a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a purple robe with blood-red eyes came forward respectfully from the side and respectfully presented a long sword with a snow-white scabbard with both hands. Demigod level, different blood warrior. Wei Guozhu. Li Guanqi looked at this semi-god warrior, his eyes slightly focused. He had checked the world's intelligence when he was in the grassland, and he naturally recognized the appearance of the 8 high-level officials of Daluo. And among them, it was impossible to miss the appearance of Wei Guozhu. Wei Guozhu. Wei Tianhe. In this era, the real son of Tongyu, the biological father of Wei Mo. Wei Mo. Wei Danqing. This is the name Wei Tianhe personally gave to his eldest son. However, when Wei Mo was diagnosed with dwarfism, The same man personally ordered Wei Mo to be hid in the snow, kept Wei Mo in captivity in a dark place, and then announced to the public that his eldest son had unfortunately died young. Li Guanqi thought about going to talk to this man, but he really didn't expect that it would be today, huh? Suddenly, Li Guanqi felt his sleeve being pulled, and his attention immediately returned to his side. I saw Little Ing Shuang at his feet, with an anxious face at this time. Sword! Little Ing Shuang pointed to the snow-white sword in Wang Yanqing's hand on the other side, and was so anxious that she almost jumped up on the spot. That's my aunt's sword. How could it be in the hands of that female devil? Of course, it will be in her hands. Li Guanqi was a little helpless. You said that the person your aunt dealt with claimed his surname Wei, so he was naturally from the Jiugong level of the Wei family. After that person died together with your aunt, it was naturally someone from the Wei family who came to deal with the aftermath. Not just with a sword. I am afraid that all your aunt's relics are in the hands of the Wei family and her. Although, the spy named Grey Crow should have appeared next to the two bodies at the first time. But Grey Crow's professionalism as a senior spy would definitely not make the stupid mistake of randomly touching corpses. As long as any item had a positioning function that he could not find out, his life would be over. So for the sake of safety, it was impossible to touch the body. Because of this, it is reasonable for Aunt Ing Shuang's sword to appear in Wang Yanqing's hands. Give it back to me! Ing Shuang glared at Wang Yanqing fiercely with her golden vertical pupils. Wang Yanqing, on the other hand, held a snow-white sword in his arms, pretending to be deaf, turned his head to look at the wind and snow on the horizon, and said to Wei Guozhu beside him, Look! The moon is so beautiful! Wei Guozhu lowered his head and remained silent. But a few drops of cold sweat instantly fell from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Li Guanqi was surprised by the scene. What kind of posture does Wang Yanqing usually have in the Dacha Palace that makes this semi-god level national pillar so scared? Hello! At this time, seeing Wang Yanqing ignoring him, Ing Shuang shouted at him again. But Wang Yanqing was still holding the snow-white sword, turning a deaf ear and completely ignoring him. She ignored me? Ing Shuang looked up at Li Guanqi and tugged on his sleeve. Because you just ignored her. Li Guanqi spread his hands helplessly. Just now Wang Yanqing called Xiao Ing Shuang over, saying that he wanted to dress her up. But Xiao Ing Shuang would not look kindly on her enemies and ignored her at all. Then now Wang Yanqing took out the Ing Shuang sword. This time it was Xiao Ing Shuang's turn to be anxious, while the one who ignored others became Wang Yanqing. So what is this doing? Are you angry? Li Guanqi was a little confused, but he thought this might be a good thing, because it meant that the playful personality that belonged to the original Wang Yanqing had not disappeared. Then it might also mean that the other personalities that belonged to the original Wang Yanqing had not disappeared either. Still have a chance. There must still be opportunities and ways. Go over. She needs you to transfer the fate of Daliu 100%. And she won't harm you. Li Guanqi patted Little Ing Shuang's head and said softly. Little Ing Shuang frowned, looking back and forth between Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing on the other side. Finally, she nodded and reluctantly walked towards Wang Yanqing. Along the way, those with red eyes, including Ba Guozhu, all lowered their heads to avoid them, and no one dared to block the way. Ah! Who is this? When she walked up to Wang Yanqing, who was holding the sword in his arms, pretended to be confused and asked, Where is the kid who ignored me just now? Little sister, do you know that kid? Little Ing Shuang had a drooped face and stretched out her right hand with a look of displeasure on her face. Give me the sword back. It belongs to my aunt, not yours. Then you have to stand still first. Wang Yanqing knelt down and smiled at her. Well, Little Ing Shuang sighed reluctantly. Also, let me teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Wang Yanqing inserted the silver frost sword into the snow next to him, and then said softly, There is never a must-be-who thing in this world. Whoever has the biggest fist can occupy everything in the world. Oh, sorry. After saying that, the Empress of Chu turned to look at Li Guanqi and chuckled. I don't like teaching beautiful fairy tales to children. She's not a child who needs a nice fairy tale. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. But this has nothing to do with fairy tales or not. What you said is wrong. Isn't it right? It is true that the values are wrong. But this sentence is a fact of the world. After Wang Yanqing finished speaking, she looked away, took out a small black bead from her sleeve robe, and crushed it. After that, her and Xiao Ing Shuang's figures were shrouded in black mist, and even the power of their souls could not be penetrated. Are you changing clothes while blocking the line of sight? Li Guanqi could feel that Xiao Ing Shuang's aura was still in the black mist. so he felt a little relieved, and then walked towards Wei Guozhu and Wei Tianhe, who were wearing purple robes. You are enslaved by her using demonic power. Do you still have self-awareness? Li Guanqi walked up to this demigod-level warrior and said straight to the point. We even know very well that we were forcibly enslaved. Wei Tianhe sighed. But we can't resist any of her orders, nor can we do anything detrimental to her. This is a extremely tortured state. I can't describe it accurately in words. Emperor Wu, I can even tell you directly now that if you can kill me or kill that woman, I will be very grateful to you. But once you do it, I will use all my strength to defend myself and her. My life is safe, and I have absolutely no control over my actions. Devil, isn't it? Another demigod-level woman next to her smiled very sadly. How I wish she could directly change my thoughts and make me respect her as my master from the bottom of my heart. Instead of thinking like this now. It is one's own. But the behavior is not controlled at all. This is the real power of the devil, which makes people desperate and unable to commit suicide. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. Demon. Indeed. This is the truly torturous act of evil. Wei Tianhe. After a while, Li Guanqi looked at the former daimyo Wei Guozhu and said solemnly, I know your eldest son. Wei Mo. Wei Danqing. Danqing? As soon as these words came out, the expression of this demigod-level alien blood warrior suddenly changed dramatically, and his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 707 The exact same future. As soon as Li Guanqi said this, the 7 national pillars next to him were slightly stunned. Do you know his eldest son? The demigod woman who just spoke looked at Li Guanqi blankly, and then looked at Wei Tianhe in surprise. Old Wei, I remember that your eldest son died at the age of 5. Didn't he? This Emperor Wu actually knows you. Eldest son? Shut up. Gu? Wei Tianhe shouted in a deep voice. The female demigod immediately shrugged, but really didn't say anything further. One of the 8 pillars of Daoyu. Ji Guozhu. Gu. If they are related, Wei Tianhe is actually her brother-in-law. However, this so-called marriage relationship between aristocratic and wealthy families has the most flexible bottom line. When necessary, everyone can use the name of marriage to form an alliance and seek common interests. When not needed, they will be killed regardless of whether they are relatives or not. How is he doing now? Wei Tianhe walked up to Li Guanqi. His majestic figure of more than 2 meters could even allow him to slightly overlook Li Guanqi. The demigod warrior did not speak, but asked questions via soul transmission. I thought you would be disgusted or angry after hearing this name. Li Guanqi frowned slightly, and also chose to answer with soul transmission. After all, aren't you daimyo people all this virtuous? At least your majestic Wei Guozhu is not an exception. Isn't it you who ordered Wei Mo to be hidden? Time will dilute a lot of things. When Wei Tianhe heard this, his eyes suddenly darkened and his expression was complicated. It wasn't until a few years after he suddenly disappeared on the day he was 12 years old, and until I gave birth to several more children, that I finally understood that that child was more than just a child. Disgusting disability. Not only disgusting spell constitution. He is also my son. My first son. Li Guanqi was silent. Wei Tianhe is over 800 years old this year. However, Wei Mo was born more than 80 years ago. Wei Tianhe has never been a womanizer in his life, or he is not very interested in all kinds of fun. There are only 2 things he can do in this life. Martial arts. Fight for power. Besides practicing martial arts, his favorite thing is fighting for power in the court. Because of this, it was not until he was over 700 years old that Wei Tianhe finally married the sister of the contemporary Ji Guozhu, had a political marriage, and then gave birth to a son who inherited the Wei family's blood. But this eldest son, whom he named Wei Mo and Wei Danqing, was born with weak blood and very poor talent for blood. Wei Tianhe disagreed with this, and even made bold remarks on the day when the abnormal blood test results came out, saying that no matter how talented Wei Guozhu's son was, he would be the one to ensure his prosperity and wealth for the rest of his life. But he didn't expect that the real result would be worse than this. Wei Mo's blood was getting weaker and weaker, almost non-existent, and his height growth was getting slower and slower. He was finally diagnosed with dwarfism and the existence of surgical organs in his body. His eldest son, Wei Guozhu, has the most disgusting, cursed physique. Have you ever regretted it? Li Guanqi looked at Wei Tianhe in front of him and asked suddenly. I regret it. Wei Tianhe lowered his head with a sad expression. I'm glad I got that answer. Li Guanqi shook his head gently. But it's a pity that it's meaningless. Regret is the most meaningless thing in the world. He can't change anything. The fact is the fact. The fact is that you showed no mercy to your eldest son. He had a terrible childhood. When Waymo was 5 years old, he was diagnosed with dwarfism. After he was diagnosed with a talent for spells, you lied to the public about his death, hid him in the snow, and locked him up in a remote courtyard. He never saw you or your family again. Wife sighed. You sent only one servant to look after him, but he suffered all the bullying from that servant. Throughout the year, only on his birthday could he be taken for a walk through the streets by his servants, with his face covered. This was the only day in the year that he could leave the courtyard. This is the childhood that you, the father, gave to Waymo with your own hands. Miserable and desperate. And did he have a good adulthood? Wei Tianhe raised his eyes to look at Li Guanqi, his eyes full of hope. He was secretly taken away by the Conjuring Academy. Right? Those conjuring masters discovered his excellent conjuring talent. So they took him away. So you will get to know him. How is he doing at the Conjuring Academy? No. Li Guanqi raised his head, looked at the snowy sky in the night, and said softly, on Wei Mo's birthday when he was 12 years old, a man named Ying took him away. When? Wei Tianhe's bloody pupils suddenly shrank. Ying Xiao? Ying Xiao's talents were all obtained by plundering Wei Mo. Li Guanqi looked at this great Luo Guozhu and said in a deep voice, it was Ying Xiao who took him away from Luo Jing, taught him cultivation, taught him spells, and allowed him to spend his time in an environment where spellcasters were respected. 13 years of carefree life, where instead of being looked down upon by others, they were respected by others. But all this is required. Ying Xiao's real purpose is to plunder the blood of Tongyu in Wei Mo's body. And he succeeded. Wei Mo only lived a good life for 13 years. And then everything was taken away by Ying Xiao himself. He lost his talent for spells. His cultivation level plummeted. And he eventually became a desolate old man with less than 1 yuan level, living in seclusion in southern Xinjiang, ready to die of old age in that barren land filled with insects and snakes, and end his miserable life. And he met me a few months before he died of old age. He accepted me as his disciple and taught me spells. Then, he discovered my talent for spells, and he wanted to take me away, just like Ying Xiao did to him back then. But maybe Wei Mo softened up in the middle. Or maybe, rather than succeeding in seizing the body, Wei Mo actually wanted to see the shadow of his past in a specious young man, and see the different endings of the same fate. Finally, he saw it. That's a different ending. I escaped the fate of having my body taken away from me. I killed him with my own hands, killing the first master in my cultivation career. At this point, Li Guanqi stopped, and Wei Tianhe's expression gradually changed from shock and anger at the beginning to regret and sadness. And he kept sighing. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a huge mountain. Li Guanqi looked around at the hundreds of Daluo people around him, and said softly, this sentence is most suitable for the Daluo dynasty. Perhaps Luo Shihuang's personal discriminatory concept was initially influenced by the Great Wall of Heaven to all Daluo people. But perhaps as time goes by, it is no longer the Great Wall that discriminates against spellcasters, but Daluo people themselves. Just because of this unreasonable concept of discrimination, how many tragedies have happened in this land in the past 3,000 years? It's really ridiculous and hateful. Wei Tianhe, do you know that Ying Xiao wants to carry out genocide on the Daluo people and completely kill all the Daluo people in order to completely eliminate this concept of discrimination? This plan is of course absurd, but I have read his childhood experience. Although I don't agree with his idea, but I know very well why he had this idea. Don't worry. De Chu is not Daluo. Suddenly, a woman chuckled. From now on, the Great Chu dynasty will not have this kind of discriminatory concept. If someone dares to discriminate against a conjurer, I will turn him into a demon slave and forcefully change his mind. Hearing this voice, Wei Guozhu's body suddenly trembled. He lowered his head, wiped the corners of his eyes, and forcibly changed his original sad look to an expressionless face. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at the black fog not far away. The black fog gradually dissipated, and the figures of Wang Yanqing and Xiao Shuang, one large and one small, slowly appeared in his sight. At this time, Wang Yanqing no longer wore a cyan dress, but put on a golden imperial robe, embroidered with patterns of stars, moons, mountains, lakes and seas, but without the sun. She did not wear any imperial crown, but carefully combed her black hair. She still scattered part of her hair on her back, and the part that was combed and coiled was decorated with many jewelry and hairpins. For embellishment, there is even a beautiful ruby forehead ornament on the forehead, which looks extremely beautiful and noble. As for Fendai, Li Guanqi couldn't tell whether Wang Yanqing was wearing makeup, but her original lip color was as red as blood, and with her fair skin and stunning face, she didn't need any makeup. Next to Wang Yanqing, little Ling Shuang held a snow-white sword in her arms that was taller than herself. Her aunt's silver frost sword. Wang Yanqing fulfilled her promise, and after dressing up, she also returned the sword to Xiao Shuang. At this time, Xiao Shuang, of course, changed her original image of a down-and-out rural girl. She washed her face and put on a beautiful gold and green long dress. The gold base showed her noble status, and the green pattern highlighted her. A bit of childlike innocence. Although at this time, little Ling Shuang didn't look childish and innocent at all. Only a little face that was extremely unhappy. In addition, Li Guanqi also noticed that her short ear-length hair, which was originally not long, was actually combed into 2 braids hanging down on her chest by Wang Yanqing. Hair extensions? Or use some elixir to force growth? Li Guanqi didn't know. He only knew that in this way, this situation and scene were almost identical to the future scene seen by the Heart of Time and Space. After turning on the prophecy ability, I couldn't see many details, but I saw that at the end of the future picture, it was on the top of a very high mountain, surrounded by clouds. The sky is very yellow and dark. It may be sunrise or sunset. There is something similar to an altar on the top of the mountain. There is a golden light in the center of the altar, but it is in the shape of a flame. Golden fire? I'm not sure. These things should have nothing to do with your prophecy needs. So what I saw was very vague, and I couldn't see clearly at all. Wang Yanqing is related to your prophecy needs, so I can see clearly that she is wearing a golden imperial robe and has become much more beautiful. She is as beautiful as she was in the past. And now she is at the level of a country and a city. There are many figures standing next to her, but they are very blurry, and I can't see clearly. You are holding another figure in your hand. It's very blurry, and I can't see clearly, but it's very small. It's right next to your knees. It should be a child. It seems to be wearing braids? Little Ing Shuang's braids. Wang Yanqing's imperial robe. Many figures on the snow-capped mountains. As for the mountaintop altar and the dusky sky, it's going to be daybreak. Li Guanqi raised his head, looked at the gradually changing sky through the wind and snow, and whispered to himself. The so-called mountain altar and golden flame should be the great Luo Emperor flame that Wang Yanqing asked Xiao Shuang to light after dawn as a member of the Ying family. The royal abdication ceremony of the Daluo dynasty seems to be more complicated than that of the Beimeng royal court. Are you satisfied, devil? Don't touch me! At this time, little Ing Shuang wrinkled her little nose, shook away Wang Yanqing's touch on her head, held the Ing Shuang sword in her arms, and walked towards Li Guanqi with an irritated face, and occasionally pulled the 2 braids on her chest. Thinking about it, you know that having your makeup done by a guy who you regard as your enemy is not something to be happy about. However, when Wei Guizhou said people to hunt down her and her aunt at the beginning, there was no role for Wang Yanqing and Daluo. At that time, it was Ba Guizhou himself who was chasing the Ying family. Her aunt's revenge had to be settled. Wei Guizhou has nothing to do with Wang Yanqing. In other words, for little Ing Shuang, the only hatred she had with Wang Yanqing was the spy, Brother Grey Crow. However, after just half a day together, it was hard to say how deep her relationship was with this Grey Crow brother. I'm afraid that for little Ing Shuang, this hatred is actually more out of a sense of responsibility. If she really wants to analyze her hatred for Wang Yanqing deeply, it is not because of, I have a deep relationship with Brother Grey Crow. You sent people to kill Brother Grey Crow, so I want to kill you to take revenge. But Brother Grey Crow wanted to save me. But you sent someone to kill Brother Grey Crow, so I want to kill you to avenge him. Although this little girl who named herself Ing Shuang is only 9 years old, her values in this area have gradually taken shape. Li Guanqi actually appreciates this. She insists on giving me these crazy braids. Little Ing Shuang walked up to Li Guanqi holding the silver frost sword, and pulled the 2 braids on her chest with a look of displeasure on her face. Doesn't it look good? Wang Yanqing on the other side smiled. It's so ugly. Little Ing Shuang glared at her fiercely. Ugly? When Wang Yanqing heard this, her expression suddenly became dazed. I have thought a long time ago that if I want to have a twin brother and a sister, it will be a brother and a sister. In this way, the brother will have a sense of responsibility. I will teach him martial arts and teach him martial arts. Protect your sister. Then I will dress my sister up beautifully. Let her wear the most beautiful little skirt in the world. And I will also give her a pair of cute braids. I think this hairstyle is very cute. But unfortunately, I probably won't have the chance to have children of my own in this life. No. Of course you still have a chance. Hearing this, Li Guanqi quickly stepped forward and walked towards Wang Yanqing. Maybe this is an opportunity to awaken the true senior sister? Stop. Several national pillars nearby immediately stood in front of him. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, these semi-god level warriors of different bloods seemed to be forcibly thrown away by an invisible force. They were thrown tens of thousands of meters away and hit the sea of clouds in the sky like cannonballs. Disappear. Li Guanqi stood there, staring blankly at this scene. Because he didn't do anything. It's Wang Yanqing. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the Empress of Chu in front of him with confusion. The pillars of the country wanted to protect her. But instead they were abandoned by her? What did you just say? Wang Yanqing stepped forward and walked towards Li Guanqi. She came close to him, raised her head slightly and smiled. I still have a chance to have my own heir? What? You don't mean to say you want to help? I'm busy. Okay? My master. Brother? No. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and said seriously. He is your husband. Senior sister. Qi Yuanan. He is still alive. Chapter 708, Devil. Enjoys playing with people's hearts. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yanqing's expression seemed to remain unchanged. But her blood-red pupils trembled slightly, as if to indicate that she was not at peace inside. It took her a long time to gradually calm down, and she smiled at Li Guanqi and shook her head. No way. I personally helped bury half of his body. His subordinates and the people of Jinjing City saw with their own eyes that he was killed by that 5 elements level person in southern Xinjiang. The alien blood warrior chopped off his head with a sword, and then his soul was crushed by a 5 element level conjurer. He is dead and cannot still be alive. As early as 4869, 5 years ago, he died in Jinjing City on the border of Daluo. Junior brother, why did you lie to me with this? I will never lie to my senior sister with this kind of thing. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him, with a blue light flashing between his eyebrows. He controlled part of his memory with the power of his soul and turned it into a dynamic projection picture, which was presented in front of him. The content of the picture was clearly the scene when he met Qi Yuanan on Launching Island. Wang Yanqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was filled with disbelief. Do you still remember the pair of Finlingshan brothers and sisters we killed back then? Li Guanqi looked at her seriously. Those senior sisters and brothers. One is named Mizutani Kana, and the other is named Takagi Kinto. After you were taken away by the ancestor of the Wang family, I found a letter from Takagi Kinto's space ring. It was Qi Yuanan who, in his capacity as the chief guard of Launching Island, sent the weapon refining commission to him, the Finling Mountain Weapon Refiner, on March 12, 4871. He is not dead. After the battle in Jinjing City, his soul did not completely dissipate. The internationally wanted criminal Ing Shao took away a piece of his flesh and a wisp of his soul, and then revived him by an unknown method. After Qi Yuanan woke up, he found that he was abandoned by Ing Shao in the Dongnong Islands. He has been living in the Dongnong Islands for these years, in an island country called Launching Island. Senior sister, he is still the kind-hearted hero in your memory. He saved Launching Island during the sea monster attack, and then stayed there because of the hope of the residents of Launching Island. Then why doesn't he come back? Why doesn't he come back to see me? Wang Yanqing's eyes were red, and her voice was bitter. At this time, the memory screen played by Li Guanqi had stopped moving. The only content of the entire memory is that Li Guanqi found Qi Yuanan, and then Qi Yuanan confessed that he was not dead. As for the content of Li Guanqi asking Qi Yuanan why he didn't go back to find his wife, none of it was released, because in Li Guanqi's view, those words were a bit bad and should not be presented to senior sister in this way. Even if Qi Yuanan is really tired of senior sister's strength and feels that he has become a waste and has no face-to-face senior sister's family again, Qi Yuanan should tell the senior sister himself, not through him. Li Guanqi. He's on Blue Heart Island. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him and said softly, Senior sister, let Xiaoying Shuang and I leave. I will go to Launching Island and bring Qi Yuanan back. Okay? No. Do not want. However, Wang Yanqing gave an unexpected answer. The Empress of Chu shook her head gently, then looked at Li Guanqi with her scarlet pupils, and said softly, No matter what the reason is, The result is the result. He is still alive. But he is unwilling to come back to see me. Not even a single no letter of peace was brought to me. So why should I force it? It's not that simple. Li Guanqi heard this and quickly explained. He is now. Qi Yuan's current situation is very complicated. Although he was brought back from the Ghost Gate by Ying Xiao, he has also lost the possibility of continuing to practice. And he has also lost the possibility of continuing to practice. In other words, he can only stay at the 5 elements level for the rest of his life. Senior sister, you know what he is. A person with such outstanding talent and such a proud heart suddenly turns into a waste who cannot continue to practice. It is not that he is unwilling to come back to see you, but that he is embarrassed to come back to see you. Real? Wang Yanqing turned his head, looked at the sky that was about to break, and murmured softly, so that's it. No wonder. No wonder he didn't come back. Since he can't practice, then he can't do what he wants to do most. Right? What's up? Li Guanqi was a little confused and didn't understand why Wang Yanqing reacted this way. You do not know? Wang Yanqing glanced at him and said softly, I thought that after you met Yuanin, you would ask him a lot of things. At least why he didn't come back to me. And then he would at least talk to you about these things? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. He remembered what Qi Yuanin had said to him back then. Yuanin wants to feel proud, and wants to be the protagonist of 30 years in the east of Hedong, 30 years in the west of Heshi. Don't bully young people into poverty. Wang Yanqing shook his head and chuckled. He wants that one day, when he takes me back to my parents' home. My father, my mother, my family, and all the Wang family members who used to look down on him, Qi Yuanin, will have to smile and call him Master Qi when they see him. I don't care about this, but he has always cared about it since the marriage proposal failed that day. Sometimes I wonder, is this the reason why he is so eager to seek fame in the army? Li Guanqi sighed helplessly. It turns out that senior sister has always known. Yes, for a woman with such a delicate mind like senior sister. How could senior sister ignore the grudges Qi Yuanin has accumulated in her heart over the years? At this moment, on Launching Island at that moment, the words that the red-haired young man with a ferocious face roared and yelled hysterically at Li Guanqi still seemed to be ringing in his ears. She doesn't care. I care. I will always remember the first time I went to the Wang family to look for her. The housekeeper of their palace looked at my red hair and sneered, saying that a mere brat from the Qi family dared to covet a girl from the Wang family. He really wanted to eat a swan meat. I will always remember these words and the steward's contemptuous face. I even remember the look in his eyes when I went to propose marriage to her father, and the bride price I brought was ignored by him. There was also the Millennium Danyang fruit that I spent a lot of money and exhausted my connections to get. I was reluctant to give it to my grandfather, but her father picked it up and said, "This is just fine," and then casually fed it to a dog at his feet. That's a hacking dog. Li Guanqi. Do you understand? I will always remember the embarrassing feeling I had at that time. But I tried to hide it forever, but I don't want to be like this. I had a chance to feel proud, but now there is no hope. When Qi Yuanin finished speaking, his mood had changed from anger to despair. At that time, Li Guanqi's mood also changed from expectation to disappointment. He thought that the husband that his most beloved senior sister longed for would be even more dazzling. But when he heard about it, he discovered that the proud, dazzling, and high-spirited Qi Yuanin had stayed in the past and died on the border of Daliao Jingjing City. The one who stayed on Launching Island later was just a frustrated and destitute person. After leaving Launching Island, Li Guanqi often wondered whether what Qi Yuanin was afraid of now was that when he came back to find his senior sister, he would make her unable to hold her head up in front of her family, or that Qi Yuanin himself, as a waste, can't hold your head up in front of the Wang family? Now it seems obvious that the answer to this question, whether it is Li Guanqi or Wang Yanqing, is actually more inclined to the latter. But it's different. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him, and continued to persuade without giving up. Senior sister, everything is different now, isn't it? You are the Empress of Chu. You are a demigod who has awakened the ancient bloodline. You are so powerful that no one from the Wang family can do it anymore. I don't dare to make irresponsible remarks about your marriage. Yes, everything is different. Wang Yanqing smiled slightly, lowered his head, and adjusted the golden imperial robe on his body. Now I am a demigod, the Emperor of Chu, and he is just a 5-element level with no hope of promotion in this life. a fisherman from a small island country. Perhaps to mortals, there is no difference between the 5 elements level and the gods who fly into the sky and escape from the earth. But for the 9 palaces level, for me, there is no difference between the 5 elements level and mortals. In addition to Chi Yuanan, I am no different from a giant that covers the sky and the sun. Junior brother, you might as well put yourself in his shoes. With his temperament, he should be how to face me. He and I were childhood sweethearts. We grew up together. I was his first wife and was his closest pillow. No one knew him better than me. Therefore, it is better to never see each other again than to suffer each other again. At this point, Wang Yanqing waved his hand and said, "There is no need to mention this matter again. It's almost dawn. Let's get ready to do business. After transferring the national destiny, you take the child and leave. Don't think about bringing that man here again." Li Guanqi opened his mouth and hesitated. But when the words came to his lips, he seemed to have nothing to say. He finally just sighed silently. "Junior brother, everything in the world will change." At this time, Wang Yanqing looked up at the sky, raised his right hand, and waved it gently in the air, as if he wanted to catch something. "You know, a long time ago, I felt that there was light in him, and the brilliance made me move from childhood to adulthood. Don't open your eyes. Obsessed and persistent. However, this light seems to be slowly dimming. When did it start? Maybe it was from the first time I took him back to the Wang family to meet my parents. Or maybe it was the first time he proposed marriage to my parents, only to be humiliated and rejected. Or maybe it was the first time he told me that he wanted to join the army to serve the country and win glory for the country. But in fact, he wanted to start in the army and start seeking power. Huh. Or maybe. Or, there was never any light in him. It's me who's stupid. It's me who's lying. After we eloped and got married, I saw him becoming more and more unfamiliar in the army. I was stupid. I was lying to myself. I lied to myself that boys are like this when they grow up. After they become men, they will no longer be obsessed with love. Instead, they would think about putting on armor and going into battle, looking forward to a high and powerful position, which is normal. But I was just lying to myself. Not all boys are like this. It's not normal at all. It's him who has changed. Or maybe he has never changed, and I'm just lying to myself. Chi Yuanan. He will not be satisfied with spending time with his lover and living a plain and happy life all his life. He is not such a person. He longs for power, longs for the respect and admiration of others, longs to be a strong man, longs to lead the Qi family to become the 17th surname of Daluo, longs to step onto the highest palace of the dynasty, and become the same person as the emperor of Daluo, a eloquent dynasty dignitary. And I? In fact, I just want to live in seclusion in the countryside with the man I love. Have a pair of lovely babies. Be a husband and raise children. That's all. No one is right or wrong. He's not wrong. I'm not wrong either. We just weren't suitable for each other from the beginning. I was the one who kept lying to myself. If I could do it again. When he failed to propose marriage and then told me that he wanted to join the army, I would choose to leave and let the most beautiful Chi Yuanan and the sunniest boy stay forever. In my heart, it remains in my memory. In this way, I can still remember it and miss it. Having said this, Wang Yanqing closed her eyes, covered her heart with her right hand, and sighed softly. In the corner of her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears streaked down. After hearing these words, Li Guanqi also lowered his head, feeling very powerless. No wonder the prophetic murals of the Kobe clan have absolutely nothing to do with Aka Yuanan of Blue Heart Island. At the beginning, he thought that Chi Yuanan, who was still alive, would be a key figure in bringing the senior sister back to normal. He predicted that the mural should be related to Chi Yuanan, but it turned out not to be the case. But now it seems that there is actually no problem with the prophecy murals of the Kobe clan, because for today's senior sister, Chi Yuanan is no longer the sweetheart who can make her abandon everything and ignore her. Hey, you called Big Brother hypocritical in the forest before, but aren't you even more hypocritical now? At this time, Xiaoying Shuang's voice suddenly sounded. Li Guanqi looked to his side in confusion. The little girl looked up at Wang Yanqing, wrinkled her little nose, and said with disdain, "Devil, you obviously want to conquer the world and be the emperor of the world. What are you talking about now? You just want to be with your beloved. A man lives in seclusion in the countryside, gives birth to a pair of lovely babies, takes care of his husband and raises his children. What else can he say about that's all? Are you kidding me? If you really want to do this, then why are you conquering the world and becoming an emperor? Wouldn't it be great to just change your clothes and leave? Then find a man you like. Get married and have a baby? Who can stop you? Hypocritical female devil. Li Guanqi's expression became more and more shocked. Yes. What senior sister just said is obviously wrong. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi quickly turned to look at Wang Yanqing. And then his face suddenly lit up. Senior sister? Your eyes. At this time, Wang Yanqing had opened his eyes again, with tears hanging from the corners of his eyes. And his expression was blank. And her beautiful eyes have actually returned to a slightly dark brown color at this time, without any trace of scarlet color. Moreover, her skin became more fair and rosy, rather than excessively white, and her red lips were no longer so red, just like normal lips without lipstick. In addition, Wang Yanqing's red nails, which were sharp and long like a ghost, completely disappeared and completely returned to normal human nails. At this time, Wang Yanqing no longer looked like any of the characteristics of the ancient demon species. Sister, are you back? Li Guanqi's face was filled with joy. He rushed forward and grabbed Wang Yanqing's shoulders with both hands. Extremely excited. Division. Wang Yanqing looked at him blankly. Junior brother? Why are you here? Right. Seeing this, Li Guanqi became even more delighted. It's me! Li Guanqi. Your junior brother. Junior brother. Wang Yanqing's face suddenly became extremely anxious, and she stretched out her hand as if she wanted to push Li Guanqi away. Junior brother. Leave quickly. Leave her quickly. No. Well? Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly widened, because the movement of Wang Yanqing's hands suddenly changed from push to hug. Her hands tightly hugged his waist, and she stood on tiptoes to kiss him, like a dragonfly touching water. Then, this beautiful woman looked at him with a smile on her face. Teacher, sister. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him, stunned and at a loss. Hey, senior sister is here. Wang Yanqing raised her right hand, gently caressed Li Guanqi's face, looked at him with a smile. Why? It's not enough? Do you want another kiss? Huh? My dear. Master. Brother? As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned from black to red in an instant, and turned back into the scarlet blood eyes she had before. Her red lips were like blood, and the corners of her mouth were slightly hooked, and the nails on the 5 fingers of the hand she was touching Li Guanqi's face slowly extended and lengthened, turning into sharp and long red nails, causing a slight pain on his face. Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. How about it? The Great Chu Empress leaned close to his ear, exhaled like a blue breath, and chuckled. Earlier in the forest, you asked us devils if we all like to make fuss about other people's hearts, and attack their hearts first? I will give you a formal answer now. Not all demons have this hobby. But anyway, I really like playing like this. You said at that time, it's a pity that I can't attack anything. Huh? Really? Can't I attack anything? What about just now? My good junior brother. Did you just think that the good senior sister in your memory was back? Aren't you so happy? Saying this, the smile on the female devil's face became brighter and more charming, and she waved her right hand up and down beside her. Then my mood suddenly changed from being so good to being so bad. Right. Ah. Ha 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 ha. She laughed so hard that her branches quivered with joy. In front of her, Li Guanqi already had a ferocious face, with white hair flying wildly, and an almost boiling frenzy of murderous intent in his ice blue eyes. Chapter 709. Red blood stains the white snow, and the Emperor's flames ignite. What? You want to do something? Wang Yanqing looked at the ferocious-looking Li Guanqi, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Okay. Hurry up. Hurry up. I can't wait. But before you take action, I hope you can carefully judge the current situation. Condition. Now! It's not that you want to kill me, but you don't dare to kill me because you are worried that I am a devil and your senior sister. Not so. The current situation is... With that said, the Empress of Chu approached Li Guanqi again. The charming smile on her face disappeared, replaced by indifference. Emperor Wu, if you don't run away, I would kill you easily. But you have a semi-awakened ancient bloodline can travel to and from another world instantly. I just can't kill you. If I could, you would be dead long ago. But I am actually looking forward to it. If you attack me in a rage, will your mind relax for a moment, and then give me the opportunity to kill you? I'm looking forward to it. Do you want to try it? Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and gradually calmed down the anger in his chest. It doesn't sound nice, but it's true. The current situation is that he can't beat him, but he can outrun him. And although Wang Yanqing can beat him, he can't catch up, or in other words, he can't catch him. Once he escapes into the netherworld, even this demon species will be powerless. Therefore, he is only invincible, and does not have the conditions to win in battle. I have a question. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, who was close at hand, and narrowed his eyes slightly. What is your situation now? I originally thought that my senior sister's personality and thoughts were affected by demon blood. But now it seems that this is not the case. You are not my senior sister. You are completely another consciousness. Right. The real source of this demonic bloodline? Are you passing on your memory and will through your genes? Once a certain descendant awakens and improves his strength to a certain stage, you will use this gene to revive the descendant and achieve resurrection? If so, then maybe the situation is simpler. At least, I don't have to worry about the influence of personality anymore. As long as I forcibly erase the consciousness of you, an outsider, and let my senior sister's consciousness regain control of the physical body, everything can be restored to its original state. Good question. But why do you think I will answer every question? Wang Yanqing smiled, raised her right hand, and pointed at her face. Just based on this face? I'll find out, Li Guanqi said softly. He still can't tell whether the matter is true or false. He was not sure whether it was the real Wang Yanqing who came out, or this one, when Wang Yanqing exited the demonic state with blood-red eyes, and told her feelings about Qi Yuanan and told him to leave quickly. The deliberate play of an ancient demon. After all, giving people hope and then giving people despair. Isn't that what this damn devil likes to do the most? Buzz. Suddenly, bursts of golden light emanated from the snow under the feet of Li Guanqi, Wang Yanqing and others. And the entire mountain seemed to faintly shake, and the surrounding wind and snow gradually subsided. When Xiao Shuang saw this scene, she suddenly panicked and stretched out her hand to tightly grab Li Guanqi's sleeve. Li Guanqi frowned and watched. Wang Yanqing, on the other hand, raised his head and looked up at the sky where the wind and snow had subsided and the dawn had broken. He smiled and said, Look, the sky is getting brighter, and the Emperor Yin altar in Luadi Mountain is finally about to appear. Previously, she found Xiao Shuang in the forest, but she did not arrest him. Li Guanqi didn't understand it at first. But now it seems obvious that the transfer of power in the Daoyuo dynasty must wait until dawn. So she still has to wait even if she captures little Shuang in advance. Since she has to wait, she might as well follow the prey. It'll be a relief for a while. Although he still doesn't quite understand why Wang Yanqing personally set out to catch Xiao Shuang. Because it's boring? Or is it because of other reasons? Compared with this matter, the most important thing at this time is obviously the Emperor Flame Altar, mentioned by Wang Yanqing. Is it buried in the snow? Li Guanqi looked around and found that this place was on the top of a mountain. But there was no altar. So he turned his attention to the snow below. At this time, these thick layers of snow could no longer block the golden light transmitted from below. The golden light emerging from below the snow became more and more dazzling, illuminating hundreds of figures here. In addition, several demigod-level national pillars, who had been thrown away by Wang Yanqing earlier, also slowly flew back from the horizon and stood behind Wang Yanqing without saying a word. I need a drop of blood. Kid. Wang Yanqing looked at little Shuang at Li Guanqi's feet. For the blood of the Ying family, just drop the blood directly on the snow. Little Shuang looked up at Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi knelt down, held her right index finger, and said softly, Shuang, I need to cut your finger to bleed. But to be honest, I'm a little unsure. Do I need to look like this when cutting? When I was a child, my mother would comfort me by saying things like, It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Just like when I was injured in a fall. Because you should be very skilled in bloodletting. Right? After all, your entire escape was based on the blood of Emperor Ying's family being used to scare away the monsters. I always feel that you don't need to coax like this. But I also feel that I should give you a childhood that most people have. A childhood where parents love and care for you. And they are afraid that children will bump into each other. No need. Don't treat me like this kind of kid. When little Shuang heard this, she seemed to recall some memory. Her face sank. I don't need to be coaxed like this. Unlike those bastard sons. As she spoke, the little girl withdrew her hand, then put her index finger directly into her mouth, biting the fingertips in one bite. Scarlet blood immediately flowed down and sprinkled on the golden snow. Even in the golden light, the intertwining of white and red is still extremely dazzling. Buzz? Li Guanqi then cast a healing spell with a thought in his mind, and the light green aura enveloped little Ing Shuang, healing all the wounds on the little girl's body. Not only the newly bitten finger, but also the scars on the rest of the body were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the green light. Lil Ing Shuang can use the breath of Ying's royal blood to scare away the demons of the Liangyi level. But no matter what, she is just an ordinary person without cultivation. Although there is strange blood in her body, the power of the strange blood has not been activated. Naturally, it does not have any self-healing ability. Because of this, all the scars caused by her previous journey, such as biting her fingers to scare away monsters, running in the forest, being scratched by thorn bushes, etc., all disappeared at this time. The little girl's skin returned to its white and tender state. The calluses on my hands are gone. Lil Ing Shuang looked down at her white and tender hands and blinked. Isn't this great? Li Guanqi was a little curious. A girl's hands must be tender and smooth. For humans of different blood, having calluses on the hands is not a sign of advanced skills. But Chef Zhang said that if you have calluses on your hands won't get hot when you hold the pot. Xiao Yingshuan whispered. Huh? It turns out that the prince's family also makes ordinary humans as servants. However, humans of different blood must be familiar with pain. Li Guanqi rubbed her head and smiled. Whether it's the pain of a burning body, the pain of a broken limb, the pain of a headshot, or any other kind of pain, humans of different blood have to try to adapt to it. Not feeling pain is not a good thing. It makes us dull. Being able to feel pain clearly, or even feel pain twice as much, but at the same time, have stronger physical and psychological adaptability to pain, is the training goal of alien-blooded humans. Wait, remember? This is an alien-blooded human being. This kind of training can only be carried out after you start practicing. Until then, if you encounter a hot pot, put 2 extra layers of thick towels on it. But from now on, unless you like it yourself, you will no longer have to cook and grab the pot by yourself. I will ask someone to cook whatever you want to eat. I see. Little Ing Shuang looked at Li Guanqi and nodded seriously. So, is your parent-child education over? At this time, Wang Yanqing, who was standing on the other side with his arms folded across his chest, tilted his head and asked curiously, if it's over, then I have to start doing business. After all, the weather is so good. If I delay it any longer, what will happen? I just don't give God face. Li Guanqi looked up at the sky. At this time, the wind and snow had completely subsided, and the sun on the horizon could be said to have completely emerged, spreading sunlight to the sky and the earth, so that wherever he looked, there was a bright and sunny scene. Ignore me again. Wang Yanqing shrugged and walked towards the two of them. Uh-huh. Okay. I don't care about people. I like people who don't care about people. However, the Empress of Chu said so. But she did not do anything like before. She just walked up to Xiao Yingshuang, took out a delicate blue bag from the space necklace, poured some golden powder out of it, and sprinkled it on the blood stains that Xiao Yingshuang had previously splashed on the snow. Boom! In an instant, the red blood stains turned into golden blood stains, and the golden light emitted from under the snow became more dazzling, suddenly bursting out and shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the entire snow mountain shook again. The intensity of this second shaking was far more intense than the first time. You hold her tight. Or should I hold her tight? Wang Yanqing glanced at Li Guanqi with a smile, holding a small blue bag in his left hand and pointing to the snow under his feet with his right hand. This snow is about to collapse. Li Guanqi didn't reply, but just reached out and picked up little Ing Shuang. See, can I ride on your neck? However, little Ing Shuang, who was held in his arms, blinked and whispered something. Oh? Li Guanqi was a little surprised and a little resistant. Why? He has never been ridden on the neck before. But soon, Li Guanqi was slightly startled, as if he remembered something. When he was very young, during the heavy snowy winter in his hometown in the countryside, his father would often let him ride on his neck, and then lead him to run around happily. However, after his father took him and fell into the snow pit twice, this behavior was completely banned under his mother's order. So, has Xiao Yingshuang seen a similar scene somewhere? Sure. Li Guanqi smiled, then raised little Ing Shuang with both hands, letting the other person ride directly on his neck. Xiao Yingshuang suddenly smiled, but when she saw Wang Yanqing and hundreds of figures nearby, She immediately restrained herself. But even so, the corners of the little girl's mouth couldn't stop rising. Look! What a heartwarming scene. Seeing this, Wang Yanqing smiled and joked. This is Emperor Da's neck. You must be the first one to ride on it. Emperor Da is not married yet, but he has to raise a precious daughter first. If you were my senior sister, I would be happy to chat and joke with you. Li Guanqi glanced at her and said calmly. But unfortunately, you are not. So shut up and quickly start the Daluo state transfer ceremony. Let's go home in a hurry. What a bummer. Wang Yanqing shook his head helplessly, and then sprinkled all the remaining golden powder in the small blue bag on the golden blood on the snow below. Boom! The whole mountain shook violently again. This is the third time, and this shock finally caused an avalanche to occur in the snow-covered Luodi mountain. The snow layer on the top of the mountain below Li Guanqi and others collapsed, and large snow waves rushed away below. However, people like Li Guanqi naturally had their feet in the void and were suspended in place without being affected at all. After the massive avalanche gradually receded, a real mountain top finally appeared 30 or so meters below everyone's feet. Instead of a snow top piled up with white snow, it was a gray rocky ground. In the center was an altar surrounded by 9 stone pillars. Numerous oriental characters were engraved on the stone pillars. They were flashing with dazzling golden light. The golden light in the snow just now was probably due to these transmissions. It is caused by extremely powerful golden light runes. Although these golden runes are in oriental characters, they are actually mostly blessings to the emperor and the dynasty, and have no actual content. But what is very interesting is that Li Guanqi found a small text on the inner edge of the altar. That is Luo Di's handwriting. Now that I have become this emperor, I will do what all previous emperors have not been able to do. It seems that Emperor Luo secretly wrote it when he came here to worship his ancestors after he ascended the throne. After all, carving words on the altar in the holy land of the dynasty was not in compliance with the rules. It was not a small matter. But this deed had not been spread, so it could only be Luo Di himself who secretly did it. Young Luo Di also likes to mess around, and in all senses, Luo Di actually fulfilled the sentence. Go ahead, kid. At this time, Wang Yanqing looked at the little Ying Xuan who was riding on Li Guanqi's neck, and said softly, Have you seen those stone pillars with golden light? If you like whichever one you like, go over and touch it. And then, well, if it doesn't come out surprisingly, the Ying family blood in your body will teach you how to do it. It's finally over. Right. Little Ying Xuan ignored her, just grabbed the white hair on Li Guanqi's head with both hands, and whispered, I heard a lot of noises. It was messy. They said that Daluo was about to end. Many people were scolding me. But there were also many people who said don't feel bad. Say it's not my fault. Li Guanqi was slightly startled. There are indeed many strange things in the world. The afterlife of Beimang royal court. The voices of the ancestors of the Ying family. If any bastard scolds you, just scold him back. A bunch of bastards. The fall of the Daluo dynasty has never been any of your kids' business. But now they want you to take the blame. They are the ones who should be ashamed. Group of people. Li Guanqi took little Ying Xuan off his neck, then dropped to the ground, held the little girl's hand, and walked slowly to the stone pillar altar. Buzz! The golden runes on the stone pillar gradually became softer, and no longer dazzling after Xiao Ying Xuan got closer. Go ahead. Li Guanqi let go of his hand, touched her little head, and said softly, Go pick a stone pillar and touch it to end this. Then I will take you home. A new home. A real home. Little Ying Xuan nodded, then walked straight to a golden stone pillar directly in front, stretched out her right hand, and gently touched the surface of the stone pillar. Boom! In an instant, golden light burst out, and the 9 surrounding stone pillars no longer just glowed with runes, but the entire pillars turned into pure gold. And at the altar in the center of them, some sparks appeared, and in a blink of an eye, the fire was raging into the sky, turning into a blazing golden flame, lighting up half of the sky. At the same time, bursts of golden clouds began to fly from the sky in all directions, gradually converging on the top of the mountain. The great Luo Emperor flame began to burn. The 3,000 years of national destiny of the Daluo dynasty are beginning to gather together. The true end of this huge dynasty is finally coming. Chapter 710, The End of Daluo. The Empress of Dachu, who has been blessed with national destiny. Is this the belief that Daluo people have had in this dynasty for 3,000 years? On the periphery of the Emperor Flame altar, Wang Yanqing walked slowly. As he walked, He looked up at the boundless golden clouds above the sky, with a longing smile on his face. It's really powerful and charming. The extreme arrogance of the Daluo people, the extreme race discrimination made them have extremely strong faith in their dynasty, which ultimately created this huge national destiny. At this time, Li Guanqi also looked up at the scene. His eyes narrowed slightly. Daluo's national destiny, both in quality and quantity, is almost 10 times that of the grassland. But this is normal. First of all, it has been 3,000 years since Daluo kingdoms were, while the grasslands have only been unified for 2,000 years. Moreover, there are many races in the grasslands, and the national destiny that is condensed is relatively more scattered. The Daluo dynasty is different. The Daluo dynasty is a feudal dynasty composed of a single ethnic group, and it is also a country with no godly belief. Not to mention all, but at least 99.99% of the people in Daluo do not believe in gods and only have faith in the dynasty and the emperor. In other words, the people of the feudal dynasty are foolishly loyal. In addition, Daluo people are extremely xenophobic, extremely racially discriminatory, and look down on other ethnic groups and races in the world. There are mixed good and bad aspects of this. Of course, the bad parts need not be said much, but the benefit is that Daluo people are extremely confident. The national destiny condensed as a result is also extremely solid, much more solid than the national destiny of the grassland. Obviously, when Wang Yanqing gets these 3,000 years of national destiny, he will become even more powerful. But this is unavoidable. Luo Di was kind to Li Guanqi, and it was impossible for him to ignore Luo Di's only living granddaughter. And it doesn't make any sense even if he doesn't care. Even if he kills Xiao Yingshuang now, he can't prevent Wang Yanqing from obtaining the fortune of Daluo. At most, it will only delay it for a few months, maybe not at all. It may not even last a few days. Among Luo Di's direct relatives and direct descendants of the Ying family, now only little Yingshuang is left. However, if you want to transfer the destiny of Daluo on behalf of the Daluo royal family, you only need to be a member of the Ying family, with the blood of the Ying family flowing in your body. It has nothing to do with direct lineage and branches. It is naturally best to have direct lineage, but branch lines can also be used. Without little Yingshuang, Wang Yanqing would just continue to look for other surviving children of the Ying family's royal family branch. Because of this, Wang Yanqing absorbed the 3,000 years of national destiny of Daluo, completely ended the Daluo dynasty, officially founded the Dachu dynasty, and officially became the empress of Dachu. This is an unchangeable situation. At least Li Guanqi couldn't change. The only thing he can do is to find a way to erase the influence of demon blood on Wang Yanqing and restore Wang Yanqing's original personality. And then everything will be resolved satisfactorily. The devil is here. Suddenly, Xiao Yingshuang tugged on Li Guanqi's sleeve. It's fine. Li Guanqi rubbed the little girl's head, and then looked at Wang Yanqing, who was walking slowly from far to near, wearing a golden imperial robe. Those voices told you what to do. Right. Wang Yanqing stopped in front of little Yingshuang, knelt down and looked at her with a smile. Be good. Do as they say. When you are done, I will give you a gift. You will definitely be very happy. I guess you don't want to give me anything to eat. Right. When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't use tricks. I know how to use the demonic power of your demon species. As long as someone drinks a drop of blood, he can control everything about that person, including his body. Thought. Speaking of which, you didn't change Bagooza's mind. You just controlled his body. Is this your bad taste? Would it make you happy to let them feel it clearly and watch their uncontrolled being enslaved with your own eyes? Yes. Yes. Of course you know. Wang Yanqing looked at him, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and chuckled. Otherwise, you wouldn't have remained breathless since you appeared. Why? Are you afraid that I will dilute the devil's blood into mist, and then let you inhale it? Don't worry. I have no interest in enslaving you too. If I had this interest, you might be able to guard against it. But what about this child? But she is not controlled by me now. So thinking about it, I know that I am not interested in doing this kind of thing. The gift I just said I would give her is not food, but something to watch. Are you satisfied? However, little junior brother, you are really wary of your senior sister. Having said this, Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi with feigned resentment. That distressing look in his eyes, and the aggrieved expression between his brows on his beautiful face, really made me feel pity for him. However, Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing at this time. The more he looked, the more he felt that his beloved senior sister was being possessed by a demon of unknown origin. The anger in his heart became more and more intense. The blood in his body felt his anger, and even it started to boil uncontrollably. Little Ying Shuang next to her suddenly stared. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yanqing, who was squatting in front of her, disappeared. When she looked again, she found that Wang Yanqing had appeared in front of Li Guanqi at some unknown time, and the 5 fingers of her right hand were like hooks, directly piercing his head. It really went through directly. At this moment, Li Guanqi looked like an illusion, but not an illusion. He even flickered from time to time, as if he was not an entity at all, but an illusory projection. Tong Yu. He has 2 modes of escaping into the netherworld. One is to completely enter, and the other is just like this. In fact, he has entered, but he has not completely entered, and he can still leave an outline of his figure in the outside world. It's a pity. Wang Yanqing looked regretful and slowly retracted his hand. My ancestors hated this bloodline hundreds of millions of years ago. It's such an annoying ability. Do you think my anger will make me relax? Li Guanqi looked at her with a calm expression. You are wrong. My anger will not have any negative impact on me. It will only become my driving force and make me more focused. And you, devil, your actions are useless. Hesitantly, you made me absolutely sure of something. You are not my senior sister. If you are really my senior sister, then I believe that no matter how your character is changed, you will hesitate for at least a moment when you attack me. But you didn't. This is not just a character affected by demon blood. It is not a problem of personality, but a problem of consciousness. You are definitely an independent consciousness. And the consciousness that belongs to my senior sister is hidden deep in the soul, waiting for me to save you. She comes out. I'm glad to see this. It makes me understand a little bit more. Oh. When the Empress of Chu heard this, she just smiled. But then, she lowered her eyes and stood there without saying a word, not knowing what she was thinking. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was expressionless and didn't say anything more. Prophecy. The content of the prophecy mural may be similar to the example mentioned by Tetsuya Kobe. What the foreign prince needed to kill back then was not the old king himself, but the cowardice and doubts in the old king's heart. And what Li Guanqi wants to kill is also not the senior sister herself, but the demonic consciousness that has entered the senior sister and looks exactly like the senior sister. It's just that this is a bit frustrating. Of course, he didn't expect the Kobe clan's prophecy to provide a precise method. He just wanted to provide some ideas. But he really didn't expect that there was really no way to do this. There was really only one idea. Erase demonic consciousness. The question is how to apply it. Totally no idea. Therefore, these messy prophecy techniques and prophecy powers are not very useful at all. The only ones that are truly reliable are those like the Heart of Time and Space and Taoist Lin, who are simple, direct and crude. So, can I start? At this time, Xiao Shuang's voice interrupted Li Guanqi's thoughts and woke up Wang Yanqing, who was hanging his head in a daze next to him. Li Guanqi was thinking about the prophecy just now, and only she knew what the Empress of Chu was thinking. You see? The little guy himself can't wait any longer. Wang Yanqing looked at Xiao Shuang with a smile. Let's get started. As I said before, after we finish, I will give you a gift that will definitely satisfy you. You disappearing quickly is the best gift. Little Ying Shuang glanced at her coldly, then raised her hands high and handed the silver frost sword to Li Guanqi. Take it from me. Thank you. You don't have to say thank you to me from now on. Li Guanqi left the nether world and returned to this world, his figure solid. There is a cooling time for Tong Yu, but now that it has cooled down, he can enter the netherworld again at any time, so he can return with confidence. But now, facing the sword handed over by Little Ying Shuang with both hands, Li Guanqi also stretched out his hands to take it, then looked at the little girl and said seriously, Remember, your grandfather saved my life, and your grandfather is no longer here, but you are still here. You are his only surviving granddaughter, so you can be more unscrupulous with me, or even more unreasonable. I remember. Little Ying Shuang nodded, then turned around and walked towards the Emperor Flame Altar, as if she wanted to walk directly into the blazing golden flames. When Li Guanqi saw this, he was immediately stunned and subconsciously wanted to stop. It's fine. Little Ying Shuang, like an adult, waved to him with her back turned, and then her figure was completely engulfed in golden flames and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the golden flame, which was so strong that it could illuminate half of the sky, began to shrink sharply. and in the blink of an eye it turned into a small golden flame, suspended in Xiao Yingshuang's hand. Here! Xiao Yingshuang casually threw the small flame directly towards Wang Yanqing. Forehead. Wang Yanqing subconsciously caught it with both hands. And then his expression became a little weird. It's really ironic. This is the inheritance of national destiny that your ancestors have guarded for 3,000 years. How come it seems like nothing worth mentioning in the hands of a kid like you? A toy? What a mess. Little Yingshuang wrinkled her little nose and walked back to Li Guanqi. Take the hot hand, and I won't even give it to me as a toy. When Li Guanqi saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. Guozhou of the Daluo dynasty for 3,000 years is more important than his own life in the eyes of some people. And he is even willing to tie himself to the dragon throne for the rest of his life. Working hard and dedicating his life. No matter life or death. All for the continuation of the dynasty. But for some people, this is nothing at all. Even worse than wild flowers on the roadside. They are disgusted when they are given for free as toys. And they are just a throwaway thing. Inexplicably, Li Guanqi found this matter very interesting. And he couldn't help but laugh. It's all over. Li Guanqi squatted down with a smile. Handed the silver frost sword back to little Yingshuang. And then rubbed little Yingshuang's head. The Daluo dynasty and the Ying royal family are over. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Ying family royal family. You are just Yingshuang, your aunt's niece, the granddaughter of my savior, and a member of my Li Guanqi family. Little Yingshuang held the silver frost sword in her arms and looked down at the snow-white sword. It's all over. Aunt? The end? But the story of this new era has just begun. My little junior brother. After hearing this, Wang Yanqing, who was standing on the other side, closed his eyes, raised his head slightly, and put the small golden flame in his hand into his mouth as if he were eating a piece of snake gall. Boom! In an instant, the Empress of Chu, who was wearing a golden imperial robe, burned with raging golden flames, echoing with the boundless golden clouds above the sky, resonating with each other, and the heaven and earth shook violently. This noise lasted for a long time before gradually dying down. Finally, with a wave of Wang Yanqing's right hand, the golden clouds in the sky dissipated and disappeared. This move also proves one thing, that all the national destiny of this land for 3,000 years is now under the control of this empress. The power of national destiny is fascinating, isn't it? Wang Yanqing slowly opened her eyes, looked at Li Guanqi with her blood-red eyes, and said slightly, the so-called national destiny is actually the power of faith. Now I can feel the overall state of this land of Kyushu, and feel seeing the joys and sorrows of countless people is so fascinating. You should understand. Right? This ability is more of a reminder to me. Li Guanqi stood up and looked at the empress, who finally got her wish and successfully absorbed the destiny of Daluo. He said calmly, the joys and sorrows of the people remind me all the time what I should do as their emperor and leader. Better. Make their lives better. And make their joy stronger. What about you, demon? You should find it interesting to be able to feel the inner changes of countless people? Yes. Wang Yanqing smiled. Li Guanqi shook his head. Let's go. Little Yingshuang tugged at the corner of his clothes. Well, let's go. Li Guanqi then stretched out his right hand, and the red runes on the back of his hand lit up, gradually turning from red to gold. This is a rune left to him by Luo Di. He hasn't found any other uses yet. It seems that it can only be used to find direct descendants of the royal family like Xiao Yingshuang, restore memories, and open teleportation gates to travel to and from the Great Wall. It is worth mentioning that after he unlocked this rune, he naturally understood a piece of information. The portal, except for rune owners like him, could only allow the Ying family to pass through. So he didn't have to worry about Wang Yanqing following him out of the Great Wall. Now, Wang Yanqing has fulfilled her promise. After Xiao Yingshuang handed over the golden flame, the empress finally released her soul lock on Xiao Yingshuang, which was regarded as a statement. Now little Yingshuang and the Ying family have no value to her. Don't leave in a hurry. At this time, seeing the golden runes on Li Guanqi's back getting brighter and brighter, and the surrounding space beginning to fluctuate slightly, Wang Yanqing quickly said, Didn't I just say that I still have a gift to give to this child? It's a thank you gift. I just said that. Little Yingshuang looked at her coldly. It would be the best gift for you to disappear as soon as possible. Really don't want to see it. When Wang Yanqing heard this, he was not annoyed at all. Instead, the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. He clapped his hands and said, Send it up. As soon as he finished speaking, among the hundreds of figures not far away, a man in purple robes slowly walked over. It is Wei Guizhou and Wei Tianhe. I saw this semi-god level national pillar holding an exquisite wooden box in his hands. The pattern and shape looked very high-end, like an extremely luxurious gift box. Open it and take a look. Wang Yanqing looked at Xiao Shuang and chuckled. Don't refuse in a hurry. You can open it and take a look. After reading it, you can make a decision. If you are satisfied, I will give you an extra gift. A gift outside the box. You? Li Guanqi looked at the Empress of Chu and frowned slightly. This box is not a special one. It is just a normal luxurious gift box. And there are no measures to prohibit soul exploration. So for Li Guanqi, with just a sweep of his soul power, he could see through directly and successfully see what was inside the wooden box. Because of this, he subconsciously felt a little uncomfortable with Wang Yanqing giving Xiao Shuang a gift. Little Shuang has a bad fate. Although she is 9 years old, she has experienced a lot. But even so, she is still only a 9-year-old child. How? Wang Yanqing glanced at Li Guanqi and said calmly. You think children can't see these things? But I think this child is very interesting. She is not an ordinary child. What's more, she is from the Ying family. If she is raised according to the standards of a crown prince, 9 Ying family should even be more mature now. So those crown princes never had a childhood. Li Guanqi's voice deepened. They are not children since they were born, but contenders for the throne. In my opinion, their lives are not half interesting. I don't want Ying Shuang to be in this situation. I will let him. She had a happy enough childhood. You sure? Wang Yanqing's lips curled up slightly. But why do I feel that after you get into trouble here, you will either speed up your expedition and rush to collect the national transportation of the Western land, or you will start to retreat and rush to open the remaining Bagua occupants. Regardless of it's the former and the latter, you probably don't have much time to spend with your children. Right. My senior sister can worry about this, but it's none of the devil's business, Li Guanqi said coldly. Okay. No need to argue. At this time, little Ying Shuang tugged at Li Guanqi's clothes again, then raised her head, looked at him and blinked. You decide. If you say no, then we will leave now. Li Guanqi looked at the little girl and frowned slightly. But after hesitating for a while, he still shook his head, then squatted down, grabbed the little girl's shoulders with both hands, looked into her golden eyes, and said softly, I am your family, but I will not interfere. In your life, I will only provide you with all the help I can, whether it is now or from now on. Every choice you need to make will be determined by your own will. And the consequences, of course, I will bear them with you. But there are some things that you need to bear on your own. Now, it's up to you to make the choice. Then let me take a look first and then talk about it. Little Ying Shuang looked at Li Guanqi hesitantly. And what she saw was just a handsome face with a smile and a closed mouth. I'll look at it first and then make a decision. Xiao Shuang's tone became firm. And then she walked towards Wei Guizhou, who was beside Wang Yanqing. The demigod-level alien blood warrior immediately knelt down and lowered the delicate wooden box in his hand so that little Ying Shuang could reach it. Click! Little Ying Shuang walked up to Wei Guizhou, stretched out her hand to open the buckle of the wooden box, and then slowly opened the lid. Chapter 711 Wang Yanqing's Demonic Personality. As soon as Xiao Shuang opened the box, she couldn't help but take a half step back. Her expression was extremely complicated, including shock, nausea. But more importantly, it was still unbelievable. There were a total of 3 things in the box in Wei Tianhe's hand, which were contained by 3 sapphire trays. The first tray from left to right contained a pile of broken internal organs, blood and black intertwined. Little Ying Shuang didn't know what it was. She just felt disgusted. She had never seen corpses when she was on the run during the war, and she had even seen battered corpses. But the internal organs that had been forcibly chopped into pieces. This kind of visual impact still makes her feel uncomfortable and nauseated when she is only 9 years old. But Li Guanqi, who has been fighting for a long time, naturally recognizes this thing. It was a chopped heart. However, compared to this plate of chopped hearts, the visual impact of what was on the second sapphire tray to little Ying Shuang was even several times stronger. It was a human head split in half. This man was even in a state of death, with his bloodshot eyeballs staring out, almost protruding from the sockets. The bloody cross-section of the skull and brain tissue, the intertwined appearance of brains and blood, made Xiao Shuang even more confused, almost nauseated. The items on the third sapphire tray appear calmer than the first 2, but for those who know the art. The third one is actually the real cruelty. This is a clear jar. It can be clearly seen in the jar that there are many blue light spots floating around, and the outline of a villain is looming in it. From time to time, the terrifying abstract face is pressed against the inner wall of the jar, with a sad expression. Soul. This is a human soul sealed in a jar. 3 sapphire trays. Broken heart. A human head split in half. A sealed soul. This is the gift Wang Yanqing gave to Xiaoying Shuang. A dead man with only the remaining soul left. Devil. What do you mean? Little Ling Xuan covered her mouth and looked at Wang Yanqing with a frown. Her face looked a little pale due to nausea. Look, I just said she can watch these things. Right. Wang Yanqing did not answer immediately, but looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. You taught her that humans with different blood should get used to pain. But why did you forget to teach her that humans with different blood should also get used to blood? Look, just like this after a while, her face will turn pale. Then if she punches someone into pieces, won't she have to stand there and spit it out? She's only 9 years old. Li Guanqi's face was gloomy. It's too early for these things. The truly favored princes of the Ying family will go to the Luojing heavenly prison when they are 7 years old to observe up close the entire execution process of a prisoner being beheaded. Heartbroken. And soul broken. Wang Yanqing's lips curled up slightly, and she smiled softly. Junior brother. It's not that she's too early, but that she's too late. She's already 2 years too late. We need to catch up on her children's education as early as possible. The Ying family is no longer a royal family. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. And you don't need to interfere with her education. You are a devil. Not my senior sister? Don't think that because you have taken over my senior sister's body, you can point fingers as my senior sister. Wang Yanqing was still smiling, but she didn't say anything else to him. Instead, she looked at Little Ling Xuan in front of her and said with a smile. Why? Don't you recognize this guy? Of course I recognize it. Little Ling Xuan held the snow-white silver frost sword in her arms tightly with both hands, and looked at the head that was split in half in the box with complicated eyes. He is the one who claims to be surnamed Wei, and he is the one who killed my aunt. So, I'm almost going to help you get revenge. Wang Yanqing smiled, then reached out from the box and took out the jar that sealed the human soul. The Empress of Chu held the jar close to her eyes, looked at the human souls wandering and wailing inside the jar, and grinned. Look, how beautiful it is, without the constraints of the body, the purest person, the purest soul, especially their wails. Listen, this is simply the most beautiful music in the world. Can you change your face? Little Ling Xuan frowned. Whenever you want to say such perverted things in the future, please change your face. Don't use the face of elder brother and senior sister. You are not her. Use someone else's face and body. Sorry. Well, forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. To be honest, he was a little surprised that this little girl would think of him like this. But really speaking, it's actually pretty good. At first, when facing Wang Yanqing in this posture, he did feel a little complicated. But now, he only needs to think about. Actually, there is a demon occupying the body of senior sister, and he doesn't feel much anymore. No, I am his senior sister, and I am Wang Yanqing. Facing Xiaoying Shuang's words, the smile on Wang Yanqing's face finally slowly disappeared. The Empress of Chu lowered her eyes, looked down at Little Ling Xuan, and said coldly, This is my face. This is my body. The senior sister in his heart is gone, and will never come back. And it's Wang Yanqing. From now on, Wang Yanqing is me. I am the Emperor of Dechu, the master of the world. Brother, look, she is in a hurry. Little Ling Xuan turned to look at Li Guanqi, smiled, and said deliberately, This female devil is definitely not your senior sister. Your senior sister must have been captured by her and imprisoned elsewhere. Let's rescue her later. Right? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing loudly. This kid is so interesting. Little Ling Xuan always surprises him in unexpected places. But that's right. After experiencing so much, this 9-year-old girl can no longer be treated as an ordinary 9-year-old child. Li Guanqi laughed endlessly. Wang Yanqing's expression became increasingly gloomy. Xiaoying Shuang's words may seem to have an average attack power, but many words in the world are meant to be spoken with care, but without intention. Some ordinary words, to some people, sound like the sharpest sharp blade. Heart and lungs. What's more, Xiaoying Shuang was not unintentional. At this time, And this situation seems a bit familiar. It seems that not long ago, there was a situation where one person was laughing and the other person was angry. But at that time, it was Wang Yanqing who was laughing and Li Guanqi who was angry. But now, it was Li Guanqi's turn to laugh, while Wang Yanqing was angry. The devil likes to play with people's hearts? Do you enjoy this? But for now, the devil seems to have been stabbed in the heart by a little girl who is only 9 years old. But Li Guanqi wasn't sure if it was an illusion. It seemed that from unknown time on, the Empress of Chu became more and more concerned about the topic of whether she was Wang Yanqing. Obviously, when he was in the forest at first, this demon didn't care about it. A bit strange and worth thinking about. Boom. Suddenly, Wang Yanqing crushed the jar in his hand, and the glass fragments scattered on the ground. She held a twitching and wailing human soul in her hand, looking down at little Ying Shuang coldly. You kid. You are not as cute as you were at first. And now you are a bit annoying. But it doesn't matter. I do what I say. I say if I give you a gift, I will definitely give it to you. And this is my gift to you. Don't blink, child. After saying that, the great Chu Empress put the soul in her hand into her mouth. And in front of little Ying Shuang, she slowly crushed the soul into pieces and swallowed it one bite at a time. The image of this soul being bitten to pieces in her mouth and wailing incessantly was clearly reflected in Xiao Ying Shuang's golden eyes. During this period, Li Guanqi wanted to step forward and cover Xiao Ying Shuang's eyes. However, his move was actively stopped by Xiao Ying Shuang. You first said that you would teach me the truth about this world. You also said that the truth might be a bit cruel. But that is the truth. Little Ying Shuang blocked Li Guanqi's hand, gritted her teeth, and suppressed the discomfort in her heart. She watched Wang Yanqing chewing her soul intently, and asked Li Guanqi behind her, Is this also the truth now? Right. Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, This is the truth. Many people like to eat meat. But in fact many people don't know how bloody and cruel the scene will be when animals are slaughtered by humans using the most primitive methods. Of course, there is no need for most people to know this at all. Whether they know this or whether they can accept it does not affect their eating of meat at all. Because the fragrant delicious food is not bloody. But we are different. Kids! We are human beings of different blood. We are cultivators. And we often need to witness or experience battles. Just like eating meat. Dieters do not need to accept blood, because they only need to eat delicious food. But butchers and chefs need to accept it. We cultivators are also another kind of butcher and cook. In some dangerous places, there are demons, cursed spirits, and enemies. They know how to destroy our souls. And the scene in which they destroy our souls is much the same as the scene you are seeing now. If these guys invade our homeland, then we must fight, kill, tear apart the souls of the enemy, and use the weapons in our hands to defend peace just like these guys. No matter they are humans or ghosts, gods or demons. Ying Shuang, sooner or later you will need to tear the enemy's body to pieces, feel the touch of hot blood spurting on your body, or even kill the enemy, and feel the feeling of a fresh life flowing through your fingertips. These are the things of the world. The truth. We cannot escape. We can only accept it. Having said this, Li Guanqi squatted down, looked at little Ying Shuang beside him, and smiled at the girl. However, there are many truths in the world, which are far more than bloody and cruel. There are also many beautiful romances and deep family ties. There are sincere friendships, sweet love, good food and wine, and beautiful scenery, which you will all experience in the future. Little Ying Shuang nodded heavily, then looked at Wang Yanqing who had eaten a soul alive in front of her, and said loudly, I remember. This female devil wants to scare me. But it's useless. I will accept everything in this world. The truth is, you won't be scared by these facts at all. And you, devil, I want to thank you. Thank you for doing me a favor, helping me take revenge, and helping me kill the murderer who killed my aunt. Thank you. Although she was thanking him, at this moment, Xiao Ying Shuang was undoubtedly mocking Wang Yanqing for the failure of her intimidation move. Wang Yanqing gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. Li Guanqi's smile became even brighter as he rubbed little Ying Shuang's head. Hey, you know what? If I can have a daughter like you in the future, I will definitely be very, very happy. Then I am her sister? Little Ying Shuang tilted her head and blinked. Of course. Li Guanqi looked at this special little girl, smiled and nodded. Junior brother, you seem to be really good at taking care of children. Suddenly, Wang Yanqing took a deep breath and then let out a hoarse voice. Well enough. Li Guanqi stood up, took little Ing Shuang's hand, looked at the Empress of Chu, narrowed his eyes, and said deliberately, Maybe my senior sister also likes to take care of children? Wang Yanqing gritted his teeth, but didn't say anything. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi's eyes flashed with excitement. It's not an illusion. The demon's mental state became increasingly unstable. It was clear that Feng Qingyun was extremely indifferent at first. And no matter what he said, he didn't seem to care at all. But it's obviously different now. Even just mentioning senior sister can make this devil feel unhappy. If I have to say it, it seems that there has been a change since this demon attacked him for the first time. To be more specific, it was the demon's emotional changes that began to appear after he stood there in a daze for a while after taking action. So, that's the key? What happened to this demon during that day's time? It's over. Goodbye. At this time, Wang Yanqing, who was wearing an imperial robe, stepped forward and walked slowly towards Li Guanqi. With a cold voice, Next time we meet, we will be enemies. So you'd better not appear in front of me again. It is true that I cannot kill you, but you and your Da dynasty cannot stop me. Li Guanqi, your best choice is to step down as Emperor Wu immediately after you go back, and then take this little girl and your relatives and friends to live in seclusion. Only then will I be the sole master of this world. What kind of world mission is your system god? Give up now. As soon as she finished speaking, the Empress of Chu passed by Li Guanqi with an expressionless face. Li Guanqi smiled slightly. Something has changed. The future picture seen by the heart of time and space is described like this. That beautiful face is expressionless and cold. Like an iceberg beauty. You lower your head, grit your teeth, step forward, and pass by her. You two met and parted like this. However, at this time, Li Guanqi was not bowing his head and gritting his teeth. And it was not that he took the initiative to pass by Wang Yanqing, but that the Empress of Chu took the initiative to leave and pass by him. This small difference represents a big change. Li Guanqi was even laughing at this time, because he was very sure that this demon was not his senior sister, or even the senior sister who was affected, but an independent demonic consciousness that just occupied the senior sister's body. He was convinced he could find a solution. Compared with the future seen by the heart of time, Li Guanqi is more confident now. The future trajectory is like this. If you don't know anything, the future will run according to the established trajectory. But if you know it in advance, even if you don't do anything big because of it, the future will still change subtly. Perhaps, this is what the god of the future meant to Li Guanqi back then. The future god clearly had the opportunity to tell Li Guanqi what to do. But he said that the time had not come yet, and he could not tell him. Then why can't it be said in advance, so that Li Guanqi can start preparations in advance? Perhaps, this is the reason. Senior sister? Li Guanqi held little Ing Shuang with his left hand, and the runes on his right hand flashed with golden light. Then he turned to look at Wang Yanqing who was leaving, and grinned. Don't worry. I'll be back to save you soon. The Great Chu Empress turned her head slightly, and looked at him with a frown. Hey, don't get me wrong. Li Guanqi's smile became brighter and brighter. I was not talking to you just now. Bye, devil. After saying that, the rune on his right hand shot out a golden light in front of him, tearing open a rift in space. Li Guanqi also withdrew his gaze, and stepped into it with little Ing Shuang. As the golden light engulfed their figures, and as the cracks in the golden space gradually disappeared, they also completely left this area and returned to the outside of the Great Wall. His Majesty. At this time, the demigod-level Yin Guozhu came over and whispered to Wang Yanqing. I have something that I don't understand. Why don't we follow his space portal? Boom! Before Yin Guozhu finished speaking, Wang Yanqing slapped his head to pieces, causing blood and flesh to splatter. The Empress of Chu's face was extremely ferocious. Idiot! That's a special space crack. We outsiders can't get in at all. If I hear such stupid words again in the future, you will die. Die! She still didn't seem to be relieved, and followed up with another kick, directly kicking Yin Guozhu's headless body tens of thousands of meters away and disappearing into the horizon. The hundreds of figures around them all lowered their heads and remained silent. Wei Guozhu was laughing in his heart. Lao Yuan, you are still as stupid as ever. Do you really think that if you show your loyalty here, this female devil will value you? A demon with demonic power doesn't need any loyal ministers. It just needs a group of slaves who can come and go when called upon. The slaves don't know whether the devil can hear the slaves' thoughts. But what is certain is that the slaves cannot hear the voice of the demon master. let alone what the master is thinking at this time. Call. Wang Yanqing took a deep breath, raised her head slightly, and closed her blood-red eyes. Darkness has no boundaries. This is an unknowable place deep in the soul. Why? The stunning female emperor in imperial robes suddenly appeared here, with a sullen face, and slowly moved forward. 100 meters in front of her, another figure was sitting with his eyes closed, and the black void beneath him was constantly rippled. She was dressed in white, and looked very much like the Empress. But the strange thing is that just that little bit of dissimilarity makes her appearance completely different from that of the Empress. And they cannot be compared at all. If the Empress can be said to be a beauty, and a beauty in the world, then this woman in white is barely beautiful. However, the cold temperament of the stunning beauty queen made her appear to be a no-no to strangers. But this is not the case with this woman in white. Although she is not very beautiful, her whole body exudes a gentle and friendly aura, which makes people want to get close to her and make them feel relaxed. Huh? If you could have been so gentle back then, Qi Yuanan wouldn't have been exhausted by your strength. The stunning beauty queen walked over slowly. Her voice was cold. Her blood-red eyes were even more chilly. And she sneered and sneered. Even if you face me, you still can't get rid of the habit of attacking people's hearts when you open your mouth? It's useless. Give up. The woman in white slowly opened her eyes. They were a pair of gentle, watery black eyes, and there was a gentle smile between her eyebrows. The Empress was silent for a moment. The woman in white smiled and said nothing. Why? The Empress looked at her and said in a deep voice, when I attacked that man, you took the initiative to separate me. Right. You allowed me to gain self and independence, and then lock myself in here. Why? I don't understand. Because Wang Yanqing will not kill his junior brother. The woman in white smiled and looked at this stunning beauty queen. Your consciousness is too strong. If you don't be more decisive, I will never be able to change back. And my decision was the right one. Now I feel very free and at ease. Ever since I began to absorb the power of my ancestors, and was gradually influenced by their will, I have never felt so free. The person I am now is the real Wang Yanqing. But you are imprisoning yourself. The Empress looked ferocious and roared angrily. You chose to imprison yourself. So what if you recovered yourself? From now on, you have no hope of leaving. The person who controls this body is me. I am Wang Yanqing. No. You may be a demon. You may be a human. You may be an independent individual. You may be the Empress of Chu. But you are not Wang Yanqing. The woman in white looked calm and said softly, I am Wang Yanqing, that big boy's senior sister. I will stay here and wait for him to come and save me. He can't do it. The Empress suddenly stepped forward, glaring at each other angrily, opening her mouth to reveal two fangs, and her blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. He will never be able to do it. Impossible. And you? You are stupid. You are stupid enough to give it to me on your own initiative. Be independent, and then give up your own body. No. Wang Yanqing smiled gently. Of course he can do it. Because he is my junior brother. What my junior is best at is turning the impossible into reality. Chapter 712. She in this world is not her. By the way, what should I call you in the future? I can't always call you by name. Or call you Big Brother or Big Brother. Right? It's up to you. Just don't call me Dad. I'm not married yet. I didn't want to call you Daddy. That's great. So what exactly am I going to call you? As you wish. Sakura Shogunate. Heian Kyo. In the palace hall, as the golden light space crack slowly emerged, two figures, one big and one small, also walked out of it. It was Li Guanqi and Xiao Yingxuan who had returned from the Great Wall. Where is this? Lil Yingxuan held the silver frost sword and looked around curiously, looking at this magnificent and luxurious hall. She blinked her eyes and said, It's so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful place. Those candlesticks are actually floating in the air. The palace in Daluo is 100 times more beautiful than this. It's a pity that we can't live there because it is now called Dacha Palace. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly when he heard this. Oh. Little Yingxuan let go of Li Guanqi's hand and started to run around happily in the hall. She looked at this and touched that. She was very curious. She even ran to sit on the throne and found that the back of the chair was too straight. After I felt uncomfortable sitting, I ran to other places to play. This is indeed the case. Li Guanqi has sat on several thrones, such as those in Baiwei King's City, Beimang King's City, and Pinganjing's, and then he found that none of the thrones were comfortable at all. But this is normal. If you can sit on a comfortable chair, Your appearance is bound to be not decent. Only this kind of uncomfortable chair can force the king to sit upright. Suddenly, Li Guanqi seemed to sense something, and turned to look at the closed door of the Vermilion Palace. Misha? Why are you outside? Come in. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, the large palace door was pushed open. In the dusk sky, a centaur queen with long green hair and a white horse body came slowly. Misha Chiron. At this time, when little Ing Shuang in the corner of the hall saw this beautiful centaur queen, her golden eyes suddenly widened, and she was extremely shocked. She pointed at Misha, looking at this being whose upper body was a human, and whose lower body was a horse. She trembled for a long time, and couldn't say a complete sentence. Human. Horse. No. What is this? Weird monster? Hey, you can't say that word again. Hearing this, Li Guanqi quickly walked to little Ing Shuang, carried her to Misha, lifted her in the air, and faced Misha. This sister is from the Centaur clan, and like humans, he is an intelligent race in this world, not a monster. Come on, apologize to this sister. Yeah, sorry. Little Ing Shuang blinked, then looked into Misha's green eyes, and said seriously, It doesn't matter. Misha didn't mind at all. She stretched out her hand with a smile, and rubbed her little head. Little sister, is this your first time seeing a centaurs? Have you never even heard of them before? Never heard of it. Little Ing Shuang looked at Misha in front of her, looking up and down, very curious. She had never heard of such a thing in the world before. But now, she has gradually recovered from the initial shock, and no longer thinks that the other party is a monster. In addition to Li Guanqi's teachings, the biggest reason is, Misha is good-looking, like the gentle girl next door. Elder sister. If a ferocious centaur came over, no matter what Li Guanqi said, Xiao Shuang would probably label these centaurs as monsters in her heart in a short time. Appearance is justice, and the most reasonable thing in the world. Little sister, who are you? Misha looked at Ing Shuang and asked softly with a smile on her face. My name is Ing Shuang. The little girl scratched her head and looked back at Li Guanqi behind her. Well, I am, yes. It's my family. Li Guanqi took over the conversation, put Misha and his hand back on the ground, then pressed the little girl's head and smiled at Misha. Give me the order. From now on, this little girl Ing Shuang will be the president of our Da dynasty. Princess. Title. He thought for a moment, then looked at the silver frost sword in little Ing Shuang's arms. Hesitating slightly. Shuang. The title is Shuang. Princess Frost? Well, forget it. Let's not mention the title first. Wait for this little guy after reading a book for a while. I asked her to think of a title for herself. Before that, she was the only princess of the Da dynasty, and she didn't need any title to distinguish her. Yes, Your Majesty. Misha lowered her head slightly. By the way, why were you standing outside just now? Li Guanqi looked at the centaur queen and asked curiously. Do you want to see me for anything? I must have been away for less than half a day. Right. Something happened? Misha had a complicated expression and nodded lightly. Indeed, something happened. Although it is not a particularly important thing. The meaning of this matter is a bit special, so we have been unable to decide. Old Mr. Randall and his group think that I have a good relationship with Your Majesty. So let me tell you. What kind of fallacy is this? Li Guanqi heard this, shook his head slightly, and said calmly, Let's talk about the matter. It has nothing to do with the relationship. But since I'm here, let's talk about it. What happened? Listen to the story. Just pretend that I'm bored the last adjustment in life before retreat. Killing and raping women. Misha groaned, and then said slowly, Just 2 hours ago, Yang Qitian, the brother of Yang Qingming, the minister of Hanging Pot, suddenly broke into the home of a Sakura woman and killed her directly in front of the Sakura woman. He killed her husband and children, and then tried to take the Sakura woman away by force. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qingming, the minister of Xuanhu, arrived, stopped her brother's actions, and rescued the Sakura woman named Ono Keiko. But Sakura Mai of the Sakura family also arrived soon, saying that this matter could not be let go. Ingwa Wu believes that Yang Qitian killed people for no reason. And in broad daylight in Ping and Jing, he broke into houses on the street and killed people in such a bad way. If Yang Qitian does not die, the people of Ping and Jing will not be able to eliminate their resentment. After all, Haiyang is a place that values equality and order, not the hierarchical southern Xinjiang. At least in this city, Sakura Jiawu has been working hard to maintain a peaceful environment. Even strong men and officials cannot kill mortals at will. It is not the same environment as the weak and the strong in southern Xinjiang and some grassland tribes. And this is indeed the case. Regarding this matter, the Sakura people who were watching were very angry. Many people even said that your majesty went back on your word. You clearly said that people from other worlds are the same as them, but you still protect people from other worlds in this way. In response, Yang Qingming argued that this had nothing to do with your majesty and was her own personal doing. Then, she handed the jade gourd you gave her to another extraordinary being from another world named Adam, and then hugged her brother, saying that this was her biological brother and wanted Yang Qingtian if she dies. Then step over her body first. But, your majesty, you know that she is your appointed minister of Xuanhu, even if she handed over the imperial gift gourd herself. As long as you don't speak, her identity will still be there. So Sakuramai and the others still dare not take action. Later, Mr. Randall from the Dragon Clan and some Beastmasters, who originally wanted to stay in Haiyang, arrived. But it was no use. No one could make the decision. Now a group of people gathered around the street to confront each other. But no one could do anything. I can only make a decision until you come back. At this point, Misha stopped with a strange expression. You still have something to say, Li Guanqi said calmly. Go on. Don't worry. Just tell us what happened. Well, it's not a concern. Misha's mood was complicated. The main thing is sorry, your majesty. I don't even know what words to use to describe it. Back to the case. Of course, we also asked Yang Qingtian why he acted like this. But he actually said that according to the Sakura law, his behavior was completely legal. Yang Qingtian claimed that this Sakura woman named Ono Keiko was originally his wife. But now she cheated on him in Haiyang, married another person, and gave birth to a child for him. Indeed, according to the Sakura law, revised by Sakura Kubu 50 years ago, if this level of marital infidelity is found to be true, the injured party does have the legal right to kill. Even if the cheating party is killed, even if the innocent children born from the affair are killed, it is still legal. Quite an outrageous law. Right. But this is indeed the marriage law of Sakura Ritsu. Your Majesty has not issued an order to unify the laws across the country, so we cannot say anything about the laws of these Sakura people. But the problem isn't Sakura Ritsu at all. The problem is that Yang Qingtian claimed that Ono Keiko was his first wife. But we searched her soul and found that there was no trace of Yang Qingtian in Ono Keiko's soul memory. But what's even more bizarre is that we also searched Yang Qingtian's soul. And it turns out that his soul memory actually contains all the memories of him and Ono Keiko meeting, falling in love, getting married and having children. At this point, Misha sighed. Parallel time and space. When Li Guanqi heard this, he completely understood. He calmly raised his head, looked at the ceiling of the main hall here, and said calmly, as a transcendent in the real world, Yang Qingtian did fall in love with Keiko Ono before this. But that Keiko Ono, not the Keiko Ono of this world. This is not a difficult case to decide. Wrong is wrong. Yang Qingtian forced the situation of another world into this world, causing the death of Ono Keiko's family in this world. This is an unforgivable death penalty. The case is not difficult to decide. Misha lowered her head slightly. Of course we know that your Majesty, and you extraordinary beings from other worlds were scattered in parallel worlds before. So we know that no matter how this matter is judged, it is Yang Qingtian who is wrong. But the problem is, Xuanhu Minister Yang Qingming is there to protect her brother, and we dare not take action. How stupid. At this time, Xiaoying Shuang scratched her head and said, how could there be such a stupid guy to kill people on the street? Her sister is so powerful. She can kill people secretly, so no one can do anything to him, even if the police find his head. As soon as these words came out, Misha was stunned. Can you say this in front of His Majesty? Li Guanqi's eyes were solemn, and his brows were furrowed. This is, feeling that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Little Ling Shuang suddenly shrank her neck, not daring to look into Li Guanqi's eyes, and muttered in a low voice, this is the truth of the world. A fact. Right? That's right. Li Guanqi kept a straight face and said in a deep voice, this is indeed the truth of the world. But just because it is the truth, it does not mean that it is right. Even the powerful will do this. But it does not mean that it is correct. Ing Shuang, you have lived your life since you were a child. The environment has exposed you to a lot of filth. But you should understand what is right. Little Ing Shuang lowered her head. I'm sorry. No need to say sorry. Li Guanqi patted her head and said, you have not read the book and have not formed the correct 3 views. But from now on, someone will teach you. Little Ing Shuang nodded slightly. With Yang Qingming protecting you, the law enforcement officers in Pinyin capital don't dare to take action. Li Guanqi looked at Misha, talked about the matter again, and said in a deep voice, this is the shortcoming of the dynasty's official system that has not yet been determined. This kind of thing should be dealt with according to the law. How can you dare or not? Let's go. Let's go and conclude this matter. And then inform everyone that at noon tomorrow, officials from all ethnic groups will gather in the palace square in the capital of Emperor Dou. I will hold a canonization ceremony and allocate official positions in the Wu dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. Misha then turned around and took the lead towards the Vermilion Palace gate. Go for a walk. Li Guanqi looked at little Ing Shuang next to him and smiled slightly. We will talk about studying later. Now let's experience the exotic customs. Although the buildings in this city are similar in style to Daluo, there are all kinds of things on the streets. The orcs may not be as good looking as Sister Misha, and some are even quite scary. But remember, you can't call them monsters when you see them. I see. Little Ing Shuang nodded seriously. Let's go. Li Guanqi held her hand and followed Misha's footsteps, gradually leaving the palace and walking towards the crime scene. During this period, Xiao Yingshuang kept holding the silver frost sword. Although it was a bit heavy for her, she still wanted to hold it by herself. Along the way, the people of Hainjing all looked at him. They were eyes with mixed emotions, including suspicion, expectation, anger, etc., etc. They were all waiting for an answer. The fact that Yang Qingtian forcibly broke into a house, killed Ono Keiko's husband and children, and even tried to snatch Ono Keiko away, thanks to Sakura Mai's deliberate publicity, has now spread throughout Heiankyo. All the people were waiting for Emperor Wu's statement. Because of this, Misha chose to walk slowly with Li Guanqi, so that all the people could see the process. This is not just a matter for Sakura people, but all the outsider and native aboriginal stuff. It has to be said that Yang Qingming's bastard brother is really good at causing trouble for Li Guanqi, and he specifically picked this juncture of the new dynasty to go crazy. Of course, it's still the same sentence. Talk about matters, not feelings. Li Guanqi has a clear conscience for the verdict he will make later. In fact, he didn't care much about it. Li Guanqi is now looking at Misha's back in front of him, and his mind is all thinking about the next retreat to practice. Well, after the canonization ceremony is over, let's go to the Centaur clan's 8th level training ground for retreat. The canonization ceremony is by no means a meaningless matter. It can even be said that it is a necessary matter before he retreats. Today's Dao dynasty seems to be established, but in fact it is very chaotic. Each tribe has its own officials and laws, and it is not a whole at all. Because of this, the national destiny of Wu dynasty is actually very dispersed and expanded, which is far inferior to that of Dachu dynasty. And this is a problem that can be solved quickly. At least 80% of the degree of dispersion. The canonization of hundreds of officials completely determined the military and political system of the Wu dynasty, and unified the forces of all ethnic groups. Once this matter is completed, the national destiny of the Wu dynasty will be more solidified, and Li Guanqi will also be able to obtain a stronger all-round increase from it, including an increase in strength and an increase in understanding required for retreat. In addition, the national destiny of a dynasty is generally determined by the people's belief and willingness in the country. But people's belief in the country depends on various aspects. By canonizing all civil and military officials, and turning the country into a machine that can run automatically, the Dao dynasty can be better governed, and the people of the Wu dynasty can be more stable, thus providing more faith and will for the Dao dynasty. All in all, before Li Guanqi retreats into seclusion, this matter of conferring civil and military officials must be completed. In this way, he can use a stronger increase in understanding to penetrate all the remaining 9 Bagua occupants in one go. As for the specific content of the official appointment, Li Guanqi planned to refer to the personnel file that Misha had previously given. It's just that Li Guanqi felt regretful about the canonization of Yang Qingming, the minister of Xuanhu. At least before this, Yang Qingming was quite fair, and made no mistakes in rescuing real-life humans and handling conflicts between real-life extraordinary beings and residents of strange worlds. It can even be said that he handled it quite well. It's a pity that people are like this. When the matter has nothing to do with them, many people can handle it impartially. But when it comes to relatives and friends, they can no longer maintain their rationality. Regarding this matter, Yang Qingming must know that it is her brother who is wrong. But she cannot do it if she wants to watch her brother die. What is there to say? Human nature is like this. It's normal. Li Guanqi couldn't say he was disappointed. Just regretful. Chapter 713 Extraordinary, Adam. Who is that? Look! The Centaur Queen is coming with her majesty. Quickly! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Your majesty is here! Ping and Jing, DC District, Yifeng Street. With the Centaur Queen Misha's soft drink, the noise in this residential street suddenly subsided, and many people on the street knelt down in large numbers to welcome Emperor Wu's arrival. Everyone, get up! Li Guanqi waved his hand casually, then took Lil Xuang and slowly walked towards a bungalow wooden house directly in front of him. The people then got up. On both sides of the wooden house, Randall of the Dragon Clan, who had transformed into a human form, Sakura Mai of the Sakura family, as well as the Deer King, Leopard King, Cat King, Wolf King, and other Beast Kings also slowly stood up. In the hall of the wooden house, there was a man and a woman, and blood stains all over the floor. The woman, naturally Yang Qingming, was kneeling on the ground with her head lowered, her eyes red. The man, on the other hand, never knelt down from beginning to end. This young man in a black robe looked very similar to Yang Qingming. Both arms were mechanical prostheses. He stood in front of his sister and looked coldly at Li Guanqi, who was walking towards her. Third-level conjurer. He is an extraordinary person who became a magician. In other words, before the system came, Yang Qingming had a disabled brother without hands. Perhaps it is because of this that she has serious partiality and deep affection for her brother. After all, if there is a disabled relative in the family affection is either weak or deeper than that of ordinary relatives. Although it is not absolute, in most cases it will be these two extremes. As for Yang Qingming's treatment of his younger brother, it is obviously the latter. She in this world is not yours. Li Guanqi walked to the door of the wooden house, looked at the man inside, looked down at the thin young magician, and said indifferently, "This is the strange world number 1. The world you have experienced before has nothing to do with this world. Yang Qingtian, you are a transcendent person, so you should be able to distinguish this matter. But you can't. Why? I plead guilty." Yang Qingtian just stared at Li Guanqi coldly. "Just kill me. It's none of my sister's business. Your Majesty, I just figured it out. It turns out there is something wrong with his soul." At this time, the Deer King standing next to him said respectfully, "That should be caused by an error in cultivating the soul, which will cause him to have hallucinations and cognitive impairment. Obviously, this guy was in a state of illness when he killed someone. As for Minister Xuanhu, apart from slightly obstructing law enforcement, she actually didn't commit any major crimes. I sympathize." Li Guanqi nodded lightly, his expression still calm. "However, in my Dao dynasty, there will be no rule that mentally ill people do not break the law. I only look at the facts. And the fact is that Ono Keiko and her husband have a happy family and have a son. Child. But this Yang Qingtian suddenly broke into the home, killed her husband and children, and ruined her life. This is not something that can be ignored by saying, there is something wrong with the soul." At this point, Li Guanqi's voice suddenly dropped. In fact, there is no such law in every country in the strange world. It is very common for practitioners who come from grassroots or small family backgrounds to cultivate their souls on their own without the guidance of their seniors, leading to some problems in their souls. If this can also be used as a reason to avoid punishment, it is equivalent to practitioners from all countries having immunity from crime. Not all places are like southern Xinjiang, where the weak and the strong eat each other. So Chiguoguo has a clear hierarchy. The more powerful a country is, the stronger the constraints on cultivators are. It is impossible for them to kill mortals without punishment. This is not only to protect the people, but also a symbol of dominance. Yang Qingming. Li Guanqi stopped talking to Yang Qingtian and turned his attention to the other party's sister, looking at this woman, who was barely an old friend, but was kneeling on the ground crying. He sighed. "What are you doing? It's unnecessary to do this meaningless thing, isn't it? Now, come and tell me who is at fault in this matter, and how should I deal with it?" Can you give me a reasonable answer? Yang Qingming, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and slowly raised his eyes to look at Li Guanqi. It was a pair of eyes that were red from crying. She wanted to see some mercy on Li Guanqi's face, but she only saw a pair of ancient ice blue eyes. Yes, it was my brother who was wrong. Yang Qingming was completely desperate, lowered her head, and cried, "The death penalty should be imposed to comfort Keiko Ono's deceased husband and son's spirit in heaven." Yang Qingqian's face was expressionless. "Our Minister Xuanhu is still fair." Li Guanqi turned around, looked at the people outside the house, and said in a deep voice, "I hereby declare that Yang Qitian broke into the house and killed someone for no reason and was sentenced to death. The victim's family will receive adequate compensation. As Emperor Da, I express my sympathy and regret for their tragic experience. Oh, Martial Emperor Saint Ming, Eternal Martial Emperor." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Sakura people and Orc people cheered, and some of the real-life extraordinary people among them also nodded slightly. This is not a battle of positions at all. It is Yang Qingqian's fault to discuss matters, emotions and reasons, and it is not a dispute between the positions of foreigners and indigenous aborigines at all. If Li Guanqi still chooses to favor Yang Qingtian, a real-life extraordinary person, in this situation, then he and his Da dynasty will be equivalent to the nature of an invasion from another world, and they will not treat the indigenous people as human beings at all. But if he had wanted to do this, he would have done it long ago and would not have waited until today. "Let's go, Master Yang." Amid the cheers of the people around him, Li Guanqi looked at Yang Qingming in the room and said softly, "As Minister Xuanhu, you should have a lot of things to do." "Right, His Majesty." Yang Qingming was still kneeling on the ground. With a hoarse voice, "Wei Chen wants to step down from the position of Minister of Hanging Hu, and please ask your Majesty for your permission. And now, Wei Chen has temporarily transferred your royal gourd to Adam for safekeeping. I have failed to live up to His Majesty's high expectations. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." "No need." Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. "This incident has nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything wrong. It's all about your brother, and he just obstructed law enforcement a little. It's human nature. I can understand it, and the people can understand it. About you obstructing the Ping and Jing law enforcement department. When it comes to catching criminals, I grant you innocence. I want to resign. Please allow your Majesty." Yang Qingming knelt down and kowtowed. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment, then turned and left. "Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Qingming's voice sounded behind him. Li Guanqi held Xiaoying Shuang's hand and walked slowly towards the street exit. At the same time, he said to the surrounding beast kings, "From now on, the original Beimeng King City will be renamed Da Imperial Capital and temporarily designated as the national capital of Da Dynasty. Tomorrow at noon, the officials of the Da Dynasty will gather in the palace square of the Da Imperial Capital. I will hold a canonization ceremony to confer all the ministers on the throne. At the grand ceremony, I will discuss merits and rewards, and give everyone who has made meritorious service during this period the rewards they deserve. But at the same time, I also want to convict and punish the war criminals who were involved in the previous grassland turmoil. The three major orc tribes, the Tauren, Tiger, and Lion tribes, caused turmoil in the grasslands. As the war raged, countless people in the grasslands were killed and injured. Nowadays, although the Minotaur King, Tiger King, and Lion King are dead, the remaining people can avoid the death penalty, but cannot escape the living crime, and the punishment is unavoidable. This is also an explanation to the grassland tribes, and to those who died. Explanation. For this canonization ceremony, the kings of the grassland beast tribe will come, as will the heads of the major grassland people families. The chiefs of the Sakura clan and Sakura Kyubu are coming, and so are the island owners of the Toyo Islands. No, from now on, they are no longer the island owners. They are just island landowners, and these island owners are also coming. Sakura Mai, you are responsible for informing the Dongyang Islands, and you are responsible for helping those small island owners who are unable to perform space teleportation. Also, Randall, you also have to come and participate on behalf of the Dragon Clan. I obey the order and send you off to your Majesty. Randall, Sakura Mai, and all the beast kings all knelt down and shouted. Li Guanqi nodded lightly, then took little Ing Shuang and left this residential street completely. It's so majestic to be an emperor. While walking, Xiao Shuang suddenly said something with a smile and jumped up and down, seeming to be in a very happy mood. Is it impressive? Li Guanqi looked at the little girl and asked softly. Of course. Little Ing Shuang nodded heavily and said slightly excitedly, You see? Those people were making a lot of noise. As soon as you came, they all knelt down and didn't dare to breathe. You could hear a pin drop. And you after the punishment is over. They still cheer loudly, saying that you are wise. You issued an order, and they still have to shout. I obey the order. Isn't this impressive? She had not felt the power of the Empress of Chu before at the Great Wall, because she didn't know how strong the 8 Kingdoms pillars were. Although there were hundreds of people on the top of the snow-capped mountains, they were all lifeless and didn't speak at all. Naturally, there was no scene to speak of. Unlike when Li Guanqi came out for a visit, the people in the city knelt down to greet him. To Xiao Shuang, this is a majesty that is as powerful as the sky. That's not what majesty is. Li Guanqi smiled slightly and pointed to his head. I have been blessed with the national fortune of the Wu dynasty, and I can feel the general mood of the people of the country. In Sakura province and the Dong'an Islands, the people basically have no feelings for me. Especially islands. They don't even know me. But the grassland is different. I can clearly feel that the respect that the grassland people have for me is slowly increasing every minute and every second. For me, this is the real prestige and real happiness. Why? Because their respect for me comes from my contribution to them. I defeated the 3 beast kings, brought peace to the grassland people, and saved them from the turmoil of war. So they loved me and respected me. I like this. I like it very much. Now I understand why some people like to be emperor. At the end of the sentence, Li Guanqi's smile became even brighter. But Xiao Shuang seemed to understand. However, not all emperors are like you, who simply take pleasure in the love of the people. A gentle male voice came from the corner of the street ahead. Li Guanqi was not surprised at all. Little Ing Shuang followed the sound curiously. I saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western man wearing silver knight-light armor slowly walking out of the corner of the street and coming to Li Guanqi. He knelt down on one knee and performed a knight salute. Mark Hansen. Done. See your majesty? 7-star different blood knight. Li Guanqi looked at his waist. This handsome Western guy also wears a white jade gourd on his belt. The surface of the jade gourd is engraved with the character Li with flying dragons and phoenixes. This is the gourd that Li Guanqi originally gave to Yang Qiming, and it has the authority to see a gourd like seeing an emperor. After Yang Qiming decided to advance and retreat with his brother, he handed over the gourd to the extraordinary person, Adam. So the identity of this handsome Western guy is about to come out. Number 7 on the extraordinary ranking list. Adam. In addition, this Adam is actually the first extraordinary person to claim to follow Li Guanqi in the barrage system. At that time, he also used the special prop, barrage pin, to send several messages in succession. Where is Mr. Li Guanqi, the extraordinary king? At this moment, I hope to follow you to establish a dynasty, and follow you to contribute to unifying the world. If there is anyone who can lead us to successfully complete this final mission and go home successfully, it is you. Please take us home, O King of Extraordinaries. But at that time, there was another transcendent named V, who also used this prop to scold him. Adam? What the H.L. is that name? Adam? Let me tell you, Adam, no one will care about you if you want to go home. But don't hinder my good deeds. In this strange world, I am free and have the privileges that a practitioner should have. I occupy a hilltop in southern Xinjiang. I can kill whoever I want, and I can rape whoever I want. But in the real world, that idiot extraordinary king and Daofan naturally insist that everyone is equal. Who the H.L. wants to go back? I don't want to do that anyway. Li Guanqi still remembers this air-distance conversation between the two. You said your name was Mark Hansen? Li Guanqi returned his thoughts to the present, looked at the handsome Western guy kneeling in front of him, smiled and stretched out his right hand to help him up. I thought your name was Adam. Where is Adam? How can it be? Adam couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Which person would directly use his real name as a nickname? However, if possible, Your Majesty, you can also call me Adam. I like this name very much. Otherwise, I wouldn't use this as a nickname. Nice to meet you. This is not the first time I have heard of your extraordinary nickname. Li Guanqi looked at him and chuckled. I saw the barrage you posted using props. At that time, there was a person named V who was scolding you from a distance. Being a keyboard warrior is no fun. Adam shrugged. Afterwards, I went to southern Xinjiang to find him, directly destroyed the fortress he built, and then beat him half to death. However, I still let him go. Oh! Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Interesting. But why did you let him go? His thoughts and yours are absolutely different. Because there's no point in killing him. Adam looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, I want him to understand, and let everyone in the world understand that the survival model in southern Xinjiang seems to be free and easy for practitioners. But it is chaos without order. It is extremely misshapen and wrong. If a strong person can do whatever he wants to a weak person without being punished, what will happen when a stronger person appears? The so-called strong ones will also be bullied by the stronger ones, and have no way to declare themselves. And the so-called stronger will also be oppressed by the strongest. As a result, except for the strongest in this world, everyone will be oppressed. This is not a beautiful world. Of course, I can say frankly that this is because I know very well that I cannot become the strongest. Otherwise I wouldn't care about it. But I will never be the strongest. But, Your Majesty, you are different. You have the hope of becoming the strongest. But what is even more valuable is that you still have a heart to protect the weak. This is why I want to follow you. Only people like you and Dao Chan Lin can make the world a better place. But compared to Taoist Lin, you have more power. Or in other words, your cultivation speed is faster, and you can achieve this goal earlier than him. But as far as I know, you two are good friends. So there is no distinction between who comes first and who comes last. At this point, Adam smiled and said, The first and second extraordinary ones are good friends, and the others can't play with them at all. He is laughing. But Li Guanqi looked thoughtful, and then nodded slightly. Your thoughts are very interesting, Adam. If there is no order, then except for the strongest, everyone will be a weak in relative terms. But I can only think. The handsome Western guy smiled and said, Your Majesty, you are the hero who puts in the effort. I am glad that the first person to be extraordinary is you, and not someone like V. Maybe you will think this is flattery, but it's truly from the bottom of my heart. If possible, when V refutes you, I would also like to scold him for you. Li Guanqi also smiled. It's a pity that the system is biased. I don't have all these weird system props you have, so I can't respond. No, you have responded to me, and all of us extraordinary beings with practical actions. Adam opened his hands, looked around, and smiled. I thought you would succeed, but I really didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. It's still far from success. Li Guanqi shook his head gently. There is still a long way to go. Unfortunately, we are too weak and can't help at all. Adam said softly. No, you have a lot of help you can do. Li Guanqi pointed to the white jade gourd on his waist. For example, Yang Qingming. She helped me a lot, so that I don't have to worry about the specific rescue matters of real human beings. She only needs to say a word, and she will start to deal with it in practice. She is dead. When Yang Qingming was mentioned, Adam's face suddenly darkened. Then, the Western man took off the jade gourd from his waist, lowered his head, and handed it to Li Guanqi with both hands. After you left Yifeng Street, she executed Yang Qitian with her own hands, and then committed suicide on the spot, killing her biological brother. Beside, As soon as these words came out, Xiaoying Shuang suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, looked calm. The deep love between siblings is touching. Adam sighed. It's just that no matter what you say about this matter, it is Yang Qingqian's crime, and there is no way to wash it away. Moreover, Yang Qingqian's identity as an outsider is already sensitive. In addition, the incident is well known to the whole city. Your Majesty is not allowed to show favoritism at all. This is an unsolvable situation. After saying that, he handed the jade gourd in his hand forward again. Master Yang previously gave me this royal gourd for safekeeping. Now, I return it to Your Majesty, which can be regarded as fulfilling my promise. Keep it. Li Guanqi held Xiaoying Shuang's hand, stepped forward, and passed by this Western man. Bring it over to the canonization ceremony in the imperial capital of Da tomorrow. Chapter 714 The Canonization Ceremony of the Da Dynasty. Grassland, the capital of the great martial emperor. At this time, in this majestic giant city, red flags with sword and shield patterns were flying everywhere. The seemingly simple patterns expressed the core ideas of this dynasty. Use war to defend peace. But now, the war on the grassland has ended. and all that is left for the grassland people to enjoy is this longing for beautiful peace. At this time, in the Da imperial capital, countless grassland and orc people were living and working in peace and contentment, looking prosperous. However, some of these common people would turn their heads from time to time and cast their gaze towards the palace in the center of the city, with a look of yearning on their faces. They all knew that right now, at this moment, an unprecedented grand ceremony was being held in the palace. The outcome of this canonization ceremony would determine the military and political structure of the entire Da dynasty. Countless people will jump over the Dragon Gate and become the top dignitaries of this dynasty. But in the same way, countless people will fall into the dust from the clouds, or even fall into the dungeon. After all, the three beast kings are dead, but the helpers who helped them do evil will not be punished at all. Maybe he won't be sentenced to death. After all, the biggest blame falls on the three beast kings. But, as the saying goes, death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be escaped. Now that the new Da dynasty has begun, money and resources are needed for various matters in various places. No matter what these war criminals are, a confiscation of their homes is definitely the most basic punishment. But no one cares about these war criminals. What people care more about are the dignitaries of the new dynasty. Dragon Clan. Randall, step forward and listen to the seal. Palace Square. On this vast and spacious white square, tens of thousands of figures are lined up neatly. Humans and orcs of all races are everywhere. Their faces are full of expectant and excited expressions, and they cast their eyes on the dozen figures at the front of the queue. That's the queue of dragons. The number of dragons is not large, including the old, weak, women and children. There are only tens of thousands. And at this time, there are only a dozen dragons who use special medicine to transform into human form to participate in the canonization ceremony. But in the extraordinary world, quality is more important than quantity. Among these dozen people, there are two who are the top beings of the 9 palace level great perfection. Dark should be the dragon, Hades, and gold should be the dragon, Cade. At this time, the two Inglongs transformed into human forms. They both looked like young men. One was wearing black clothes, and the other was wearing a gold robe. They both had dragon horns on their heads to show their identity as dragons. In fact, most dragons don't like it, transformed into human form. If not to participate in this canonization ceremony, they would not bother to transform into humans. However, the ones who were about to step forward to receive the title at this time were not the two most powerful dragons. Instead, he was a white-haired old man wearing an ice blue robe, and a pair of blue dragon horns on his head clearly indicated his identity. Randall, the ice dragon in the late Jogon level. He is the most prestigious old dragon among the dragon clan. Hey, old Randall. Cade, who was wearing a luxurious gold robe, raised his right hand and patted Randall on the shoulder with a smile. Maybe my king will give you some high official title. I originally thought of returning to my ancestral home to retire. Randall didn't look very excited, but looked helpless. Retirement care? But the war is far from over. Next to him, Hades, dressed in black, turned his head slightly and looked to the west. Have you heard? The war between the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic seems to have subsided in recent days. And there is even a hint of peace talks. Potential. They most likely want to form an alliance with us. Hearing this, Randall also frowned slightly. The Empress and the 8 demigods within the Great Wall are enough to make everyone in the world fear them. Before Emperor Wu conquered the grassland, these two Western powers ignored it and did not interfere at all. Apart from fighting the war themselves, they actually wanted to allow us to successfully rise up and become the first barrier for the Daluo forces to bear the brunt after they left the Great Wall. But things are different now. The existence of the Empress of Chu and the 8 demigods made them feel afraid. The Tulip Empire and the School of Magic probably want to form an alliance with us to fight against the upcoming Great Chu. The Great Wall will run out of energy in at most 2 to 3 months. Hey! Cade was a little helpless. This is the canonization ceremony. Can you be happy? Don't think about this trouble. Anyway, my king will definitely have a way. Right. Hades smiled and nodded, then looked towards the palace at the end of the square. I saw an honor guard composed of the Tianma clan, slowly approaching with a grand display, approaching the location of the Dragon clan. Along the way, there was platinum light flowing and spreading. The rules of the canonization ceremony were announced long before the ceremony began. After hearing the shouting, the consecrated person does not run over by himself, which is too cheap. but stands on the spot, waiting for the Pegasus Honor Guard to come to greet him. Then steps on the rainbow bridge created by the Pegasus Honor Guard, and goes to the hall to be canonized. However, these Pegasus people were walking a little slowly at this time, as if they were deliberately slowing down. Cade and the three of them chatted for a while, but these guys hadn't come in front of them yet. Could it be that he wanted to use this method to express Emperor Wu's respect and regard for Randall? Something's wrong. Cade looked at it carefully and then smiled. Ah, I know. Hades! Old Randall! Look! The feet of those centaurs are shining again! I heard that this move of the Pegasus clan, every time this time is used to welcome the king. So my king doesn't want to stay in the hall for the conferment, but wants to come out and join in the fun. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, platinum light burst out from behind the Pegasus Honor Guard, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a platinum gold 10-meter high platform. On the high platform, there is a platinum throne studded with jewels. At this time, Li Guanqi was wearing a 12-color emperor's crown and a black gold emperor's robe. Sitting on the throne, there were no maids beside him, only a centaur queen wearing a crown in golden and green royal robes. Misha Chiron, standing on his left. On the right side of Li Guanqi is another slightly smaller golden throne. Sitting on it was a little girl with short hair, wearing a beautiful blue dress, with small golden sequins embellishment on the skirt and sleeves, which was very gorgeous. The officials in the square were not surprised by Misha's appearance. At the beginning of Emperor Wu's rebellion, the earliest followers were the Dragon Clan. But the Dragon Clan was not a native force in the grassland. The earliest followers who came from the grassland were the Centaur Clan, and the Centaur Queen had a personal relationship with Emperor Wu. So this was normal and expected. However, the ministers had their own guesses about the short-haired little girl next to Emperor Wu. Ying Xuan, the eldest princess of the Dao dynasty. Misha had already released this news yesterday, so the ministers knew very well that today's canonization ceremony would definitely include the official canonization of the princess. But they did not know the specific origin of Ying Xuan. Mainly, even if her surname is Ying, she still has black hair and golden eyes, which makes it difficult not to think deeply about her. The Ying family? But the golden eyes of the Ying family are the round pupils of normal humans. But this little girl has vertical pupils, which is confusing. Lord Randall, please! At this time, after completing the ceremony for Emperor Wu's appearance, the Pegasus Honor Guard immediately quickened their pace and brought a rainbow bridge to the front of the Dragon Clan's queue. The leader, a silver-armored centaur, faced Randall, lowered his head, and spoke respectfully. After saying that, he turned around and walked on the rainbow bridge to lead the way for Randall. Our Dragon Clan is the first to be granted the title. Does this count as a statement from my king? Cade looked at Randall and Hades, and said with a chuckle, Maybe we won't be able to call him my king anytime soon. Hades looked thoughtful. What? Cade was stunned. Randall, on the other hand, looked calm and followed the footsteps of the Pegasus captain, stepping on the rainbow bridge and walking towards Li Guanqi on the platinum platform. The platinum platform is 10 meters high, so the rainbow bridge is also slightly curved upward. Soon, Randall, led by General Tianma, came to Li Guanqi in front of the crowd of officials in the square. Randall, meet my king! The old man in a blue robe knelt on one knee facing Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi was the emperor of the Wu dynasty, but he is also the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. To this day, the Dragon Clan still calls Li Guanqi, my king, instead of, your majesty. To the Dragon Clan, the former title is far more sacred than the latter, because it symbolizes the Dragon Clan's tradition. However, everything is about to change. Flat body. After Li Guanqi said this, he stood up first and raised his left hand. The Centaur Queen Misha standing on his left promptly handed over a golden crown in the shape of a grass ring. Randall stood up slowly, looked at this scene, and smiled helplessly. My king, although I had expected it, your behavior still makes me don't know how to feel. I am too old to survive. It's been a few years. Although Cade is impulsive and ill-advised and is not suitable to be king, you still have Hades, who is a better candidate than me. He will be, but not now. Li Guanqi looked at the old man in blue robes and said softly, I defeated the 3 beast kings, but it was you who really worked hard to lead the army to fight in the north and south, take over the grasslands, and liberate the major tribes. I will not take this credit. Ignore. So, Randall, please go to the Sky Island of Heroes with the glory of the Dragon King. This is a reward and it is also my expectation. Randall was slightly startled. The Sky Island of Heroes is the legendary paradise, heaven, and hall of heroes of the Dragon Clan. Only dragons who die bravely in battle will go to that happy place. In the name of Emperor Dao, and in the name of the former Dragon King, make Randall the contemporary Dragon King to lead the Dragon Clan. At this time, Li Guanqi suddenly raised the crown in his hand and shouted loudly, his voice resounding through the sky. Your Majesty, Randall, thank you for your kindness. The blue-robed old man no longer hesitated. Facing Li Guanqi's title of king, he finally chose to lower his head, face Li Guanqi, and kneel down once again. Li Guanqi smiled, holding the golden crown in both hands, and put it on Randall's head. The holy Ming of Emperor Wu. Tens of thousands of figures on the square immediately lowered their heads and shouted, and the sound was transmitted outside the palace, making the people who heard it guess what step was going on inside. This is the first reward above the canonization ceremony. The new king of the Dragon Clan. I really didn't expect that. In the palace square, in the dragon queue, Cade touched Hades with his shoulder and said, Hey, are you unhappy? I thought that even if there was a Dragon King, this position should be yours. He is a guy who always speaks his mind and speaks his mind quickly. But this is the character of the Dragon Clan. People like Randall and Hades, who like to use their brains, are the alien among the dragons. Why should I be unhappy? Hades looked at his friend and chuckled. Old Randall won't live for a few more years. After he dies, I will be the successor to the position of Dragon King. I will take over after Randall dies. This is my king, your Majesty means it. Obviously, he wanted old Randall to take the glory of the Dragon King to the Sky Island of Heroes. This is his Majesty's true reward to Randall. This reward is very humane, and it is considered from the perspective of our Dragon Clan, using our traditional thinking, and for our Dragon Clan. But I don't really understand. Your Majesty is very smart. He should know that the reason why Randall, who is approaching his lifespan, led our Dragon Clan to conquer the grassland and do so much for him is not for his own glory at all. The world is about to topple. Your Majesty chose our Dragon Clan, and our Dragon Clan also chose your Majesty, and we have no regrets. In this case, Randall can only do his best. He is working hard for the Dragon Clan to leave a heavy enough weight in his Majesty's heart. He hopes that our Dragon Clan can gain a foothold in the Dao dynasty instead of summoning the mercenary positioning that comes and goes in an instant. Old Randall has been worried about this. Your Majesty, after all, you are not a dragon. In addition, our Dragon Clan does not belong to the grassland after all, or even to the east. We followed His Majesty here, but we are still not sure whether we can gain a sense of belonging and build a new home in this land. Let alone this. Can the many races in this land accept our Dragon Clan? Of course. I actually don't know what your Majesty should do to achieve this. But, having said that, Hades looked back at the platinum high platform, looking at Li Guanqi and Randall above, and said softly, Now it seems that that's all. More than. At this time, behind Hades, another dragon in human form, wearing a red robe, also looked at the high platform, pointed at the little Ying Shuang next to Li Guanqi, and chuckled. The canonization ceremony of that little princess is also. It hasn't started yet. I believe that His Majesty will let old Randall sleep in peace. Hades was startled for a moment, then smiled in realization. That's it? Question mark. Cade listened confused. Why do I always feel that your brains are better than mine? Grandma's. Ha 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 ha. In the square, these dragons in human form laugh together, and the canonization on the platinum platform continues. Randall, don't leave in a hurry. Li Guanqi stopped Randall, who was about to leave the stage after putting on the crown. What other orders does your Majesty have? Randall stopped immediately. Stand first. Li Guanqi smiled slightly, then took Xiao Ying Shuang's hand and led the short-haired little girl to the edge of the platinum platform, facing the tens of thousands of figures on the square. Her name is Ying Shuang. Now, in the name of Emperor Dao, I designate her as the princess of the Dao dynasty. From today on, she is the eldest princess of our Dao dynasty. After saying that, Li Guanqi picked up little Ying Shuang and raised it above his head. My lord, please pay homage to the eldest princess. My lord, please meet the eldest princess. My lord, please pay homage to the eldest princess. Tens of thousands of figures in the square shouted in unison, and their voices continued to reverberate in the square, forming an echo. Faced with such a battle, little Ying Shuang couldn't help blinking in confusion for a moment, and then her face turned slightly red. as if she had some stage fright. Randall! After completing the canonization of the princess title for little Ling Shuang, Li Guanqi looked at the new king of the dragon clan again and said with a smile, I wonder if you, as the king of dragons, can give the dragon clan blessing to our princess? It's said to be a blessing from Friends of the Sky. As soon as these words came out, Randall was slightly stunned. He finally understood Li Guanqi's true reward. The Friends of the Sky of the Dragon Clan give blessings, also known as Friends of the Dragon Clan. But the former is a more elegant and meaningful name. This blessing is specially given to those foreigners who have formed a deep friendship with the Dragon Clan, such as those Jogum-level monsters living in the giant dragon's ancestral nest. They are actually the owners of the Friends of the Sky. Blessing to the Dragon Clan. They are not foreigners, but compatriots, relatives and friends who look different. It is a symbol of deep friendship. Li Guanqi had just appointed the eldest princess of the Da dynasty, and then asked Randall, as the Dragon King, to bless the princess with the Friends of the Sky. This was undoubtedly a symbol. The Dragon Clan belongs to the Da dynasty, is a member of this multi-ethnic dynasty, and is a compatriot, and is by no means some foreign mercenary who comes and goes when called upon. Chapter 715 Wings of Dynasty. Everything is over. Roar. On the high platinum platform, Randall suddenly took a few steps back. Then he rose up and flew over the palace. He exploded the ice blue mist and instantly transformed into an ice blue dragon hundreds of meters long. The blue dragon wings that covered the sky raised their heads and roared. Wow! Seeing this scene, little Ling Shuang and Li Guanqi's arm suddenly widened his eyes. So handsome. Roar. The ice blue dragon hovered in midair, approaching the platinum platform at a slow speed, then lowered its head and approached little Ling Shuang. This little girl would be frightened when she saw a centaur for the first time. However, when she saw this huge and ferocious dragon, instead of being timid, she was full of novelty and admiration. She even reached out to touch the tip of the ice blue dragon's nose. Please sit down, little princess. Randall's kind and gentle voice came out slowly. Little Ling Shuang glanced at Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi smiled, and then placed her on the tip of Randall's nose. Immediately afterwards, Randall used the laws of space to use a gentle force of gravity to gently push the little Ling Shuang to the top of its head and sit next to the blue dragon horn. Roar! The giant ice dragon roared, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky, hovering in the clouds. The little Ling Shuang on top of its head was cheering and excited to the extreme as she experienced this unprecedented novel experience. Randall took her to fly around the city twice before returning to the sky above the palace square. A burst of ice blue cold mist erupted, completely covering its huge dragon body. Whoa whoa! Along with Xiao Shuang's exclamation, two figures, one large and one small, descended from the sky and returned to the platinum high platform in the icy blue mist. Randall returns to his human form. As for Xiao Shuang, except that her hair was a little messier than before, her body also faintly exuded a dragon power that only the Dragon Clan could feel. Besides, after Xiao Shuang landed, she seemed to feel something. She turned around and looked behind her. After jumping on the spot twice, a blue light suddenly circulated on her back, and in an instant it turned into a pair of shining ice blue dragon wings, as if they were virtual. It's not a fantasy. It's extremely beautiful and gorgeous. I have wings too! Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuang was extremely excited. She flapped the ice blue dragon wings behind her vigorously, and flew several times over Li Guanqi's head. This is the blessing of the Dragon Clans. Friends in the Sky. This blessing is not just a name, but a real effect that can have some dragon power. After little Ling Shuang flew around for a few times, the icy blue dragon wings on her back became more and more illusory, and finally dissipated and fell into Li Guanqi's arms from midair. The wings are gone! Xiao Shuang and Li Guanqi looked at each other and blinked. These dragon wings require the consumption of life energy. Li Guanqi looked at the little girl and chuckled. You haven't officially started practicing yet, and you can't store much life energy in your body. Are you a little sleepy now? Little Ling Shuang nodded and asked expectantly. Then when can I fly again? Maybe tomorrow after I wake up. Li Guanqi stretched out his right index finger and poked the little girl's forehead. Also, before you reach the third talent level, you can only fly under the care of Sister Misha. Do you remember? Remember. Little Ling Shuang nodded again. Li Guanqi then put her back on the ground. Your Highness. Randall, who had transformed into a human form, also came forward, knelt down on one knee in front of Liling Shuang, bowed his head and said, "The Dragon Clan's loyalty to the Da dynasty is just like the minister's blessing to your friends in the sky. The sun and the moon remain unchanged. Life and death remain unchanged. And the great force remains eternal. Da eternal." At the same time, on the square, the dozen or so dragons, who had transformed into human forms, all knelt down on one knee facing here, and shouted in a deep voice. Buzz. At this time, Li Guanqi, who was beside Xiaoying Shuang, suddenly waved his right hand, and a huge phantom of a mountain overlooking the square appeared in the midair. The tens of thousands of people present could clearly see the mountains, rivers, swamps and lakes in the shadow of the mountains. And even the tops of the mountains were covered with snow. This is a vast mountain range with diverse terrain. This is the Vic Mountains in the southwest of the prairie. Li Guanqi pointed at the phantom of the mountain range and said loudly to the tens of thousands of figures on the square. But from now on, it will have a new name. Dragon Territory. This is the fiefdom I gave to the Dragon Clan. A land located on the grassland. The Dragon Clan's territory. From now on, Dragon Territory will be the new home of the Dragon Clan on the grassland. The Dragon Clan, like all the grassland tribes, is a part of the grassland. And the grassland, like the Sakura province and the Oriental Islands, is a part of the Da dynasty. Whether they are dragons, centaurs, deer people, tiger people, etc., etc., these countless races, as well as the grassland people, Daluo people, cherry blossom people, and all other ethnic groups among the human race, are all the same. We are all part of the Da dynasty. This is a racially diverse world. We live in the same world. And we should be family, not enemies. This is even a world connected to another world. There are many people from another world appearing here, including myself. But that doesn't mean anything. We are aliens. But we are no different from you. We should not differentiate between you and me. Many people know that we aliens are here because of a system god. Many people will also say that the reason why I, Li Guanqi, founded the Da dynasty was because of the mission of the system god. So I did so much. But what I'm saying is, that's certainly the reason. But it is just one. It is not the only reason. The more reason is that the world needs peace. When I came to this world, I saw war and turmoil. And I saw the suffering of the people. So I brought peace and beauty. I long for peace. You too. So although I am from another world, we have the same preferences and yearnings. We all hope that we and our descendants can enjoy peace and beauty forever, and never suffer from war again. We share the same ideals, so there is no difference between us. We are all compatriots. At the end of the sentence, Li Guanqi raised his right hand high, clenched it tightly into a fist, and shouted loudly, his voice resounding through the sky. Da is eternal. Da eternal. Da eternal. Da eternal. The tens of thousands of figures on the square all raised their arms and shouted loudly. The sound was like a tsunami, shaking the heaven and the earth. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi turned around with a smile, returned to the platinum throne, and sat down again. Liling Shuang immediately sat back on the throne on his right. Randall bowed his head and bowed, then left the stage. The Centaur Queen Misha on the left of Li Guanqi cleared her throat slightly, and then shouted loudly, Dragon Clan, Hades, Cade, come forward and listen to the seal. The words just fell. The Pegasus Honor Guard stepped away again and picked up these two 9-palace-level Great Perfection Dragon Clan powerhouses from the Dragon Clan queue. This Long, whose black and gold heads were transformed into human form, walked across the Rainbow Bridge and slowly came to Li Guanqi's throne and knelt down on one knee. The Holy Order of Emperor Wu. Misha spoke again and conferred the title on behalf of Li Guanqi. Seal Black Emperor of the Dragon Clan as the Black Wing of the dynasty. Grant him the position of General Protector. Command the dynasty's army. And have a first-class official position. Seal Cade of the Dragon Clan as the Golden Wing of the dynasty. Grant him the position of General of the Patrol Kingdom. Patrol all parts of the dynasty. And have a first-class official position. The two of you made great contributions in the battle on the grassland. You are worthy of being the wings of our Wu dynasty. After saying that, Misha walked up to Hades and took out a platinum seal engraved with a black Long relief from the space necklace. General Hades. This is the general seal given by Emperor Wu. It can mobilize the dynasty's army and also restore the general seal. Please put it away. General. Your Majesty Hidesai. Thank you for your kindness. Hades lowered his head and took it with both hands. Admiral Cade. Misha then walked up to Cade and handed over a long sword with a golden scabbard. This is the golden sword given by Emperor Wu. It is a status symbol of the general who patrols the country. You can use this when patrolling various parts of the dynasty. The sword is used to hold officials from all over the country who are seeking personal gains and violating the law. It has the power to kill first and then report. Remember? Your figure represents the sword of Emperor Wu. This. Cade took the long sword with both hands and looked at Li Guanqi on the throne with a complicated expression. Your Majesty. But I am obviously guilty. My brother Croton tainted the election of the Dragon King and brought consequences to the Dragon Clan. How can I gain my own glory if my shame has not been washed away? You also said, that's your brother. Li Guanqi smiled slightly. You are not guilty. You are just helping your brother atone for his sins. This does not affect your own glory. Okay. Thank you. Others are still waiting to be awarded. So don't waste time. Shun Kaid. Thank you for your kindness. Cade then lowered his head and shouted. Then, he and Hades stood up and left. Along the way, Cade held the golden sword in his hand, touched Hades' shoulder, and said with emotion, I'm relieved. I thought His Majesty wanted me to be a general. But I don't like it. Cade, although His Majesty has given you the power to patrol the country, you must restrain yourself and don't kill an official who violates the law if you meet him. Why? Isn't this the job that His Majesty wants me to do? Huh? That's right. No wonder His Majesty would give this position to you. Question mark. On the Platinum platform, Misha's canonization of acting emperor is still continuing. Seal. Wells Chiron of the Centaur clan. As the Green Brave General. With a second-rank official position. Female Sakura Mai of the Sakura family as the Sakura King. The throne is hereditary, and he is responsible for the governance of the Sakura province. Fong. Yun Hanfong of the Tiger people. Is the provincial governor of the Sakura province. He holds the post of supervisor and governs the Sakura province together with the king of Sakura. He is a second-rank official. At the same time, Governor Yun. Your Kajit family immigrated to the Sakura province 600 years ago. So from now on, your Kajit family will be the hub for the exchange of supplies between the prairie orcs and the Sakura province. I hope that with your help, the grassland orcs can establish a deeper connection with the Sakura province. The island owners of the Dongnong Islands have come forward to listen to the title. From now on, the title of the island country will be cancelled. All places will fall under the command of Dawa. You are both the landowners of the islands and the owners of the islands. And you have the responsibility of governance. Emperor Wu will send supervisory envoys to various islands to serve as supervisors. And they will be ranked in the 6th rank. At the same time, the supervisory envoy will also observe the situation on the islands. For islands that are seriously threatened by sea monsters and lack self-defense capabilities, the supervisory envoy will report to the court and request reinforcements to ensure the safety of the islands. Len Chi Fu Zhu of the Deer clan, Chupu of the Centaur clan, Todd Chiron, Mu Ling Yun of the Mu family, Sakurai Jukiyama of the Sakurai family. 5 people came forward to hear the seal. You are known to all the world for your intelligence and resourcefulness. Therefore, Emperor Wu granted you and others the title of 5 great cabinet elders, with an official rank of the 1st rank. From now on, you will be stationed in the cabinet to assist in state affairs. The position of the first assistant is yet to be determined. Phone. System Extraordinary Adam is the new Xuanhu minister, taking over the position of the former Xuanhu minister Yang Qingming. With a 1st rank official position, the former minister of Xuanhu, Yang Qingming, was posthumously conferred the title of Ringwagong and was entitled to a state funeral. Seal up. Except for the initial part of the canonization ceremony. All subsequent canonizations are conferred by Centaur Queen Misha on her behalf. But Li Guanqi just sat on the throne, accepting the thanks from his ministers. Little Ying Shuang sat next to him obediently. To be honest, Li Guanqi thought she would be impatient. But the result was that the canonization ceremony was held from day to dusk. And after Li Guanqi himself became a little impatient, little Ying Shuang didn't say anything about wanting to leave. Although the little girl moved her butt, scratched her head, and scratched her back from time to time. She was always patient and did not complain. In the end, the canonization ceremony, which conferred many official positions and titles, large and small, came to a successful conclusion just before the sun set. My lord, please pay homage to your majesty. The imperial capital of Da, the imperial palace, and the government hall. Li Guanqi wore an imperial crown and imperial robes, and with imperial majesty, sat on the throne above the main hall, looking down at the 5 figures below. The first one from left to right is a deer man. The clan name of the deer man royal family is obviously adopted from Eastern mythology, and is called Fu Zhu. But their naming method of last name last, first name first, is very Western. This is obviously an evolutionary change in the course of history. But it doesn't matter. This old deer man, with brown antlers on his head, and wearing a white robe, is named Linchi Fuzhu. He is more than 800 years old. He has high prestige among the various ethnic groups in the grassland, and is a well-known wise man. It is said that 200 years ago, even the Violet Empire's parliament wanted to invite him to assist in the administration. After all, the Violet Emperor is a puppet, and the top leaders of the Violet Council are a group of guys who are more interested in cultivation than governance. So it is very important to find an auxiliary minister who has the talent to govern the country. But in the end Linchi refused, leaving it to Li Guanqi to adopt today. The second and third people from left to right are old acquaintances. Xiaopu, Li Guanqi's senior brother, Todd Chiron, a civil servant of the Centaur clan, is very talented in governing the country. He had met him a few times in Baiwei King City, but had not had much contact with him. The fourth place is Mu Lingyun of the Mu family. The fifth place is Sakurai Jukiyama of the Sakurai family. In addition to the needs of the faction, these 5 people also have considerable ability to govern the country. And they are also well-known types, who have proven their talents long ago. In the next 2 months, I will not appear in this government hall. Li Guanqi sat on the throne, looking down at these 5 people, scanning their eyes one by one with his ice blue eyes, and said calmly, I will go to the 8th level training ground of the Centaur clan tonight. You should understand that you should go into seclusion to gain stronger power to fight against the Empress of Chu. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will be waiting for you to handle the government affairs of the dynasty. Lin Chi from the Deer clan was the first to speak out, lowered his head and saluted, and said with a smile, There will be no trouble in Da for 2 months. If there is any trouble, I will come to see you. Very good. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. If this old deer man is worthy of his name, then his words are really not a scene. In Li Guanqi's Da dynasty, the chief minister will be the highest civil official and have considerable authority over the government affairs of the dynasty, according to the ability to govern the country. If nothing happens, the temporarily undetermined chief assistant position of the Da dynasty should also be occupied by this old deer man in a while. Go do your thing. Li Guanqi waved his hand. I'll take my leave. Lin Chi and the other 5 left. Li Guanqi stood up. The imperial crown on his head disappeared. His white hair spread out, and the imperial robe on his body returned to plain black clothes. He turned his head and looked towards the corner of the hall. Little Ying Shuang, wearing a blue skirt, was sitting on a stool there, looking at Li Guanqi eagerly. One big and one small, looking at each other. How long will it be before I see you? Xiao Shuang asked softly. 2 months. Maybe. Li Guanqi stepped forward, walked up to her, squatted down, and gently rubbed her little head. I'm sorry. Can you let that Sister Misha play with you during this period? Well, I'll wait for you for 10 after the age of 30. I will personally enlighten you in martial arts, teach you how to practice, and teach you how to use your aunt's sword. I promise that I will never break my promise. I'll be good. Little Ying Shuang looked at him, her eyes a little red, but before the tears could come out, the little girl raised her hand and rubbed her eyes vigorously. While rubbing her eyes, she whispered, You can't lose. You can't die. You have to defeat that female devil. Don't be like my aunt and leave as soon as she appears. Please promise me this. Okay? I promise you. Li Guanqi embraced little Ying Shuang in his arms, held her in his arms, and looked out the window at the night sky and bright moon. There was deep determination in his ice blue eyes. I will never lose, and I will use my most perfect way to bring everything to an end without leaving any regrets or tragedy. The canonization ceremony has ended. After the military and political system was completely established, the national destiny of the Da dynasty also became more solid, providing him with a higher level of understanding. Everything is done. The next step is to practice in seclusion. He must break through to a higher realm as much as possible, and have stronger power before the Empress of Chu leaves the Great Wall. Chapter 716 Blood and Goo. Love and Obsession. This is the 8th level training ground of the Centaur clan? Byway King City. Deep underground. This place is a magnificent underground palace. The overall decoration is mainly pure white and verdant green. Although this palace is underground, instead of being dark, it is extremely bright, because there are special suspended lights hanging in the air, providing illumination for the entire palace. At this time, two figures slowly walked from the entrance and entered the main hall. It was Li Guanqi, who was dressed in black, and the Centaur Queen Misha, who had changed into a daily skirt. There are paintings everywhere. Li Guanqi looked around, sizing up the underground palace of the Centaur royal family. In fact, this place is not so much a palace as it is an extremely gorgeous painting exhibition. There are platforms for displaying paintings everywhere. There are also paintings of different styles hanging on the walls, of which oil paintings account for the majority. But there are also freehand paintings with splashes of ink. And there are also many sketches. Most 8th level Centaur royals will store their insights into unlocking the 8th level gene lock in the form of paintings on a whim. Misha looked at the painting exhibition around her and said with a smile, "These are the legacy of our Chiron royal family's ancestors. The Centaur family likes painting the most, especially our Chiron royal family. So the skill of painting is basically a standard match. Geographers in the New Age basically divided the Iabel Prairie into the eastern region. But in fact, the races on the grassland are more accustomed to calling the 8th level cultivation opening the gene lock, like the West, rather than opening the Bagua occupants in the eastern Daluo. Of course, the names are different, but the essence is the same. But there is actually no difference. At least it's more intuitive than the dragon's claw marks." Li Guanqi stood in front of a glass counter, looking at an oil painting sealed in it, his eyes dazed. You Centaur clan store their feelings in the form of paintings. Compared with the dragon claw marks of the dragon family, it is easier for people to understand. It's very easy to understand. Good. The oil painting in front of him showed a Centaur knight facing the siege of 5 cursed spirits. The scroll is of course static. But in terms of Li Guanqi's feelings at this time, the first time he saw this painting, he felt as if he was on a dangerous battlefield. The blood in his body was boiling, and the fighting spirit in his chest was surging. It seemed that 5 great cursed spirits were really coming, as if a strong enemy is at your side, as long as you are satisfied. At this time, Misha suddenly came closer and said something, which pulled Li Guanqi's emotions out of the scroll. But he didn't care. After all, this wasn't the beginning of enlightenment. He hadn't even activated the synesthesia star skill, and the feeling just now was just an appetizer. "I was pleasantly surprised here." Li Guanqi looked at Misha and said with a smile, "If everything goes well, maybe I can penetrate the remaining 9 acupoints without going to the training ground of the lion and tiger tribes." "Acupoint? Oh, acupoint?" Misha was stunned at first, but she quickly reacted, shaking her head and laughing. "Sorry, I'm still not used to this statement. It feels a bit weird. The names are different." "That's normal," Li Guanqi replied casually, then looked at the Centaur Queen, changed the subject, and said, "Misha, during the period of my retreat, little Ying Xuan will be taken care of by you. Her birth and experience, I told you on the way. So, regarding her character development, I hope you can give her more guidance as a sister. After all, I'm not good at this. She's a really fun kid," Misha said softly, "although she will act very mature in some aspects, and occasionally act as childish as a normal child, which seems to make people feel separated and uncomfortable. This is just caused by the environment in which she grew up. I think it's not a bad thing. I will teach her slowly." "Please," Li Guanqi said seriously. "Your Majesty, don't worry." With a smile on her face, Misha patted her chest and said, "Put it on me," I said. "You don't need to call me Your Majesty in private situations," Li Guanqi corrected. "Then, brotherly, I will go out first." Misha bowed to him and said softly, "I wish you success in your cultivation." Li Guanqi nodded lightly. Misha then turned and left. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, turned his attention to the Centaur paintings around him again, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Buzz, golden light gradually circulated on his body, filling his whole body. This is a manifestation of fully promoting the national destiny. At this time, Li Guanqi is using the power of the Da dynasty's national destiny to increase his condition to the extreme. The increase in national luck was an increase in all aspects. So his understanding at this time had completely reached its highest peak since his cultivation. Buzz, suddenly, In addition to the golden light of national luck, Li Guanqi's body also had silvery white starlight, twinkling and floating. Star technique, synesthesia. It is better to die heroically than to live in shame. An impassioned man's roar quietly exploded in Li Guanqi's ears. He opened his starry eyes and looked at a wall of the palace, looking at a picture hanging in the center. It was a freehand ink painting. It is vaguely visible that the protagonist of the ink painting is a centaur general holding a shield in his left hand and a gun in his right hand. And in front of him are countless werewolf armies rendered with ink dots. The moment Li Guanqi cast his eyes towards this painting, the heroic spirit of one man is in charge and no one can escape rushed towards him, making him immersed in the scene. Bring it on! Li Guanqi closed his eyes again and sat down cross-legged. Retreat. Begin. Jia-san! Are you crazy? Why are you protecting him? That Jiaqi is fake. His real name is Lin Xian Ugh. Sorry. Captain. Sorry. Everyone. Southern Xinjiang. In the depths of a rainforest, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Countless purple-black pieces of flesh and corpses were scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood was strong. On this killing battlefield, only a purple-haired girl wearing a black robe was still standing. She was supporting a man in black robe with her left hand, and her right hand directly reached into the man's chest and crushed the heart, causing blood to spurt and flow. The purple-haired girl slowly laid the black-robed man on the ground and looked down at him. On her beautiful face, there was only indifference, and 2 drops of blood spattered on it. Why? Why? The man in black robe had only 1 breath left. He looked at the girl in front of him, his face full of disbelief, his body trembling, and black blood gushed out of his mouth with every word he spoke. Because I owe him this. The purple-haired girl smiled slightly. Hearing this, the man in black robe looked at her and shook his head, as if he wanted to say something. But suddenly, there was a surge of black blood in his throat and overflowed from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he tilted his head and stared blankly, unable to say even a single word. The purple-haired girl just took out her blood-stained right hand, shook off the blood on her hand, then calmly wiped the black-robed man's eyes and forced him to close his eyes. Captain, thank you for taking care of me over the years. The girl knelt on the ground, looked at the corpse in front of her, and said softly, But I'm sorry. Even if you want to repay a favor, it has to be first come, first served. Right. I'm sorry. I have to repay him first. As for your kindness, I will repay it in the next life. Okay. Don't worry. Everyone has a next life. And I successfully met his next life. As she spoke, she seemed to be thinking of someone. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a happy smile appeared on her face. If this girl was not in this bloody Shura battlefield, with no scraps of flesh and blood on her hands, and no blood stains on her face, she would definitely have a beautiful smile. Unfortunately, there is no if. Call. After a while, the purple-haired girl suddenly took a deep breath, and then her whole body began to emit purple aura. The more purple aura emitted, the paler her face became. She was dissipating her spiritual power to create the illusion that her spiritual power was overdrawn and exhausted. And just a few minutes after the purple-haired girl made this move, from a cave not far away, a slender figure slowly walked out of Lin Xianbai, who was wearing a black robe. A3? After Lin Xianbai saw this bloody battlefield, his expression suddenly changed, and he ran over quickly. After the purple-haired girl heard his voice, she closed her eyes, swayed, and fell to the ground. The moment before she fell to the ground, Lin Xianbai cast the wind movement spell, rushed over instantly, and held her gently in his arms. Jiaqi! The purple-haired girl opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at Lin Xianbai. A weak smile appeared on her pale face. Fortunately, I almost thought I wouldn't be able to see you. No. No. Lin Xianbai looked extremely anxious. He held the girl with his left hand and used his right hand to perform a healing spell. The green spiritual light rippled out, constantly nourishing the core of the spell in the girl's body, allowing her to quickly recover from spiritual overdraft. State is restored. Soon, the girl's face turned slightly rosy. Lin Xianbai's expression finally softened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, what happened? Lin Xianbai was now in the mood to observe his surroundings. The bloody, disgusting body parts and pieces of flesh nearby were so bloody that it was impossible to tell the identity of the deceased. He didn't even know how many people had died, or were they actually human beings. The killings of these southern Xinjiang magicians were extremely bloody and brutal, and even humans of different blood would not do this. But after all, there is still a whole corpse here. It was a man in black robes, with a purple-black complexion, and he was obviously poisoned to death. Team leader! Lin Xianbai looked at him with a complicated expression. Captain is dead? Everyone died. Purple-haired girl Jia Sen nestled in Lin Xianbai's arms and let out a sad cry. They all died to protect me. They are from Team B. They want to rob our team of the soul-enchanting divine stone. And they also want to kill in silence. Our Captain, woo-woo. By the end of the story, Jia Sen was crying and couldn't fully describe it. Lin Xianbai hugged the girl tightly, gritted his teeth, and looked solemnly at the broken corpses all around him. So, it was the soul-seeking saints from Team B who attacked. After a fight, both sides were almost wiped out. The people from Team A and Team B were basically killed together. And only one person from Team A and Team B survived? Are all the 9 people in Team B dead? Lin Xianbai looked around, first at the countless broken limbs and fragments on the ground nearby, and then asked softly to Jia San in his arms. Jia San raised his head, looked at him with red eyes and flashing tears, and nodded gently. Sorry, I came out too late. Lin Xianbai gently patted the purple-haired girl on the shoulder. What? Jia San grabbed his collar and lay in his arms crying. Lin Xianbai sighed silently, looking at the bloody scenes around him, and began to think about what was going to happen next. The Gu God Ancestral Temple is not united. After being in this secret sect for so long, Lin Xianbai has figured out most of the things about the Gu God Ancestral Temple. First of all, the members of the Gu God Ancestral Temple are collectively called saints. But in fact, this is just a name. There were only 12 saints in the beginning. They were the ones who could truly hear the voice of the Gu God and feel the will of the Gu God. They were called the 12 saints. They are actually the real Gu God saints. It's just that in order to build up their power, these 12 people gave away the title of saint, and then asked these subordinates who had obtained the false title of saint to call themselves 12 bishops. This is the composition of the Gu God Ancestral Temple. 12 bishops. Countless saints. Although there are 12 bishops, they are united and work hard to resurrect the Gu God without ever having any disagreements. Lin Xianbai believed that they were fanatic believers who had been completely brainwashed by the will of the Gu God. So there were never any conflicts or disagreements over power. However, the real Gu God saints are only these 12 bishops. They were the only ones who could hear the Gu God's voice and be completely brainwashed by the Gu God's will. Therefore, the other members of the Gu God Ancestral Temple actually have different degrees of belief in the Gu God. Of course, there are truly demonic saints among them. Saints who regard the Gu God as their supreme God. But there are some saints whose desire for profit is far greater than their belief in the Gu God. The team that Lin Xianbai joined is called the Soul Searching Team, and its members are also called Soul Searching Saints. They are responsible for using the soul-enchanting divine stone to travel around the world to find and collect the reincarnated souls of the Gu God. If Gu God wants to be resurrected, of course he needs more than just a split soul. But the mission of their team is to collect the soul fragments. As for other things, Lin Xianbai is still unable to know at his current level. The key is that the soul hunting team is far more than just them. There are 10 soul hunting teams in Gu God Ancestral Temple. A, B, C, D, Wu, G, Gong, Xian, Ren, Gui. Among them, the Ren and Gui teams are basically positioned as training camps and rarely participate in actual soul hunting missions. They are only responsible for training reserve soul hunting team members. The 8 teams in front of them were mainly responsible for searching for souls. The strength of the soul hunting teams varies, but the difficulty of the soul hunting mission lies more in searching than fighting. So these names are just code names. There is no distinction between high and low, and they are not used for ranking. In fact, the strength of Team A is only average among the 8 soul hunting teams, but its soul hunting performance is very good, ranking among the top 3 all year round. The strongest team is Team Xian. It is said that the team leader is a late Jiugong level conjurer, but his performance in soul hunting is always ranked among the bottom 3. The key is that there is a reward for the soul hunting team. Gu God Ancestral Temple does not just rely on brainwashing. They will also give actual rewards. Because of this, among the soul hunting team, some saints with shaky beliefs had their own thoughts. Since there would be a reward for taking the Gu God's separated soul back, then why should I have to work so hard all over the world? Looking for Gu? What about the reincarnation of God? Isn't it the same as plundering other soul-hunting teams and robbing the results of other soul-hunting saints? This rarely happens. After all, once discovered, the 12 bishops will definitely make them regret being born in this world. But it rarely happens, which means it will happen. According to A3, their A team had just experienced this once. But Team B was not strong either, and obviously chose the wrong target. Not only did they fail to plunder, but they ended up being annihilated. Therefore, all 9 people in Team B died, except for him in A3. Everyone in Team A was also dead. In other words, from now on, except for the poisonous girl Jia San, no one in the world can find out that Lin Xianbai is actually an imposter. Thinking of this, Lin Xianbai lowered his eyes and looked at the purple-haired girl in his arms, who was burying his head in tears, with a cold light in his eyes. To kill or not to kill? If you kill him, there will be no future troubles. There will be no possibility of his identity being exposed. And there will be no need to worry anymore. Chapter 717. The Yunling Divine Stone is fully charged and will return to the ancestral temple soon. Jiachi! At this time, the soft cry of the girl in her arms interrupted Lin Xianbai's thoughts. Jia San raised his head and looked at him with red eyes. I want a kiss! After that, before Lin Xianbai could make a move, the purple-haired girl raised her hand to wipe the blood on her face, and then kissed her on her own initiative. Lin Xianbai did not resist, but hugged her face with her backhand, a slender willow waist that can be grasped. In this bloody environment with mutilated limbs everywhere and rivers of blood, just like Shura Purgatory, the two kissed tightly, and it took a long time before they separated. Jiachi! Everyone is dead! We are the only ones left in Team A! Jia San nestled in Lin Xianbai's arms like a kitten, murmuring softly. Lin Xianbai nodded slightly, with complicated eyes. It's better not to kill. Now Team B has been wiped out, and the other members of Team A are also dead. If Team A and Team A are also dead, then he is the only one left alive. When he returns to the ancestral temple to return to life, the situation will definitely not be optimistic. Multiple Team A and Team A can at least a little better. And by keeping Jia San alive, we might be able to provide him with more help in the future. In addition, he has experienced many things in this team in the past 2 months. For example, he accepted Jia San's love. And now he and this purple-haired girl are in a relationship, which has only progressed to kissing. Jia San's courtship was too passionate. But the real reason that made Lin Xianbai agree was another reason. Gu God Ancestral Temple is a gathering place for mental patients. There was no normal person among the members of Team A before. And because he acted too normal, he could be said to be extremely unsociable. But this point has completely disappeared since he and Jia San began to fall in love. Because in the eyes of other team members, a man who is willing to fall in love and sleep with a poisonous woman like Jia San is simply a more perverted lunatic than them. Although, Lin Xianbai did not actually go that far with Jia San. But other team members didn't think so. It can be said that since he started falling in love with Jia San, Lin Xianbai has completely integrated into the Gu God Ancestral Temple and Team A. But he agreed to fall in love with Jia San just for his own goals. Yes, he was using this girl's love for him to cover his undercover identity. Because of this, every time in the dead of night, Lin Xianbai would always wonder, if he were in a different place, would that guy Li Guanqi make the same choice as him? He always felt that if it were Li Guanqi, he probably wouldn't. There is an old saying in southern Xinjiang, those who betray their sincerity will have to swallow 10,000 silver needles. Lin Xianbai looked at the purple-haired girl in his arms and said softly, Jia San, tell me your real name. At least, when I swallow the silver needle in the future, I will know who I swallowed it for. This sudden and inexplicable remark made the girl suddenly confused and looked at him confusedly. Jiachi, what are you talking about? Why do you want to swallow the needle? As long as you never let me down, it will be fine. Huh? Yes. Lin Xianbai nodded with a smile, then changed the subject and said, I have collected the Gu God soul from the poison blade crocodile in the cave. Our spirit-absorbing divine stone is now almost half full. It's really strange. Gu, the reincarnation of the divided soul of gods, is not limited to humans, but can also be reincarnated into demons. Hey! As soon as he said this, A3 seemed to have remembered something, and said excitedly, A3, everyone in Team B has been wiped out. If they carry the spirit-absorbing divine stone with them, doesn't that mean we can take it away directly? Did they collect the separated souls? With that said, The purple-haired girl quickly got out of Lin Xianbai's arms, stepped on the blood and mincemeat, rummaged through the corpses on the ground, and kept collecting the space rings of the deceased. Lin Xianbai looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Jia-san, I'm sorry. I will swallow 10,000 silver needles in the future. When the truth comes out, whether you scold me or hate me, I just hope you can have a good ending. Why does Jia-san like him? Lin Xianbai didn't know. This girl's love for him was inexplicable and extremely passionate. Jiachi! Among the corpses, Jia-san, whose hands and feet were stained with blood, turned around with a bright smile and waved his right hand vigorously. I found it! In her hand, there was a golden ring. Look! Look! The purple-haired girl ran towards Lin Xianbai and took out a small dark green stone from the space ring. She was extremely excited and said, They really carry the soul-enchanting divine stone with them. It seems like there are more souls than we have accumulated. When Lin Xianbai saw this stone, he suddenly thought about it and quickly took out another green stone from his space ring. Collecting God's separated souls is a task given by the 12 bishops to the soul hunting team. But at the same time, this is also one of the goals of Lin Xianbai's exclusive mission, Return of the Gods, given to him by the system. 1. Pass the identity test of the God Ancestral Temple, and become one of the ordinary saints in the God Ancestral Temple. Square root. 2. Find a way to join a search team for the God's separated souls, and become a user of the soul-enriching divine stone. Square root. 3. Use the Yunling divine stone to absorb enough God's divided souls. 52/100. 4. After the Yunling divine stone is full, merge yourself with the Yunling divine stone. 5. Sneak into the core high-level officials of the God Ancestral Temple, and become a member of the 12 God Saints. 6. Relying on the identity of the God Saint, collect information in the God Ancestral Temple, and find the location of the God's true body. 7. Go to the body of God. 8. The soul leaves the body and escapes into the sea of consciousness of the God's body, seizing it before it fully wakes up. So far, the spirit-containing divine stone in Lin Xianbai's hand has only absorbed almost half of the divided souls. However, if you add the souls collected by Team B, it will be different. Hurry up! A 3 held the green soul-enriching divine stone and handed it to Lin Xianbai excitedly, looking forward to it. Hurry and get the souls of Team B. If we can fill up 1, we can go back to the Ancestral Temple to resume our lives. Lin Xianbai nodded slightly and reached out to take Team B's soul-enchanting stone. He held Team A's soul-enriching divine stone in his left hand, and Team B's soul-absorbing divine stone in his right hand. Under the expectant gaze of Team A3, he closed his eyes and slowly recited the incantation. The 2 small green stones then vibrated slightly, emitting a flickering and strange green light. Yeah. Suddenly, a vague hoarse roar sounded from Team B's spirit-containing divine stone. Immediately afterwards, wisps of green light spread out and quickly merged into the interior of Team A's Yunling divine stone, making this small stone that was already emitting green light appear even more dazzling. Whoa. Seeing this scene, Jia-san couldn't help but smile. Although Lin Xianbai closed his eyes, the system's task panel was still displayed in his sight. 3. Use the Yunling divine stone to absorb enough God's divided souls. 52, 53, 545556/100. The numbers keep jumping. The process of transferring the divided soul lasted about 10 minutes. Ding! Mission, Return of the Gods, objective has been completed. 3. Use the Yunling divine stone to absorb enough God's divided souls. 118/100, square root. Full. Lin Xianbai stretched out his left hand, handed the Yunling divine stone that emitted dazzling green light to Jia-san, and chuckled. Wow! A3 took it with both hands, his eyes almost shining. It's full. I don't know what gift the Archbishop will give to our Team A this time. Last time we brought back a fully charged spiritual stone, and the Archbishop is here to attract the God. The power has directly raised all of us to a great level. Hearing this, Lin Xianbai's eyes flashed with excitement. Receive the power of the God? Forehead. Suddenly, Jia-san's body swayed, and he couldn't even stand still, and was about to fall to the ground. Lin Xianbai naturally put his arms around her waist, hugged her into his arms, looked down at her purple eyes, and said softly, Let's find a place to recuperate first, and then go back after you have recovered your spiritual power. It's not too late for the Ancestral Temple. Team A3 nodded lightly, and then handed back the Yunling Divine Stone in his hand to Lin Xianbai, and also handed the other party a large number of space rings of different styles. Team B's and our Team A's are both here. Everyone is here. There are no relatives. Only the two of us can inherit the inheritance. Let's go! Lin Xianbai put away these things, then raised his hand to tear open a crack in space, picked up Jia San by the waist, and stepped into it. Lin Xianbai walked out of the space crack with Jia San in his arms, looking at the bare environment in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned. Looking around, I saw that all the woods by the lake were left with only bare tree stumps. All the 3 yuan fruit trees that originally grew here had been cut down. However, the cabins by the lake were safe and sound. That was the reason Lin Xianbai was going to take Jia San to the rest destination. But although the house was still there, the original forest seen by the lake was gone, which still made him feel unhappy and confused. Who cut down the tree? Lord Mitch, L. You see? After this 3 yuan forest is cut down, the Rain Marsh Mountains will be completely completed. At least as far as I know. There are no other 3 yuan fruit trees in this area. Yes. Not bad. Suddenly, a burst of conversation came from far away. Lin Xianbai then followed the sound and left. I saw 2 figures coming slowly from the depths of this clearing with only tree stumps left. One of them was a man wearing an official robe from southern Xinjiang. Judging from the style of his official robe, this guy is still a high-ranking official in charge of a mountain range. He should be the highest administrator of this Rain Marsh Mountain Range. The other figure is a bit special. It is a centaur clan that is very rare in southern Xinjiang. And judging from the green hair and green eyes, it is actually a centaur royal surnamed Chiron. Level 8 centaur warrior. Lin Xianbai looked at the 2 figures with alert eyes, hugged Jia San, and took a half step back. Hello! However, the male centaur wearing a luxurious green robe stopped them directly. The one holding the girl. Yes, he is talking about you. Come here. Lin Xianbai narrowed his eyes slightly, but finally took steps and walked over. 2 7-star conjurers? The centaur royal touched a blue bracelet on his left wrist, and looked at Lin Xianbai and Jia San in front of him, with a hint of brilliance in his eyes. Especially you. A 7-star conjurer. And maybe an 8th level soul? Well, it's not that common in this remote corner of southern Xinjiang, isn't it? This bracelet is a detection instrument, specially used to detect the cultivation level of nearby conjurers. For warriors of different blood, this is a must-have when going out. The world is huge. Lin Xianbai hugged Jia San and smiled slightly at the centaur. We have traveled all over the world and have just arrived in southern Xinjiang. Aren't you the same? Sir? I don't think there is any centaur in southern Xinjiang who has settled here. Let alone what's more. You are still an 8th level centaur royal family. I'm not traveling. The centaur royal family looked serious and said in a deep voice. My name is Mitch, L. Chiron. I come from the Dao dynasty. This trip is under the order of Emperor Dao. I came to southern Xinjiang to collect 3 yuan fruits and 3 yuan trees. If you know where the 3 yuan fruit tree grows here, Emperor Wu will reward you greatly. Forehead. Lin Xianbai was slightly startled. Dao dynasty? Under Emperor Wu? Is this guy Guanqi's subordinate? Did he come to southern Xinjiang to collect San Yuan fruit trees in the name of watching chess? Why do you need this thing to watch chess? Lord Mitch, L. Thinking of this, Lin Xianbai immediately smiled at Mitch, L, and asked, Can I boldly ask, what is the use of Emperor Wu's need for this 3 yuan fruit tree? You don't need to know this. Mitch, L, looked at Jia San in his arms, his eyes lingering on the bloodstains on the girl's body for a while. And then he looked at Lin Xianbai and said, Now the thing is very simple. You know where there is a San Yuan fruit tree. Take me there. Then you receive the reward. If you don't know, get out as soon as possible, and don't waste my time. In this broken place of southern Xinjiang, bloodshed happens everywhere every day. So there is nothing strange about these 2 people. By the way, southern Xinjiang is really rotten, with a lot of rotten people and rotten scenery. If Emperor Wu had not ordered it, he would never have come to this ghost place in his life. Well, by the way, those girls in southern Xinjiang are still okay and fresh. It's smooth and tender. And he doesn't care that he's a centaur. It's really non-sticky. Thinking about this, Mitch, L's thoughts flew far away. And he was tormented about how to speak later, so that the southern Xinjiang official next to him could offer him another batch of beautiful women. As for the 3 yuan fruit tree, ordinary people don't know much more. So I will leave now without delaying your official business. Seeing Mitch L's appearance, Lin Xianbai said softly, then hugged Jia San and walked toward the lakeside cabin on the other side. Mitch L ignored him and chatted with the southern Xinjiang officials beside him, and soon left the clear-cut woods. Buzz, Lin Xianbai carried Jia San to the door of the wooden house, formed a seal with one hand, and unlocked the defensive formation of the wooden house. Then he pushed open the wooden door and carried Jia San to the bed. He wasn't very surprised about what happened to the centaur just now. With the current power of the Dog Dynasty, if an official is sent to cut down trees, as long as the Gu God Ancestral Temple does not say anything, the southern border kingdom will definitely not dare to resist, and will even offer full assistance. As for this kind of thing, there is almost no chance that the Gu God Ancestral Temple will express its stance. The only strange thing is, what does Guanqi need these three-dimensional trees for? Jia Qi! At this time, Jia San, who was lying on the bed, whispered softly, Lin Xianbai's thoughts were brought back to reality, and he looked at the purple-haired girl. I want to take a bath before going to bed. Jia San looked at him blankly. You need meditation to restore your spiritual energy, not sleep. Hearing this, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile. We are not different-blooded humans who rely on sleep to restore life energy. How can we sleep? But I just want to take a bath and go to bed. Jia San lowered his eyes and said softly, Before, we were all like this. Before? We? Lin Xianbai was a little curious. Were you a child? Your sisters? Well, almost. Jia San raised his eyes and looked at him, his purple eyes flashing with hope. Is that okay? As long as you want. Lin Xianbai smiled slightly, turned around and walked outside the house. He raised his right hand towards the nearby tree stumps and spread his fingers. Boom! 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 Many tree stumps were uprooted and collided heavily in midair, turning into countless sawdust. Finally, under the use of Lin Xianbai's law of wood, the structure was reorganized and condensed into a large wooden bathtub, which was fully suitable for Jia San to lie in. Straighten your legs. The wooden bathtub flew quickly, hovered behind Lin Xianbai, and followed him back into the house. Wow! Then, Lin Xianbai waved his hand again, and water condensed out of thin air, filling the tub. Snapped. Finally, Lin Xianbai snapped his fingers with his right hand, and the flames rose, condensing into a small fireball and falling into the water in the tub, directly heating up the bath water. After doing all this, he reached into it again and stirred the water. Well, the water temperature is right. Lin Xianbai turned to look at Jia San on the bed, smiled and said, Then you wash first. I'll go out and wait. Don't want. The purple-haired girl sat up from the bed and looked at him longingly. Jia Qi, can you help me wash it? Chapter 718, Foreshadowing emerges. The 13th Bishop, Lin Xianbai. Forehead. Faced with the requirements of Class A3, Lin Xianbai hesitated slightly. You think I'm dirty? Right. The purple-haired girl immediately lowered her head with a sad expression. Here we go again. Hearing this, Lin Xianbai sighed helplessly. Jia San, why are you always like this? Didn't we agree? Don't say such things again. No one will think you are dirty. At least I won't. I promise. But you don't even want to touch me. Jia San lowered his head and whispered. Lin Xianbai was speechless for a moment. Jia San raised his hands and rubbed his eyes, as if wiping away tears, and there were bursts of indistinct crying, which made people feel nervous. If this must be the case to prove my idea. Lin Xianbai smiled helplessly, reached out and took off Jia San's blood-stained robes, rubbed out flames, and burned the blood-stained dirty clothes until not even ashes were left. Then, he picked up the naked Jia San and put her into the bathtub. He took out a clean white towel from the space ring and began to wipe the blood and dirt on the purple-haired girl's body with gentle movements and a serious expression. During this process, Lin Xianbai's eyes were always pure, and there was never any evil thought. Of course he is a normal man. Otherwise, he would not have completely confirmed his relationship with, and under the effect of the aphrodisiac mist. But it's different now. First, now his consciousness is clear. Secondly, the A3 figure is too girly, which he doesn't like. Third, he felt so guilty about Jia San that it completely overwhelmed the man's instinct. Now Lin Xianbai still had no idea how to confess to Jia San in the future. How to confess to this girl that he was only dating her to better conceal his identity. All these thoughts made him feel complicated. Jia Qi. At this time, Jia-san leaned against the bathtub and looked at Lin Xianbai, who was wiping his legs with blurred eyes. You are still the same as before. But we've only known each other for less than 2 months. Lin Xianbai didn't stop moving his hands, and while helping her clean the blood on her legs, he smiled. I guess 2 months ago. It shouldn't be considered before. Right. And it was only 2 months. How can it be changed? Jia-chi. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl lowered her head, looked at her looming body under the water, and said softly, If a girl slept with many men before she was 16 years old, you would think, is this kind of girl dirty? Not really. Lin Xianbai shook his head and said calmly, Personal freedom. I won't say whether she is dirty or not. As for her health, well, if she is a human of different blood, there will be no health problems. But no matter what, I won't even call this kind of girl dirty. It's all about personal freedom. Then, will you marry such a girl? Hearing this, Jia-san immediately raised his head and looked at Lin Xianbai with bright eyes. Of course not. Lin Xianbai still lowered his head and wiped the blood on her legs with a white towel. She has her own freedom. And I also have my own freedom. We don't interfere with each other. This is the freedom between people. There is no need to blame anyone. The light in Jia-san's eyes dimmed instantly. Forehead. At this time, Lin Xianbai reacted belatedly, looked up at the purple-haired girl, and said in shock, Jia-san, I was born in Gu City in southern Xinjiang, in the slums of the outer city. Jia-san lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, It was probably when I was 7 years old that I was forcibly taken away by a gangster for the first time. Since then, I have been, well, she didn't finish. In fact, who can fully describe this experience? This is different. Suddenly, Lin Xianbai came forward and wanted to kiss Jia-san. Facing him, the girl turned her head for the first time, wanting to avoid and refuse. But Lin Xianbai stretched out his hand, held the other person's face, and forced a deep kiss. The purple-haired girl resisted at first, but soon she completely collapsed in the tub and stopped struggling. It took a long time for the two to separate. Why? Jia-san lowered his head and asked softly. You obviously hate women like me. Those are two different things. Lin Xianbai looked at her purple eyes and said seriously, What you asked me before is completely different from what you experienced. I said that it is their own freedom. But you are not free. In a place like the slums of Gu City, you are forced and you are the victim. That being the case, it cannot be generalized at all. What really disgusts me is character. What determines a person's character is not the body, but the heart. In my personal opinion, even if a woman has never been touched by a man, if she sincerely believes that wandering in the beds of countless men and having sex with countless men is something worthy of glory, something worthy of showing off, and something worthy of pride, then at least to me, she is still not a pure woman. Of course, the same goes for men. This kind of thing doesn't distinguish between genders, even for subraces with different customs. I still won't accommodate their traditions or change my views. So, J3. I don't think those ghetto gangsters took away your purity by force. They can't take it away at all. The purity remains in your heart. It's the same sentence just now. It is not the body, but the heart that determines a person's character. At the end of the sentence, Lin Xianbai raised his right hand, pinched Jia-san's cheek, and said with a smile, If you still want to ask, then I will tell you the answer in advance. Even if I know this, I still won't think you're dirty. The tragic experiences you have encountered will never affect your purity. Not at all. Then will you marry someone like me? Jia-san looked at him, and a hint of hope appeared in the depths of his purple eyes again. If you love it, of course. Lin Xianbai nodded lightly and said seriously, For me, there is no need to consider other factors when marrying a wife. The only thing that can decide this matter is love or not. The purple-haired girl finally smiled brightly. Lin Xianbai smiled on the surface, but sighed secretly in his heart. Feel sorry. I didn't lie. But the question is, Jia-san, where does my love for you come from? I don't even understand where your love for me comes from. Jia-chi. Jia-san suddenly stood up from the bathtub, reached out and hugged Lin Xianbai, nestled on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and smiled gently. I am willing to give everything for you, including my life. Why? When Lin Xianbai heard this, his eyes were complicated. Jia-san, actually I still don't understand. When did you fall in love with me? And why did you fall in love with me? Don't tell me it was love at first sight. I never think this is real. It definitely wasn't love at first sight. Jia San looked at Lin Xianbai with a crooked smile. As for when did you fall in love? Maybe in the previous life? Ha ha! The purple-haired girl smiled and jumped out of the tub, splashing water droplets all over the floor. You? When Lin Xianbai received this answer, he shook his head helplessly and laughed. Then with a wave of his hand, he sucked away all the water droplets on the girl's body, drying Jia San in disguise. Go to sleep. Good night. Jia San took out a brand new black robe from the space ring, put it on and lay down on the bed, pulled over the sheets, closed his eyes and fell asleep, with a smile that could not be hidden on his face. After Lin Xianbai got rid of the water in the bathtub and the floor, he returned to the other bed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and practiced meditation. The room became quiet. However, 10 minutes later, Lin Xianbai suddenly opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed his head of black hair. He looked down and opened his hands. In the palm of his hand was a large ball of white hair. The omen is coming. He lost part of his lifespan again, but that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that this foreshadowing made him hesitate. Eat the Yunling Divine Stone. His gift of prophecy was as simple and direct as ever. It would only let him know what he should do now, and nothing else. He didn't know why he did it, let alone what would happen if he did it. However, Lin Xianbai had some guesses about this. For, after the Yunling Divine Stone is full, merge yourself with the Yunling Divine Stone. This is his fourth mission goal. Previously, Lin Xianbai was very confused about the goal of this mission, and did not understand how to fuse it at all. After all, he did not obtain any information about the fusion of the Yunling Divine Stone in the Gu God Ancestral Temple. After each soul hunting team has filled up a soul accumulating divine stone, it will be handed over to the Archbishop. And then, the Archbishop will give them another empty spiritual accumulating divine stone, so that they can continue to search for souls and store it. So, could it be that the way he integrated with the Yunling Divine Stone was the foreshadowing he had just received? Eat it directly? Lin Xianbai's mood was very complicated. But he would not reject this prophecy. From childhood to adulthood, every prophecy he received was completely correct. This time, there will be no exception. Call. Lin Xianbai took out the Yunling Divine Stone from the space ring, took a deep breath, and stuffed the green light stone directly into his mouth. This stone melted in his mouth, and as soon as it came into contact with his tongue, it turned directly into a stream of green light, blending into his limbs and bones, instantly filling every inch of blood and flesh in his body, and finally circulated everywhere in his body. After a circle, they all gathered at the core of his spell. Boom! Lin Xianbai's body suddenly erupted with a burst of majestic spiritual pressure, which directly smashed the wooden house into pieces. And Jia San, who was lying on the other bed, was also knocked away by the pressure of this spiritual power, and fell into the lake not far away. He surfaced in confusion and panic, looking at Lin Xianbai at this time. His face revealed anxious look. Run, Jiaqi! Jia San quickly flew out of the water and rushed towards Lin Xianbai. What's wrong with you? However, at this time, Lin Xianbai was sitting cross-legged on the grass, his eyes closed, motionless. Only bursts of green light continued to escape from his body. Jiaqi? Seeing this, Jia San's expression became more and more anxious, and he kept shaking his shoulders, trying to wake him up. But Lin Xianbai never responded, as motionless as a sculpture. Interesting. In an unknown place where green light was flying all over the sky, Lin Xianbai's white soul body slowly emerged. He looked around and frowned slightly. Where is this place? His soul is different. It is not the same as the ordinary blue soul, but white. Jia! Suddenly, a strange chirping sound came from a distance. Lin Xianbai then followed the sound and left. In the dark green light flow, I saw a huge figure of 10,000 meters looming, but it was too blurry to see its specific appearance. I could only barely recognize that it had a centipede-like appearance, but it has a scorpion tail hook. Good God! Lin Xianbai looked at this figure, his eyes slightly condensed. The saints of the Gu God Ancestral Temple will have a black insect tattoo carved on the back of their left hand. It is not only a status symbol, but also a channel for the Ancestral Temple to contact the saints. The tattoo style is almost exactly the same as the phantom of this huge monster. Well, suddenly, Lin Xianbai's complexion changed slightly, and he stumbled and fell directly to the ground, with a look of pain on his face. But at the same time, he was laughing. I see. No wonder this is my exclusive mission. It turns out that only my special soul can resist the brainwashing of God's will. God? No matter who you are, you haven't fully recovered yet. You don't even know that I can resist your brainwashing. Very good. Then thank you for your blessing. God. Buzz. Lakeside. Just as Jia-san was standing next to the unconscious Lin Xianbai. Panicking. A black insect tattoo slowly appeared on the back of her left hand. It looked a bit like a centipede, but it also had a scorpion tail hook. At the same time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in Jia-san's mind. All saints, return to the ancestral temple immediately without delay, and welcome the arrival of the 13th bishop with us. 13th bishop? Hearing this, Jia-san suddenly looked shocked. Over the years in the Gu God ancestral temple, there have been only 12 bishops who can hear the will of the Gu God. There are never fewer. If anyone dies, a new bishop will immediately appear to take the place. But there are never too many. Where did this 13th bishop come from? A3. Suddenly, Lin Xianbai's gentle voice sounded, bringing Jia-san's thoughts back to reality. Jia-chi, are you awake, huh? Jia-san first looked at Lin Xianbai with great surprise, but then became slightly stunned, because at this time, Lin Xianbai had already opened his eyes. But those eyes had changed from the original black to an enchanting and eerie dark green. There was no sense of freshness at all, but instead, they were filled with an uncomfortable and weird feeling, because his pupils are not normal round or vertical pupils, but are abnormally shaped with complicated patterns. Let's go! Lin Xianbai looked at Jia-san with a smile. Although his eyes had changed, the gentle smile on his face remained the same. It's time for us to return to the ancestral temple and participate in my canonization ceremony. Jia-chi, what's wrong with you? Jia-san looked at his green eyes and said worriedly. Your eyes, how come they look like those of the 12 bishops? The Archbishop Summons just now said that he was going to welcome the 13th bishop. Could it be you? But why? In the ancestral temple of the Gu God, the saints have varying degrees of belief in the Gu God. In fact, Jia-san's belief in this god is almost non-existent. There are many reasons why he stays in this organization, but it definitely does not include devout belief in the Gu God. Therefore, facing the changes in Lin Xianbai and the so-called 13th bishop, Jia-san was far more worried than anything else. Don't worry. I'm still me. Lin Xianbai smiled slightly and joked. I just changed the color of my eyes. Don't you recognize me? No. As soon as these words came out, Jia-san became anxious and quickly hugged his waist and looked into his green eyes. I'm just worried that the 12 bishops are all fanatical believers of Gu God. In order to resurrect Gu God, I don't care about other things. I'm afraid that you will become like them. Will not. Lin Xianbai looked at the purple-haired girl seriously. I'm still me. Let's go. We should go back. The worried look in Jia-san's eyes did not subside, but he slowly let go of his hand, then made a seal with his right hand and sucked out drops of black blood from the black insect tattoo on the back of his left hand. Then, she dipped her right index finger into the black blood and squatted on the ground to sketch it, as if she wanted to use the black blood to draw the teleportation array. No need to bother. Lin Xianbai stopped her behavior, grabbed her wrist with his left hand, and waved his right hand in front of him, directly tearing open a space crack with twisted dark green light. Jia-san was shocked when he saw this. Jia-chi, how come you, like the Archbishop, can directly open the space passage to the ancestral temple? Of course, because I will soon be the 13th bishop on an equal footing with him. Lin Xianbai smiled, then took Jia-san's hand and stepped into it together. Boom! The space shook violently. As the green space crack closed, the place returned to calm, except for a fragment of a house scattered on the ground. There was no trace of a human being. Chapter 719, The Remaining Body of Gu God. Boom! Lin Xianbai took Jia-san's hand and stepped out of the green space crack, stepping on the black floor. They were obviously cloth shoes, but the sound of footsteps was so clear, because the surroundings were so quiet, in a place where the drop of a pin could be heard. His and Jia-san's footsteps became extremely clear sounds. However, this place, which can be described as deadly silent, is not a deserted place. Instead, it is filled with tens of thousands of people. Lin Xianbai looked around. This is a dark, secret palace, illuminated only by green ghost lights floating in the air, occasionally passing over the heads of some men in black robes. They can only illuminate their expressionless, dead-like faces. These penetrating green lights always make Lin Xianbai think about whether the atmosphere here can be more normal by dismantling these lamps and directly using the spiritual eye spell to provide night vision. Welcome, Lord Gu's 13th direct saint, our 13th bishop, my brother. At this time, a hoarse old man's voice came from the high platform in the center of the hall. Lin Xianbai and Jia San immediately followed the sound. On the high platform, there were a total of 12 figures wearing dark green robes. The other 11 people all wore hoods. Only the white-haired old man standing at the front did not wear a hood and revealed his true face, completely displayed under the green ghost light. It was an ordinary oriental face, with only those enchanting dark green eyes making him look a little more special. His pupils are not normal round, but abnormally shaped with complicated patterns. At this time, Lin Xianbai's eyes were exactly the same as his. I am honored to be favored by Lord Gu God. Lin Xianbai smiled slightly, took Jia San's hand and walked towards the high platform with her, walking in the air. Along the way, Jia San looked at Lin Xianbai and the archbishop, who were not wearing hoods, and then at the tens of thousands of other hooded figures. Then he blinked and raised his hand to put on his own black hood. From then on, among the tens of thousands of figures in this secret hall, only Lin Xianbai and the archbishop were left without hoods. Your appearance is a sign. When Lin Xianbai brought Jia San to the high platform, the archbishop looked at him walking towards him and said with a smile, in the past 3,000 years, since Lord Gu gods will began to revive, there have been only 12 people in all ages. The Gu god saints exist. But now, you are the 13th, which must mean the further recovery of the Gu god. Gu god is eternal. Lin Xianbai put the index and middle fingers of his right hand together and tapped the center of his eyebrows. Gu god is eternal. Immediately afterwards, including the 12 bishops and Jia San, the tens of thousands of ancestral temple believers in the surrounding audience all made the same move and shouted loudly. The expressions of a few of the saints were very perfunctory, but the expressions of most of the saints are almost like those of the 12 devout bishops, who are fanatical and obsessed. From now on, she will be my maid. Lin Xianbai put down his right hand and looked at Jia San beside him. As you wish. The archbishop smiled slightly. But more importantly than this, it's time for us to take you to meet the Gu god's body. This is a pilgrimage that every generation of Gu god saints must make. And you, as the most important person in history, the special 13th saint may be able to hear more sounds of the Gu god during his pilgrimage. And one more thing. Lin Xianbai looked at the archbishop and said calmly, I originally belonged to Soul Searching Team A. But just today, Team B suddenly launched a robbery against us. My team members resisted desperately. And in the end, Team B was completely wiped out. And my A team only has me and this A3. As soon as these words came out, the archbishop's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was obvious anger on his brows. A group of blasphemers. Since they have been completely wiped out, after their death, they will fall into Lord Gu god's boundless insect prison and suffer endless torture. Lin Xianbai had no reaction to this. Since those members of Team B can do such a thing of fighting against each other, it proves that the level of brainwashing of the members of Team B is almost non-existent. They join the Gu god ancestral temple for profit. They do not believe in Gu god at all. So naturally they will not. Do you believe in the existence of insect prison? I will notify the Ren and Gui teams to free up their manpower and reorganize the A and B soul hunting teams. The archbishop looked at Lin Xianbai and said slowly, As for you, my brother, since Lord Gu god has sent his divine will to you, then naturally you are no longer a soul-seeking saint, including your designated A3. From now on, she will be your personal saint, only at your disposal. Lin Xianbai nodded lightly. The 12 bishops, or, in other words, the 13 bishops are equal. Even though the archbishop is usually responsible for commanding, he is now the 13th bishop, recognized by the Gu god. So there is no need to grovel and consider himself a subordinate, although Gu god didn't recognize him at all. Now, let us cheer! At this time, the archbishop looked at the tens of thousands of figures in the audience, raised his hands excitedly, and shouted loudly, Let us welcome the arrival of the 13th bishop! Welcome the 13th incarnation of God Gu! Gu god is eternal! Gu god is eternal! Gu god is eternal! Tens of thousands of figures in the audience raised their right hands again, put their index and middle fingers together, close to their eyebrows, maintaining this weird posture. and shouted loudly. Lin Xianbai also did the same thing. But his heart was extremely peaceful. He has not been affected by Gu God's will. At least not yet. Previously, although he didn't know what happened, he still followed the instructions of the foretelling talent. He ate the soul-enriching divine stone that was filled with Gu God's divided soul. And then, for some unknown reason, it was successfully fused. After that, Lin Xianbai felt the power of Gu God coming. That's a wonderful force. He couldn't explain the specific effect of Gu God's power. It seemed to be a power that needed to be tried and explored by oneself. However, at the same time that the power of the Gu God was applied to his body, the Gu God's will was also invading his mind, trying to brainwash him. Lin Xianbai relied on his special soul to successfully resist this invasion and forcibly kept this Gu God's power in his body. Immediately afterwards, he felt the existence of the power of the other 12 Gu Gods in the world. That is, the 12 bishops of the Gu God Ancestral Temple. In the same way, the owners of these 12 Gu God powers can also feel his presence. Because of this, the Archbishop considered him a brother and consecrated him as the 13th bishop. However, Lin Xianbai also made one thing completely clear from this incident. The Gu God has no consciousness at all. At least the main consciousness has not yet awakened. Otherwise the Gu God would not ignore him. And Lin Xianbai didn't think that he was so powerful that he could even resist the brainwashing of a god. The only explanation is that the Gu God has not awakened. As for the arrival of the power of these Gu Gods, and the invasion of will, Lin Xianbai didn't quite understand. Maybe it was subconscious? Some scholars who have thoroughly studied the soul can give a command to their subconscious mind in advance, and then separate their main consciousness and subconscious mind, so that their subconscious mind can control themselves to complete the command without any subjective consciousness. Maybe gods can do the same thing? Blurred. There are still too many things he doesn't understand. However, Lin Xianbai had a hunch that soon, as the 13th bishop, he would be able to get more answers in this Gu God Ancestral Temple. Come on, my brother! On the high platform, the Archbishop looked at Lin Xianbai with a smile. I will arrange a perfect residence for you, and then let your maid go in and settle in. As for now, it is time for us to make a pilgrimage to the holy body of Lord Gu God. Your bishop's cassock is also waiting for you. Lin Xianbai nodded, then glanced at Jia Sen next to him. Wait until I come back. Jia Sen's purple eyes were full of uncertainty and worry, but he still lowered his head and took half a step back. I will obey the bishop's order. Let's go! The Archbishop took the lead and walked forward slowly with the other 11 bishops. Lin Xianbai also followed. Not far away, the Archbishop raised his hand and tore open a crack in space, stepped into it with the 11 bishops and Lin Xianbai, and disappeared. Jia San, who was standing behind and looking forward to it, also completely disappeared from his back. Sisters, please come with us. At this time, a woman wearing a black robe and a hood appeared beside Jia San and said softly, The sanctuary of the 13th bishop has been prepared. Since you are the maid appointed by the 13th bishop, then you have a lot to learn. Come with me. After saying that, without waiting for Jia San's response, she turned around and left. Jia San had to follow quickly. At the same time, tens of thousands of figures under the high platform gradually left the scene. During this process, except for the chaotic footsteps, there was no sound at all. The silence was dead, which made people feel indescribably depressed. Lin Xianbai followed the Archbishop's footsteps and slowly walked out of the space crack. Then he looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This is a pure white hall with very soft lighting, different from the green lights in the hall just now. The lighting here is provided by suspended white light balls, which is a bit like the lighting of incandescent lamps. The walls, floors, and ceilings of this hall are obviously made of alloy, and are perfectly fitted, smooth and flat. In addition, there are various instruments and equipment everywhere here, and various red, green and yellow instrument lights are flashing, and it is unknown what they are monitoring. The screen image appeared in the form of a holographic projection. Although it was visible, it was full of content that he could not understand at all. The overall structure of the hall looked like. Lin Xianbai didn't know how to describe it. If he had to say it, it was that there was a sense of technology everywhere. This place looks like a high-tech research institute, not the headquarters of some secret sect. But this feeling has been there since he first entered the Gu God Ancestral Temple, so it's not a new feeling. The Gu God Ancestral Temple inherited many technologies from the old era. It is not the technology of the 21st century, but the technology of the later God era. However, due to resource problems in the new era, the technological weapons of the Gu God Ancestral Temple are actually far inferior to their own spells in a real fight. Over time, the Gu God Ancestral Temple completely abandoned the development of technological weapons and focused its technology tree in other directions. The many precision instruments here are one of the results. Although Lin Xianbai does not know the specific functions of these instruments. Is this where the holy body of Lord Gu God is? Lin Xianbai looked around. A little surprised. He remembered that when he entered the Gu God Ancestral Temple for the first time, he saw an extremely huge transparent building, with an unimaginably huge behemoth lying inside, wrapped in green nutrient solution. He thought the thing was the body of Gu God. He even guessed that the technological instruments around him were actually used to monitor the changes in the physical body. This way. The Archbishop smiled and walked slowly toward the center of the pure white hall. Then stopped in front of a silver pedestal. This silver white base is a cylinder 1.5 meters high and 0.5 meters wide. It looks like a fingerprint scanning switch lock, because there is a protruding disc at the top of the base, which looks like the real world where the palm is placed. The fingerprint switch lock of Pengwai headquarters has this shape. Please. The Archbishop looked at Lin Xianbai with a smile. Although our palms are fine, this is your first pilgrimage. The honor of summoning the divine body of Gu should be carried out by you. It's my pleasure. Lin Xianbai nodded slightly, then raised his right hand and pressed it on the surface of the base disc. Buzz! In an instant, the silver white base glowed with an eerie green light, and the color of the entire silver white hall also changed from pure white to deep dark green. The feeling of the entire hall suddenly changed from the original technological one. The wind turned into a terrifying wind. Crack! Suddenly, the loudspeaker of the machine sounded, and then the floor in the center of the hall shrank layer by layer, forming a circular staircase leading underground. The stairs are not long and the bottom is not deep. Lin Xianbai stood where he was, and could easily see what was at the bottom. There is another round white base with a transparent cover on it, and inside the cover, there is sealed a complete human brain tissue. Based on Lin Xianbai's biological knowledge, he could say with certainty that it was the human brain and not something else. That's Lord Gu God's holy body? Lin Xianbai looked at this scene in disbelief. A human brain? Exactly, including the Archbishop. The 12 bishops looked at the human brain below with pious expressions, or fanaticism. When I made my pilgrimage, I stayed by Lord Gu's side for half a month before I finally heard the voice of Lord Gu's divine will. The Archbishop's expression was extremely excited, and his body couldn't stop trembling. That is an unimaginable gift. It is a gift from Lord Gu to our devout believers. Oh, is it the second brainwashing? Lin Xianbai cursed in his heart. But maybe, besides brainwashing, he can get more information from it. Many secrets of Gu God's ancestral temple must be obtained from Gu God himself. Even if he calls Guanqi over now and asks Guanqi to use force to search the souls of the 12 bishops, the information he can get is probably quite limited. Then, let's get started. I can't wait to receive the divine voice from Lord Gu God. Lin Xianbai looked excited and enthusiastic, completely ignoring the 12 bishops next to him, and walked down the stairs step by step to the silver white pedestal at the bottom. He faced the human brain in the cover of the base, kowtowed respectfully and knelt down, and then maintained this kneeling posture, waiting motionless, ready for the Gu God's will to come again. The Archbishop waited for half a month. What about him? He, Lin Xianbai, has to work on this matter again. How long will it take? Boom! 10 days later. Ayabel Prairie, Byway King City, an underground palace. In this 8th level training ground filled with countless paintings, Li Guanqi, dressed in black, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and white hair flying wildly, slowly stood up from the ground, his powerful pressure lingering for a long time. Spiritual power, LV93 LV.99, 99.2. Later stage of the spell Bagua level, 3/129/12. Physical body, LV93 LV.99, 99.4. Late stage of martial arts Bagua level, 3/129/12. Soul, LV99, 99.9. The peak soul of the 9th level ego realm. Comprehensive level, LV99, demigod level. In 10 days, under the state of increased understanding due to the national luck, Li Guanqi opened 6 Bagua level occupants in the 8th level training ground of the Centaur clan. Since then, Li Guanqi has penetrated all 9 acupoints except for the 3 acupoints located at the brain. Now, he has been certified by the system that even without the increase in national luck of the Dao dynasty, he can still possess semi-god level combat power. In fact, this is natural. Li Guanqi now has a peak 9th level soul, a peak 9th level spiritual power, a peak 9th level physical body, and the combat ability of both spells and martial arts. Of course, he is at the semi-god level. But because of this, Li Guanqi truly understood how perverted demigods like Luo Di were. Only when he possesses the second peak 9th level power can he be considered a demigod. However, pure human beings like Luo Di, without the blessing of magic cultivation, can obtain the semi-god level rating. How terrifying is the physical body? Those semi-god level spellcasters do not have the blessing of physical strength. So how superb can their attainments in spells and understanding of laws be? There are always talented and amazing people in the world. Li Guanqi has only managed to reach the same cloud as them until today. The only thing missing is the 3 acupoints in the brain. Li Guanqi looked around and looked at the countless paintings nearby. He narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself. These centaur paintings have been comprehended, but it is not enough. It seems that after all, we have to go to the 8th level of the ligers and tigers. Check out the training ground. His Majesty? At this time, a strange female voice suddenly came from outside the gate of the underground palace. I am sent by the elder Lin Chiga. I am responsible for guarding the outside. I will report to you after you finish your retreat. My subordinates just heard it. Your voice is louder. Have you finished your retreat now? Obviously, there are no soundproof barriers in this palace. Passport? Li Guanqi looked at the door of the Green Palace and frowned slightly. Is there any report to be delivered? Didn't I say before that during the retreat, all government affairs will be handled by the cabinet? Lin Chiga said that only your majesty can decide this matter. The female voice outside the hall sounded again. 3 days ago, the Tulip Empire sent envoys to the capital of Da Emperor, saying that they wanted to discuss with your majesty the alliance between the 2 countries to fight against Chu. Chapter 720 The Envoy of the Tulip Empire. Ellen's Joshua, on behalf of the Tulip Empire, offers the highest respect to Emperor Wu. At the same time, their sincerity. I am here to represent the will of the Tulip Empire, and come to discuss with Emperor Wu an alliance between the 2 countries to fight against the Great Chu. The imperial capital of Da. The political hall of the imperial palace. Li Guanqi was sitting on the throne, wearing the 12 imperial crowns and black gold imperial robes. With an imperial posture, he looked down at the Western envoy in the center of the hall. He is a handsome young man wearing a platinum uniform, with deep features, blonde hair and golden eyes, and a standard tulip aristocratic face. 7-star Demon Hunter Knight. 7 stars. The Tulip Empire is a top power, and it is unlikely that it cannot even send out diplomats at the Jiogong level. However, since this guy can serve as an envoy to the Da dynasty with a 7-star status, it either means that Tulip pushed him to die, or that his diplomatic skills are enough to crush those at the Jiogong level. After all, diplomacy is an art and a knowledge. The higher your cultivation level, the better you master it. At this time, on both sides of the government hall, stood military commanders such as Dragon Clan Randall, Hades, and Centaur Wells, as well as a group of civil servants including Lin Chi Fuju and other 5 major cabinet elders. About 100 people stood up, all wearing the red official robes of the Da dynasty. The official uniform specifications of the Da dynasty were actually formulated on the day of the canonization ceremony. Regardless of the official's rank, the official robes are basically red as the background color. The specific rank distinction lies in the patterns on the chest, sleeves, hem, etc. Different colors. Because of this, the large area of red above the palace formed a sharp contrast with the platinum uniform worn by the Tulip Envoy. However, as a diplomatic envoy, naturally he will not feel any pressure because of this. Your Tulip Empire. You want to form an alliance with me. Above the hall, Li Guanqi's voice sounded slowly, and there was no emotion of joy or anger, and the bead curtain of his 12-pointed imperial crown almost blocked his expression. Reply to Emperor Wu. Envoy Tulip looked up at Li Guanqi on the throne, and said in a neither humble nor condescending manner, the original Daluo dynasty has been reduced to history and no longer exists. But what stood up from the corpse of Daluo was an even greater force. The Empress of Dachu within the Great Wall completely inherited the method of condensing the national destiny of the Daluo dynasty. and also inherited the national destiny of Daluo for 3,000 years. In addition, the original Daluo 8 Kingdoms pillar has become the 8 demigods. The current Chu dynasty is a powerful force that can threaten the whole world. Moreover, the Empress of Chu has long issued a message, pointing her sword at the whole world. Although she is a female, her ambitions are not concealed at all. Once the Great Wall loses its energy and the defensive shield is closed, those who will rush out from the Great Wall will, but he is a lion with an unimaginable appetite. Facing the Chu dynasty, we must unite in order to have any hope of victory. For this reason, our Tulip Empire and the Curse Academy have officially signed an armistice treaty 4 days ago, in order to unite with each other and fight against the Chu. At the end of the sentence, the Tulip envoy's tone was sonorous and powerful, making the surrounding military officials look at each other, and most of them nodded slightly, as if they agreed with this person's statement. Let's fight against Chu together. Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne, looked down at the Tulip envoy with his eyes slightly raised. Interesting. Hey, repeat me again. What's your name? Ellen's Joshua. The Tulip messenger replied calmly. So, Joshua, I want to ask you a question. Li Guanqi looked at him and said softly, the Empress of Chu wants to conquer the world, and your Tulip Empire doesn't want to be reduced to the Empress's vassal. So you want to form an alliance with me to fight against Chu. But by now, you should know my identity very well. I am a system transcendent. And you should also know very well that the system extraordinary people have all been given the task of system gods. And we also want to conquer the world. No different from the Empress of Chu. In this case, do you still want to form an alliance with me? Tell me, what do you, the Council of Elders of the Tulip Empire, mean? You might as well speak more clearly, so that everyone can talk more easily. Then complete the mission. Tulip envoy Joshua looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. After we join forces and kill the Empress of Chu and the 8 Kingdoms pillars, this world can be temporarily handed over to you, Emperor Wu, to temporarily establish a unified dynasty. Our Tulip Empire and the School of Magic will support you unconditionally. After you establish a unified dynasty and complete the mission of this god, you will take your extraordinary beings back to the real world that belongs to you extraordinary beings, and never come back again. Then, we, the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic, divided the world into two and ruled across the sea. We will continue to discuss the issue of the independence of the new magicians. If we can't reach an agreement, then we will continue to go to war. There is no problem. In this world, it is normal for various forces to divide and join together, and wars to stop. Therefore, Emperor Wu, you want to conquer the world. This is a problem with a solution. You complete the mission, then return to your own hometown, to the place you call the real world, and return our weird world to us, the so-called aboriginals of the weird world, with a happy ending. No one suffers. But the conquest of the world by the Chu dynasty is an unsolvable problem. If you have to solve it, you can only kill. The Empress of Chu is not a system transcendent, and she has no other world to return to. She wants to conquer the world, and that is the real conquest of the world. Once she conquers it, she will never let it go. Guys, isn't it? Having said this, Joshua looked around at the military officials around him. Are you kidding me? At this time, a white-haired old man wearing a red and gold-patterned official robe glanced coldly at the Tulip envoy. The Da dynasty is not just a country of system extraordinary people. It is an inclusive and open multiracial dynasty. In addition to people from other worlds like your majesty, there are countless natives of the world like us. And we won't leave. This old man doesn't look much different from a human being, except that he has a pair of brown antlers on his head. The official robe he wore was from the first grade standard. Lin Chi Fu Zhu, a member of the Lurin royal family and one of the 5 elders of the Da dynasty. Although he is still in the first rank now, many people actually know that if nothing unexpected happens, this dear man will soon be promoted to the first rank of the dynasty, reach the top of the civil servants, and control the whole dynasty. First, respond to government affairs. It turns out to be the famous Mr. Lin Chi. Joshua looked at the old dear man and smiled slightly. Indeed. Of course you have no real world to return to. But, since you can leave your original clan, serve as a military official, and serve the Da dynasty. Then, when after Emperor Wu completed his mission, retired with great success, and returned to his hometown in honor. Sir Lin Chi, why can't you find another good place to live? Absurd. Lin Chi shouted in a deep voice. This is reality. Joshua looked around at the large military officials around him and said seriously, "Everyone, you might as well think carefully about what will happen to you people after Emperor Wu returns home with all the extraordinary beings and never comes back again. Can the Dao dynasty really continue to exist without Emperor Wu's leadership? It's time to think about it. Right? Well, I finally understand." At this time, the ministers at the forefront took the form of human beings. Hydus, who was wearing an official robe with a red background and gold trim, stared at the tulip envoy with his scarlet vertical pupils and sneered. "An alliance? I think you guys are not here to make alliances, but to sow discord. Are you? If General Hades believes that stating the facts is sowing discord, then I have nothing to say." Joshua's expression remained calm. He looked at the 9th level humanoid dragon calmly and said with a smile, "If the Dragon Clan is willing, after Emperor Wu returns home, the Tulip Empire is willing to grant the Dragon Clan a piece of snow, a forest, and a river, a mountain range, a lake, and a magma area serve as the living areas for various dragon species in the Dragon Clan." "Damn it. You still want to poach people?" Hades laughed angrily and took a step towards him. However, next to the humanoid dragon, a white-haired old man with blue dragon horns on his head reached out and pressed his shoulder. The new Dragon King canonized by Emperor Wu. Randall, compared with this old dragon, Hades is not calm after all, but as a giant dragon, it is already rare. But he still has a lot to learn from Randall. "Is this what Tulip Empire means?" Randall looked at Joshua and said calmly, "When our Dao dynasty proposed the alliance, they were sowing discord within us, and even blatantly trying to pry corners, trying to immediately increase the country's power by a large margin after the anti-Chu war ended. However, in my opinion, instead of discussing these matters after the victory against Chu, we might as well discuss how we can win. Right? What does the messenger think? No matter what quest the Tulip Elder gives you, your #1 goal should be to successfully establish an alliance with our Dao dynasty and successfully defeat the Empress of Chu and the Chu dynasty. However, with all due respect, I have not seen any sincerity from your country in this matter. Lao Wan is a giant dragon. As we all know, dragons are violent and irritable, impulsive and rude. In this case, let me be more direct. Joshua, what use can your Tulip Empire do in fighting against the Empress of Chu?" The words of this old ice dragon brought the topic of this political meeting back to its original starting point. But as Joshua said, what he just said is actually the truth. Because of this, even if old Randall came to the rescue and changed the subject again, the question of where should the Aborigines go after Emperor Wu leaves has already taken root in everyone's minds. Demigod. Suddenly, Joshua looked at Li Guanqi on the throne and said loudly, "As we all know, our Tulip Empire has always had demigods sitting there for thousands of years. But no one knows how our Tulip Empire ensures the continuous generation of demigods." Continuous generation? At this time, a werewolf official among the officials smiled. "Are you sure? Then where are the demigods of this generation of Tulip Empire? Do I have to stand in front of you to exist?" Joshua glanced at him with a calm expression. "If there are still demigods left in the Tulip Empire after the great Luo Shenwu Emperor massacred the demigods last year, then why is there no result in the war between the Tulip Empire and the Magic Academy?" A prairie official asked with a frown. "It's very simple. Because there are also demigods in the Conjuration Academy, and the enemy and ourselves check and balance each other," Joshua said calmly. "Interesting." A female official from Sakura province smiled and said, "So, what Messenger Joshua means is that when Emperor Daluo Shenwu killed the demigod last year, he killed a lonely person? Didn't he clean it up at all?" Wu dynasty officials always seem to like to misinterpret other people's meanings. Joshua said lightly, "I have never said such a thing. What I mean is that the demigods in the Tulip Empire and the Conjuring Academy have not been separated from each other. That is to say, not long after the great Luo Shenwu Emperor massacred the demigods, there are new demigods appearing in our Tulip Empire and Conjuration Academy." As soon as these words came out, all the officials present fell silent and looked solemn. Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne, was not too surprised by this. When he followed Luo Di to kill the demigods, Luo Di had mentioned that the demigods of the Tulip Empire and the Conjuration Academy were most likely to be quoted. In other words, their method for people to become demigods is likely to have a limit on the number of people at the same time, but no limit on the number of times. It is similar to, "I give this power to you now, but I can't give it to others. But wait, if you die, I can give it to the next person again. Therefore, if what Joshua said is true, then Luodi's point of view is basically correct. But the same cannot be said for Baimang Grassland. The demigods of Baimang Royal Court in the past have all relied on their own cultivation. So there has been a decline in the number of demigods, and the decline of the Royal Court. National destiny is not omnipotent. It's not like just picking a Jiogong-level person and giving him a blessing of national luck will make him a demigod. At least he must have high in combat power among the 9 palaces. And then he can be regarded as a demigod if he has a national fortune to add to his strength. Just like Li Guanqi. He was able to single-handedly kill the 9 palace-level Great Perfection Tauren King before accepting the Prairie National Luck. Therefore, after accepting the Prairie National Luck, he immediately obtained the demigod-level system recognition. Luodi was even more powerful. A few years before he was about to die of old age, he could be regarded as a strong person among demigods without using the national luck. After using the national luck, he was even more invincible in crushing and killing people. This is even more powerful. The national destiny is the wing. But first he has to be a tiger himself. If it were a cat, it would be useless even if it had extra wings. The previous Khan Baimang was a tiger. But the last Khan Batel may have been a good person. But in terms of strength, he was really just a bigger cat. That's why the previous Khan saw that there was no hope. So he went to herd cattle. Rotten. The Daluo dynasty next door to the grassland is basically the same. Throughout the ages, in addition to the fact that the position of an emperor can bring about national destiny, other demigods in the country have also relied on their own cultivation. So in Luodi's generation, although Luodi was stronger, he had no choice but to have no one around him. He was the only demigod in the entire Daluo. Even if the other 8 pillars were not clumsy. In Luodi's time, the 8 pillars were actually pretty good. Not demigod level. Although Emperor Luo was personally fierce. If you really want to talk about it, the Daluo dynasty during Emperor Luo's period was actually the same as the Baimang Royal Court, which also belonged to a period of inactivity. More than 1,000 years ago. That is, the period when Wang Qiuzhu, the son of the previous generation of demons, was born. At that time, the Daluo dynasty had the 3 major demigods of the Ying family, and the 8 kingdoms pillars coexisting in the world. It was called its peak. If Luodi had lived in that era, perhaps Daluo would have single-handedly killed the Tulip Empire plus Violet Empire plus Magic Academy, defeated 3 against 1, and forcibly unified the world. It's a pity that I was born at the wrong time. The 2 major powers in the east, the Daluo dynasty and the Baimang Royal Court, are basically in this situation. But it seems different in the west. Both the Tulip Empire and the School of Conjuration seem to have mastered methods that can ensure the continuous generation of demigods. What exactly is it? Li Guanqi was very curious. So, you want to say that the demigods of the Tulip Empire will help me resist the Empress of Chu? Thinking of this, Li Guanqi on the throne cast his gaze at the Tulip envoy below. No! Joshua smiled slightly. The Empress' strength is unfathomable. And there are 8 demigods beside her. Just one more ordinary demigod will not affect the outcome of this battle at all. Therefore, the help that our Tulip Empire wants to provide. Not a demigod. Who are those? Hades asked with a frown. It's not a question of how many people there are. Joshua shook his head slightly. Facing the Empress of Chu and the pillars of the 8 kingdoms, unless there are more than a dozen demigods, it will be impossible to win through sheer force. And of course we, the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic, will not be able to gather together so many demigods. So? Hades narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, messenger, don't you want to say that your Tulip Empire wants to surrender directly to His Majesty? Hand over the national destiny, and give all the national destiny of the Tulip Empire to my Majesty to help him become more powerful? Going further? Certainly. Shockingly, the Tulip envoy actually gave an affirmative answer. This is the sincerity of our Tulip Empire. Joshua looked at Li Guanqi on the throne and laughed loudly. As long as Emperor Wu agrees to form an alliance, our Tulip Empire can immediately choose to be loyal and hold a ceremony in the Tulip Imperial capital so that our Tulip Emperor can officially present the Tulip Empires. The Imperial power will hand over the national destiny of the Tulip Empire to Emperor Wu. In addition to the national destiny, our Tulip Empire will also give the secret of the demigods to the Emperor Wu. I don't know much about this, but what is certain is that it is a power that is enough to turn an ordinary 9-palace level perfection into a powerful force at the demigod level. And we will give all of this demigod power to His Majesty, together with the Tulip national fortune. Emperor Wu, what we ask for is only to solve the troubles of the Chu. Our sincerity can be seen from the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. As soon as these words came out, most of the military officials in the hall had stunned expressions. But there are also many officials whose expressions have become more solemn. For example, Randall from the Dragon Clan, or Elder Lin Chiga from the Deer Clan. However, Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne, had another expression. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he were smiling, but it was definitely not happiness, because there was a hint of coldness in his blue eyes. This Joshua has been going around in circles for so long. And finally the truth is revealed. It's a temporary allegiance. It's a blessing to the country. And it's a gift of demigod power. Is Tulip Empire very generous? So, according to what this guy wants, he has to go to the Tulip Imperial capital to attend the ceremony and accept the Tulip Emperor's allegiance there? How did the former Tulip Queen, Isabel, die? Oh, I remembered. She died in the back garden of the Tulip Palace. Li Guanqi did not forget this incident. At the same time, he has not forgotten that the Dark Brotherhood, the assassination organization that was inherited from the old era and ranked #1 in the world in the new era, is inextricably linked to the new sect of magicians and the senior leaders of the Tulip Elders. Chapter 721 The treasure Li Guanqi left to the strange world. I don't need any loyalty ceremony. Li Guanqi sat on the throne, looking down at the Tulip envoy below with his indifferent ice-blue eyes, and said calmly, First of all, Emperor Tulip announced to the whole country that he acknowledged his loyalty to me and acknowledged Tulip's love for me. Surrender and admit that Tulip will be just a province of the Da dynasty from now on, not a country. Then, the Tulip Empire removed all national flags and replaced them with the sword and shield red flag of our Da dynasty. Finally, I will send an army to take over the territory of Tulip province. That's it. That's enough. Very simple and very convenient. Joshua, you should know that I have now obtained the talent of Son of Destiny. I only need to occupy the land to directly gather the destiny of the country. There is no need for the former king to hand over to me. So now, I no longer need any ceremony to relinquish imperial power. You only need to cancel the country's title. Surrender to me, and let me occupy that land, and I can directly gather the national destiny of the Tulip province. This is not a secret. Any extraordinary person can see this mission information. Of course, your Tulip Empire knows this very well. If this is the case, why do you have to let me go to your Tulip Empire? Having said this, Li Guanqi looked at the Tulip envoy below, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and chuckled. Is what I said very reasonable? Envoy Joshua? What's the point? Joshua asked with surprise on his face. Emperor Wu, although this move is only a temporary measure to solve the troubles of Chu, but no matter what, our Tulip Empire must temporarily surrender to you, even if you wait for your return to your hometown in the future. After we regain our country, this period of history will also be recorded in the history books. We have sacrificed so much, including land, national destiny, allegiance, demigod power. We Tulip are willing to give you so many things, but in the end, you are not even willing to come to our imperial capital to attend a ceremony. This is the official declaration of loyalty. We, the Emperor of the Tulip Empire, will express our surrender to your majesty on behalf of the entire Tulip Empire at this ceremony. This is a sacred and solemn ancient ritual. It is absolutely and necessary to declare loyalty to another country. How can such a big event be simply announced with a piece of edict? Emperor Wu, how could we be so childish? At the end of the sentence, Joshua was filled with righteous indignation, and his sullen expression was palpable. The smile on Li Guanqi's face grew stronger and stronger. Many officials above the main hall also began to look thoughtful, and many people with quick thinking had already figured out that something was wrong. Randall and Elder Lin Chi even sneered. Then, shall I use a clone? Li Guanqi looked at Envoy Tulip and continued to say with a smile. Envoy, to tell you the truth, the troubles of Chu are also a serious concern for me. In order to gain stronger power to fight against the enemy, I am practicing a special technique. The main body cannot leave the palace. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. In this case, I will use a clone to go to the Tulip Imperial capital to attend your loyalty ceremony. Of course, I will show my importance to the Tulip province in the name of being present in person. What do you think? After all, we have discussed so much, and our only goal is to increase my power as much as possible, and then defeat the Chu dynasty. and I am practicing in the palace to improve my strength and to solve the troubles of the Great Shu. If I leave the palace in order to accept the allegiance of the Tulip province, resulting in wasting all my previous efforts and losing this easily obtained power, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? Right. Hearing this, Joshua could not help but frown slightly, showing hesitation. This is not in line with the wishes of the Tulip Empire. But if that is the case, Emperor Wu. With that said, the Tulip envoy bowed to Li Guanqi and said, "Please allow me to leave for a moment. I need to communicate with the Council of Elders and convey your situation to Emperor Wu." "Sure." Li Guanqi, who was on the throne, nodded slightly. "Come, take the envoy down." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 forbidden soldiers wearing red gold armor came from outside the council hall and took Joshua away from the main hall. "It's definitely a scam." After the Tulip envoy left, Mr. Lin Chigo was the first to speak out. He looked at Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne, with solemn eyes. "The Tulip Empire has absolutely no good intentions. I have the guts to advise His Majesty that it would be better not to go to the Tulip Empire." "Exactly." Randall also nodded slightly and agreed. "Let's see what the messenger says when he comes back." Li Guanqi stood up from the throne, walked down the stairs step by step, and walked to the center of the ministers, standing on the same level as these high-ranking officials of the Da dynasty. "Now, stop being so restrained." Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the aborigines of these strange worlds, and said seriously, "I no longer call myself me, and you don't think of yourself as a minister anymore. There is no need to worry about what you want to say. Just say it frankly. And what I want to say is, that's what Joshua said earlier, isn't it? Although so far, all the extraordinary people, including me, actually don't know what will happen after the world mission ends. It's possible that this is just an ordinary return. And then he will return to the real world like before. Take a vacation. And then return to this strange world again. But this time's mission is called a world mission. So it may indeed be different. So, actually I am also thinking, what will you do if I really go away in the future and never come back? What to do with the Da dynasty? Let me reiterate. This is not a conversation that requires sycophancy and loyalty. This is a discussion about the future. A discussion between equals. No distinction between high and low status. Everyone, please speak frankly." After Li Guanqi finished speaking, all the officials present were silent. However, the silence did not last long. Soon, the old dear man named Lin Chi Fuzhu slowly opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, since you said so, the old minister will boldly speak out." Including Li Guanqi, all the officials present looked at him. "Your Majesty, you can leave." Elder Lin Chigo looked at Li Guanqi and said softly, "All extraordinary people can leave, and you can never come back. But the Da dynasty you created must not be disintegrated, because this is the treasure you left to this world. I will do my best to protect it." The old minister doesn't know the history of the old age, and he doesn't know what it was like to live in that era. But the old minister knows that at least in the history of more than 4,800 years in the new age, the great military force created by your Majesty is unprecedented. Today's Da dynasty is a truly inclusive multiracial dynasty. All human races and all demi-human races can receive relatively fair treatment here. Yes, it is relatively fair. I don't say it's completely fair, because we are no longer little kids. And we know very well that complete and absolute fairness cannot exist in this world. However, horizontal comparison is okay. Compared with the previous Violet Empire, compared with the previous Daluo dynasty, compared with today's Tulip Empire, compared with every existing and historical country in the new age. When it comes to tolerating multiple races, which country can do it? Is it the same as Da today? As for what the current Da dynasty looks like, regarding this point, everyone, please turn your heads, and we will know by looking at the people around you. As soon as Elder Lin Chiga said this, the surrounding civil and military officials turned their heads and looked at the figure next to him. Soon, a look of understanding gradually appeared on the faces of these officials. What did they see? There are prairie people with wheat-colored skin, tall Daluo people, cherry blossom people, and even a blonde Westerner. He is of Western race, but he is neither a violet person nor a tulip person, but comes from a small Western kingdom called the Kingdom of Sheila. Why is this Westerner here? There is no reason. Just qualified ability and good moral character. The name of this person, Lauren Saxton, was included in the references submitted to Li Guanqi by Centaur Queen Nisha. He was previously a suburban tax collector in Baiwei King City, the lowest rank. Although judging from the files, this Westerner has outstanding abilities, loves his people like a son, and is deeply loved by ordinary Centaur people. He has never been promoted, because he is human, Western human, and the Baiwei King City is the territory of the Centaur royal family. If a Western human can be an official, this group of Centaurs is actually enlightened enough, and it is impossible for him to hold a high position again. Even the ancestors of this Westerner have actually settled in Baiwei King City for more than 800 years. However, Li Guanqi doesn't care about ethnic differences at all. He just saw this guy's political achievements and talents in the files. So he promoted this Westerner to a higher level, and even qualified to appear in the highest political hall of the Dog Dynasty. That's it? No. Li Guanqi not only doesn't care about ethnic differences, he doesn't even care about racial differences. In this hall at this time, the officials looked around and could see various orcs beside them, including deer people, centaurs, werewolves, bear people, tiger people, lion people, and so on. Not only the orc royal family, there is also a 3-meter strong man with a huge bear head here, who is very conspicuous among the crowd. The characteristics of the beast race are so obvious that without asking, you know that he must come from a low-level bear clan. But Li Guanqi didn't care about the noble blood of the Orc King. He just saw this guy's past political achievements in the files, and found that the bear man's abilities were pretty good. So he promoted him. That's all. In the Dog Dynasty, what were the conditions for holding a high position above the court? There are many. Such as ability, such as character, such as talent, etc., etc. But it definitely does not include origin, bloodline, race and ethnicity. Why? Li Guanqi couldn't say much. He just felt that this place was different from the real world. The strange world was in the new age. It didn't matter whether these subhuman races were mutated or hybridized. The origin of subhuman species is history. But more importantly, now, in today's new age, these subhuman races are already a part of this planet. Like humans, they are intelligent races. In this case, Li Guanqi felt from beginning to end that there was no need to treat these demi-human races as aliens. He had never treated them that way. Whether they were the royal orcs whose appearance was highly similar to humans, or those with obvious orc characteristics. True half-animal, half-human. The Dog Dynasty was a truly multi-ethnic dynasty that was unprecedented in the history of the new era. Li Guanqi himself never seemed to have much feeling about this. He just thought it was normal. But the most absurd thing about this world is that here, truly tolerating multi-ethnicity, such a normal thing that he thinks is commonplace, has never been truly achieved by any new age country due to various reasons. Your Majesty, you have actually created history. When some feelings began to emerge in the hearts of the ministers present, and even in Li Guanqi's heart, the vicissitudes of Lin Chiga's voice slowly sounded again. The old minister has lived for more than 800 years. The old deer man bit his waist, lowered his head, looked at his skinny hands like old tree bark, with a complicated expression. In the past 800 years, I have been to many places, including Beimang Royal Court. I have been to the Daluo Dynasty in the east, the Sakura Shogunate, the Oriental Islands, the Violet Empire, the Tulip Empire in the west, and more than 70 Western kingdoms, large and small. I can say that I have seen almost all the countries in the world. The royal family of the Grasslands in the royal court, when they were still powerful, would never allow the orcs to truly participate in their rule of the Grasslands. Not to mention the Daluo Dynasty. In some places where the people are not enlightened, the Daluo people there even regard as orcs as monsters, like demons and cursed spirits. In the prosperous land of Daluo, orcs are pets of nobles, used to compare their coat color and appearance. What about the Sakura Shogunate? The Sakura Shogunate is known as the most open country in the east, and Heian-kyo is known as the most open city in the east. Various orcs can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys of the city. However, do you know that in the Sakura Shogunate, only Sakura Kyubu or Sakura nobles from the Sakura family can serve as officials above the county level? Not to mention humans of other races and demi-humans of other races. Even Sakura natives with ordinary backgrounds are not qualified to serve. Classes are solidified and clans rule. Almost completely stereotyped. What about the Oriental Islands? It was an even more ridiculous area. 2 islands separated by less than 2,000 meters. The residents of the islands are actually each other's feud. But it is clear that as long as they work together and unite, They can jointly resist the invasion of sea monsters and protect their homeland. But they were unwilling to do this. So they were willing to fight under the threat of sea monsters. What makes people even more angry and laughable is that I checked their bloodline and found that the ancestors of the residents of the two islands are actually the same person. This is not a race, not a nationality, or even a geographical dispute, but just a feud between the same family members. This is true in the East. But what about the West? The Tulip Empire is known as the flower of the world, the pearl of the West, and the most open Western empire. Like the Sakura Shogunate, various human races and subraces can be seen in the streets and alleys of the Tulip Empire. However, just like the Sakura Shogunate, if you walk into the Imperial Palace of Tulip, you will find that in the council hall, there are all Tulip nobles with blonde hair and golden eyes. There are no Tulip people from common people at all. And there are not half a dozen others. There is not even half an orc among the human beings in the nation. What about the previous Violet Empire? In order to ensure the purity of their own race, they even adopted a vassal system. They have hundreds of small vassal states under their command. Once their own army needs training, the Violet Empire will instigate a war, and then parachute their own Violet soldiers to train and use foreigners. His blood wipes the swords of his people. In the past 1,000 years, the Violet Empire and the Daluo dynasty were often called the two hegemons of the East and the West. They are very similar. The rejection of foreigners is more like those Western kingdoms, large and small, are no different from the islanders of the Eastern Islands. Many kingdoms fight for life and death. If you trace their bloodline, you can find that they are basically a family. Why is this world like this? Why do wars never stop? I think this may be one of the reasons. You are an orc and I am a human, so we have to fight. You are a werewolf, and I am a deerman, so we will fight. You are from Daluo, and I am from Violet, so we will fight. You are from that island, and I am from this island, so we have to fight. Differences persist, and the war continues. But if one day, subhumans of all races and humans of all nationalities no longer have other identities, but only have one identity, will the world be different? The old man wants to know the answer to this question. And now, the opportunity is just around the corner. Speaking of this, Lan Chi Fuju, the old deer man, looked at Li Guanqi in front of him, tears welling up in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the answer to this question may be given to me in the near future in the Dao dynasty. Get inside. The Dao dynasty's openness and tolerance to multiple races, and its concept of selecting officials regardless of their family background, are unprecedented in the history of more than 4,800 years in the new century. Your Majesty, this is history created by you. As the ruler of a huge dynasty, you can have such a tolerant mind, which is unprecedented in the new era. Your thoughts and your Dao dynasty are the treasures you leave to this world. When one day, all intelligent life in the world will have a common identity of Dao's citizen, then maybe this world can truly become one world. So, this is my answer to your Majesty's original question. Even if one day, your Majesty, you choose to return to your hometown, choose to leave this world forever, and never come back, I will try my best to find a successor who is good enough to inherit your ideas and this legacy. The most beautiful country in the history of the new era. Maybe the old minister will fail, but the old minister will never give up, even if he is broken into pieces and does not end well." After saying that, the old deer man knelt on his knees and bowed heavily to Li Guanqi. Boom, boom, boom. Following closely behind him, hundreds of officials from all ethnic groups around him all faced Li Guanqi and knelt down to prostrate themselves, including the Dragon Clan. The wishes of Elder Lin Chi are also the wishes of the Dragon Clan. Randall knelt on one knee, looked at Li Guanqi, and said solemnly, "The Dragon Clan will not surrender to others at will, but we are willing to surrender to this beautiful and great idea. If anyone can truly inherit this idea, then our Dragon Clan will also do the same. Choose allegiance. Your Majesty, please don't forget that just 2 months ago, it was your thought that allowed our Dragon Clan to finally put aside the differences between the various dragon species and unite into one, becoming a true Dragon Clan. But it's not just the Dragon Clan. All races in this world need this kind of thinking and this kind of world. I, Hades, will be the sharpest sword of the Dao dynasty." Hades also knelt on one knee and said in a sonorous voice, "This will not change even after your Majesty leaves." At this moment, the object of allegiance to this dark dragon was finally no longer Li Guanqi. It was Li Guanqi's will. Maybe Li Guanqi will leave, but his will never. Li Guanqi looked at these people, and the officials from all ethnic groups kneeling around him. He had mixed feelings at first, but gradually, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Da dynasty. Whose dynasty is it? Is it Li Guanqi's? To whom did the ministers of the Da dynasty pay their allegiance? To him, the Emperor Wu. Li Guanqi? Maybe at first yes, but not anymore. The Da dynasty is the dynasty of every Da subject. What the subjects of Da are loyal to is the beautiful idea that all races in this world are united and there will be no more differences and fights. Not individuals. The worries he once had no longer existed. Even if Li Guanqi leaves, the Da dynasty will not disintegrate immediately. The ideas he conveyed will be spread in this world forever, and will make every living being who is willing to inherit this idea work hard and fight for it. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, then looked at the officials around him, and said softly, "A dynasty will eventually decay. Maybe our descendants will gradually forget our thoughts and will fight over various differences again, which will make the Da dynasty disintegration. But it doesn't matter, because the thoughts of our generation will remain in history forever. And there will always be people who will inherit our goodwill and rebuild a better world. But that's for later. This era belongs to our generation. Get up, everyone. We must continue to work hard for this beautiful vision." Having said this, Li Guanqi raised his right hand, clenched it tightly into a fist, and laughed loudly. Da is eternal. Da eternal. All the ministers present, headed by Mr. Lin Qi, stood up and raised their arms excitedly and shouted, "Great power is eternal. No dynasty is eternal, and the Da dynasty is no exception. One day, the Da dynasty will decay. Its successors will betray the will of their ancestors, and the dynasty will disintegrate." Li Guanqi knew this very well, and the ministers present also knew this very well. But it doesn't matter, because the great martial arts they are talking about at this time in the eternity they are talking about do not refer to the eternity of this dynasty, but this will, this thought. May there be peace in the world. May all races in the world be united. May there be no more differences, no more fights. May this world never suffer the pain of war. Chapter 722 The Unreasonable Conspiracy of the Tulip Empire. Your Majesty, the Tulip Envoy wishes to see you. Suddenly, an announcement came from outside the political hall. "Let him in." After hearing this, Li Guanqi immediately turned around, climbed up the stairs again, and returned to the throne at the top of the palace. Soon, Joshua, the Tulip Envoy wearing a platinum uniform, walked in from outside the hall, stopped in the center of the hall, saluted Li Guanqi above, and said, "Meet Emperor Wu." What would the elders say? Li Guanqi sat on the throne, looking down at the Tulip Man. "We do not accept this deception of the people." Joshua looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, "The declaration of loyalty is a sacred ancient ceremony. If you use a clone to go there, but deceive the people that you, Emperor Wu, have come in your true body, this is not only a deception to the people of Tulip, but also to the declaration of loyalty. The blasphemy of this sacred ancient ritual of loyalty. What should we do?" The corner of Li Guanqi's mouth curled up slightly, and he chuckled. "Do you really want me to give up the skills I am practicing in order to participate in a false reputation ceremony? Give up the power at my fingertips? But isn't our goal to defeat Da Chu? In this way, it's the same word. Putting the cart before the horse. No. Of course we hope to get a mutually satisfactory solution." Joshua smiled slightly. "We have just discussed it with the elders of the Council of Elders below, and the Council of Elders has also come up with a perfect enough plan. I think Emperor Wu will not refuse it." "Tell me the story," Li Guanqi said calmly. "As we all know, the new school of magicians has joined our Tulip Empire and established a magician academy, which has received the full support of our Tulip Empire." Joshua looked around, glanced at the surrounding Da ministers, then looked at Li Guanqi, and continued to say with a smile, "Although this incident is also the cause of the war between our Tulip Empire and the Conjuration Academy, of course it is a worldly matter. Wherever there is bad there is good. The addition of new magicians has made the level of spells in our Tulip Empire skyrocket. Just half a month ago, scholars from the Magician Academy developed a brand new teleportation formation. We call it the Ion Teleportation Array, because the main inventor of the successful development of this teleportation array is a 7-star conjurer named Ein Ratuka. However, I also know the lexicon habits of Easterners, and I prefer just as the name suggests. Right? Therefore, instead of calling it the Ein teleportation array, you might as well call it the visual teleportation channel. As we all know, whether it is the transmission channel created by carving the transmission array diagram, or the space cracks directly torn open by our personal use of space laws, the transmission must be completed, and the environment of the destination can only be seen after reaching the transmission destination. Before that, you could only see distorted colorful light, or other colors of light. But this new visual teleportation channel is different. Once this teleportation array is opened, we can directly see the environment on the opposite side without entering. Now, I will demonstrate it to your Majesty, and ask your Majesty to have the space blocking formation removed here so that I can open the space crack. Having said this, Joshua saluted Li Guanqi on the throne. Places like the palace hall are naturally protected by formations. Regardless of other functions, the most basic space blockade is absolute. It cannot be done in the important place of the palace. As a result, someone opens a space crack and can come and go freely. Of course, there are always people in the world who can ignore this formation. But that is another matter. The problem now is, removing the space blockade is a risky thing. Huang Mao. Are you kidding me? Among the Da ministers, there was a sturdy bear general who looked at Joshua coldly. This is the political hall of our Da dynasty. It is such an important place. If you say you want to remove the space blockade, you will remove the space blockade? Once we withdraw, who knows what you will send over? General, what do you have to be afraid of? Joshua looked at him with a smile. Emperor Wu is here. What are you afraid of? I just want to demonstrate. If you don't remove the space blockade, how can I perform the demonstration? Your Majesty, please be careful. The bear general did not want to quarrel with him, but just bowed to Li Guanqi and admonished him. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, My lords, please stay here to talk to Messenger Joshua about something else. I suddenly remembered that there are some things that need to be dealt with immediately, and I will be back soon. After saying that, he stood up from the throne. A circle of purple light rippled behind him, and then the whole person disappeared in an instant. When Joshua saw the scene, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Sir Messenger, I am indeed curious about something. At this time, Mr. Lin Chigo walked out of the crowd, walked up to Joshua, and asked with a smile, If I guess correctly, you, Joshua, should be from the Tulip Empire and the Oyer province. Great noble. Joshua family? If that's the case, then the old man may be a good friend of your ancestors. Do you know Damien Joshua? The old man in him. Netherland. The purple light circulates. Erratic. Li Guanqi's figure solidified from the void, and slowly appeared in this world that only the son of Tong could reach. Buzz. After he appeared, without too much hesitation, the blood on his toes suddenly covered his body. Simulator. Open. Heart of time and space. Current number of simulations remaining, 4. In the world shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's figure slowly appeared and walked towards the light screen panel in front. What? Do you want to simulate it? Let's see if the Tulip Empire is cheating. I thought you would save these simulation times and wait for the opportunity to activate the prophecy to find a solution to your senior sister's problem. A black square appears on the light curtain panel. The question is, can it? Li Guanqi walked to the front of the light screen panel and smiled helplessly. It takes 5 simulations to activate the prophecy. I only have 4 now, which is not enough. That's not what it said. Although the charging items you got the first few times can provide you with 10 simulated energy, I should have told you very early on that the so-called charging items are essentially the energy I dispersed. The so-called items look like energy attachments. Because of this, the energy that each charged item can provide is actually not fixed. It was always 10 times before, but it was just a coincidence. So in theory, the next charged item you get may directly provide you with 100 simulation opportunities, make you rich instantly, and simulate it once every day when you wake up. But equally, it is possible that you will only be provided with a pitiful simulation opportunity. This is all uncertain. So, if things are really so bad that your next charged item can only provide you with the energy for 1 simulation opportunity, then plus the 4 times you have saved now, it will be just enough to activate once. Yet? Then I'll bet that my next charged item can provide at least 2 simulation opportunities. Okay? Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Then, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Things have to be done step by step. Senior sister is very important. But that is the next thing. In comparison, what is more important is that currently, the Dark Brotherhood is absolutely, and there are connections between the new sect magicians and the senior officials of the Tulip Elders Association. The Tulip Queen was assassinated instantly by the Dark Brotherhood. As a Jogan-leveled Dzogchen spellcaster, she was killed instantly without even seeing who the killer was. I'm very afraid of this killer organization. I can't even imagine what kind of assassination methods this mysterious sect inherited from the old era can possess. If they had killers in the old era who could kill gods at the Jogan level, then it would not be impossible for them to assassinate me, a demigod. But the vast territory of the Tulip Empire and the huge national destiny are also what I need most. I originally planned to go to the Tulip Empire after I penetrated all the Bagua level occupants. But now, it's just a little earlier. Facing the Tulip Empire, the Dark Brotherhood is a hidden thorn that cannot be bypassed, cannot be ignored. In addition, Mitch L has already gone to southern Xinjiang to collect three-dimensional fruit trees. The next charged item will appear soon, so the number of simulations must be used. It's rare for you to be so optimistic. Do you really think you can find the next charged item by relying on that rubbish prophecy? I thought that based on your personality, you would have no hope at all. There are always certain things in life that make you seek help from gods and Buddhas all over the sky. Of course you know it's useless, but you just do it for peace of mind. Li Guanqi said softly. I saw this sentence in a book when I was a child. I didn't understand its meaning when I was a child. Now that I have grown up, I understand a little bit. But I still won't ask for help from the gods and Buddhas in the sky. I just try to be optimistic and think for the best. Well, this is also a kind of just for peace of mind. Oh, I understand. It turns out you are desperate. If not, Li Guanqi glanced at the light screen panel angrily. As long as you can give me some tips on charging items, I won't believe this prophecy and send people to dig up all the 3 yuan fruit trees in southern Xinjiang. Not unwilling, but unable. I think so too. But what can I do if I can't do it? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that you have made a decision, let's start simulating the direction of the next 10 days? Well, let's get started. Li Guanqi straightened his expression and looked at the light screen panel seriously. Simulation starts. On the first day, you were in the political hall of Da Imperial Capital after watching the new teleportation array shown to you by Envoy Tulip and listening to the new plan he gave. Tulip's new plan is actually to use a new teleportation array that can see the scenes in both places, allowing you to appear above the Tulip Imperial Capital without leaving the Da Palace. In this way, you can continue to practice your Dong without leaving the palace, and the people of the Tulip Imperial Capital can also see your true body appear and participate in the loyalty ceremony. This act of taking off your pants and farting is naturally a scam. You know it very well, but you were quite confident in your ability to escape into the underworld. So you agreed to the Tulip Empire's plan and prepared to accept the Tulip Empire's allegiance. But the premise is that I have to wait for you for a while. You are going to do this after you have penetrated the remaining 3 Bagua acupoints and completely reached the Bagua level of Dzogchen. The Tulip Empire agreed to this request. After the political discussion is over, you immediately rush to the 8th level training ground of the Tiger Clan and start retreating. Li Guanqi nodded slightly when he saw this. So, I can definitely let the Joshua demonstrate the new teleportation array of the Magician Academy. Even if they want to do it, it won't be today. On the 8th day, you successfully opened 3 acupoints in the brain and completely entered the realm of Bagua leveled Dzogchen. Both spiritual power and physical body can reach the demigod level. On the 9th day, the Tulip Empire's loyalty ceremony was held as scheduled. The teleportation array is activated, connecting the sky above Da Imperial Capital and the sky above Tulip Imperial Capital. If you stand above Da Imperial Capital, you can directly see the ceremony scene on the Tulip Imperial Capital side. The process of declaring loyalty is carried out in sequence. And because you had doubts in your heart, you escaped into the netherworld throughout the whole process, leaving only a virtual illusion in this world. Under your deliberate control, coupled with a special ability to connect to the netherworld, this illusion can completely it's fake and can't be seen unless you touch it. Until the Tulip Emperor, representing the Tulip Empire, knelt down on one knee and presented you with a crown. Your soul suddenly felt a chill and tingling feeling. Something unbelievable happens. You have obviously been in the netherworld, but you were still attacked. Although you failed to kill with one hit, your soul was severely damaged. In rage, you leave the netherworld and completely enter the sky above the Tulip Imperial Capital. The Tulip Empire, the Magician Academy, and the Dark Brotherhood. 3 forces, 3 major demigods, all appeared together and launched a siege on you. You are 1 against 3. You are not at a disadvantage. But it is also very difficult. Soon, the Dark Inglong Hydus and the Golden Inglong Cade came to help. The 2 returning Inglongs joined forces and fought against the demigod knights of the Tulip Empire. You fight 1 against 2, and the pressure is greatly reduced. But because the blow from the demigod-level killer at the beginning severely damaged your soul, you cannot exert your full strength and cannot win. And the wounds on your soul have not healed. If you continue to fight, the situation will only get worse and worse. Oops. You cast the blood-burning ability that you have never used before, in exchange for a short burst of combat power at the cost of consuming your lifespan. In the end, you spent a huge price and successfully killed the 3 demigods and won. But the price was that the capital of Emperor Da was destroyed. The entire city was razed to the ground by the aftermath of the demigod battle. Tens of millions of people died, and the high-ranking officials of the Da dynasty were almost wiped out. Hades was seriously injured. His soul was incurably damaged, and he only had less than 10 years left to live. In the middle of the battle, in order to protect you, Cade took a blow from the Dark Brotherhood demigod. His soul collapsed on the spot, and he died. This is a victory that killed 3 demigods. But it was also a complete failure. You escape into the underworld and heal your soul wounds there. Time flies. Simulation ends. Current number of simulations remaining, 3. Li Guanqi looked at the simulation results on the light screen panel and frowned. Sad? If such a painful price is true, then of course he will be sad. But the problem is that now that he has seen the result in advance, he has the opportunity to change it so that these words do not become the real result. The point is, change. You will be severely injured if you escape into the netherworld. I knew my instinct was right. Li Guanqi looked thoughtful, pacing back and forth around the light curtain panel, and kept whispering to himself. I always feel uneasy if I don't simulate it for a while. Now it seems that this number of simulations is not bad. I am too superstitious. Now that I have the ability, I always feel that there is no solution to escape into the netherworld. But how is this possible? Did Ing Shao have no solution back then? If there is really no solution, it was not him who died that day, but me. How could I forget that the reason why Ing Shao died in the first place was because Emperor Luo found a way to use me, the son of Tongyu, to let his soul descend into the sea of consciousness and kill Ing Shao. Since Luo Di can find a way, it is normal for the Dark Brotherhood to find another way that does not require the son of Tongyu. So this is the result. The surrender of the Tulip Empire was indeed a conspiracy, as I expected. But I don't understand. Why? At this juncture, they chose to form an alliance to kill me. Could it be that they wanted to use my head as a pledge of allegiance to the Great Chu? Indeed, very reasonable. Before, the Lion King, Tiger King, and Sakura Shogunate surrendered to the Great Chu. And then, they came to persuade me to surrender on behalf of the Great Chu. I directly killed the 2 Lion and Tiger Kings, and also conquered the Sakura Shogunate, which was equivalent to standing directly on the opposite side of the Great Chu, and declared war with Wu. Different. My head is indeed the best way to vote. But I still don't understand. I don't believe that the Tulip Empire's spies didn't discover the abnormal state of the 8 Kingdoms pillar. Even if they didn't know about the demon blood, they could still conclude that the 8 Kingdoms pillar was under control. Could it be that for the Tulip Empire, surrendering to the Da dynasty was even worse than surrendering to the Dacha dynasty, and then becoming a demon slave whose body was manipulated and whose mind was controlled? No. This is unreasonable. Chapter 723, Opportunity to deal with the 3 demigods. Then why? The more Li Guanqi thought about it, the more he couldn't come up with the result. And he was extremely surprised. Because you are from another world? A black square pops up on the light curtain panel. To put it bluntly, the Great Chu dynasty belongs to this world. And the Empress of Great Chu also belongs to this world. And you are an alien. Perhaps for the Tulip people, surrendering to the local dynasty is at least better than surrendering to you, an invading force from another world. I think it's unlikely. Li Guanqi shook his head gently and said in a deep voice, they are all a group of beings who stand at the top of the world. Their eyes and minds cannot be limited to other worlds. Therefore, compared to this possibility, I am more inclined to believe that the group of people in the Tulip Empire most likely found a way to kill the Empress of Chu. But this method has conditions. It was this condition that made those guys choose to kill me. They wanted me dead to make this method work. The basic logic should be like this, but what about the specifics? Hello. As he said that, Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and said in surprise, in this simulated future, I killed 3 demigods. Isn't there a soul search? Are you thinking stupidly about things? If you want to search for souls, you must keep your hands and keep their souls. However, when the 3 demigods attack, in a situation where life and death are on the line, where do you get the opportunity and ability to hold back? Of course, I will go all out. And when you go all out, there is no soul left for you to search for. You seize the opportunity and use all your strength just to kill. 2. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. So what to do? For now, even after resetting the simulation, it seems that no optimal solution can be found. The only optimal solution is to refuse the request of the Tulip Empire, since they are going around in circles and want you to appear in the sight of the Tulip Empire no matter what. It means that the killer of the Dark Brotherhood must rely on him to stay in Tulip. A certain arrangement within the Imperial capital can successfully assassinate you regardless of the Netherworld. It follows that as long as you don't go to Tulip capital, you are safe. Of course, this is just my suggestion and does not represent completely correct facts. You can just use it as a reference. Optimal solution. Optimal solution. Li Guanqi stood there with a thoughtful look on his face. Soon, his eyes turned cold. The best solution is, of course, to strike first and kill a demigod first. Oh ha ha. It's the same situation as when you faced the 3 beast kings before. If you can't defeat 3, then kill 1 first, and then deal with the remaining 2. Interesting. Exactly the same situation. Also 1 against 3. It's just that the overall strength is different. It used to be the great perfection of the 9 palaces level, but now it's the demigod level. No, there's a big difference. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly and said calmly, the 3 beast kings back then were them in the light, and I in the dark. Moreover, the 3 of them fought on their own at that time, and it was easy to separate and defeat them. But the current situation is that the 3 demigods are in the dark. I am in the light, and the 3 of them are working together. In addition, I knew where the Tauren King was at the beginning, and he even stayed in Xuanye King City for a long time. But what about the 3 demigods? Not only did I not know where they were, I didn't even know if they were together. Well, I have Hades and Cade now. As long as I can kill 1 demigod first, then there will only be 2 of them left. Then Hades and Cade fought 2 against 1, holding off 1 first. I used the fastest time to kill the other one, then turned back to help. And if it goes well, my soul will not be severely damaged and my combat power will be reduced like in the simulation. So the situation is clear. If I can kill a demigod first, everything else will go smoothly. But if you can't do that, all bets are off. The question is, how do I get this opportunity? At this point, Li Guanqi's brows furrowed even more. If I were the 3 of them, I would hide together in the Tulip Imperial capital, so that we can still take care of each other and not be killed alone. But if this is the case, how can I opportunity to come? Would you like a surprise? You now, immediately, go to the Tulip Imperial capital, kill them in their city, force those 3 to come out, and then call on the top 9 palaces of your dynasty to fight in a group. Forget it. The black square on the light screen panel had just popped up, and it immediately denied itself. Those 3 demigods may not care about the life and death of the people in the city at all. The demigod who belongs to the Tulip Empire may care, but the demigods of the New Sect magicians and the Dark Brotherhood definitely don't care. Even if we massacre the city, we may not be able to force them out. In addition, if you go to the Tulip Imperial capital immediately, you may also fall into a trap yourself and deliver the trap to your door without waiting for the alliance. After all, their traps in the Imperial capital are most likely to be prepared now. Not wait until you agree to form an alliance before you start. There are still many questions about these things that I haven't figured out yet. Li Guanqi looked at the black mist surrounding him and frowned. For example, what role does the Conjuration Academy play in this alliance assassination incident? If my guess just now is correct, that Tulip Force wants to kill me and then gain some kind of power to solve the threat of the Chu dynasty, then what about the Curse Academy? Are they aware of this? Or is the Conjuration Academy actually the next prey of the Tulip Force? After killing me, are the demigods of the Conjuring Academy their next target? What do the Tulip Forces want to do? Wait a minute. Aren't they trying to awaken some ancient god by hunting down powerful demigods, and then performing some kind of blood sacrifice ritual? Although outrageous, it is not impossible. The god of the future deliberately threw us into this period. Now that the ancient demons have escaped, it seems not surprising that several ancient gods will emerge next. Also, for the Tulip Force, in addition to the Empire having a demigod, the new school of sorcerers also has a demigod. And the Dark Brotherhood also has a demigod. There are 3 demigods, which is even one more than last year's Conjuration Academy. But the Tulip Empire has not been able to solve the Conjuration Academy so far. Why? Is it Zhongjua? Or, in today's Conjuration Academy, there are also 2 or 3 demigods to check and balance. Damn. What the H.L. is this? Co-author Luo D killed so many demigods last year. But this year, the number of demigods has not been reduced, but has been given away. This is ridiculous. Also, I always thought that when I conquered the grasslands and the shogunate in the east, the reason why the west ignored me was because they wanted to let me gain momentum, and then let me be the first barrier to withstand the impact of Daluo. But now they want to kill me again? Of course, this can also explain why plans cannot keep up with changes. At that time, Dacha had not yet appeared, and the west did not know that the forces within the Great Wall would suddenly explode. But now that Dachu has appeared, the west has a new plan. Everything is very messy nowadays. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but have a headache. The threat of the Dachu demon, the hidden conspiracies of the major Western forces, and various clues surfaced. But he could not grasp a clue that was complete enough to follow the clues. Is this what it feels like to be an emperor? Li Guanqi smiled bitterly and shook his head. With all kinds of problems and hidden dangers, it's no wonder that the former Khan of Beimang Royal Court retired early and died. How about trying to talk to the Conjuring Academy? You have already used 1 simulation opportunity, and you can't get 5 of them anyway, so you might as well use the rest. Not yet. Li Guanqi raised his head, took a deep breath, and said slowly, if I'm lucky, maybe I will have a chance and someone can help me find ideas to solve all the problems in the West. Oh, Saoirse Augustard? When you were in the Tulip Empire, that Jiogong-level new sect magician was responsible for holding your hand every time and taking you to the Beidou Star land? Hello. Looking at these words, Li Guanqi felt helpless. What does holding hands mean? Your words are very ambiguous. That's weird. You dare to say we didn't hold hands? That's because the space channel is unstable. She wanted to hold on to me to prevent me, who was still weak at the time, from falling into the space turbulence. Li Guanqi corrected. So we are holding hands. Li Guanqi was completely speechless. Huh? No. Suddenly, Li Guanqi looked at the black squares on the light screen panel and chuckled. Is it an illusion? Brother Time and Space, I always feel that you are more humane now, and not as mechanical as before. I have been learning various things. How to communicate with you more easily, which is also one of the learning goals. But the focus of the chat now should be that Saoirse. Right? What are you going to do? Meet Saoirse. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. I made an agreement with Queen Tulip. She will help me protect the real world. I will help her return to the strange world to take revenge and find the culprit who hired the murderer. Although she doesn't know who the murderer is, she is very familiar with it. It is clear that her confidants were involved in her assassination. Saoirse, the chief sorceress under her command, is one of them. At that time, the Tulip Queen said that Saoirse made a mistake when she was practicing soul spells when she was a child. Anyway, after a series of complex reactions, she would regard the life of her sister, the same soul, as more important than her own life. The murderer behind the scenes used her sister to threaten her to do things. In this case, maybe she can know something. I want her to tell me everything she knows, and then find ideas from it to find the optimal solution. The hope is slim. If I were the murderer behind the scenes, I would silence her afterward. By the way, you have no idea whether Saoirse is alive now. Of course, Saoirse is a Jiogong-level new sect magician with great utilization value. It would also be reasonable if she had not been silenced. But even so, if I were the murderer, I would erase all her memories. This is an extraordinary era, not the 21st century. In this era, even memories can be tampered with and erased. She is only a human being, not a dragon. There is no dragon blood to forcefully restore your memory. So I initially said, if you're lucky. Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. The matter has come to this. We can only give it a try first before talking about anything else. 2. So be it. Li Guanqi stepped forward, turned around and left. See you next time. Brother Time and Space. I see. So, Messenger Joshua, you are quite famous in the Tulip Empire. You are worthy of being the chief diplomat. Buzz? Dog Palace? Yijing Hall. Old Lin Chiga was still chatting with Tulip Envoy. But at this moment, the platinum throne above the main hall suddenly glowed with purple light. And the old deer man also stood back to his original position, waiting for Emperor Wu's return. Continue. Li Guanqi's tall figure, wearing an imperial crown and imperial robes, turned from virtual to real and reappeared on the throne. The black mist space in the heart of time and space is close to static compared to the flow of time in the strange world. Because of this, he actually waited in the netherworld for 2 or 3 minutes before coming back, to fulfill his previous excuse of, "There are some things that need to be dealt with immediately, and I will come back right away." Dear Emperor Marshal, that is to say, can the space blockade be removed now? In the middle of the hall, Joshua asked Li Guanqi respectfully. Wells. Li Guanqi then turned his head slightly and glanced at the late Jyogung level centaur on the left side of the hall. Yes, Your Majesty. Wells immediately lowered his head. He is the Qingyong general of the Da dynasty. He is responsible for the city defense formation of the Da imperial capital and the various guard formations of the palace. He has also done this job in Baiwei King City before and has experience. Since Li Guanqi agreed, the centaur general would naturally have no objections. He immediately used the communication weapon to order the relevant subordinates to adjust the palace formation and unlock the space blockade of the main hall. Let's start. Li Guanqi waved to Joshua. Thank you, Your Majesty. After receiving permission, the Tulip Envoy took out a blue crystal in the shape of a 5-pointed star, about the size of a palm, from the space necklace. Everyone, please see. This is the original teleportation array. Joshua waved his hand casually, tearing open a space crack beside him, and twisted colorful light flickered in it. We can't see anything but these 7-colored, distorted sheen. Joshua smiled and explained. The destination of this spatial rift I tore is actually the grassland on the outskirts of Da imperial capital. But now except for these colorful lights, we can't see even a single weed. Then, what does the visual teleportation array look like? With that said, the Tulip Envoy threw the 5-pointed star blue crystal in his hand directly to the ground, then stretched out his right hand and used the power of space law on the 5-pointed star blue crystal. Among the military officials present, the cultivation level is uneven. Some are high and some are low. After all, being an official and governing the country is not directly proportional to the realm of cultivation. It does not mean that the higher the cultivation level, the more powerful. But even so, in general, the Liuha level here, the above officials also accounted for most of them. Because of this, among these military officials, there are many who have understood the laws of space, and they also know very well what it feels like to use the laws of space to tear open the cracks in space. But at this time, this Tulip Envoy, with the help of the power of space laws used by the pentagram blue crystal, made them feel strange. They never imagined that the laws of space could be used in this way. Boom! Suddenly, the 5-pointed blue crystal on the ground exploded, and then turned into a stream of blue light that rippled out, spreading out an oval space portal in place. But this portal, except for the blue light in the frame, does not have any distorted light. The ministers present could directly pass through this portal and see a piece of green grassland opposite the portal, as well as a few confused purple-haired bighorn sheep. This was clearly the grassland on the outskirts of the capital of Da Emperor. What? The few sheep on the grass are about the size of rhinos, with purple wool and 2 straight long horns on their heads. They can be classified as monsters, but they will never reach the one-dimensional level in their lives. To ordinary people, they certainly belong to the monster level, but to humans of different blood, these purple-haired bighorn sheep are just ordinary animals. These purple-haired sheep were eating grass. But when they saw the portal that suddenly appeared, they were all confused. Meh. A bold purple-haired sheep looked at the powerful ministers on the other side of the portal. Not only was he not afraid, he even spread his hooves curiously, chewing the weeds in his mouth, and walked towards this side. Then, under the gaze of Li Guanqi and the Da ministers, this purple-haired sheep, which was less than 1 yuan level, passed through the teleportation gate easily, just like walking through an ordinary room door, and came from the grassland on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Arrive at the imperial palace in the imperial capital. Teleportation is equivalent to passing through a twisted space, without the protection of a strong person. For low-level practitioners, it will be a very uncomfortable thing that will cause dizziness. But obviously, this purple-haired sheep didn't feel anything at all. Meh. The purple-haired sheep came to a sheep-headed official, raised its head and said "Bah" to him. When sheep and sheep meet, they belong to yes. Your Majesty, this is the power of scholars. Joshua took a few steps, touched the purple cashmere on the purple wool sheep, and then looked at Li Guanqi on the throne with a smile. The School of Magic has been stagnant for too long. Many young people and many new technologies are not taken seriously there. But they can be found in our School of Magic in the Tulip Empire. And this new portal is one of the results. Chapter 720 for the sudden arrival of Qi Yuanan. So, this is the new plan proposed by your Council of Elders? Above the government hall, after Joshua showed off the visual teleportation array, Mr. Lin Chiga slowly said, "What you mean is that you want to create a large enough visible teleportation array on the day of the Zhongzhong ceremony. The portal connects the Tulip Imperial Capital with the palace of our Da Imperial Capital. In this way, our Majesty can achieve the effect of coming to the Tulip Imperial Capital in disguise without leaving the palace. Messenger Joshua, is this my understanding wrong? That's basically what it means." The Tulip envoy smiled. "What's the point?" Centaur General Wells was full of surprise. "You have to let the people of the Tulip Capital see the true form of my Majesty? This is a sacred ancient ritual." Joshua still used the same words and looked serious. But in fact, he didn't know that this was a national crisis. Those dignitaries of the Council of Elders still cared about the ancient ritual of a hammer, and their attitude was so tough. But he, Joshua, was just a diplomat. What orders did he give from above? He did as he was told. "This matter will be discussed later." Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne, looked down at Joshua and said calmly, "I need time to consider the alliance between the Da dynasty and the Tulip Empire. Don't worry. The time will not be too long. Because of this, if the envoy has time, he will stay in the imperial capital for a few days, and I will summon you again then. Does Emperor Wu still have any doubts?" Joshua looked up at him. "So be it." Li Guanqi nodded lightly, with an indifferent expression. "Is it possible that the Tulip Empire can't even wait a few days? Of course we can afford to wait, but will the Empress of Chu wait for us?" Joshua said in a deep voice. "Emperor Wu, you and I both know how long the Great Wall can be opened. It will not exceed 2.5 months at most. This time is not too long. We don't have much time to delay. Please Emperor Wu make a decision as soon as possible and fight against Chu together." Indeed, Li Guanqi leaned against the throne and waved his hand. "Come! Please send the envoy back to his residence. It's a good time to entertain people. Thank you, Emperor Wu." Seeing his attitude, Joshua could only bow his head and salute. "Since Emperor Wu still needs time to think about it, I will stay in Emperor Wu's capital for the next few days and wait for Emperor Wu's summons at any time." After saying that, the Tulip envoy turned and left, leaving the political hall. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Elder Lin Chigo walked out of the crowd, looked up at Li Guanqi, and said softly, "I still have the original opinion. This alliance is definitely a fraud. But what's the motive?" Next to him, Rendell frowned. "I also think there is a problem. But Mr. Lin Chiga, forgive me for being stupid. Faced with today's situation, I really can't think of any reason why the Tulip Empire would treat us. Take action? If we fall, won't their hope become even slimmer against the Empress of Chu? Maybe Tulip didn't want to fight against the Empress of Chu at all? At this time, some officials expressed their opinions. Do they want to surrender to Chu? Otherwise, if they really want to attack us, the only result will be one holding the remains of our Da dynasty as a pledge of allegiance to the Empress of Dachu. Indeed, it makes sense. But why? In their eyes, surrendering to Dachu is not as good as surrendering to our Da dynasty? It doesn't make sense. With the humble posture of the Eight Kingdoms pillar now, I don't think the elders of Tulip want to end up like that. But if that's not the case, why would Tulip have any reason to plot against us? Maybe the guess was wrong from the beginning. The Tulip Empire is really sincere and just cares about ancient rituals. The grassroots people may regard ancient rituals as more important than anything else. But how can those members of the Elder Council stick to the so-called ancient rituals? That's right. In the Tulip Empire, the whole country believes in the goddess of light. But if you go and see, among those cardinal-level archbishops in the Holy See, who among them truly believes in God? They don't believe in God at all. The so-called belief in gods and ancient rituals are all based on the use of they are here to restrain the people at the bottom. Why do they, the top nobles, care? The Great Chu is watching with eager eyes, and the Tulip Elder Council still attaches great importance to ancient rituals. There is no logic at all. But, enough. Above the main hall, the discussion among the civil and military ministers was finally interrupted by a low shout from Li Guanqi, including Elder Lin Qi and Randall. All the officials in the palace raised their heads slightly and glanced at Emperor Dao, who was sitting on the throne. The discussion on this matter ends here. Li Guanqi leaned against the throne and said softly, I have my own thoughts on forming an alliance with the Tulip Empire. But as I just said, I still need a few days. By then, I will give you an answer. As for now, retreat, go ahead and do your own business. The ministers looked at each other, but in the end, they all lowered their heads and bowed to Li Guanqi. Your Majesty, please leave. Having said that, the hundreds of officials exited one after another and left the hall, except for the sheep-headed man wearing a red official robe. His clan was not noble, because he had a fluffy white sheep head, but it looks pretty pleasing to the eye. Li Guanqi looked at the goat man with some confusion. He remembered the other party. This goat man official was basically responsible for the management of the Dongyang Islands. The situation of each island in the Dongyang Islands would be reported to the goat man by the supervisor. If there was anything worth mentioning, the goat man would report it to Li Guanqi. Something happened to the Dongyang Islands? Li Guanqi was a little curious. Reply to His Majesty. The goat man official bowed his head and saluted, and then said, This is Launching Island. Launching Island is a small island located in the south of the Dongyang Islands. Just 7 days ago, the chief security officer of Launching Island, a man named a man from Qiyuanan, has submitted a memorial to ask for an audience with His Majesty. After the cabinet handled the memorial on its behalf, it rejected the request for an audience with Officer Qiyuan on the grounds that Your Majesty was in retreat at the time. However, he never gave up these days, and even claimed to Wei Chen that he had an old relationship with His Majesty, your senior sister, and was Your Majesty's old friend. So Wei Chen was a little unsure. At this time, His Majesty was out of confinement. So I dared to ask Your Majesty whether this was true. If the words are false and the minister disturbs Your Majesty, please be punished by Your Majesty. It is true. Li Guanqi heard this and nodded slightly. It's okay. You did a good job. Let him come over. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving this answer, the goat man immediately turned and left. Soon, there was a sound of footsteps coming from far away, outside the council hall. Li Guanqi followed the sound and went out. In the bright sky, a tall man wearing a blue robe with red hair and red eyes stepped forward and slowly appeared in his sight. It's Qiyuanan. Your Majesty. Qiyuanan pays homage to His Majesty. The red-haired man came to the center of the hall. His voice was calm, and he was ready to kneel down and salute Li Guanqi. However, before he knelt down, or even before he bent down, Qiyuanan felt an invisible force forcefully straightening his knees and waist. No need to be polite. Li Guanqi stood up from the throne, walked down the stairs, walked to the center of the hall, stood in front of him, looked at this familiar handsome face, and said softly, To be honest, I thought you would follow Lon on the day of the canonization ceremony. The island owners of Heart Island came together to meet me. But you didn't. But you're here again now. Why? The islands are remote, and Blue Heart Island is even more remote. News spreads very slowly. Qiyuanan's eyes were complicated, and he lowered his head and sighed. I knew that the new emperor of the Wu dynasty was you, but I didn't know at that time that the Empress of Chu was actually Yan Qing. I only learned this news when the island owner came back. Is this why you came? Li Guanqi said calmly. Certainly. Qiyuanan looked up at him and said anxiously, This is not normal. You are Yan Qing's junior brother. You should know her very well. With her temperament, it is impossible for her to become a female emperor. It is impossible to make an announcement. Excuse me. Wanting to conquer the world is not normal. If the Empress of Chu is really Yan Qing, something must have happened to her. Li Guanqi was slightly silent. Qiyuanan came to him, but the heart of time and space did not simulate this. However, this is also an old operation of the heart of time and space. He often omits some insignificant things and waits for him to face them himself. After all, he just went to find the heart of time and space, mainly to simulate the alliance of the Tulip Empire. Because of this, facing Qiyuanan's episode, the heart of time and space simply omitted it. Yes, an episode. A useless episode. Then what can you do? Li Guanqi glanced at Qi Yuanan and shook his head gently. Senior sister, there is indeed something wrong. But you can't do anything. As soon as these words came out, Qi Yuanan immediately lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and said nothing. Let's go back. Li Guanqi turned his back to the red-haired man and waved his hand. She is my senior sister. I will try my best to help her. I promise. I will make her return to her original state. What you have to do is to be a good person. The chief security officer of Longqing Island protects the residents of the island from the threat of sea monsters. If the threat of sea monsters is really serious, he will report it to the inspector of Longqing Island and request support. Huh? With that said, he turned around again and looked at Qi Yuanan in surprise. You? Li Guanqi stepped forward, approached Qi Yuanan, shrugged his nose at his side, and frowned slightly. Qi Yuanan, do you have a new woman? Why do you suddenly ask this? Qi Yuanan took 2 steps back, eyes averting. Smell. Li Guanqi glanced at him, still frowning. You still have the smell of having sex with men and women. Although it is very faint, it has not dissipated. You are also a human of different blood, so you should be able to smell it. Qi Yuanan was silent for a long time, and then hesitantly said, I told you before. There is a girl named Lan Lingyu on the island. I feel in front of her it's very easy. So, enough. Li Guanqi looked indifferent. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. I'm not even interested in hearing what you have to say. You don't have to feel guilty. Since you have chosen your wife again, treat her well. Also, I met my senior sister a while ago. I also mentioned you to my senior sister. She knows you are still alive. Then what? Before Li Guanqi could finish speaking, Qi Yuanan couldn't wait to ask. What's her reaction? Don't interrupt me. Li Guanqi glanced at him coldly, and then continued. No reaction. You are done with her. It's as simple as that. She won't come to see you, and you don't have to look for her again. On Longqing Island let your new wife live the rest of her life as if she were dead. Hearing this, Qi Yuanan had a complicated expression and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them out. In the end, the red-haired man just lowered his head and whispered, Can you please bring me a message? When you see her again, help me say to her that I am sorry. I won't help. Li Guanqi shook his head and said calmly, From now on, I will not take the initiative to mention your name Qi Yuanan in front of her. And you don't have to say sorry. She has never blamed you, even after learning that you faked your death, after no return. Okay, that's it. I'm tired. After saying that, Li Guanqi turned around and walked towards the throne above again. Wei Chen is resigning. Qi Yuanan looked gloomy, lowered his head and bowed, then turned and left, leaving the government hall. Li Guanqi also returned to the throne and sat down, lowering his head and rubbing his eyebrows with his right hand. Do you know why, in this world, only one childhood sweetheart can survive until the end? At this time, Pluto's voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind, with a bit of emotion, because people will change. As they grow older and experience more, a person will become another stranger. However, the so-called childhood sweethearts grew up together and have been with each other since childhood. So for them, the person they really like is actually the most innocent and pure person in their youth. But who can remain innocent and pure for a lifetime? Impossible. People always change. If a pair of childhood sweethearts can keep in sync during the process of change, then there will be no cracks in their relationship, and they will still be true love for each other. But this is difficult. For example, Qi Yuanan has changed from a carefree and sunny young man to a passionate young man who longs for power and wants to reach the top of the dynasty. Is this wrong? That's absolutely true. It is normal for both men and women to want to become more powerful when they grow up. Although Qi Yuanan longed for power when he grew up, when he was in Jingjing City, even if he knew it was Yun Guizhu's conspiracy, he could still sacrifice his life to protect the people of Jingjing City. He is still a noble figure on a heroic level. But it is a pity that when Qi Yuanan grew up, he has become a different type of person. He is no longer the carefree and sunny young man who does not admire power. But what Wang Yanqing likes is still the sunny young man who only exists in her memories. So the rift was doomed from the beginning. This is normal. No one is wrong. And there is nothing to say. But, kid, this is really a pity for us. What a pity. If Wang Yanqing still loves Qi Yuanan so much, then maybe we can wake up your senior sister with just Qi Yuanan. The original consciousness would not be as troublesome as it is now. At the end of the sentence, Pluto couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to do. Now God knows how to solve Wang Yanqing's problem. I always feel that the key point of the problem is not to awaken consciousness. Li Guanqi sat on the throne, closed his eyes, and recalled the scene when he first entered the Yutian Great Wall and met Wang Yanqing. What I want to do may not be to awaken senior sister's consciousness at all. In other words, senior sister's consciousness is actually always awake and not asleep. She is just no match for the demonic consciousness. What I want to do is to help her lose that demonic consciousness. And then she will wake up naturally. You mean? A fight for consciousness? Pluto said softly. In your opinion, Wang Yanqing's current state is that in addition to the original self-awareness, there is an additional demonic consciousness. Just like the current state of you and me. But compared to me, that demonic consciousness, it can obviously do more. Can it even compete with Wang Yanqing for body control? It's already won. Li Guanqi opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Are you so pessimistic? Pluto's voice was calm. No. Kid. Keep some hope. If it really wins, wouldn't your senior sister's original consciousness be gone? No. Li Guanqi shook his head and said in a deep voice. Things should be more complicated than this. The demon consciousness may not be what I thought at first. It is some ancient demon resurrected in future generations, with the help of demon genes. Maybe it is not the case. It should be. Wang Yanqing's second personality awakened after awakening from the demon blood. That demon also thought that he was Wang Yanqing. Otherwise she would not have been so responsive to Xiao Yingshuang's words that day. She was disgusted that Xiao Yingshuang said that she was not Wang Yanqing. That demon also wanted to be Wang Yanqing. Interesting. A philosophical question arises. Pluto smiled. Is a person's second personality this person? Is Wang Yanqing's second personality Wang Yanqing? Kid. What's your answer? My answer is, it's time to retreat to the 8th level training ground of the Tiger Clan. Li Guanqi stood up from the throne, raised his hand to tear open a colorful space crack, and stepped into it. Hey. You're out of seclusion. Why don't you come and see Liling Shuang? At this time, the sound of the dragon halberd suddenly appeared in his mind. What do you think? Li Guanqi asked back. I'm about to go into seclusion again. Now I'm going to see her and then say goodbye immediately. It's better not to see her at all. It's enough for you and Misha to accompany her. Have fun with her for me. Please. After saying that, his figure was completely engulfed by the twisted colorful light. As the space crack closed, Li Guanqi also completely left Da Imperial Capital and went to the 8th level training ground of the Tiger Clan to continue his retreat practice. This parent is really incompetent. Iabel Prairie, a farm in Centaur territory, transformed into a human form, wearing a white dress and a waist-length red hair. He shook his head and laughed helplessly. Not far away, among the golden wheat fields, a Centaur queen with green hair and green eyes was having fun and laughing with a little girl in a blue dress. It was Misha and Xiao Yingshuang. Long Ji didn't like to stay in the divine weapon box as a divine weapon, and she was not interested in accompanying Li Guanqi in retreat. So after Li Guanqi started retreat, she transformed into a human form and left to take care of little Yingshuang with Misha. It was Li Guanqi who brought little Yingshuang back. But in fact, he has no time to fulfill the responsibilities of a parent. He is either unwilling or unable to do so. Chapter 725, Man vs. God. Warrior Chenlan. Hey. Qi Yuanan or Li Guanqi? Which one do you like more? The Chu Imperial Palace. Back garden. Pavilion by the lake. The Empress of Chu was wearing an extremely luxurious and beautiful golden dress. She was sitting alone on a stone chair in the courtyard, doing her makeup in front of the mirror. She painted her eyeshadow light red with powder, and added to her blood-red eyes and blood-like eyes. The red lips add a bit of charm. However, the figure reflected in the round mirror on the marble round table was not her makeup and attire at this time. But it is Wang Yanqing in white without any pink or pink decoration. Even the movements of those in the mirror and those outside the mirror are not synchronized. I don't know what you're asking. Wang Yanqing in the mirror shook his head. Don't know? The corner of the Empress's mouth was slightly raised. She put down her eyebrow pencil, looked at the person in the mirror, and chuckled. Since you took the initiative to separate me and let me be independent, my symptoms of amnesia and confusion are getting better day by day. At least I have been sober for 2 days in a row. And I believe you are too. I don't think you understand. So, tell me, Shi Yuanan or Li Guanqi? Which one do you like more? Tell me. Let me see if your answer and mine are the same. You seem to be in a good mood today? Wang Yanqing looked at her curiously in the mirror. It's rare that you are not hysterical and angry, while you are in such a good mood. I have something I want to talk to you about. Certainly. On the Empress's beautiful face, she smiled like a flower. For 2 days in a row, I haven't lost my memory or become delirious. I have always been awake. How can I be in a bad mood in such a comfortable state? In other words, I've been delirious for the past few days. How can I not be irritable? So, I have something I want to talk to you about. Wang Yanqing repeated again. Can? The Empress was still smiling. But you have to answer my initial question first. Who do you like more? Shi Yuanan or Li Guanqi? If you mean love between a man and a woman, then I don't like either of them. Wang Yanqing looked calm and said calmly. Shi Yuanan is my ex-husband, and we are no longer related. I liked him very much when I was young, but after joining the army, he is no longer the Bayueguang in my heart. To this day, I know that he is alive. After he didn't come back to me, I gave up completely. Therefore, now I have no feelings for Shi Yuanan. Even if we meet again one day, we will just be strangers. As for watching chess, that's not to mention what men and women like. I am his senior sister. He is my junior brother. The same senior brother and sister. That's it. I came from you. But you want to deceive me? When the Empress heard this, her mouth curled up slightly, and her smiling eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. Wang Yanqing, are you lying to yourself? I lied to no one. Wang Yanqing in the mirror turned around and turned his back to the Empress, leaving only her figure dressed in white and with black hair reaching her waist. Do you know what I think? The Empress suppressed her smile, put her elbows on the table, and held her chin with her right hand. She looked at the lake outside the pavilion and the several golden-scaled carp playing in it. She murmured softly, I want to go to Lanqing Island to meet Qi Yuan. Peace of mind. Then? Wang Yanqing turned back slightly. Then kill him. The Empress's eyes darkened and her voice was cold. If he is tired of me, then he should come back. Tell me that he is still alive, and then confess everything to me, so that we can talk and get together, instead of knowing that he is still alive. But he didn't even send back a safe letter, which made me sad for so long. For him, I even took the initiative to join the Red Blood Army, just to inherit his legacy and inherit the legacy of his husband. But he is still alive. Still alive. He needs to pay the price for all this. The price of blood. And why did he stay on Blue Heart Island and not leave? Guanqi told me before that after he was resurrected by Ing Shao and thrown into the Dongnan Islands, he stayed on Lanqing Island and never left. Why? Is there anything worth remembering in a barren land like the Dongnan Islands? Woman? Did he find a new woman there? At this point, the Empress's expression gradually became ferocious. Her blood-stained eyes glowed scarlet, and the 2 fangs in her mouth were exposed, which was frightening. If he just lived in seclusion on Blue Heart Island and did nothing, then I will give him a good time. However, if I find out that he has found a new woman there, then I will arrest all the adulterers, and I will use the most painful torture in the world to torture that woman for 10 or 100 years. Then let that bastard watch from the side. Hearing this, Wang Yanqing in the mirror finally turned around and looked at the ferocious-looking Empress, with a hint of unbearable expression between her brows. Yes, I can't bear it, and I even feel a little guilty. This demonic personality is a personality that she separated with her own hands in order to avoid the influence of her ancestors' will and demonic blood. It can also be said to be a personality that she created with her own hands. What about watching chess? Wang Yanqing suddenly asked. After killing Shi Yuanan, what are you going to do with Guanqi? Watching chess? As soon as these words came out, the Empress's furious mood suddenly eased, and her face changed very quickly, from a ferocious face to smiling eyes in an instant. Hello! She looked at Wang Yanqing in the mirror and smiled slyly. Are you dare not face your own feelings, and then you want to get a definite answer from me? Huh? Humph! Then I won't tell you. No. Just now, she looked like a cruel and terrifying Empress. But now she looks like a young and energetic girl, which makes people feel extremely disconnected. That's not what I was asking you at all. Wang Yanqing shook his head gently and said calmly. I'm asking you, after leaving the Great Wall, What will you do to the Da dynasty and Guanxi? How to deal with it? Da definitely can't exist. The Empress held her cheeks with her hands and said softly, I want to conquer the world. How can I let a great martial artist exist? But if Guanxi behaves well, I can make him a king of martial arts. And I can also make him the Empress' husband. What? Like? Ha ha ha. As she spoke, this beautiful woman couldn't help but burst out laughing, her branches trembling with laughter, as if she was extremely happy. But, suddenly, the smile on the Empress's face disappeared, and she said expressionlessly, I heard that he has a lover in the real world. I have to enslave him with demon blood, and then wash away that woman's memory. Well, I also have to enslave him. Guanxi took out his soul and rebuilt a physical body for him. After all, what if he had kissed that woman? Or even slept with that woman? That won't work. I think it's dirty. So I have to let Guanxi get a new body. A clean one that only belongs to me. Wang Yanqing. Hee. As she spoke, the Empress turned into a smiling face again. Moody. Nothing more than that. Wang Yanqing in the mirror lowered his head and sighed silently. This demonic personality was born out of her own personality, but it was responsible for bearing all the effects of the demonic blood and the will of her ancestors, and finally gave birth to such a moody demonic personality. Stop talking about these two men. Wang Yanqing raised her eyes to look at the Empress and said softly, Let's talk about other things. What? The Empress looked at her with a smile. Give up conquering the world. Okay. Wang Yanqing looked at the Empress seriously. Before, I couldn't resist the invasion of the will of my ancestors, so I established the Chu dynasty and had the idea of conquering the world. But it's different now. Now I have separated you, giving you independence. But you and I are different. Your control over demon blood is much better than mine. The will of the ancestors can affect me, but it certainly cannot affect you. Right. If that's the case, then why do you need to conquer the world again? Just give up. Okay. The will of the ancestors? Hearing this, the Empress showed a sarcastic smile. Hey, please stop calling me like that. I feel disgusting. A group of low-level species that can't even awaken demon genes are worthy of being my ancestors? Aren't they? My ancestors were just a bunch of low-class waste. The influence of their will? Huh. Their will is nothing, and I have not been affected by them at all. I can achieve 100% perfection in things you cannot do, whether it is the control of men or the use of power. Then why do you want to conquer the world? Wang Yanqing asked hurriedly. Because? The Empress tilted her head, thought for a while, and then said, Because if I don't conquer the world, Guanxi will conquer the world, and then he will complete the mission of the system god, and then he will return to another world. God knows what else he will do. Will he come back? I can't bear to let him go, so of course I have to keep him. Because of this? Wang Yanqing's face was filled with disbelief. Certainly. The Empress smiled and moved closer to the mirror. Her red lips parted lightly. No. At least it's not just that. The smile on the face of this stunning beauty disappeared again, and she said expressionlessly, I want to conquer this world because I want to avenge my real ancestors. Back then, those ancient races hunted us down to almost extinction. Now, of course, I want to take revenge and enslave the world and their descendants again. But how were our ancestors killed? Wang Yanqing's eyes were complicated and she advised softly. What you did today will only make you repeat the same mistakes in the future and reproduce the tragedies in history. Stop it and let the hatred end here. Okay? That's just because the ancestors weren't strong enough and didn't do it thoroughly enough. Hearing this, the Empress just shook her head and said indifferently, After I conquer the world and gather all the national destiny of the world, I will use demon blood to pollute the national destiny of the world, and then reduce every life on this planet to slave of demon blood. Completely enslave this planet. And this planet is just the starting point. I will go deep into the starry sky to find the whereabouts of those sinners. Find them. And carry out real revenge. Wang Yanqing opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something more, but was speechless. Facing such an empress, what could she do to persuade her? This Empress of Chu was not affected by the will of her ancestors at all, but she was affected by the higher-level demon blood and became even more extreme than the ancestors of the Wang family. The will of the ancestors of the Wang family is nothing more than the dream of the emperor that countless people throughout the ages have had. Compared with the influence of demon blood, it is simply insignificant. Well, it's lunchtime. Let's go to the imperial dining room. At this time, the Empress stood up from the stone chair and walked outside the pavilion. But after she left the pavilion, she stopped by the lake again and looked towards the lake. In the lake, there is still a reflection of Wang Yanqing wearing white clothes. Hey, I'm Wang Yanqing too. Right? The beautiful Empress of Chu looked at Wang Yanqing reflected in the lake with a dazed look in her eyes, and asked softly. Wang Yanqing didn't know how to answer for a while. But it was obvious that the Empress didn't want to hear her answer. Of course I am Wang Yanqing. Before Wang Yanqing could answer, the Empress turned around with a smile, walked onto the garden path, and left. The two maids guarding both sides of the road looked at each other, and then quickly followed. But they both had the same idea in mind. Your Majesty, the old illness is just getting better. But the new illness has appeared again. In the past 2 days, His Majesty's amnesia and confusion have finally been relieved slightly. But as a result, he has been talking to himself again in the past 2 days. As long as there is a reflective place, such as mirrors, water, pots and pans, she can look in the mirror and talk to herself in the mirror for a long time. And it seems that she can really hear some answers. Staying by His Majesty's side is like being with a tiger. And I am always on tenterhooks. I admire you. I really do. Man and God fight. And they win a great victory. Ha, ha ha, wonderful. Wonderful. If I, Lu Hong, die in your hands, it's not considered a coward. The northern wilderness is the deepest part of an extremely remote underground cave. Wisps of golden light rippled out, covering the entire cave, and at the same time providing light for this extremely dark cave. However, the scene here is definitely not beautiful. I saw 3 figures in the open space at the deepest part of the cave. One of the figures was an ordinary-looking black-haired young man wearing a coarse linen robe. Semi-god level conjurer, Lu Hong. But at this time, he didn't look like a demigod. Instead, his face was pale, and strands of blue light were constantly escaping from the center of his eyebrows. That was a broken soul. The soul of this demigod has been completely shattered, and it is only a few minutes away from complete dissipation and death. Opposite him, there was an even more terrifying scene. It was a terrifying purple-black mummy. But on the top of this mummy's head, there is another beautiful girl's face, with a white double ponytail hairstyle. Her name is Qinlan. Of course, more extraordinary people will call her the third in the world and ask the sky with fists. Thank you, Lu Hong. I will remember you. Qinlan looked at Lu Hong with his head and said with a smile, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to benefit from it. After I become a god, I will build your ancestral temple in my divine domain and worship you for generations to come. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much. Lu Hong's face was pale. He looked at her with complicated eyes and grinned. There are 2 god consciousnesses in time and space. And I, a semi-god level conjurer, can swim among them and play tricks on the 3 of us. I thought I had solved everything. But I became a knife in your hand and your stepping stone. The prairie god in world number 3 was even worse. He thought he had found a slave and thought that he was about to be resurrected. In the end, he was tricked by the slave and lost everything. His divine power and body were robbed. It was interesting. Really interesting. If you really want to say it, the prairie god of world number 1 is better. At least he died in a daze, and it was over. What a wonderful experience. Again, dying in the hands of someone like you is not considered cowardly. I just don't quite understand. Why did you stop me from sending a message to Li Guanqi? Isn't it? Are you that scared? You want to seize the spirit of the body. But you are still afraid of a mere Li Guanqi? Just being cautious. Qinlan's head looked calm. I still need time to fully control this divine body and power. I don't want to fail. Why? Lu Hong looked at her with some doubts. You don't understand Li Guanqi's character? You two have no grievances. He will not kill you or stop you. Because of this, I can't give him this chance to let me go. Qinlan's eyes were cold. I can't owe Li Guanqi any favors. Because, after I become a god, he will be the first person I want to kill. Chapter 726. A chance to become a god in 1 step. Boom. 8 days flew by in a blink of an eye. In the Ayabel Prairie, deep in the sacred land of the Tiger Clan, bursts of majestic pressure erupted. And then, they all converged in an instant without revealing any trace. If the 8th level training ground of the Centaur clan is a painting exhibition, then the 8th level training ground of the Tiger clan is a weapons exhibition. With swords, guns, swords, halberds, and various weapons everywhere. This is the tradition of the Tiger people. The 8th level warriors of the Tiger Clan will integrate their 8th level insights into their portable weapons on a whim, and then hand over the weapons and leave them here for future generations to observe. Of course, there is a reward, and the Khajiit royal family will often return a better grade weapon after that. At this time, in the deepest part of the weapons exhibition, there was a figure in black sitting cross-legged. The strong pressure just now came from him. Li Guanqi, who was dressed in black, took a deep breath and then slowly stood up from the ground. Spiritual power, LV99 demigod level. Spell Bagua level Dzogchen. Physical body, LV99 demigod level. Martial arts Bagua level Dzogchen. Just like the situation in the previous simulation, he spent 8 days in the 8th level training ground of the Tiger Clan to successfully open up 3 acupoints in the brain and penetrated all the Bagua acupoints in the body, reaching the level of Bagua, the state of great perfection. Since then, his spiritual strength and physical strength have reached a new limit. If he wants to go further, he must use the power of higher level laws. That is, the Palace of Laws, the 9 Palaces level. For a spellcaster, opening a law palace means that he can control another more powerful power of law. The power of law in the law palace will resonate with the core of the spell in his body. Let the spiritual strength in his body evolve again. For a human of different blood, opening a law palace means that he can use the power of the law to refine his body. Not only will the physical body become more resistant to the power of the law, but also after refining the body with the law, the physical body will become more resistant to the power of the law. The intensity will also increase to the next level. As for the use of the power of law, this is not an item that human beings of different blood should learn in depth. After all, they have no spiritual power. No matter how they play with the power of law, they cannot defeat the magician. And ordinary human beings of different blood only have the 5 elements organs of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in their bodies. The 4 laws of wind, thunder, light and darkness require them to find the corresponding treasures of heaven, materials and earth, and transplant the items with strong aura of laws into the divine veins of their limbs, so as to transform the 4 divine veins and turn them into those with wind and earth. Only then can you have the basic conditions to understand the 4 laws of law. But this is something that ordinary different-blooded humans need to consider. Li Guanqi doesn't need to go to such trouble. He is not only a human of different blood, he also possesses the core of spells and has the talent to comprehend the 9 basic elemental laws. Jiogong level. After practicing so far, he has finally reached the realm of Bagua level Dzogchen, which is only 1 step away from the 9 Palaces level. The stage of the 9 Palaces is the last stage in the journey from ordinary to God. Entering a divine palace and controlling a law means becoming a god. Everything has a basis: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. These 5 elements and 4 phenomena, the power of the 9 elements of heaven and earth, are the basis of countless laws. Only by raising the perception of the power of these 9 laws to a certain level can we use this as a springboard to completely control a law and enter a divine palace. The prerequisite for entering the shrine is to open the shrine. If you want to live in a palace, let alone anything else, you must first open the door of the palace before you can talk about anything else. The law shrine is the same. After a cultivator understands a certain law to a certain extent, he can forcibly open a door through the understanding of the law. And behind the door of the law is the inexhaustible power of the law. Of course, for humans of different blood, opening the law palace is basically for body training. If they really want to fight with opponents of the same level, they still have to fight in the same old way. After all, they are good at this. The one who can really use the power of law to play tricks has to look to the magician. Speaking of which, it seems that Li Guanqi has never fought a Jiogong level conjurer on his own in a true sense, let alone a demigod level conjurer. But this is normal. After all, whether it is the old era or the new era, in general, it is an era of different blood. Creatures of different blood are the main body, and there are only a few creatures that can control spiritual power. When Li Guanqi traveled to the end of the world for hundreds of years, he had basically figured out the reason for the emergence of spellcasters. They were mainly the mutated products of the fusion of nuclear radiation and alien blood after the outbreak of nuclear war. The magic organs were actually mutated alien blood organs. In other words, conjurers are one of the few variants of humans with different blood. However, this variant is obviously not perfect. And the most perfect evolution is the state in which the alien power of Li Guanqi and the magical organ coexist, and not only do not exclude each other, but even complement each other. Of course, this was done with the help of the system. Otherwise Li Guanqi would be a different-blooded human with better talents, and would embark on the same path of cultivation as Pluto. Speaking of Hades, I need to step into the 9 palaces level, Li Guanqi slowly said in his mind. Pluto, can you help me? You should have guessed it a long time ago. Otherwise you wouldn't have waited until now to ask. Pluto's lazy voice sounded. What? Do you have to wait for me to crush your illusions personally? Okay, then I will tell you about your 9 palace level. You need to understand it yourself. I can't help you, because I don't know how to do it. The law palace of the 9 basic elemental laws has never been opened. Really? Li Guanqi sighed helplessly. Pluto was very powerful after he became a god. In the old days, he could defeat a group of gods alone. So the question is, how did he become a god? When you wake up, you will become a god. At the beginning of the end of the world, Pluto died to protect the god of fire. After he was resurrected by the god of fire, he became a god as soon as he was resurrected and entered the devouring god's palace. Later, as he continued to practice the law of devouring, his use of the power of devouring became more and more perfect. Over time, 20,000 years later, he became the invincible king of Hades. In other words, Pluto's cultivation career is basically the stage after becoming a god. He directly skipped the 9 palaces level and directly entered the training mode of devouring the divine palace. He has never experienced the stage of the 9 palaces at all, and has not opened the 9 divine palaces. So how can he gain insights into the 9 divine palaces? Of course, if you want to help, I can still help a little. At this time, Pluto's voice sounded again. Although I have never opened the 9 divine palaces. But how should I put it? Well, let's do this. Let us assume that the understanding of the laws required to enter the shrine is set at level 100. And the understanding required to open the shrine is set at level 90. So, my level of understanding of the 9 principles is not level 100. Nor is it level 90. But one method can lead to all methods. After all, I have entered the devouring palace. So although my understanding of the 9 laws is not up to level 90, it is still around level 70 or 80. Anyway, it is definitely better than your kid now. The level of understanding must be high. I can give you this uneven understanding of the 9 laws, just like I have done before. But the rest of the insights from level 70 to level 90 are up to you to comprehend on your own. Of course, you don't have to go through all the trouble to comprehend on your own. You can directly plunder the magician's understanding of the law. Right. Your plunder spell is different from my devour ability. In terms of conversion efficiency in absorbing external energy, your plundering spell is completely inferior to my swallowing ability. But your plundering technique is more comprehensive than my devouring ability. For example, you can use this natural technique to forcibly comprehend other people's laws and adopt them as your own. Having said this, Pluto smiled and said, So, now we should go find some unlucky Jyogun-level conjurers and kill them. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. His plundering technique is very comprehensive. It can not only rob others of their martial arts skills and combat skills, but also their understanding of laws. However, it is useless only for conjurers to plunder humans and monsters of different blood. He was not sure of the specific reason, but he could only temporarily attribute it to the fact that there was a core of magic in the body of the magician. He had to plunder the core of the magic in order to take the understanding of the law as his own. Otherwise it would not work. This is something he discovered early on. At the earliest, 100 years after the end of the world, he killed Gu Chao, the Penglai king who had ruled the southern wasteland for decades, and plundered the opponent's core of spells. Then he discovered that Gu Chao's understanding of the law of wind was actually absorbed by him. A little, not all of it, just part of it. But this discovery is also surprising enough. After all, one spellcaster is not enough. Just kill a few more, and that will be enough. In addition, the plundering spell is not omnipotent, and even the absorbed energy needs to be transformed. This kind of understanding of other people's laws is definitely impossible to use. But it's not a big problem. At least it means that he can obtain a large number of other people's understanding of the law by hunting down spellcasters. And by analogy, he can use stones from other mountains to attack Jade and increase the speed of his understanding of the law. This is how he plundered when he was at the 4 elephants level and the 5 elements level. Of course Li Guanqi would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. However, among the group of magicians, The most indispensable thing is those guys who are full of evil and would not be killed 1,000 times. Especially those magicians and scholars who like to do human experiments. And this kind of madness is very common among magicians. The higher the level, the greater the proportion. It doesn't mean that he was doing harm to the people. After all, Li Guanqi also killed with selfish motives. But all in all, he would not feel any guilt at all for killing this guy. Kid, what do you think? Suddenly, Pluto's voice sounded again, with a bit of meaning. The Geogong level is not a common commodity like the 4-elephant level. The 4-elephant level spellcasters are full of evil. They catch a lot of them in the bandit dens in the southern border. But they are full of evil. The Geogong level conjurer is not that easy to find. If you don't have a choice, just find some Geogong level conjurers and kill them. But you will definitely choose, at least not to kill innocent people. I know it too. So just send someone to find it slowly. Besides that, there's another thing I want to talk to you about. Become a god. There are 2 necessary conditions for becoming a god. 1. Take possession of an unoccupied temple. I can help you with this. I can directly let you enter the devouring palace. Your plundering technique has the same effect as the devouring law. With my help, it will not be difficult to accomplish this. 2. Sufficient origin chi. There's nothing I can do about this. It's something we need to figure out. The blood of Tongyu has evolved to the final stage, and can become a god without source energy. It can also break away from the constraints of the star field, go to the depths of the starry sky at will, and travel the universe. About this, we already know in Yu's tomb. But the problem is that you died of old age for a full 10 years before resurrecting and completing the final evolution. There is no other reference case other than this. So this point has almost no reference for us now. Value. We can't bet on that. Therefore, you still have to consider origin chi. I mentioned a long time ago that by killing billions of humans, we can obtain sufficient origin chi. In other words, in fact, there is no need for you to find a cursed master who is full of evil to kill. And there is no need to practice at the 9 palace level. Now you have the conditions to become a god in 1 step. Li Guanqi. Go and massacre human beings. Kill billions of people to obtain enough source energy. Then I will help you enter the devouring palace. Step into the infinite level. Become a god. Solve all problems. And crush all conspiracies. So what if there are demigods in the West? You have the power to connect to the netherworld. And you can come and go freely when you escape into the netherworld. You can kill and run at the same time. They can't figure out your whereabouts at all. They can only follow behind you and watch you slaughter without being able to do anything. Having said this, Pluto's voice deepened. Little devil, don't be so kind as a woman. This is not a woman's kindness. This is a human principle. Li Guanqi shook his head. It is impossible for me to massacre billions of innocent people. I, Li Guanqi, will never do such a thing in my life. Pluto, don't mention this matter again, even if it ends in failure or death. Pluto said coldly. I will not fail. Li Guanqi looked calm. You sure? Pluto sneered. Now within the Great Wall, there are ancient demons with unknown combat power, as well as the 8 demigods of the 8 kingdoms pillars. The Tulip Empire is secretly harboring evil intentions. The School of Magic is not a good person. And Shenlong has disappeared with the body of the god. The most important thing is yes. You have no idea where the human emperor's consciousness is or what he is doing at the moment. And many hidden dangers have not been solved. Kid, haven't you figured out how dangerous your current situation is? Become a god. As long as you become a god, you will gain invincible power, disintegrate all conspiracies, crush all tricks, and gain the most complete victory. And the price is just to kill billions of human beings to obtain origin chi. If you're not a woman, what are you? Li Guanqi was slightly silent. Shenlong. Yes, Shenlong. Luo Di's good friend. The demigod conjurer Lu Hong said that he wanted to track down Shenlong and the god's body. But there has been no news until now. And the most important thing is that he saw in the simulation that when he was besieged by the 3 demigods of the Tulip Force, Lu Hong did not show up at all. But Emperor Luo clearly wanted Lu Hong to protect him. Therefore, Li Guanqi has every reason to worry that Lu Hong is in danger at this moment, and may even be gone. But what can he do? The man surnamed Lu had a calm and carefree attitude. And before leaving, he didn't even give him his contact information. I don't need to become a god in this way. Li Guanqi shook his head and said solemnly, I still have another way. With the help of the power of the future god, I can complete the ultimate task of unifying the world by becoming a god. I only need to solve the problems of the Western forces and my senior sister. And then I can conquer the world, receive system rewards, and become a god instantly. After becoming a god, I had the strength to face Shenlong and the gods' bodies, as well as the missing human emperor. So idealistic. Pluto's voice was low. You think so beautifully. How do you know that Shenlong, the body of the god, and the human emperor will wait for you to conquer the world, complete your mission, and become a god before showing up? How do you know that you can really solve Wang Yanqing, the devil's problem? My method is the one with the highest success rate. I do not deny. When Li Guanqi heard this, he just smiled and said, Indeed. For me now, no one can stop me from killing billions of people to obtain origin chi. But I will not do such a thing. In life, there are things to do and things not to do. Pluto, the discussion on this matter ends here. Don't say any more. After saying that, Li Guanqi stepped forward towards the exit of this 8th level training ground. However, along the way, his heart was wavering. He still has the heart of time and space. Doesn't he? The heart of time and space can help him turn back time. He can first kill billions of people to obtain source energy. After becoming a god, he can then use the heart of time and space to turn back time and bring those billions of people back to life. Anyway, he has the heart of time and space himself. You will not be affected by time reversal while you are here. Although the multiverse is now close to collapse and can no longer withstand the space-time reaction caused by turning back time. So the heart of time and space is definitely not willing to help him. And he really does not dare to do so now. God knows what horrors will happen after the multiverse completely collapses. As a result of. But what about the future? If one day, he really follows what the heart of time and space said. In the distant future, restores the heart of time and space to its integrity and restores stability to the multiverse. Then he can manipulate time at will. Go back and undo this matter. And make up for this. Crimes. But the question is, can it really be redeemed or made up for? No. Even if those billions of people can be resurrected, he can't go back. Li Guanqi knew very well that once he really chose to take action and massacre billions of innocent human beings, no matter whether he could reverse the matter in the future. The moment he took action, it meant that he had completely lost his humanity and became the worst person he had ever grown up with. The kind of person you hate. He didn't want that. He is Li Guanqi, but he doesn't want to be Pluto. Moreover, the current situation is not serious enough at all, and it is not necessary at all. He still has a chance. And there is still call. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi took a deep breath. His eyes finally became firm, and there were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. Boom. He stretched out his right hand and pushed open the door of the main hall here. The bright sunshine from outside suddenly poured in, which was slightly dazzling. And in this bright sunshine, a tall figure of a centaur came slowly. Your Majesty, I have brought the Sanyuan fruit tree from southern Xinjiang. Chapter 727 Goodbye Sersha. Your Majesty, most of the 3 yuan fruit trees in southern Xinjiang, as well as most of the 3 yuan fruits on the market, are here. The 8th level training ground of the Tiger Clan. Outside the main hall, Centaur Mitch, L., holding an exquisite cyan wooden box in his hand, said respectfully to Li Guanqi. Most of them, too. It's definitely impossible to collect them all. Li Guanqi reached out and took it, and chuckled helplessly. Thank you for your hard work. This matter must have consumed a lot of treasury resources. What did the cabinet say? They just have the same attitude. Mitch, Al lowered his head and said respectfully, what your Majesty needs is what the country needs. If your Majesty cannot win the final victory, the treasury of the Da dynasty will also become the treasury of the Dacha dynasty. So there will be no savings at all necessary. Lin Chiga always fully supports Wei Chen's work. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. He opened the wooden box and looked at the several space rings lying inside, while looking at the trees and 3 yuan fruits inside. He asked, all the 3 yuan fruit trees and 3 yuan fruits you can collect. Are you here? Not really. Mitch, L replied. The terrain of southern Xinjiang is complex, so there are still many 3 yuan fruit trees that have not been discovered. These days, people find new 3 yuan fruit trees every day. So what Wei Chen is dedicating to your Majesty is just the first batch. And the second batch is being collected. Your Majesty? As he spoke, the centaur's expression changed slightly, because he noticed that Li Guanqi didn't look good at this time. While Mitch, I was talking, Li Guanqi had already checked all the space rings, as well as all the 3 yuan trees and 3 yuan fruits inside, but found nothing. As long as the existence of charged items is within his sight, the heart of time and space can sense it and send him a reminder. But now it doesn't. In other words, there are no charging items in the 3 yuan trees and 3 yuan fruits that Mitch L brought. Take it back. Li Guanqi took a deep breath to calm down, then closed the wooden box and handed it back to Mitch L. The 3 yuan fruit and 3 yuan fruit tree I want are not here. These are of no use to me. Take them back and take a look. Can you reuse the waste? Keep looking for the San Yuan fruit tree and bring it to me if you find it. Forehead. Mitch L took the wooden box back and blinked, looking stunned. That's all. After Li Guanqi finished speaking, he raised his hand to tear open a crack in space, stepped into it, and prepared to leave. Huh? Wait. Li Guanqi, who had half of his body stepped into the crack in space, suddenly stepped out again, as if he had a flash of inspiration, as if he suddenly thought of something. Mitch L. Is there anyone in the world who makes 3 yuan fruit tree crafts? Li Guanqi asked the centaur. Should? Mitch, I was a little hesitant. Wei Chen has not investigated this matter. Then go check it out. Li Guanqi pointed at his nose and said seriously, not just San Yuan fruit trees, but everything in the world that looks like San Yuan fruit trees and San Yuan fruits. Whether they are sculptures, paintings, handicrafts, or anything else. As long as they are bringing me anything like the 3 yuan fruit tree and 3 yuan fruit. But if this is the case, there will be many merchants who will take advantage of the situation and make related handicrafts overnight. Mitch L frowned slightly. Your Majesty, do you have, for example, any specific year requirements? Everything before today is required. After Li Guanqi finished speaking, he turned around and left again, stepping into the space crack. This time he left completely. On the spot, only Mitch L, the centaur, was left holding the wooden box in his arms, alone and messy in the wind, with complicated emotions. Sir, there is a tulip merchant who wants to see you. A centaur guard suddenly stepped forward, bringing Mitch L's thoughts back to reality. Merchant? Mitch L frowned slightly and looked at the guard displeased. He's here to sell San Yuan Gua? Do you want me to see such a person in person? What are you doing? Sir, calm down. The guard trembled and quickly explained. He is not selling the 3 yuan fruit, but wants to offer a treasure. He said that he is a descendant of the legendary tulip alchemist Oliver Roosevelt, the alchemist who has been dead for 2,000 years? Hearing this, Mitch L became a little interested and asked curiously, His descendants? Are you going to give me a treasure? What treasure? A sculpture. The centaur guard replied. That man said that he found Oliver's relics in his family's ancestral house, including a sculpture that looks like a 3-dimensional fruit tree. He heard that you are collecting 3-dimensional fruit trees for His Majesty these days. So I thought of dedicating this sculpture to you, saying that you might give it to His Majesty when the time comes, and His Majesty might like it. Oh! Hearing this, Mitch L's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a hunch that this legendary alchemist's relic might be causing some trouble. Could it be that what His Majesty is really looking for is this 2,000-year-old 3 yuan fruit tree sculpture? Grandma, what are you doing so stupidly? Thinking of this, Mitch L immediately gave the guard beside him a violent shudder and shouted anxiously. Let that guy come over with the sculpture. Quickly! Quickly! Your Majesty, this is the 8th level training ground for our lion-headed clan. Well, you can go out. I will retreat here and seal this place. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Yes! Iabel Prairie, deep in the holy land of the lion-headed people, is the 8th level training ground. After the lion maid who led the way left, only Li Guanqi was left here. The Centaur clan's 8th level training ground is a painting exhibition, the Tiger clan's weapons exhibition, and the lion-headed clan's blood drops exhibition. There are jars on the rows of shelves here, each with a drop of red blood suspended in it, which is very strange. This is the special bloodline of the lion-headed royal family. The blood of the lion-headed royal family is quite special. An 8th level lion-headed warrior can store his cultivation insights in a drop of blood, and then save them for future generations to observe. This is a bloodline ability that cannot be copied by foreigners. But this has nothing to do with Li Guanqi, because now he has entered the Bagua level absorption, and he came here not for the purpose of enlightening the Bagua occupants, but just to deceive others. He wanted to give the Tulip Empire the illusion that Emperor Wu was still in seclusion on the grassland. Then, sneaked to the Tulip Empire and talked to Saoirse. Buzz. As soon as Li Guanqi thought, a purple halo of light rippled behind him, engulfing him in the blink of an eye. And the whole person disappeared, passed through the secluded world and escaped into the secluded world. After the new magicians joined the Tulip Empire, they developed a global space blockade defense system. Very early. Ordinary means cannot tear open the space cracks leading to the Tulip Empire. Even if a Jogong-level powerhouse forcibly tears open a space rift and enters by force, the Tulip Empire will sense it immediately, and then send manpower in advance to wait and see. Li Guanqi didn't want to alert the enemy, so he will use the Netherworld as a space transfer station. First enter the Netherworld, and then tear open the space rift from the Netherworld and enter the area of the Tulip Empire. This would create a completely different spatial fluctuation that would be undetectable by the Tulip Empire's defense system. This is a normal space teleportation, although it is a teleportation with different coordinates and different locations. In the end, they all belong to the same space. The A world. ABA. This is the teleportation that Li Guanqi wants to make. The B, here is Netherworld, which is the teleportation between two spaces. The Tulip Empire is able to identify A's spatial fluctuations, which is also the basis of their defense system. But they are completely unfamiliar with this spatial fluctuation of BA, because they are completely unaware of the spatial information of the Netherworld. They are naturally unable to detect the spatial fluctuations related to the Netherworld. This was how Ying Xiao could freely enter and leave the Queen's boudoir back then. To this day, Li Guanqi's use of Tongyu blood has actually not surpassed that of Ying Xiao in the past. He has even been imitating his opponent when it comes to how to play Tongyu blood. Except for Yu, in the early New Era. I'm afraid Ying Xiao is the most clever. Tulip Empire. Anluo Province. Nurenton. Nurenton is a city located in the northern part of Anluo Province. It is neither big nor small, neither advanced nor backward. It is just an ordinary city. However, ordinary cities also have extraordinary people living there. Squeak. Early morning. In the center of Nurenton, in the aristocratic villa area, a beautiful woman with a western face wearing a light yellow windbreaker, holding a bread bag in her left hand, untied a sapphire brooch from the collar of the windbreaker with her right hand, then placed it on the villa door lock and pressed it lightly, and the door opened automatically. She pushed the door open subconsciously and then froze. The bread bag in her arms fell to the ground, and the few hard breads that looked like baguettes rolled around. This bread doesn't look very tasty, Miss Saoirse. In the living room, a tall man with white hair and blue eyes, wearing black clothes, slowly turned around and looked at her outside the door. The woman looked at Li Guanqi, who suddenly appeared at home, with a complicated expression. But she didn't do anything. She didn't run away. And she didn't tip off anyone. Long time no see, Mr. Li. The beautiful Western woman looked at Li Guanqi and lowered her head slightly. Come in. This is your home. Li Guanqi smiled, walked to the dining table in the center of the living room, pulled up a chair and sat down. And Saoirse waved her right hand, and all the baguettes and bread bags on the ground floated up and fell directly into the trash can at the entrance of the stairs. Boom! She closed the door gently, then walked to sit opposite Li Guanqi. Change back. Li Guanqi looked at this strange and beautiful face and chuckled. Miss Saoirse, this face is not as good looking as your original one. Really? Mr. Li was joking. The woman lowered her head, and her face was filled with blue light. When the blue light completely dissipated, the Western woman's face completely changed, returning to the beautiful face in Li Guanqi's memory. Saoirse Augustard. Long time no see, Miss Saoirse. Li Guanqi looked at her and said with a smile. Although not long has passed. Only about a year? But many things have happened this year, which makes me feel like we are reunited after a long separation. How about you? Saoirse lowered her head with a complicated expression. Indeed. A lot of things happened. Li Guanqi didn't say anything. Obviously, Saoirse also felt guilty about the assassination of the Tulip Queen. There is nothing to say about this. Saoirse must have been threatened with her sister's life, so it is not incomprehensible to commit such an act of betrayal. Of course, understanding is understanding, but making a mistake is making a mistake. These are two different things that do not affect each other. However, in the real world, Li Guanqi had already obtained the must-kill list from Queen Tulip, which contained the people whom Queen Tulip had designated to kill. Saoirse's name first appeared there. and then was removed by the Tulip Queen herself. Mr. Li, how did you find me? Saoirse lowered her head, kneaded the corners of her clothes with both hands, and asked softly, Is it difficult for the Emperor of the Dao Dynasty to find someone? Li Guanqi asked back. Of course it's not difficult. Saoirse bit her red lips slightly, looked down at the white carved tablecloth on the dining table, and said softly, I just don't understand very well. If you send someone to find me, people from the Senate will definitely notice it. Isn't this just trying to scare the snake? Don't worry. It won't happen. Li Guanqi shook his head. Because I didn't send anyone to look for you at all. And I don't need to send anyone to look for you. When Saoirse heard this, she immediately looked up at him in confusion. Her beautiful face full of confusion. I don't understand. I dismissed my official position in the Queen's wings and came to the city incognito. If you didn't send someone to investigate, how did you find me? Mr. Li? At the beginning of the war between the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic, you were poisoned. Who saved you? Do you remember? Li Guanqi said softly. Of course I remember. It was Mr. Li who saved me by feeding me blood. But does this have anything to do with, Saoirse was at a loss at first, but she quickly came to her senses and suddenly realized. Is it blood? I drank your blood. So you can rely on this connection to get my whereabouts? Is it blood chasing? Or is it determination? Blood curse? There are many spells that can be used. It doesn't matter. Li Guanqi waved his hand. The point is that you drank my blood. And my bloodline is a bit special. You have never been able to remove the traces of this blood. So you gave me the opportunity to use magic to track it. So, you found me now. Saoirse's eyes were complicated. What do you want to do? Kill me to avenge the Queen? Or want me to be a spy of the Dao Dynasty? Before that, let's talk about another topic. Li Guanqi looked at this Jiugong-level female sorcerer and said curiously. You played a role in the death of the Queen. You must know something. But you escaped unscathed and successfully left the Queen's wings and lived in seclusion here. There are no spies monitoring the city yet. Why? Who can spy on me? Hearing this, Saoirse couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. I'm a new Jiugong-level magician. They want to monitor me. Is it possible that they have to send several other Jiugong-level magicians just for me? I think even today's Dao Dynasty is not so generous. Right? So that's why? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. You are a Jiugong-level magician and a master of alchemy. So the murderer behind the scenes is reluctant to kill you. But your desire to leave the imperial capital is very strong. So he can only let you go. But if I want to monitor you, the spy's cultivation level is low. There is no difference between sending someone and not sending anyone. But if the spy's cultivation level is high, it will be at the Jiugong level, and the gain outweighs the loss. Because of this, you just took the secret and got your freedom? Do you think it's possible? Saoirse lowered her head and asked rhetorically. Impossible. Li Guanqi frowned and said in a deep voice. The prerequisite for them to let you go free must be that they have done something to you. Such as erasing your memory? This was the worst possible outcome, as it meant that his trip would be in vain. No. Saoirse shook her head and said calmly. Mr. Li, you think things are too complicated. In fact, things are very simple. So simple that there is no need to restrict me by any means. Today's Tulip Empire has completely fallen into their control. Even if I make the matter public, they can label me as a traitor and a spy who spreads rumors for the Chu dynasty with just one sentence. No one will believe my word for it. So there is no need for them to erase my memory. Not to mention that they still need me to refine potions for them, which makes it even more impossible to erase my memory. Moreover, I actually don't have freedom. I just left the Queen's wings, a fighting force, and did not leave the Empire. I am still their subordinate. But now I live here and specialize in refining medicine. At the end, Saoirse looked complicated and sighed silently. I can help you. Li Guanqi looked at her and said seriously, Miss Saoirse, you help me, and I will help you. Tell me everything you know, and I will let you gain true freedom. You can completely search for souls directly. Saoirse lowered her head and spoke softly. But I don't want to do that to you. Li Guanqi looked at her and spoke again. Miss Saoirse, believe me, I will let you and your sister regain their freedom. As soon as she said this, Saoirse finally raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi, her beautiful golden eyes shining with hope. Bring it on. Li Guanqi smiled slightly. How did the Queen die? Who is the real mastermind behind the scenes? There are also things about the Dark Brotherhood, things about the demigods in your empire, etc. Wait, Miss Saoirse. Tell these things. Tell me everything. Chapter 728 The Real Culprit of the Queen's Death. Buzz. Saoirse raised her white right hand and danced with her fingertips. And wisps of golden spiritual light rippled out, covering her and Li Guanqi's sides, forming a soundproof spiritual shield. Mr. Li, have you ever heard of the Odinson family? The Jogong-level female sorcerer looked at Li Guanqi and said softly, The greatest nobleman of the Tulip Empire? Li Guanqi leaned back on his seat and nodded lightly. Of course I have heard of it. It is said that before Isabel took over the position of queen, the Odinson family had been controlling the Tulip Empire for a long time, trying to build the Tulip Empire into something like the Violet Empire. He wanted to evacuate the royal family and allow the Council of Elders to become the real ruling force. However, with the appearance of Isabel and the appearance of his brother, the demigod knight, the Odinson family failed. Elizabeth's royal family is back in control. Isabel Elizabeth has returned to take charge of the country. And her brother Kevin Elizabeth serves as the strongest backing, providing demigod-level combat power for her sister and the Elizabeth royal family. But now Mr. Kevin has passed away. Saoirse sighed. After Mr. Kevin passed away, the evil thoughts of the Odinson family surfaced again. So, it's them? When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Did the Odinson family join forces with the Dark Brotherhood to kill Her Royal Highness the Queen? To be precise, it's the Odinson family joining forces with the College of Surgeons. And then the Dark Brotherhood invited by the College of Surgeons. Saoirse lowered her head and clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. It was these three major forces who joined forces to assassinate the Queen. Why kill? Li Guanqi asked again. Is it just a struggle for power that has made the Queen a thorn in the side of the Senate? Or is there another hidden agenda? There's nothing hidden. It's just a pure power struggle. Saoirse sighed and said slowly. After Mr. Kevin and the demigod who belonged to the Council of Elders were killed by Emperor Luo Shenwu, the two demigod positions in our empire became free. The Queen wanted to give these two positions, one to herself and one to her cousin. Power comes from force. As long as the Elizabeth royal family can have two demigods, then the Elizabeth royal family can completely control the right to speak. She wants to take back all the power from the Senate in her generation. This is not wishful thinking. Under normal circumstances, it is entirely possible for her to do it. But the problem is that in order to control the empire, the Odinson family even does not hesitate to join forces with outsiders. That old bastard, the contemporary patriarch of the Odinson family, Douglas Odinson, actually promised that after killing the Queen, he would one of the demigod seats is given to the Magician Academy. Then the Magician Academy used some method to invite the top assassin of the Dark Brotherhood. Speaking of this, Saoirse's eyes darkened and her face was full of guilt. Douglas Odinson. He kidnapped my biological sister in order to let me help set up the trap formation. I had no choice but to betray him. Queen, how is your sister now? Li Guanqi asked softly. Being released. God, Saoirse lowered her head and whispered. But I know that as long as I disobey, the Odinson family will take her away again at any time to threaten me. So, Li Guanqi looked at the female sorcerer seriously. Miss Saoirse, what was the entire assassination process like? I'm not too sure either. Hearing this, Saoirse frowned immediately. I only know that Odinson gave me 10 rings of different colors and asked me to bury them in the Queen's back garden. I don't see anything special about that ring. After burying it, the Queen didn't notice anything. And then, that day, Her Royal Highness the Queen was admiring flowers and drinking tea in the back garden, when lights of different colors suddenly burst out from the ground. It's a formation. The moment the Queen was trapped, a dark shadow passed behind her. I didn't see anything clearly. The formation was activated for only a moment, and the black shadow disappeared instantly. Then, just after that moment, the Queen's soul was completely shattered, and she died in pieces. Those 10 rings must be the cornerstones of the latest formation developed by the Magician Academy. And that black shadow must be the assassin of the Dark Brotherhood. He used the soul-crushing assassination method to kill with one blow, crushing the soul of Her Highness the Queen. The Queen died just like that. It was me who betrayed her. If it hadn't been for me, the 10 ring-shaped formation cornerstones wouldn't have been buried in the back garden. Speaking of this, Saoirse lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. No, you're wrong. Li Guanqi shook his head and said calmly. If you don't help, there will be a lot of people who will help. You are not the only one who can access the back garden. Saoirse looked at him blankly. Li Guanqi said this. Isabel is dead. but not quite dead. The queen of the Tulip Empire is now resurrected in the real world. She uses whatever tricks she can to get a rich man to be her dog. Then this woman holds pool parties in the villa and mansion every day and plays with male celebrities. It's hard to say whether this life is truly happy, but it's certainly not miserable in any way. Li Guanqi had met and talked with Isabel. The queen gave him a must-kill list, which included several members of the queen's wings in addition to Saoirse. Obviously, in the queen's opinion, Saoirse was not the only one to help. Even if Saoirse doesn't help, the Odinson family can still bury the ring foundation, and the queen still has to die. Saoirse's role here is just a replaceable one. It would be best to have her, but it would be okay without her. Okay. But Li Guanqi was not sure whether he should tell Saoirse about this. Tell her that the queen is not actually dead? Let's get back to business. Li Guanqi decided to put this matter aside and return to the topic. How many demigods are there in the Tulip Empire now? 1. But it could also be 3. Saoirse said solemnly. After the queen's death, the Odinson family sent a 9-palace-level Great Perfection Different Blood Knight to occupy a demigod seat and become a demigod knight. This demigod knight is truly a member of our Tulip Empire. Then, Odinson followed the agreement and assigned a demigod seat to the new Magician Academy. So the Magician Academy also had a demigod-level magician. Beyond that, there's the Dark Brotherhood. The killer was originally only a 9-palace-level Dzogchen, but it was said that after he succeeded in assassinating the queen, he seemed to have an epiphany about his own assassination method. He actually took this opportunity to understand the law to a higher level. He had a face-to-face battle with the demigod knight of the Odinson family, and he did not fall behind. In this case, he can certainly be regarded as a demigod. After all, demigod is a title of combat power, not a specific realm. There is a demigod in the Empire, a demigod in the new sect of magicians, and a demigod in the Dark Brotherhood. But we are basically in an alliance now, and it is not an exaggeration to call them the 3 demigods. Seed of demigods? Li Guanqi's focus was on this term. It's this term again. Miss Saoirse, I really want to know what is going on with the demigods of your Tulip Empire. I am not sure. Saoirse's mood eased slightly, and she shook her head. This is the Empire's top secret. I can't possibly know it. But... The beautiful sorceress frowned and said hesitantly. I have heard the queen say before that the demigod power of our Tulip Empire needs to be obtained by entering a secret realm. But the mortality rate in this secret realm is very high. I don't know the specific situation, but according to the queen, the mechanism of that semi-mysterious realm is like this. First of all, only those who have opened the 9 Laws Palace are qualified to step into it. In other words, only 9 palace-level Dzogchen practitioners can enter it. There are no restrictions on different blood humans and spellcasters. The only requirement is that the 9 divine palaces need to be opened. Secondly, in that semi-mysterious place, the first person to enter has a very high mortality rate, which is rare in history. But, the point is this, after the previous person dies inside, the next person who enters the 9 palace level perfection in the secret realm will 100% be able to gain the power of a demigod without any risk. This basically means 2 for 1. The first person has a high mortality rate, but after the first person dies, the second person who enters can become a demigod without risk. In addition, it seems that there are only 2 pieces of demigod power in this secret realm. If someone takes it away, it will be gone. Only after the person dies will the demigod power return to the secret realm. I don't know for sure, but at least as of now, there has never been a case where the power of a demigod has not returned to the secret realm. And there has never been a third copy of the power of a demigod in the secret realm. However, it takes time for the demigod's power to return to the secret realm. This time ranges from 30 days to 3 years. In history, the fastest return time of a demigod was 30 days. But there was also a demigod in history that took a full 3 years to return. We didn't find any pattern. However, it only took half a year for the demigod power of this generation to return. The time for the 2 powers to return to the secret realm did not exceed 6 days. At this point, Saoirse stopped and said, Mr. Li, that's all I know. Regarding the location of this secret realm and other things, the queen didn't tell me more. I see. Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded lightly. No wonder in history. Your Tulip Empire has always had 9 palace-level Dzogchen strongmen. The mysterious disappearances or the loss of news turned out to be a trip to the secret realm. And the second person became a demigod. Become a stepping stone. Saying this, Li Guanqi suddenly smiled again. He was thinking of Kevin, the Queen's brother. Kevin Elizabeth. When he first met the demigod knight, Kevin gave him the impression that he looked like a carefree and prodigal son. Kevin is tall, handsome, and strong. He carries a platinum sword and can fight Luo Di even if he fights for his life. His life in this life can be regarded as a man's ideal goal. It's just that his behavior is really not that of a master. When Kevin left that time, he also forcibly took his sister's maid away. As for taking him away for what? That goes without saying. Huh? Wait. Li Guanqi suddenly looked puzzled and asked Saoirse. In that case, why did the Queen and her brother become a demigod instead of the Queen herself? I see that the one named Kevin doesn't want to be a demigod at all. After all, when you become a demigod, you have to be the patron saint of the Empire. He obviously doesn't like this. So why not let the Queen do it herself? Because there are not that many victims of the 9 Palaces leveled Dzogchen. Unlike Li Guanqi. After talking about Kevin, Saoirse had no smile on her face. Only reminiscing. I saw this beautiful female sorcerer. Her eyes were in a trance. And she murmured softly. Mr. Kevin is a respectable person. He didn't have to take risks at the beginning. He has never cared about the Empire or the royal family since he was a child. And he even spends many years away from home. Has never returned to the country. But Her Royal Highness the Queen cares about it very much. Influenced by her mother, Her Royal Highness the Queen has had the ideal of becoming an emperor and governing the country since she was a child. But Mr. Kevin didn't. He just cares too much about his sister. Oh, by the way, Mr. Li, you must have thought that Mr. Kevin and the Queen were both the second candidates. And they had absolutely safe places. Right. But it's not. Mr. Kevin was the first person to enter. He risked a narrow escape to enter the semi-mysterious realm. It's a semi-mysterious realm. The first one to enter has a very high mortality rate. But the second one to enter is 100% safe. Naturally, everyone wants to do the second one. But who wants to risk being the first? But the problem is, whether it is the first or the second one, they both need the realm of the 9 Palaces level of perfection. Although this is not as good as a demigod, it is not a common little thing, but a big shot at the pillar level of the dynasty. Back then, Her Royal Highness the Queen successfully passed the election and became the Emperor of the Tulip Empire. With her temperament, she would definitely want to compete with the elders. And this was indeed the case. However, not long after Her Royal Highness the Queen ascended the throne, the demigod belonging to the Elizabethan royal family passed away. A demigod position in the empire was vacant. The mortality rate in the semi-mysterious realm is too high. No one knows if they can come out alive after going in. But someone from the Elizabethan royal family must enter. And someone from the royal family must become a demigod, so as to compete with the demigods of the Senate and allow the empire to achieve balance. However, there is no suitable candidate for the royal family of that generation. Either Mr. Kevin or Her Royal Highness the Queen herself. Because among the royal family of that generation, the only ones who achieved the 9 Palaces level were these brothers and sisters. However, Mr. Kevin is not in the country and has no news at all. In this case, Her Royal Highness the Queen does not have to go. Of course she does not have to go. But this means that there are no demigods in the royal family. But the Senate does. In this way, she, the Queen, will not have any authority and can only be reduced to a puppet of the Elder Council, at the mercy of the elders. After all, power comes from force. If the demigod said no, she, the Queen, would have no choice but to obey orders. But Her Royal Highness the Queen does not want this. Rather than become a puppet and let the empire fall into the hands of the Elder Council, she would rather take a chance. She was ready to enter the secret realm herself. Just the night before that day, the Queen called me into her room for the first time. We talked a lot after that. It was the first time I saw Her Royal Highness the Queen so scared. She hugged me and said that she actually didn't have the confidence to pass through the secret realm at all, saying that she had a premonition that she would die there. But she also said that she was the Queen and she had to go. But Mr. Li, you can guess the result afterwards. Mr. Kevin is back. After 80 years, Mr. Kevin, who had traveled around the world and had no news, suddenly returned. In front of the imperial ministers, he helplessly knocked his sister on the head, and then took the place of her sister, risking a narrow escape, and the first a deep and semi-mysterious place. In this way, even if he fails and dies inside, his sister, as the second person to enter, can become a demigod without risk. That's what Mr. Kevin thinks. He is definitely the best brother. And the goddess of light always favors great people. The results are gratifying. Mr. Kevin succeeded and became the one who survived the narrow escape. He came out of the semi-mysterious realm alive and became a demigod. He became the most powerful backing of Her Royal Highness the Queen. Of course, he was also there. Not long ago, he became the must-kill target of Emperor Daluo Shenwu. At this point, Saoirse sighed softly again. Mr. Kevin is a good man with no flaws. If it weren't for his sister, he would still be traveling around the world and living freely. Right? Li Guanqi didn't say anything. Kevin may indeed have no faults except that his personal life is a bit messy. In other words, this is the Tulip Empire. A place where a group of great nobles like to exchange spouses and hold silver parties. They can kill hundreds or thousands of people. If they can accomplish this, both men and women can proudly claim it as their personal achievements and be praised by others. Here, chaos in private life is not a disadvantage at all, but an advantage of romantic men and women. But the problem is that Li Guanqi is not interested in Kevin's situation. Saoirse should also know very well that what he wants to know is not Kevin at all. But Saoirse still said so many things about Kevin. It is unlikely that the sorceress would talk nonsense at this time. So, did Kevin leave you anything? Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Li is still so sharp. Saoirse nodded slightly. Certainly. Li Guanqi looked at the female sorcerer and became increasingly curious. I asked you about the situation in the Tulip Empire, but you used so many words to tell me about the deceased Kevin. Everyone can feel that something is wrong. So what exactly was left for you? A ring. Saoirse took out a golden ring from the space necklace and placed it on the dining table. According to what Mr. Kevin said, crushing this ring will make the demigods born in the secret realm unable to use the power of demigods they obtained from the secret realm in a short period of time, and fall back to the ordinary 9 palace level great perfection status. Combat strength level. Chapter 729 Kevin's Gold Ring. What? Hearing this, Li Guanqi stood up from the chair almost with a bang, and quickly took the gold ring from Saoirse's hand. Crushing this ring will make a demigod born in the secret realm lose half of his power. The power of God? It's a short period of time, Saoirse emphasized softly. And I don't know the definition of this short time. Whether it is a few minutes or a few seconds. Mr. Kevin didn't make it clear. Maybe he himself wasn't sure. For a demigod, 1 second is enough. Li Guanqi looked at the gold ring in his hand, his eyes twinkling. If this is the case, then he can completely follow the simulated situation and accept the Tulip Empire's declaration of loyalty step by step. He could wait for the assassin of the Dark Brotherhood to seriously injure him. And after the 3 demigods appeared together, he could crush the ring and make the Empire demigod and Magician demigod lose their demigod power. For today's Li Guanqi, 1 second is enough to kill 2 Jiugang-leveled Zogjin who have lost their demigod fighting power. Then, all he had to face was a demigod from the Dark Brotherhood, according to the level of combat power shown in the simulation. Even if he is seriously injured, he can defeat 1 enemy and 3 enemies. If he only needs to face 1, he can kill the opponent despite his injuries. And at that time, he never expected that an assassin could hit him across the netherworld. But now that we are prepared, it's a different story. Right. That is it. Now Li Guanqi can't find the whereabouts of the 3 demigods at all. So the best way to use this ring is this. Of course, if he could get his whereabouts, he could make other plans. And he might not need to use himself as bait at all. Where did this ring come from? Li Guanqi held the gold ring in his hand and looked at Saoirse curiously. Mr. Kevin didn't say much. Saoirse replied softly. This ring was actually left by Mr. Kevin to Her Majesty the Queen, after Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian started massacring demigods in the Violet Capital last year. Mr. Kevin found Her Majesty the Queen and left this ring. Gave it to her. Mr. Kevin said that he discovered more secrets of this secret realm in the semi-mysterious realm, and thus created this ring, which conceal the power they obtained from the secret realm, which is the so-called Tulip Demigod. Power. He didn't say what those secrets were. He just told the Queen that his original intention of creating this ring was to guard against the demigods of the Elder Council. If there was a civil war in the future, he could easily kill them. But after all, plans are not as good as changes. The civil war in the Empire that Mr. Kevin imagined did not come. Instead, Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian began to slaughter the demigods. He knew that as a demigod of the Tulip Empire, he would never escape. So he gave the ring to Her Royal Highness the Queen. Soon after, however, The queen summoned me. She. Speaking of this, Saoirse lowered her head with guilt on her face, biting her red lips tightly with her teeth, and strands of blood seeped out from the broken lips. She could not hide the cry in her voice. She was stroking my lips on the bed. Face, tell me seriously. The person she trusts the most is me. But I betrayed her. I really deserve to die. Li Guanqi remained silent and did not speak. So, the queen is actually a bisexual. Both male and female. These tulip nobles are really having fun, huh? No, that's not the point. Li Guanqi rubbed his eyebrows to disperse the messy thoughts in his mind. Gradually, the mood of the female sorcerer sitting opposite him gradually calmed down. And she continued. That night, the queen told me everything about the ring and what Mr. Kevin said to her. She said that this ring can be used to deal with demigods from the tulip's secret realm. But she was worried that before the new demigod appeared, she would be persecuted by the Odinson family. Without the checks and balances of the two demigods, the queen's power can crush the Council of Elders. Or in other words, the Odinson family. After all, after so many years of management by the queen, many members of the Council of Elders are on the queen's side. Coupled with the support of Elizabeth's royal family, she is not afraid of the Odinson family. But the problem is that the queen is worried that the Odinson family will join forces with foreign enemies, such as the School of Spells. It turns out that the queen's concerns were correct. Although the Odinson family has not yet united with the School of Spells, they have also united with the New Magicians and the Dark Brotherhood. And they also united with outsiders. The queen was worried that she would die before the power of the demigod returned to the secret realm. So she entrusted me with this ring and informed me of these things. She said that if she died, she hoped that one day I could give this ring to her. Leave it to a member of the royal family who is worthy of trust and powerful enough. This is a ring. But at the same time, it is also an opportunity to overthrow the power of the Senate and return the Tulip Empire to the hands of the Elizabethan royal family. Her Royal Highness the Queen entrusted me with such an important responsibility. But having said this, Saoirse lowered her head in shame again, her face full of self-blame. Isabel didn't tell me about it. Li Guanqi frowned. Mr. Li, you can search for souls. I said it from the beginning. Saoirse shook her head, her voice hoarse. Li Guanqi looked at the female magician and hesitated. Why didn't Isabel tell him such an important thing in the real world? Did you even want him to kill Isabel at first? Why? Could it be because the queen actually didn't trust him that much and didn't want him, an outsider, to know about the existence of this ring? Reasonable. These powerful emperors were all the same. They were suspicious by nature, asking for things from others but not trusting them completely. They were always secretive. The principle of not being suspicious of those who employ others does not apply. Therefore, if Isabel did not tell him because of this consideration, it would not be unreasonable. But this is just Li Guanqi's own explanation. If you explain it this way, of course you can barely make sense. But if Saoirse lied to him, the ring was useless at all, and the whole thing was a trap. It would be equally reasonable and even more logical. So soul searching? Is soul searching useful? No. This is an extraordinary era. The group of magicians at the School of Magic have already studied the soul to a very deep level through a large number of soul experiments. In this era, soul memories can also be tampered with and changed into any scene you want. So searching for souls doesn't make much sense. But Li Guanqi is not worried about this, because he has the best way to verify the authenticity of this matter and the authenticity of the gold ring. Simulation. Regardless of other messy things. Whether Saoirse was helping the Odinson family to deceive him, or whether the queen hid it from him because she didn't trust him enough. Simulate it once. Try his plan, and he'll know the results. Li Guanqi doesn't care about anything else. For example, could Isabel not trust him as an outsider? It's none of his business. He didn't care at all about the woman's attitude towards him. He just wants results. If the ring left by Kevin is real and can help him deal with the 3 demigods of Tulip, then he can ignore other things. The only price is to consume one of the few simulation opportunities. However, although simulation times are valuable, they must be used when they are needed. By the way, Miss Saoirse, you know about this, but the Odinson family doesn't? Suddenly, Li Guanqi looked at the female sorcerer in surprise. Didn't the Odinson family search your soul? Once they search your soul, wouldn't they be able to learn about the ring from your memory? Of course the queen was prepared. Saoirse replied softly. This memory of mine is sealed and blinded. Even if someone searches for the soul, It will be difficult to detect the existence of this memory, and will simply ignore it. And the Queen imposed another layer of secrecy. The content of this memory can only be told out voluntarily by me. Or it can be searched and checked voluntarily. Even if I am really noticed. If outsiders want to forcefully search my soul to view this memory, or want to hypnotize me and force me to speak out myself, then this memory of mine will be destroyed instantly. Of course, the price is your own soul will also be damaged. And in the most serious case, your soul may even be broken on the spot. However, there is a prerequisite for the above situations. That is, being discovered. In fact, Mr. Lee, your thoughts are, well, to use an Eastern saying, hindsight? Do you mean this? I have now told you about the ring from beginning to end. So you naturally know that I know these things. But if it were the Odinson family, how would they know about this? There is not even a source of clues. It is baseless. How did they know that Mr. Kevin gave the Queen a ring? And how did they know that the Queen delivered the ring to me? How could you suspect me? I see. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. This is indeed the case. Isabel's secret technique seemed bizarre and unbelievable. But in fact, it was not a unique secret skill. This was not the first time he had heard of it. The Kobe clan of the Sakura shogunate was in a similar situation. This method of manipulating soul memory is a very advanced method that requires long-term study and practice to learn. And in the process, thousands of practicing souls will definitely be exploded. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Li Guanqi gathered his thoughts and looked at Saoirse again. Gone. Saoirse shook her head slightly and said softly, That's all the information I have that will be helpful to you. Do you know the whereabouts of the 3 demigods? Li Guanqi asked again. I don't know. Hearing this, Saoirse looked thoughtful. Well, I think, except for the patriarch of the Odinson family, no one in the entire Tulip Empire will know the whereabouts of the 3 of them. Fine. Li Guanqi nodded lightly, looked at the gold ring in his hand, and smiled softly. Speaking of it, if I didn't have this ring, the situation would be really bad. But the current situation is that I have this ring. To be honest, it was an unexpected surprise that I never expected. The method that Kevin wanted to use to deal with the demigods of the Elder Council has finally come into his hands. But the purpose is the same. Li Guanqi held this ring also to deal with the Tulip Elders. So he did not hide Kevin's good intentions. Mr. Lee, you? At this time, Saoirse looked at him with a hesitant expression. Can you tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Revenge for the Queen? Now? But our Tulip Empire is now preparing to form an alliance with your army to fight against the Great War. Chu Dynasty. To be honest, I don't think it's a good idea for you to avenge the Queen at this time. You ask me? Li Guanqi smiled, holding the gold ring in his hand, and asked, I would like to ask you more. Isabel entrusted the ring to you, but now you hand this ring to me. What does this mean? Plans can't keep up with changes. Saoirse sighed. The Queen wants me to give this ring to a member of the royal family who is worthy of entrustment. And this means that, at least at this stage, she cannot see any member of the royal family who is worthy of entrustment. Otherwise, she would not have given the ring to me, but would have given it directly to the royal family. She wanted me to wait until such a person appears in the royal family in the future. But judging from the current situation, I don't think I can wait for such a person. Instead of pinning my hopes on the illusory future, it is better to leave the possibility of revenge to you. Mr. Lee, at least you have the ability to take revenge. I really want you to avenge the Queen. Kill the patriarch of the Odinson family, and kill the demigod of the Dark Brotherhood. But I don't mean now. As she said this, the female sorcerer became slightly anxious. Mr. Lee, for now, you should join forces with our Tulip Empire to fight against Chu instead of rushing for revenge. I have my own ideas. Li Guanqi waved his hand and said nothing more. He saw the future with the heart of time and space, and knew that Tulip's 3 demigods would actually assassinate her under the pretext of forming an alliance. But Saoirse couldn't see it. In fact, not just Saoirse, but any normal person would not think that the Tulip Empire would be at war with the Dao dynasty at this time. After all, according to common sense, it is a reasonable move for the 2 countries to form an alliance to fight against the Chu. But the problem is that those 3 demigods are definitely planning something. It was this plan that made them make the decision to surround and kill Li Guanqi. For them, killing Li Guanqi might be a better way to fight against the Empress of Chu. Li Guanqi still doesn't know why, but he believes that he will get the truth soon. Do you need my help with anything? Thinking of this, Li Guanqi, who was about to leave, looked at Saoirse and asked softly. For example, about you and your sister? I promised before that I would help you and your sister regain their freedom. Need not. Saoirse shook her head, with a look of hesitation behind her. Mr. Lee, as long as you can overthrow the Odinson family, then my sister and I will naturally be truly free, and there is no need to do anything else. But I still say that this should not be done now. I don't think it's a good idea for Tulip to fight Da right now. Even if Mr. Lee wants to avenge the queen, you should do it later. Right. If we fight now, both sides will suffer losses. If the strength is insufficient, when Dacha leaves the Great Wall in 2 months, your Da dynasty and our Tulip Empire will become history. The power of the Chu dynasty is very terrifying. Facing the unknown empress and the 8 demigods of the 8 kingdoms pillars, it will be difficult for you and I to win together, let alone lose both sides. Therefore, Mr. Lee, you must not avenge Her Royal Highness the Queen at this time. If you let the Tulip Empire perish in order to avenge her, Her Royal Highness the Queen will never agree. I know very well that the weight of the Empire in her heart is even more important than her own life. As she spoke, Saoirse's face was full of worry. Tell me, if one day Tulip becomes a province of the Da dynasty, what will you do? Li Guanqi looked at the female sorcerer and just asked this sentence. Oh? Hearing this, Saoirse was confused and extremely surprised. Mr. Lee, how did you come up with this idea? The top priority now is not how to form an alliance with our Tulip Empire to fight against the Chu. Even after forming an alliance, I couldn't think of how to win. But you started thinking about conquering us? Answer my question, Li Guanqi said calmly. Saoirse was speechless for a moment, but after sighing, she still said, That depends on you. If that day comes, then I will see what you do. If the Tulip people can live a better life under your rule, then I will be loyal to the Da dynasty and work together with the people to make this dynasty better. But if you let us become slaves to the subjugation of the country, and the people live in dire straits, then I will commit suicide to atone for the sinful act of collaborating with the enemy and treason by giving you the gold ring today. Although this is meaningless, but compared to these, I still want to say that these things will happen in the future. And the most important thing now is Dachu. All right. Li Guanqi waved his hand. Stop mentioning Dachu. I have my own countermeasures. This is not something you need to worry about. Miss Saoirse. He looked at the female sorcerer and nodded slightly. That's it. Goodbye. Farewell. After saying that, circles of purple light rippled behind Li Guanqi, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Netherland. As soon as Li Guanqi's figure appeared, his whole person was enveloped in blood. Simulator. Open. Whether Saoirse lied to others, and whether the gold ring is useful. The answer is about to be revealed. Chapter 730, 10-Day Simulation. The end is coming. Heart of Time and Space. Current number of simulations remaining, 3. In the world shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's figure slowly emerged and came to the front of the light screen panel. Let's do it. Time, brother. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel, his eyes full of expectation. As you wish. Simulation starts. On the first day, you summon Joshua, the Tulip Envoy, to express your agreement to form an alliance. You return to Lil Ying Shuang and spent a cheerful afternoon with her. At night, the backhand that Luo Di left on you finally activated, because after nearly a month of care, the safety of Lil Ying Shuang, a descendant of the Ying family, was completely guaranteed, and Luo Di's backhand was also activated. You have fulfilled all Luo Di's requirements for you. You also successfully got the last gift he left for you, which was a gift that made you feel a huge surprise. In addition, some of Luo Di's messages and the contents of the prophecy murals that emerged, you knew in advance through the miraculous effect of the gratitude flower in the afterlife of Beimang Royal Court. So you're not going to show what this gift is? When Li Guanqi saw this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. For you humans, isn't it best to open the gift with your own hands? 2. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. The heart of time and space is always like this. When simulating the future, it does not forget to leave some surprises and expectations for him. On the second day, the Tulip Empire's loyalty ceremony was held as scheduled. The teleportation array is activated, connecting the sky above Da Imperial Capital and the sky above Tulip Imperial Capital. If you stand above Da Imperial Capital, you can directly see the ceremony scene on the Tulip Imperial Capital side. The process of declaring loyalty is carried out in sequence. And because you knew for a long time that this alliance was actually an assassination trap. You escaped into the netherworld throughout the whole process, leaving only a virtual illusion in this world. Under your deliberate control, coupled with the ability to communicate with the netherworld, it's special. So this illusion can be completely mistaken for reality. Unless you touch it, you can't see it at all. You wait patiently. Soon, the Tulip Emperor, on behalf of the Tulip Empire, kneels down on one knee and presents you with a crown. There is no surprise. It is consistent with what you know. Just when Emperor Tulip presented the crown, you suddenly felt a stinging sensation in your soul. It was the assassination of the demigod of the Dark Brotherhood. Although you have been in the netherworld, you were still attacked. However, you were wary, so the opponent failed to kill with one hit, and your soul was only slightly injured. Although it was affected, it was not a big problem. You leave the netherworld and completely enter the sky above the Tulip Imperial capital, the Tulip Empire, the Magician Academy, and the Dark Brotherhood. 3 forces, 3 major demigods, all appear together and launched a siege on you. You finally wait until they show up. You crush the gold ring you got from Sersha. A strange energy spreads. Except for the demigods of the Dark Brotherhood, the Empire demigod and the Magician demigod. These 2 demigods who were born in the Tulip's secret realm, all lost their demigod power in an instant and became ordinary 9-palace-leveled Zodshan. Before they could react, you went into a killing spree and killed the Empire's demigods in an instant. The demigods of the Dark Brotherhood wanted to escape with the Magician demigods, but their spatial trajectory was locked by your artifact instantaneously, and you easily caught up with them. You withstood the attack of the Dark Brotherhood demigod and forcibly killed the Sorcerer demigod. Then, the situation becomes a one-on-one showdown between you and the demigods of the Dark Brotherhood. After a battle, you won the battle and killed the demigods of the Dark Brotherhood. This was a great victory that killed 3 demigods. And the price you paid was just the slight injury to your soul that you suffered from luring the enemy with your body in the first place. And a free ring of Kevin. You returned to the Tulip Empire after a great victory, and ordered the Tulip Empire to surrender under the pretense of alliance and assassination, betraying the former leader. Tulip's puppet emperor said that this was all done by the Odinson family, and had nothing to do with the Elizabeth royal family, and declared that from now on, the Elizabeth family will always be loyal to the Dog dynasty. You found the fleeing Odinson clan leader, and learned from him the specific location of the Tulip's secret realm, and the reason why they wanted to kill you under the watchful eye of Dechu. It turns out that the demigod of the Dark Brotherhood, in addition to the Law Palace of the 9 basic elemental laws, also opened the 10th Law Palace. This is also the biggest factor in his ability to gain the combat power of a demigod. And this 10th law is actually an ownerless law. As a member of the Dark Brotherhood, he has been a killer since he was a child. From killing gangsters in the slums to killing demigods at the 9 palace level, he has been assassinating throughout his life. And he has learned a lesson related to assassination. Law. He opened the Law Palace, and then discovered that the Law Palace was actually ownerless. In other words, he has every hope of taking full control of it and becoming the master of it. He himself named this law the Law of Demon Killing, which is a law that specializes in souls. Although the power of the demon slaying principle is not of great use in frontal combat, because its preparation time is very long. There is simply not enough time in actual combat. But it's different if it's an assassination. This law of ghost killing is most suitable for carrying out a carefully prepared assassination. This is also the fundamental reason why he can ignore the barrier of the netherworld and forcefully hit your soul. After you fully understood the preparations for the assassination, you felt a sense of fear, because according to Odinson's description, the Sorcerer Academy in the Tulip Imperial City frantically deployed more than 100 layers of amplification formations to increase the lethality of the demon-slaying law. So, if you have not been hiding in the netherworld before, and if there is no reduction in the strength of the netherworld barrier, then even if you have the supernatural power God control armor to protect your soul, you will still be assassinated by this ghost-killing law and your soul will be shattered, falling into the same fate as the Tulip Queen. But you hid in the netherworld after all, and solved this incident perfectly. The reason why these people want to kill you is because they want this demigod of the Dark Brotherhood to continue to carry out advanced assassinations in order to further understand the law of demon slaying, and strive to achieve the state of fully controlling the law of demon slaying and entering the palace of demon slaying. He is confident that he can succeed, because of the assassination of the Tulip Queen. His understanding of the law of demon killing has further improved. If he can assassinate a few more demigods, he will certainly have a chance to become the master of Demon Slayer Shrine. You are not his only target. He has already planned it. If he still fails to succeed after assassinating you, Then the demigod of the Conjuring Academy will be his next target. The Odinson family and the Sorcerer Academy both hope that this demigod of the Dark Brotherhood can succeed. Because once he enters the Demon Slayer Shrine, there will be no obstacles to becoming a god. The two major conditions for becoming a god are: one is to control the masterless law, and the other is source energy. By killing billions of human beings, you can obtain a source of energy for people to become gods. This secret, these top executives of Tulip also know very well. For this demigod of the Dark Brotherhood, killing humans is not something worth worrying about. He doesn't care about it at all. The only thing he needs to work hard on is to control the law of demon killing. For them, becoming a god is the only way to solve Chu. They never thought from the beginning to the end that by forming an alliance with you, the Dao dynasty, they would be able to survive from the hands of the Empress of Chu and the Eight Kingdoms pillars. They had never thought about the so-called alliance. But now, with the death of the Dark Brotherhood demigod, all this has come to nothing. After the matter is over, you return to the capital of Emperor Dao to recuperate. After all, although the injury to your soul is not serious, you must be cautious when it comes to your soul. On the third day, as the Tulip Empire surrendered, hundreds of small kingdoms in the west, headed by the Kingdom of Dark Night, also expressed their intention to surrender to you. Massive national fortunes gather together, and you become stronger. You canceled their king titles and kingdom names, and allowed them to exist as leaders. The most powerful among them is the Dark Knight leader, who was born out of the Dark Knight Kingdom. Those night elves are open to all rivers, and countless races can be conquered by them. Except, from then on, there were only 3 countries left in the world. Among them, the only ones that can truly be called behemoths are your Dao dynasty and the Dacha dynasty within the Great Wall. As for southern Xinjiang, you are going to leave it to be dealt with later. After all, the national fortune that the small area of southern Xinjiang can provide is really insignificant. There is no reason to conflict with the mysterious Gu God Ancestral Temple for this benefit. The previous emperors of Daluo have treated the forces with caution, so you can't help but be careless too. No! Seeing this, Li Guanqi suddenly interrupted. Brother Time and Space, change the direction of the simulation. I'm going to visit the Gu God Ancestral Temple to see the situation. In the simulated situation, he was simulated according to his original character, so he was very cautious, and would not touch Nanjiang and Gu God Ancestral Temple at will. But the problem is that Li Guanqi is now in a simulation. There is no need for him to be cautious in the simulated situation. He can completely play tricks in the simulated situation. As you wish. You have decided to attack southern Xinjiang. You order southern Xinjiang to surrender. The king of southern Xinjiang was obedient, and the country of southern Xinjiang became the province of southern Xinjiang. Since then, the world has been divided into 2, and the only ones that can be called states are the Dao dynasty and the Dacha dynasty. The Gu God Ancestral Temple did not make any statement. They are still carrying out religious activities as usual. You enter the Gu Gods Hall in Gu City, and find that the Archbishop of the Gu Gods Ancestral Temple is only an early-stage spellcaster at the 9 Palaces level. This is indeed a huge contrast with the King of Southern Xinjiang at the Liuhe level. It can be said to be beyond the average level of Southern Xinjiang of cultivation. But what does that count? As for making all the Daluo emperors afraid? You searched the Seoul Archbishop and found nothing special. This so-called Ancestral Temple of the Gu God is nothing more than the same old method of doing religions in the past dynasties. To get the name of a god, and then do its own thing. It is exactly the same as the Goddess of Light cult in the Tulip Empire. It seems nothing special? Obviously impossible. You went to the Gu God Mountains in southern Xinjiang, and came to the location of the Gu God Ancestral Temple. It was the place where Emperor Luo took you for the first time. But you did not enter in the end, because of Ying Zhao's message to warn you. Unlike last time, when Emperor Luo came last time, there were voices in the temple talking to him. But this time, there was no response from the temple when you arrived. You forcibly broke the space barrier, and broke into the national temple. Then you find an empty temple with nothing in it. You raze the entire national temple to the ground, and turn the Gu God mountain range upside down. But in the end you found nothing. You found nothing. Obviously, this is also a fake sh.l. The Gu God Ancestral Temple is more mysterious than you think. And you have no idea where the real Gu God Ancestral Temple is. The so-called ancestral temples in southern Xinjiang are just a layer of skin. You can only place all your hopes on Daozhan Lin. According to Taoist Lin's initial statement, he had gone to investigate the real Gu God Ancestral Temple. But so far there has been no news. But his name is on the extraordinary ranking list. which means that he is at least still alive. You have great confidence in Taoist Lin. So you put aside the matter of the Gu God Ancestral Temple for the time being and go back to continue to heal your soul's injuries. On the 4th day, your soul has not recovered from the injury. But you are really curious about the semi-mysterious world of Tulip. Although the 2 demigod powers have not returned to the secret realm, the danger of this secret realm still exists. And the mortality rate of the first person to enter it is still extremely high. What are you going to do? 1. Let the Jogong level Dzogchen level Golden Inglong Kai go in and die. And then be the second person to enter safely. 2. Take the risk yourself. 3. Give up and continue to stay and recuperate. Oh! Li Guanqi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this long-lost independent option. If this were the actual situation, he would definitely suppress his curiosity and choose to give up. But that's not the case now. Now it is just a tech simulation of the heart of time and space. It is the future direction deduced by the heart of time and space. Not reality. Simulation books are used for cheating and trial and error. Try it! Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked. Faced with your request, Cade went straight into it without any complaints. Cade is dead. You enter this semi-mysterious realm. You found nothing. Since the 2 demigod powers have not yet returned to the secret realm, you leave without gaining anything. Cade died in vain. 6. Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. You ordered your men to hold a state funeral for Cade, and then went to the School of Conjuration. The School of Conjuration surrenders to you. Then you return to Da Imperial Capital and spend several days in seclusion to recuperate your soul injuries. Time flies. Simulation ends. Current number of simulations remaining, 2. So, the end is coming. After Li Guanqi watched this simulation, he took a deep breath. After solving the tulip matter, the School of Conjuration will also surrender. The heart of time and space omitted this simulation of the Magic Academy very little. Which means that this trip was basically just chatting and nothing would happen. And the heart of time and space would not display every word of the chat. It doesn't matter either. The important thing is that after the 3 major demigods of Tulip are solved, the Tulip Empire will surrender. Hundreds of small kingdoms in the west will surrender. And the Conjuration Academy will also surrender. Then, the weird world is only one step away from unification. The Chu Dynasty. Senior sister. As for the Gu God Ancestral Temple, although there were great hidden dangers, Li Guanqi felt inexplicably at ease with Taoist Lin to solve it. He believed that Taoist Lin would never let him down, and would even give him a great surprise. Although he doesn't know anything now except that Taoist Lin is at least still alive. So, what happens next? After solving the problem of senior sister, really completing the unification, establishing the Great Wu Dynasty, gathering all the national destiny of the world into oneself, and then under the reward of the system, what will happen after he becomes a god instantly? What happens? Intuition told Li Guanqi that that was the end. The end of everything. When he becomes the god who brings national fortunes to the world, the future god will definitely show up and at least explain things clearly, including why this guy wants to create extraordinary beings and weird worlds of parallel time and space. All the way to today. The truth of all this, the end of the journey across the 2 worlds, is no longer far away from Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi is looking forward to that day. But before that, he still had many things to solve. During this 10-day simulation, a lot of information appeared, which made him very satisfied and felt that it was not a loss. But there are still things that haven't happened. 1. Senior sister's demon blood problem. 2. The whereabouts of Qinlan and the gods' bodies. 3. The whereabouts of the human emperor's consciousness. These 3 major hidden dangers have always been 3 thorns in Li Guanqi's heart. Especially the last one. Given the importance Pluto attaches to the human emperor, this guy is definitely not hiding somewhere for a vacation. He must be planning some huge conspiracy. He urgently needs 15 simulation opportunities to conduct 3 predictions to find the corresponding solution. But he didn't. Even now, he only has 2 pitiful simulation opportunities. We can only take 1 step at a time. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly, then turned around, waved his hand with his back to the light screen panel, and walked away. See you next time, Brother Time and Space.